Day.
Fitzgerald lines one to right, but right there, Carpenter catches, and the game is over. So the Tigers, the best team in the American League so far this year on this Memorial Day. And they've been especially good at home. This has been their formula. They take game one of this series by the final of 3-1.
Hey, that's our guy Dave Fleming on the call. NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yay!
3-1 the final there, as you heard from Flem, who's going to be joining us today at 8:30, by the way. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hope you all had a lovely, lovely Memorial Day weekend. I know Joe did, I did, Carter, Sam, all of y'all just getting off work, getting ready for work. Getting ready for, finals, if it's finals week for you, whether in college, whether in high school, getting ready to finish up, heading into summer. Yesterday was the official start of summer, Joe. And you know what that means? It means baseball's in full swing now, all right? Yeah, you got your OTAs, I think, starting today for the Niners, so that's happening. They're voluntary ones, so some people might show up, some people might not. It's okay. The Warriors seasons, it's been over now for a little while. Eastern Conference Finals, was that Game 4 tonight? Between the Pacers and the Knicks. Knicks trying to extend that series even more because they extended it already to one game at least back at Madison Square Garden. But yesterday, the Oklahoma City Thunder put a stranglehold on that series, up 3-1 now in the Western Conference Finals. So it's looking like it could be OKC's here, but maybe, just maybe, Minnesota has a miracle left in them yet. But Joe, how's your weekend, man? Before we get to the Gigantes.
It was always fun, Love the Russian River. Weather was beautiful. Got a chance to golf, and shout out to Golf Mart, man. Went in there on Friday morning, put in a lot of, traded in a ton of clubs and walked away with a new wedge and a new driver.
Nice.
And was just piping the driver. And there's just is there any better feeling than when you get a new driver and just immediately you're just hitting absolute nukes?
Yeah, that's great. Or the opposite of when you get a driver and you just hit scuds the entire time, like I was doing a couple weeks ago.
I went in there. I said, "Hey, I'm brand agnostic when it comes to whatever kind of."
I like that.
No, I just want whatever's gonna work. But there's a visual to golf where you gotta like the head of the club that you're swinging because it can ruin the path and the confidence and all that stuff. And I gotta say, this Callaway AI smoke. Woo! You want to talk about stuff? Tell Rob Nen it was smoke on the water.
I'm Joe Shasky, and when I think golf clubs, I think Callaway, right? It doesn't matter.
Time out. Huh? I have a TaylorMade wedge. Okay. I have a Cleveland 64 wedge. I have Ping eye blades that I'm still rocking. I've got a Ping fairway wood, and now I've got the Callaway driver. So I'm all over the place. The bag is all with an Odyssey putter.
Major bag alert right there. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing. You know what was popping this weekend? Laughing Monk. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. It was beautiful here in the Bay Area. It was gorgeous in San Francisco. And a little windy. At times a little windy. Mm-hmm. That's okay, but that's the Bay, right? You get some wind. Yeah. You don't get some wind. But that's fine. I would like some wins, if you will, for the San Francisco Giants as they took an L yesterday. But they did win the series overall in Washington on this road trip right now. So I'm not going to be too hard on them. And they are currently 8 games over 500 heading into June here in a few days, Joe. So just your overall feel of this team right now, because the Detroit Tigers, you heard it from Glenn there, they're the best team in the American League. They're in the playoffs last year. They won a series. They're really good. Outside of, Skubal, their top dog who's looking to go back-to-back Cy Youngs, guy's just absolutely filthy. If you're a Giants fan, you're probably happy you're not going to see him during this stretch because he was absolutely filthy the other day. But outside of that, you don't really have a household name in that line to really fear. Yeah, Javi Baez is one. He's been that's a name like you saw with the Cubs. He's actually been pretty good this year overall. He's for the length of that contract has been pretty awful. Just going by average, but he's batting .286 this year. You get the Riley Greens. He's one of their who was their top prospect at one point. The Spencer Torkelsons. They got beef there, but no one that outright you fear in said lineup. That being said, Birdsong goes 4 1/3 yesterday. 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 6 Ks, 2 walks. Kind of a mixed bag there, if you will. Getting back in the swing of things of actually being a starter.
So you're asking about how do you feel about the team right now?
Yeah.
It's so funny how in sports now, I just feel like we've kind of jumped the shark. And where I'm going at is the Niners. Anything short of a Super Bowl is a lousy season. It's like, okay, that made a lot of sense given the roster that they had and how many times they've been knocking on the door. I don't know if that's necessarily how I'm going to view that team coming into this year. Anything less than a title for the Golden State Warriors is a bad year. And look, I was frustrated with how the year ended, but if we take a step back and I show a little perspective, they made a crazy trade in the middle of the year that salvaged the season. They had a fun little run. Now, because you have Steph Curry, that does change the equation. And, you only have so many years left of him. So you're going to try to squeeze one last title out of it.
Sure.
So I get being uberly disappointed. Sure. Now, when I look at the Giants, there's not one player that screams, I'm a championship level player, and every year you don't get to the playoffs and every year you don't win it all is a wasted year. Like, I don't get that same sense of urgency. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so I think about my fandom. And it's actually quite refreshing watching the Giants. And the reason why I say that is I really like the team that they've put together. Now, do I think that they're a legitimate championship contender? Not at all. Not at all. Why
I was going to pause you. Could you imagine yourself this time last year saying that? Just real quick. It's May 27th. This time last year, could you imagine Joe Shasky then saying, I actually really like this team right now?
Well,
that's great. Like, you like the construction of the team. That's one thing. That's crazy.
Not only do I like the construction of the team, but I actually like the way they're playing. I think that's important too.
Okay.
And we can get into a whole Bob Melvin conversation about small ball and pitching and all that. Last year, they told me about how great their rotation was going to be, and it didn't really come to fruition for a long time. Now, remember, last year around this time, Blake Snell was coming off the DL, right? He got off to a really slow start. You didn't have a shortstop. You were DFA Nick Ahmed, and you had a bunch of guys like Brett Wisely and Fitzgerald who were out of position. You were leading baseball in errors at that spot. And Jung-Hoo Lee was out for the year with a shoulder injury. Ramos had yet to really establish himself. It was right about now when they got called up and he went on a tear, right? So I'm trying to give perspective.
Not a lot of hope last year when it comes to some of the young players and prospects.
No, there really wasn't. And quite frankly, there was a lot of yo-yoing around regarding platoons and playing the matchups and things like that. Chapman was on a one-year deal, and he got off to a slow start. I really like the team that they've built. I do. I think there are a lot of really nice pieces on this team. I think that there are some great stories on the team. Robbie Ray recovering from Tommy John, having the bounce back season that he's had, he has been dynamic.
Yeah.
It's been a great trade. Now, you made a horrible signing with Mitch Haniger, but you ended up trading him and DeSclafani to the Seattle Mariners, and you got a guy who was injured at the time in Robbie Ray. And that, you know what, Farhan, that was a great trade. It really was. It took some time for that to materialize, but after signing a bad 2 contracts in DeSclafani and Mitch Haniger, you unloaded them for a really, really, really good player in Robbie Ray. Now, he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. I don't know what you do with him. Let's put that to the side. Logan Webb has been a good player under the Farhan regime and into the Buster Posey regime. Those are 2 guys that are anchoring your rotation right now that are just studs, absolute studs, all right? The bullpen has been elite. Randy Rodriguez, Eric Miller, obviously Tyler Rogers, Camilo Duvall. I would even throw Ryan Walker. For as frustrating as Giants fans are right now with Ryan Walker, I think overall the bullpen has been elite. Jordan Hicks, though a failed starter, looks really good in the bullpen. And I thought yesterday had another good outing.
Where he's comfortable or been comfortable in the past.
Absolutely. And so I want to give Farhan some credit here. He assembled the bulk of this team. I think if you're being realistic. And I really like this team. I look at the everyday players. Jung-Hoo Lee, this is who they thought they were getting last year. He's been really good this year. I know the average has dipped lately. I think he had the most hits in the last week of the entire team. And the entire team is struggling offensively. Yastrzemski's really cooled off, but he's been a really good Giant for this entire tenure. Elliot Ramos, they didn't trade him away. They kept him. Now, I believe there's a combination of factors as to why he's giving you the season that he's giving you. The defense hasn't been great, but offensively, I think he's your team MVP.
Yeah.
I personally do. Matt Chapman, you signed to a long deal. I give Buster credit there, but Farhan did originally sign him, right, to a 1-year deal. Yeah. We get to Adames. Let's just bookmark Adames. We got a lot of questions there. Tyler Fitzgerald. Farhan drafted him. He's been a good pick. Yeah. He's had a really good season. Lamont Wade Jr. has been awful, but he's had moments for this team in years past. Whatever. Wilmer, That's a Farhan guy. He's been phenomenal. Where would this team be without Wilmer? I mean, I'm going all around the diamond. And then we get to Patrick Bailey, and he's been dreadful, okay? And we can get into a conversation there. They put together a really nice team. They just lack the same thing that we've been talking about for quite some time, that centerpiece headliner guy. And so you ask me, like, how are you doing this year? I'm really enjoying the ride that the Giants are on. Bob Melvin's been pushing all the right buttons. They're playing small ball. I like the way he's utilized his bullpen. But I keep coming back to, boy, they could use that legitimate number 3 or 4 hole bopper. And I look at Chapman, I look at Jung Hoo, I look at Adames, I look at Ramos. If you just added one factor bat into the middle of this lineup, this could be a playoff team. And that would be an unbelievable season for Giants fans.
Well, right now, again, the season doesn't end on May 27th, but they would be a wild card team right now. If the season did end, they'd be that third wild card spot. They are right now a game ahead of the St. Louis Cardinals for said third wild card spot.
Did you see the graphic?
And they're only a couple games back of first place Dodgers, who are 33-21. They're not exactly like running away with it right now. And do they even have a healthy pitcher right now in LA?
Yeah, Yamamoto.
There you go. He's
under 2 ERA.
Yeah, you're right. He's been sensational. But outside of that, they don't have anyone.
Literally nothing. And they've signed all the pitchers.
Yes.
But no, your point is well taken. And I don't know did you see the graphic yesterday that kind of went around?
There's a lot.
Baseball?
Which one? Enlighten me.
Okay. Memorial Day is kind of the day that everyone circles like, okay, this is like an indication of the team that you've built, right? And
sure.
And then there's this
check mark kind of.
Yeah, okay, now it's been 2 months. We got a kind of a feel. And like, what are your holes? What do you need? 9 of the 12 teams last year that were in playoff position ended up making the playoffs. So if you look up today, Giants fans, you're one of those 12 teams today that is sitting in a playoff spot. That doesn't mean you're going to be a playoff team, but it's a good indication of what you've kind of assembled. And I think there's going to be a dogfight the rest of the summer for them to maintain their status and for them to continue to fight for a wild card spot. And unlike the Warrior kind of craziness with Steph Curry, and unlike the Niner, just the NFL product in general, where anything less than a Super Bowl feels like a failure, which is so unfair, this has been a fun ride for the Giants, and just making the playoffs would be an outstanding accomplishment this year.
Well, they always say what's the term? I think it was Billie Jean King as the French Open's going on right now, but it was pressure is a privilege. That's what it is. So
I like
the amount of pressure you have.
I like that.
And not to say that these players and coaching staff don't have pressure on them, but when you do the compare and contrast here in the Bay Area when it comes to our coverage of sports, there's a certain window now with the Stephen Curry Golden State Warriors that there's a different level of pressure on those guys than, let's say, the San Francisco Giants. And obviously with the San Francisco 49ers, who are a year removed from being in a freaking Super Bowl, right? And Kyle's been to 2 now. And some of these players have been to 2 Super Bowls and haven't been able to get it done. There's a level of pressure there that we don't really bestow on the San Francisco Giants right now because they've been in this weird kind of influx, mired in mediocrity. Do you like Farhan? Do you not? I don't think anything. That's the worst thing you could be.
I know.
I don't have a take on him. It's just like I don't feel one way or the other. That's the worst thing you can say about him. I actually kind of like this team too. I don't know why. They're fun to watch.
There's a lot of guys to root for, and there are a lot of what I call like just good ball players. But this is where I think
some familiar faces I do think helps. Because
why do you say that?
Because Bob Melvin is a familiar face. Whether he was a player with San Francisco, he was a manager on the opposite side. He's a Bay Area guy. He gets it. Like he has the right temperament. He gets it. Now, when it comes to some of his bullpen decisions, when it comes to, the playoff stuff, but that, you know what, as far as I'm concerned, that was back in Oakland. That's a clean slate here in San Francisco. But it's a part of it. Matt Chapman, it's a guy we've seen, again, across from the Bay.
He's an easy guy to root for.
He's an easy guy to root for. He's been on the station. We've interviewed him. Great guy. Family guy. Now I think he had a child.
Yes.
He's a great
baby
dude. Baby girl. There you go. Great guy. And then, you get some of these, like the Logan Webbs of the world. Again, Sacramento, not very far from here. Grew up like in Bay Area sports. You have some familiar faces. And then you add some guys that have cachet. Justin Verlander's one of them. Now it's a pitcher. It's not the same as if I had, I don't know, a Pete Alonso every single day in there. But it's a name nonetheless. And then you thought you were getting that. Maybe, just maybe. Not that he's a household name, but he provides a spark as a Willy Adames. And that's going to be a conversation we're going to have at some point today. He was your big, huge signing this offseason, Joe. In an offseason full of major signings, the Juan Sotos of the world, right? I think Jurickson Profar got like 3 years, $40 million. Anthony Santander, he got a bunch of money. There was a lot of huge signings. Max Fried, obviously a pitcher there. He's been balling for the Yankees. But it hasn't really worked out thus far. Now, when you're winning and you're 8 games over 500, okay, it's fine. It's not really a huge problem. If it was the inverse, if your losses were your win total and you were 8 games under 500, yeah, I think there'd be some people saying, yeah, you whiffed on that one, Buster. I don't know about that. This isn't looking very good. It's early, and I do like the try-hard nature of Willy Adames. I know what he's going to have emotionally every single game, but it is tough to watch, especially in the losses, when you go 0 for 4, 0 for 5. You have a golden sombrero here or there, a platinum sombrero. When it's a struggle to watch at times. And he's not the only one.
No.
I'm looking at Patrick Bailey, who, again, catchers seem to get a little bit of a pass when it comes to their offense at times. But when I look up and I see a $172, yeah, it's tough. I'm not saying that this season hasn't been a success, but we could talk about success all we want. We could also talk about some of the things that haven't been as good so far because we are excited about this team. And maybe they are maybe a bat or two at the deadline away from really competing here because I believe, Joe, in Logan Webb and Robbie Ray as a 1-2 punch.
I do too.
That carries in the playoffs.
And I think that Birdsong, he's getting stretched out right now. So like they don't want to have him go more than like 85 pitches. I was listening to Flem and he was explaining that he had a pregame conversation with Bob Melvin and Bob Melvin's like, look, we're hoping to get him, 4, 5, maybe 6, depending on the pitch count, his limit. He's a stud though. I think we can all see that. He struck out Gleyber Torres yesterday twice. The guy struck out 17 times all year. He is a guy who doesn't strike out. And he was even commenting in postgame, yeah, that kid is coming. He's special.
Yeah.
Kyle Harrison had a start over the weekend. I thought it was a good one. Yeah. I did. I thought it was a good one. They've got this kid Wisenhunt in AAA who's just tearing it up. They have young arms. They have some gritty veterans. Verlander, though he has not had a win yet, has been really good. I know we don't want to give him credit, but he's been good. Okay, maybe not really. He's been good. And I feel like maybe the unfortunate nature of baseball, sometimes you don't get run support.
Right.
The bullpen blows a game, whatever. You're looking at a top 3 rotation. Top 3 just staff in general, bullpen and rotation. And the bullpen has been the anchor of the team, and they can work backwards. That was the hallmark of the Bochy era, was knowing what you were going to do in the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th innings, depending on how deep your starter went. And right now they've got a weapon that no one's talking about in baseball, who I think actually might be their all-star. Randy Rodriguez.
Ooh.
Randy Rodriguez has been used in so many high-leverage situations that aren't the 9th inning. He is a stud. We talked about him last year. I said to Sam, I remember, and I don't want you to jump up yet. We can get to it on the other side. But we talked about it, him and I said, this kid has an electric arm. If he can just figure it out, he's got a wipe-away slider. He's got a dynamic fastball. They have built an elite bullpen. That's what wins in September and October. The problem is they need to have a complementary bat and an offense to get themselves a lead. Here's the stat I'm looking at, and I do want to get into who's struggling and who's not. This team is 19-6 when they score first. 19-6. What does that tell you? It tells you this team is a get a lead and let's run away with the game type of a team. They're not an offense that's going to claw back and get into it. That's not them. Now, Detroit, the team they're playing, top 3 in defense, top 3 in pitching, top 3 in runs scored. They're a very well-balanced team. The Giants are not.
And how do they become more well-balanced? Well, keep winning. And then if you keep winning, then you could address some of these things at the deadline. And if you're just even around 500, I think this team will swing a move. I don't know what the move is going to be, if it's going to be a big one, if it's going to be a major one. We always felt because with Farhan, we knew it was going to happen. You're not making a big move. You may talk the talk. You're not going to walk the walk. Like the Chris Bryant thing, I guess in hindsight, that was a huge move. And we were all excited about it because it was right at the deadline, right? Literally right when it was at 1 o'clock or whenever it was. And then you brought him in. He was okay. He was solid.
And he was whatever.
But clearly, it was not. He fell off after that. He's been a Rocky, and I don't know. Is he lost in the mountains up there in Colorado?
He hasn't played, I swear to God, but 5 games.
Talk about just all-time, just worst teams you've ever seen in your life. I know we were talking about the White Sox last year, and they were awful, and then the A's in the season prior to that. This Rockies team. Oh, my God, Joe.
What's crazy?
It bothers me.
So awful.
What's crazy, too, is unlike the White Sox and some of the other teams, their payroll is middle of the pack.
Well, that's the thing. If people are going to the games, they still get sellouts. Why are you going to watch
we
just
doing?
such an awful season?
Hey,
Oh my
everyone
God.
talks about baseball, the attendance. The Detroit Tigers
Oh, yeah.
are getting an average of 37,000 for day games. Day games this year.
And it's not cold in Detroit during the summertime. It's actually really hot and humid and sticky. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Lucky California.
Lucky is cutting prices on over 4,000.
Wilmer into center field, base hit. Coming to third, Chapman. He's going to be sent home. Vierling will throw toward third, and the Giants are on the board. Another RBI hit for Wilmer Flores. It's 3-1.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Joe, baseball's so funny. Like, if you want to be a team that goes from like not making the playoffs to making the playoffs, and you don't have a superstar-laden team, well, you better have a bunch of random guys have career years. And right now,
We saw that with the Giants a couple years ago.
right, exactly. Right now, like Wilmer is having a career year.
He is.
It's pretty special. And I do believe that Wilmer's unbelievable success, Ramos to a degree, Fitz to a degree, Jung-Hoo Lee to a degree, has overshadowed the struggles of some of the other people. And getting off to an 8-1 start really gave them the infrastructure and the leeway to kind of be basically a 500 team since then.
Right. No, that's Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hope you all had a lovely Memorial Day week. And we're talking orange and black. We're talking some Giants. It feels good to talk about this team because they've been playing so well, Joe.
Yeah.
And Sam and I were just talking about it, and we'll get into this player in a second because they're replaying the game here in the studios right now on NBC Sports Bay Area. And you heard the guy on the call right there on the rejoin, Dave Fleming, who called the game yesterday in Detroit. Voice of the San Francisco Giants and our 95.7 The Game Giants insider joining us at 8:30 today. So we got Flem live from Motown, 8:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. But we were just talking about it, Sam and I, why this team feels just a little different. It feels refreshing to talk about. There's no drama. There's just none with this team right now. Now, drama is a double-edged sword. And especially in radio, more drama is it's usually a good thing because, you know, you could have a take one. Oh, Kyle Shanahan, I'm done with him. Brock Purdy, how could you pay him that much? Oh, wait, it's not that bad of a contract. But how could you still pay him that much? Oh, my God, Jimmy Butler's not the answer. Jonathan Kuminga, Steve Kerr, right? And then you go to this Giants team. Oh, Willie Adames, he's struggling, I guess. But they're winning. It's okay. He's only been here for a couple months. Like if Willie Adames and, you know, Patrick Bailey and their offensive struggles are the thing that I'm most frustrated about, I'd say things are going pretty well in San Francisco. Just given what we were talking about the last few years, when bringing up the Giants, you just thought of one man and one man only every single time, Joe. Farhan. It's always Farhan, right? And now he's gone. And honestly, a weight's been lifted, I think, for a lot of the fan base when it comes to talking about this team.
Well, yes, there's no doubt that the weight has been lifted, but you have to also give him credit. Like, he put a lot of things in place that are now looking a lot better. Now, we could argue about how they were utilized and how they're being utilized now.
Yeah, that's what I would go to. Like, that's great. You can get the players, but you need to put those players in positions to succeed.
Agreed.
And give them those reps. And you know what? Bob Melvin, Buster Posey, I think they've done that, you know, just seamlessly.
Yeah, and there's no doubt. But I do want to talk about one of the big decisions that this organization has made. And we'll get to Willie Adames, because that's a huge decision, too. You gave that guy the largest contract in Giants free agent history, and it has not been good. And I look at him and I look at Chapman, and I say to myself, guys, we are where we are in the standings, and you have done very little, the two of you, and I expect more. And when you're making the most on the team, you know, more is asked of you. But one of the big seminal moments where this organization truly was, I guess, seismically shifted from the Bobby Evans Saban era to the Farhan era was we're moving off Joey Bart and we're going to Patrick Bailey. And in my heart of hearts, I don't think that Joey Bart is a franchise player. I don't think he's even a major league starter, quite frankly. I don't know. I maybe he's a fringe starter, right? Like, I will leave that open, and I'm always open to being wrong. He's 28 years old. You know, Joey Bart is. He's had 855 at-bats in the bigs, 202 hits, okay? Had a really good year last year as a backup player for the Pittsburgh Pirates. His defense isn't as good as Pat Bailey's, but it's coming around. His offense is better, though. And I look at Pat Bailey, and for as down bad as Joey Bart was to start his career, you look up, and they have almost the same amount of at-bats. In fact, Bailey has more. And somehow Joey Bart's got 10 more career hits. You look up, and the guy's got the same amount of RBIs as Pat Bailey. And right now, Pat Bailey has 16 career home runs. Last year alone, Joey Bart had 14. Okay? Now, home runs aren't everything. How you handle the staff does matter, right? And I do believe that Patrick Bailey is a big part of why this bullpen is as good as they are.
Oh, well, I got some stats for you, Joe, when it comes to Patrick Bailey. You want to hear them? This is courtesy of FanGraphs. It's actually kind of crazy. So his offensive rating, so this is just with catchers with a minimum of 150 plate appearances. So this is a minimum. This is the top 20 catchers right now
in baseball. This is for this year.
This is this year.
I looked that up. Catchers league-wide average is 242.
It's bad. I'm not even getting to that part.
Yes.
So I'm just getting into the offense right now. So we're just going to the offensive ratings from the catching position. So that's batting and base running combined.
Yes.
All right. So Cal Raleigh, number one. He has a 16.7. Will Smith, some of the better ones, right?
Will Smith is a stud.
Carlos Narvaez, the Logan Ohop, is it Ohop, however you pronounce it. Those guys, those top four guys are probably the best. And it goes from 16.7, 13.6. But there's a huge drop off between Cal Raleigh and Will Smith. So it might even just be a two-catcher race when it comes to offense. And then you get all the way to the bottom, and number 20. This is the top 20. It's Patrick Bailey with a negative 10.8 when it comes to the batting average and the base running combined. That's what that is right there. It's not very good. It's the worst when it comes to the top 20 catchers. But on the flip side, we go to defense for the catching position, which is fielding and positional adjustment combined.
He doesn't have the framing stats, which he's elite at.
But he's number one there.
I know.
So it's literally maybe the worst starting catcher offensively, but defensively you get the best starting catcher. So it's this weird thing, and I hear you. They clearly love it. The staff loves him. But you can't be the worst of all these guys offensively. You got to give me something.
Well, and that's the problem right now. Look, he's not the only one. There are guys making way more money, but the reality is that catcher is kind of a hole for them offensively. When Sam Huff comes into the game, I actually feel like they're going to do more offensively.
Right.
Which is like a wild sentence.
I couldn't pick that guy if he was walking down the street.
But my point about Joey Bart and Pat Bailey was, I guess, more like we gave up on Joey Bart too soon. That's number one. And number two, Pat Bailey's got to get it going offensively to justify playing him every day. Yes, defense is like no doubt you can be a defensive-minded guy, and if you're handling the staff and you're doing all those things, of course that's important. You have got to be near 200, though.
It's batting 172, man. Again, this is the top 20 catchers right now in baseball, just going off plate appearances, which is a minimum 150. All those other guys are at least in the 200. Austin Wells is the closest for the Yankees. He's batting 205 at least. At least he's batting 205.
Joe,
Joey Bart, by the way, batting 240.
In his over 800 at-bats in a career, he strikes out 250 times. So this is a guy, 1 in every 4 at-bats, give or take, he's going to strike out and not even put the ball in play. So we do have a very big hole. He's got 6 doubles this year with 1 home run. That's not good enough, like not driving in it. Now, situationally, I do believe he's had some very clutch RBIs this year. If you've watched all the games, he has had some clutch moments, and that does absolutely factor in. But Bailey has got to get going, and he's not the only one on this team, but he's 14 for his last 85. He's mired in a 2 for 19 slump currently. And when I look at these 3 positions right now that are struggling for the Giants, corner outfielder in Yaz and Matos, those 2 combined in that right field spot have really cooled off. Yaz is 3 for his last 23. Now, he's been good this year overall, but 3 for his last 23. Lamont Wade Jr. at first base, 3 for his last 17, 17 for 85 overall. And then Bailey, 2 for his last 19, 14 of his last 85. You're looking at 3 positions to me that can, should, and must be upgraded if this team wants to make a playoff run.
That catching one's tough, though. When it comes to, and you already gave the stat, what are we, around 240 is the average for
I'm looking at it right now. So you're looking at batting average this year, and that's not everything, but it's something. 242 is the league-wide batting average for catchers, and that includes a lot of defensive first backup catchers who play every 2 or 3 days.
Sure. So, outside of the big boys, as I mentioned, the Will Smiths, the Cal Raleighs of the world, right? The Audi Rutschmans, a.k.a. Adley Rutschmans of the world, he's kind of struggling this year.
He's having a bad year.
The Orioles.
Baltimore's one of the worst teams in baseball.
They stink. They're done. They might have missed their window, and they look like they're going to just blow it all up. And again, if that's going to be the case, maybe you're going to start sniffing around there. if you're the San Francisco Giants, right? Like, I'm looking at a guy like every time, and if you do fantasy baseball, you know this name, Alejandro Kirk. I swear to God, is batting 290 every year as a catcher.
Okay.
That's the guy I would want right now. Can you go get him from Toronto?
He's got this year and then next year.
Did you write him down? We didn't even talk about
I have him right here. So there are certain trade targets, right? So Danny Jensen, he's 30, Jose Trevino, he's older. These are guys that would be like 1-year rentals. Guys that you would get who could be available for this year and would have another year of team control. My 2 top targets in terms of offensive boosting, Alejandro Kirk, 26 years old, batting .287 for Toronto Blue Jays. And then Ryan Jeffers, 27, about to turn 28, batting .266 for the Minnesota Twins.
Minnesota.
Right? Now, both of these guys, you're taking a slight step back defensively, but their offensive production would be sorely needed in this lineup.
All right. We touched on Patrick Bailey. Let's touch on the guy that is the highest paid player in the history of the franchise coming up. That's one Willy Adames, who is struggling. Is this seat getting hot? Shasky, Spadoni, we're going to touch on that. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. What up, Big Pun? Love that guy's voice. If he could voice my entire life as like a narrator, I would love Big Pun to do it.
He's Aura.
Hey, we're back, Coach. What are you doing? Get out of here. Matt Nahikian trying to like bombard the show right now. What the heck is he doing?
I don't know.
He still thinks it's his day off or something? Just strolling on in here?
I
Wants to
love
hop
this
on the
song.
mic?
This is Lil Wayne and who? Come on.
I don't know who the other person
Young
is.
moolah, baby. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, wee. Yeah, there you go. Is this Lady Cop?
Yeah, Mrs. Officer.
There you go. Miss, yeah. Oh, this segment's dead. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And by the way, coming up today at 4 o'clock, the Valkyries, who have won 2 in a row now, Joe, they're hot. They took out the LA Sparks on Friday. Did you see that?
They were the talk of the weekend.
Were they really?
The amount of people asking me if I could get them tickets was unbelievable.
It's crazy you say that. The amount of people in my family that are also asking for Valkyries
I
tickets.
couldn't believe it.
I can't get them. What do you think? I could get them for you? I'm trying to get
what
them.
I tried to explain.
And by the way, coming up at 4 o'clock today, the Valkyries taking on the New York Liberty, the defending champs. And you can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones will have the call. In the meantime, we're talking about the Gigantes, who fell yesterday. Final score 3-1 to the Detroit Tigers. Detroit's got the most wins in baseball. They're a really good team. There's no shame in that. But you would like the offense to get going a little bit here. Maybe we know what the offense is on this team. They're a pitch, get a lead, a slim lead, if any lead, and pitch their way through it kind of a team. But you know what? That's not unfamiliar with Giants fans. We saw that back in 2010, right? We've seen that in the 2012, 2014 seasons of the world, right? But it's a little different this year, and it's fun. Now, there's a player I'd like to join in on the fun, Joe, and I think that he could take us to the next level if I'm a Giants fan, and I'm just waiting for him to break out finally. And he thought you had it a couple weeks ago, but it just went back to the mean. It's Willy Adames. I mean, this is a guy who signed a fat contract in the offseason, 7 years, $182 million. The highest paid player in the history of the franchise. And it's been a struggle, to say the least. Batting .205. He looks lost at the plate at times. He's had some errors defensively. Just, it hasn't been good.
Yesterday, in particular, I mean, he's in the middle of a 2-for-23 slump. Yesterday, he strikes out on a slider that I thought was way off the plate. Then he comes up on first and second, 1 out, and you're like, all right, dude, be patient. Like, try to drive something. Let's get these guys over. Like, boom, just a tailor-made rollover ground out to shortstop. And then late in the game, after Wilmer gets a base hit in the 9th inning, I'm thinking maybe a pinch run for Wilmer because he's kind of slow. He's swinging at the first pitch and just hits a little tiny chopper to the shortstop, and Wilmer's out by a step. And it's just like, God, Adames, like, what is going on? I've seen him check swing 7 or 8 times in the last, I'd say, week or so, which tells me it's in his head and it's fundamental. It's both. It's mechanics and it's in his head.
Peter, get off the pot, right? That's basically what it is when it comes to that stuff. The check swings drive you nuts. I guess there's going to be a new system they're trying to implement with the check swings. I've read they're trying to do some sense. Like, again, we're talking about rule change.
Okay.
We'll get to rule changes, by the way, because I know you're very adamant at a certain rule change when it comes to sports, baseball, basketball, otherwise. And we'll get into that at some point today. I promise. Dave Fleming joining us at 8:30, by the way, as well, voice of the San Francisco Giants, who is in Detroit. We'll talk some orange and black with him as well. But we're talking about offensive rating. We were doing the exercise with Patrick Bailey when it came to his ranking amongst his peers, right? And he was dead last in almost all offensive categories, but defensively, he was the best by a wide margin, by the way, too. If I just do the same thing with going shortstops, and this is courtesy of Fangraphs, they crunch their numbers and they know their stuff. Out of all shortstops, when it comes to just the minimum of 150 plate appearances, offensively, Willy Adames 24th. 24th. It's negative 7.1 offensively in his offensive rating. It's just not good. It hasn't been good. And when it comes to a fan base right now, that again, as I mentioned last segment, there's no drama, right? You know, with the Warriors and with the Niners, we tend to get a little, frustrated because of the expectations. We saw the Brandon Ayuk early on last year. The Boo Birds came out in game 3 on Brandon Ayuk. Hell, felt like they could have gone out in game 1 or 2. We've seen that. We saw the Boo Birds. Hell, I heard Chase Center, and this was last year, mind you, but still. Remember that Raptors game where they just got absolutely destroyed at Chase Center? Just destroyed. And the Boo Birds that were out then for that team, hell, there might have been some boos at Chase Center when they were in that stretch this year from like December and January on. There might have been. It was that bad. But that's because of the expectations, right? And right now, the Giants, the expectations for a lot of fans in the season was what? Oh, we'll see, right? Hey, we'll see. I don't know. They might be good. They might be solid. Just don't be bad, please. And they've been pretty good. 8 games over 500. So even though he is struggling, because the team is good, I think fans are still willing to give him a chance here. And, you know, you got to give him a chance. He signed for a fat contract. He's going to be here for the next 7 years, right? Right? You would think. But where are you at, Joe? You're wearing a Giants hat right now. Garlic fries and baseball, guys. You and Sam have probably talked about this all season long. Willy Adames, what's going on there? And how do you feel just watching him as a fan right now and the contract that he signed, everything baked into the equation with Willy Adames? How are you feeling right now with him?
I mean, extremely underwhelmed, obviously, regarding his output. The tough part for me is that, like, I watch every night. And like all Giants fans, body language plays a big part in how I view someone, right? And whether that's fair or not.
That's a big thing for you, body language, just players in general.
It's not just his body language, it's the body language of others and how they react to him, and then his body language when others are succeeding or failing as well. Like, I'm a big believer in this. I think he really is scuffling and it's in his head a little right now. There's clearly some mechanical stuff as well. Like, he's rolling over a lot, so he's either casting or he's coming over the top of the ball too much. But I'm not seeing him be affected to where he's slumping in the dugout and then it's bringing everyone down, right? There was something about Aaron Rowan when he struggled. It felt like he was just miserable. You know what I mean? Miserable. And it would bring everyone down. When Barry Zito was struggling, it was like this big dark cloud around him.
His head would just sink. Right?
He was totally mental. And you could feel the entire team kind of sink on a day when Barry Zito was starting. It was the reverse of Lincecum. Lincecum elevated everyone. Was like, all right, we can win this game. All we need is a couple hits. Whereas Barry Zito was like, oh no, we gave up 2 quick ones. Yeah, this one's over. And like, then there's someone in the middle, like Brandon Belt, who doesn't act at all, kind of slumped shoulders, but doesn't throw a tantrum. Not that Willie throws tantrums, but like the sense I get from him, he's frustrated with his own struggles. And then I'm not seeing him be a bad teammate and not root for others. So like it gives him more leeway. And like, I like what he represents. I like what he's about. He clearly wants to win. He clearly is an infectious personality around the team. The guys respond to him. But when I see him come up to the plate in the 9th inning, I have zero faith that he's going to drive the ball into the gap. Joe, his at-bats aren't good. He's swinging and uppercutting and everything right now, and it's really bad. And it's hard for me not to also look at all of the young phenom shortstops in baseball and then all of the high-priced free agents that have been bouncing around and say, did we pick the wrong one?
I mean, I'm going to bring up a player that we were talking about before the show and the player that you're playing against this weekend. Like, Javi Baez was a guy that signed a big deal, big contract. He had a lot of success, won a World Series with the Chicago Cubs. I'm not saying these are the same players, but I saw some of those struggles that I'm seeing right now with Willy Adames with Javi Baez these last few years in Detroit, where it just looked like, where did the player go? Where did that confidence? Is this just that bad? The chase rate, everything was just so awful. And another guy that, similar to Adames, fiery, excited. Like, God, who didn't like watching Javi Baez play when he was a Chicago Cub? Who didn't like watching Willy Adames play when he's a Milwaukee Brewer, right? Not saying they are the same player, but I've seen the struggles. And, you know, obviously the shortstop career of Javi Baez seems like it's over. They moved him, center field now?
He looks great in center field.
But he looks great, and he's credited to that, I guess. Yeah. His approach with everything. It was almost a different mindset. I'm not saying he pulled the plug on Willy Adames right now as a shortstop. No. I'm not saying that. But it just goes to show sometimes it could be a change here or there. It could be a change into the outfield from the infield, and it's maybe a weight lifted off the player's shoulders for a time. I don't know what the weight is right now. Is it of the contract? Is it of the slump? Is it everything involved? Is it him trying to ingratiate himself into this fan base? But clearly it's a lot on the guy right now, and you're seeing it. But again, I don't think, and I saw Bonte, he tweeted this yesterday. He's been obviously doing work with the Giants pre and post. And we were talking about on Friday, actually, when he was in for his weekly hour at 9 o'clock, and Lubman doing a hell of a job filling in for you on Friday. But we were talking about, he's like, oh, the seat might be getting hot. And I was like, what does that even mean? What?
Well, I just think frustration from Giants fans.
No. But like, when you say hot seat, that means like something bad is going to happen eventually. Is there something bad that's going to happen with Willy Adames? I mean, he's the made man at this point, right? He's on $180 million here.
Yeah, but there's also like, you're behind the 8 ball already. Like, you don't have a lot of equity with the fan base because you're not one of the homegrown guys, right? And there's something about this fan base with homegrown guys. They just give them the benefit of the doubt. They just always will. So not only like,
I think this area in general, to be honest.
okay.
Yeah.
Not only do you start from scratch with the fan base, you're now kind of in the hole because you signed such a large contract. And then you also compare and contrast to Carlos Correa, who the Giants flirted with and then had a contract and then didn't, even though he hasn't been great with Minnesota.
And I'm going to give that one a pass because of the medical. Like, and if you think that's BS or not, like,
no,
I know.
I'm not saying that. I'm not even mad today about that. I'm just saying that's a guy you woulda, coulda, shoulda had. Okay.
Sure, okay.
And that contract, in retrospect, feels absurd. Okay. Dansby Swanson, who's killing it for the Cubs right now.
Yeah.
Like, he was a guy that was out there that was available a couple years ago. Corey Seager was available a couple years ago, a guy that you had a firsthand look at in the division with the Dodgers for a long time. He went to Texas and they won it all.
So good.
Okay. Trey Turner was in division and became a free agent. Now, he wanted to go back to the East Coast, but it felt like you were never really in on Trey Turner. And we'll get to Trey Turner in a deeper way of how you can compare him to Willy Adames. Xander Bogaerts was available the last couple of years. You could have had him, and I don't think he's the greatest shortstop. I think it's an overpay.
Right.
Don't love 10 years for him either. Trevor Story was available. These are just guys that have been available as free agents. Now, almost every one of them has had some sort of red flag or negative in their small tenure with their current team.
Trevor Story having a worse year than Willy Adames thus far, too. But
and separated his shoulder last year and barely played at all. So, like, I'm not saying that this is the worst of all those contracts. I'm saying when you sign to the deal that he signed to as a free agent, and I think it's the first big land in free agency for the Giants in a long, long time.
And Buster Posey's. Yeah.
You're going to look at all these other guys and be like, damn, did we pick the right one?
Well, I mean, you just look at this position in general. It's just stacked. Like, you just start naming off the names. Like, I swear to God, Geraldo, is it Geraldo? Whatever. Perdomo for the D-backs.
He's been really good.
He's still hitting bombs. The guy just hits bombs left and right.
Joe, look at the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
Okay. Do the Mets make the playoffs? Now, he's making $300 million without Francisco Lindor.
No, they're not.
Okay, he's a superstar.
Well, hell, remember this time last year, Mets fans wanted to get rid of Lindor. They thought they were cooked. They thought the season was over.
And then he got hot against the Giants in that series where Chapman had that unbelievable play to end the game.
Yep.
So, like, Francisco Lindor got out of the gates really slow. Mookie Betts is playing shortstop for the Dodgers. I don't think he's a great shortstop defensively. But these are some of the guys that have been involved. But all the young players that have made big impacts on their teams, those teams made the playoffs last year. Gunnar Henderson had a monster year last year. Orioles in the playoffs. Bobby Witt Jr., the Royals, monster year last year. They made the playoffs, right? So this position is stacked. Joe, it really is. And I, like, forget the money for a second. Forget the bat for a second. I have questions about him as a shortstop defensively long-term. I think he's your shortstop for the next 2 years, maybe. I think he's kind of stiff. I don't love his range. His arm is okay. I don't think it's elite. To me, he projects more to being a second baseman down the line than he does even a third baseman or shortstop. Chappie's going to play third. He's more agile left and right. I don't think his range is that great. Now, that being said, he's a dramatic upgrade over what they had defensively last year.
Right.
With Brett Wisely, with Fitzgerald, and with Nick Ahmed, who was finished.
Well, and also, like, I will say, like, the health has been pretty solid for Adames thus far.
Yeah.
And him being available is something to lean on, right?
Absolutely.
You can always lean on availability with the player because if he'd been hurt on top of it, then there'd be some major question marks. And
I agree.
And then as a fan, I might be upset at. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios at Spadoni and Shasky. 1 hour down, and 888-957-9570, Joe, is the number to call or text. And we want you to weigh in on this Willy Adames conversation. The Giants are 8 games over 500 right now. And that could be a reason why the seat and the noise around Willy Adames hasn't really gotten hot. But this is, Giants fans, this is the highest paid player in the history of your franchise right now. And I just told you, offensively, he's ranked 24 amongst other shortstops at his position. And he's the highest paid player in the history of your franchise. Should he be on the hot seat right now? Should fans should we be getting on this guy a little bit more? Should we?
To me, it's the situational at bats with runners in scoring position or guys on base, and he's just swinging it, all kinds of stuff.
And you mentioned the defense right there. And again, I've been going to the offensive and defensive ratings amongst his peers. This according to Fangraphs.
What is it? What do they have?
He's at 18.
Yeah,
not very good.
So like, the way I look at a ball player is like, well, what are you bringing to the table, right? It can't just be offense and it can't just be defense. Like, there's going to be something that you hang your hat on. Right now, I'm not sure really what Adames is hanging his hat on, right? Like, so like with Bailey. Like
Bailey can hang his hat on defense at least, right?
That was where I was going. So like
exactly.
With Bailey, like the bat's so bad, I can live with it because you know what? Like, he's had a really big effect on the pitching staff defensively. And I think cerebrally and how to set up pitches and sequences and things like that. For many years, Brandon Crawford was not the greatest hitter, but you knew you were getting one of the best gloves in the game. Now,
and
whether
he was healthy too. Yes.
Exactly. Whether he was the best glove at short, second best, third best, you were getting essentially a top 5 defensive player year in, year out.
Yep.
And I could live with the offensive futility because I knew the glove was so good. Mm-hmm. Right now, I'm very unimpressed defensively. And then offensively, he's got to get it going because he's not bringing much. I can live with Chapman's struggles on offense because I kind of know he's streaky. I've kind of got a feel for him.
And he's the best defensive player at his position.
Hands down.
Yes.
Right? And so like I'm more apt to being acceptance to being accepted to some of the struggles offensively. And right now, like Joe, when you have first base not hitting, the catcher not hitting, the corner outfield spot, I'm talking about Yaz and Matos are kind of cooling off right now. Like, that's 3 positions. I cannot have my shortstop who came here to be an offensive threat in the middle of the lineup not be everything we needed and then some. He's got to get it going right now. And I just wonder how patient Giants fans are.
Well, I mean, again, winning helps. And take me back to that Zito first year. The team wasn't winning.
It was the final year of Bonds.
The final year of Bonds.
It was the beginning, at the very middle of the year, they brought up Lincecum.
And it's a little different with Zito real quick. I'm just going by just the numbers, like the salary. Because pitchers are different because it feels like you don't see him very often.
It's once every 5 days.
It's once every 5 days. And when you see him out there, you're expecting greatness every single time from a pitcher. Every single time. Not the same as Adames, who could have an off day here or there and have some struggles. No, pitcher, you sign a contract like that, you better be going 6 innings, give me a quality start at the very least. That's what I expect from you. That's what I expect from a guy like, this year, Max Fried, who got paid coming from Atlanta to New York Yankees. He's been living up to that contract. Now it's early, but he's been living up to it, and they needed him to. Like, you got to start off at least hot a little bit, and I think that helps with the fan base, because even if you cool down, you saw a player maybe at like, okay, that's what I can come to expect. If you just start off just bad, and you never really get back to any level or semblance of good, that's when it starts to get concerning. And I feel like I never got to a point with Zito in a Giants uniform where he ever looked good until that stretch really in the playoffs.
Yeah, in the playoffs. But you're not making the playoffs if Adames doesn't pick it up. And
really?
Yeah, you're just not. And look, again, I think there's a long-term and a short-term part of this Adames thing. Like, long-term, you could tell me, Joe, this is the cost of paying for a free agent shortstop. And kind of like the Purdy deal. You see a lot of people like, it's market value for quarterback now, and they're screaming at you. Is it a good deal?
Yeah.
Right now, I think the answer is no, it's not a good deal, at least for this year. And then long term, I'm like, okay, so you paid him to play shortstop. I don't think in 2 or 3 years he is your shortstop. Like, I just don't think he'll be able to move left and right, and I don't love his range currently. I mean, again, he's a solid player. I'm nitpicking here. But to give someone a 7-year, 182 deal, I expect you to age gracefully at the position.
I mean, at this point, I guess I'll ask the question at 888-957-9570, same number to call or text. Is he ever going to live up to this contract? Is he ever going to live up to this deal that he signed over $180 million and the highest paid player in the history of the franchise? Is he going to live up to this contract at all? Now I'm seriously having my doubts. I had my doubts beforehand because how do you live up to something like that unless you're, perennial all-star, right? Or you win a World Series. Like, did Barry Zito ever live up to said contract?
No.
Depends on
No.
who you ask, though. Depends on who you ask, Joe.
No.
If you ask Giants fans, like, hey, if I would have told you sign that contract, but he contributes to a World Series win and run, maybe you take that. Maybe you do. I know you feel some type of way about it, but that Sam Lubman might feel some type of way. So you know what? Maybe I do that deal again. Maybe I do. Because, again, you think it's laughable. I'm just
They
saying.
won in 2010 despite him.
I know. But
Not because of him.
But in 2012,
Okay. Yeah, look,
Right, he did.
He had a nice run, but that doesn't like exonerate the 6 years prior where he was atrocious.
it doesn't?
No.
I feel like it should help.
Look, they needed a culture guy. They did. They needed leadership. That team desperately, they needed an everyday shortstop. So on one level, I get why you overpaid for those things. I do. I get why you overpaid for those. I guess it's a steep price to pay. 7 years,
It's a lot
almost $200 million
a lot.
for some leadership and for an everyday player who right now just needs to play better. And then I guess like the next question is this to Giants fans, like when they come back from this road trip, they got to go to Miami after this. How are we going to greet him? Because Trey Turner was a high-priced free agent, and he was struggling for the Phillies. And a Philly YouTuber came out and said basically like, hey, instead of us booing him, the city that boos everyone.
Wait, whoa. A Philly YouTuber said, hey, guys, let's not boo this guy. That's this. What? No. April Fool's Day?
What? How are we going to we need the guy to be good. Like, right? I want him to be good. I like the player. I really do. I like the player. And I'm rooting for him. I'm pulling for him. But I also think it is a little like we've got to psychologically fire up the guy making $182 million. Like, there's another part of me that's kind of like,
Well, for the fan base that has like therapy rabbits in the stands, maybe this is actually the perfect franchise for him to try to get him going.
You
maybe.
know my thoughts on the therapy.
I know.
And I'm not nitpicking therapy. I have done
therapy's great. I go to therapy.
many hours of therapy. That I'm not. But like
Every
bringing your
Wednesday. Shout out-
rabbit
shout out
to the
Carlin.
freaking ballpark, like that's a little bizarre to me. I'm sorry. What if I had a pet crocodile that I needed to bring? That would be
That's
okay.
different. That could.
How
hurt
is
some.
that different?
Well, because a crocodile could like.
What is the difference between a crocodile and a rabbit? Come on, Shasky. Answer that question yourself.
957-9570.
Where do you draw the line?
Between crocodile and rabbit.
Crocodile, yes, thank you. I draw the line at a crocodile or a killer bee or a hornet or something.
A camel? I'm allowed to bring a camel. It's my therapy camel.
That's fine. Yeah, camels
Oh,
are
yeah.
If you
cool.
could get a camel to go through the stalls, sure, why not?
That's right. Yeah, I'm not mad at that. Were you a Camel cigarette guy back in the day?
They need Willie Adames to get going. And Chapman, too, because Chapman also signed a big deal. I feel like he's kind of flying under
But
the radar
again,
right now.
as we've mentioned, one side of the ball he's balling on.
Yeah.
That's defense.
Yeah, but-
so I expect him to be streaky. I don't expect Matt Chapman to be a 250 hitter. We're up against it. We're going to pick this conversation up on the other side. Is there any way Willie Adames can live up to this contract, Giants fans? $182 million, the highest paid player in the history of the sport. How can he live up to this contract? I guess I should ask as well. 888-957-9570. Plus, I want to play some sound because he was on Willard and Dibbs a couple months ago and actually talked about the fan base and what he wants the fan base to expect from him. We're going to get into that. And on the other side, it's going to be brought to you by Lucky California.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You know, Joe,
Hey.
I love this song. I think it's a very perfect way to summarize how I feel right now. I love baseball. I love it. I watch the Giants all the time, every single inning of every single game. And it makes a great companion throughout the summer. And I understand, like, it's a marathon, right? But it does like do things to you psychologically where for some reason there are certain things that just break you as a fan, unlike they do in basketball. Like the basketball regular season, a crazy at-bat or a crazy moment in a game, it doesn't feel like this huge momentum shift like it does in baseball. Success is so difficult to attain. The greatest player of all time is Willie Mays, correct?
One of them.
Okay.
Yes.
He made outs 7 out of 10 times. All right. It is a game of failure and degrees of failure. So I just think the way we talk about baseball almost always is set to the negative setting.
Right.
Right. And so it's very difficult to come on here and be like, hey, Wilmer Flores is having a career year and expect to like light up the lines and have dynamic conversation. People just don't want to talk about this. Wilmer is on a small contract. And I was like, I don't know if I should bring him back or not. You know, and you know what? I was way wrong. Wilmer has been a godsend. And had Wilmer not had the run that he's on, he's got 41, 42 RBIs, one of the top guys in baseball. If he's not on the run that he's on.
I think your phone's ringing, by the way.
Oh, maybe it is one of my others. Sorry, one of my phones. Yeah.
Excuse me. Wait, one of your phones?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
One phone for every house.
Wow.
Oh, you guys.
Business and Joe
But
over
the
here.
point being is that straight up, like, the success of Jung-Hoo Lee this year, the success of Wilmer Flores this year has really like cast a shadow on the failures of some of the other guys who've gotten paid a lot of money. And we do this in every single sport. We're just analyzing what we see. And if you watch the Giants games every single night, Chapman and Adames have left a lot to be desired.
I guess is it as simple as saying, and it might just be this simple, that production equals embrace from a fan base. Like you just have to produce.
Jimmy Butler.
You can be as nice of a guy you want, and it's awesome. At some point, you just got to produce, man. Like I just got this job the last couple of months here, being on this show with you. It's been amazing. It's been awesome.
Yeah.
Matt Nahigian, our program director, he can love me as much as he wants personally. We could be besties. We could be awesome. Yeah, like he could treat me like another son, right? We could be so tight. But if I'm not producing on air and the ratings aren't showing it, kick rocks.
There's
like
only so much.
There's only so much, right?
Yes.
You could like someone. That's great. You could like them and like their story and like what they're about, what they represent. But you got to produce. He's not producing right now, right? Like
there's no doubt. And I think about like when the Giants were in a lull before the championships, it was Barry Zito followed by Aaron Rowan. These were the two big free agent signings to kind of like boost things. And I remember what the marketing slogan was for Aaron Rowan. He's a gamer. You know, he's a gamer.
that batting stance.
What?
And just that batting stance for Aaron Rowan's all time.
And Giants fans turned on him so quickly. And you know, in part why? You want to know why? It felt like he was a jerk. Now, I'm not saying that he was. I'm just saying like what are the vibes that he gave off on the television, right? Like I never met Aaron Rowan in my life. I have no idea. But he always felt like he was salty.
I think that was just his face in general. Like some people can't do it. It's the, for lack of a better word, resting snitch face, but you know which word I'm trying to say. Some people just have that. I kind of have that. We call it the Spadoni scowl. Like we just have that, like our face, like we look like we're upset or angry. No, I'm great. I'm actually in a happy mood. But it's just my face sometimes.
He did have a weird shaved face, Aaron Rowan.
Yeah.
So
I didn't say that. But
Didn't it feel like it felt like he never truly got over on the fan base in terms of being appreciated?
No.
And look, everybody talks about like Zito salvaged his entire contract with what he did in the playoffs. Aaron Rowan did have a throw at the plate in, I believe, the 2010 playoffs, which was unbelievable. It was the first time and only time he actually had a good throw because he would mail the cutoff guy every single time. It was a thing. Sam's smiling on the other side.
Dude would have led the league in outfield assists if home plate was halfway up the third baseline.
But I felt like at no point did he ever get over on the fan base. Did you, Sam?
No, and I remember when the Giants signed Rowe, and I was just telling Carter, that was the first time I actually bought a player t-shirt. I got one because I was just so hyped for him. And yeah, no, it never resonated. It was just never enough.
Never enough. And then I think about other guys that were like free agents that they brought in. Mark Melancon obviously never got over on the fan base. People wanted to run him out of town. And in part, like not to the degree of like I'm viewing it through the television and making my own kind of reckless speculations. Mark Melancon, it was pretty well documented from people that cover the team. A lot of guys didn't really like him. No. And he didn't want to stretch with the team. And I do believe that had a big part in how the fan base didn't embrace him.
And then he got hurt after his first season at the end of the year, and then it was just all over after that.
And I look at like Willie differently. It does feel like everybody likes him. I want to like him. Like I do. Like he clearly cares about his craft. I think he works really hard. I think his teammates really appreciate him. He is a big leaguer that a lot of other dugouts and a lot of other clubhouses truly respect. And that does matter to me because how your peers view you does matter. And so like I've tried to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. And look, I understand you're not judging an entire contract for the first 60 days.
No.
Right? We have 7 years of this.
Well,
but that being said, like the early returns aren't great.
Willie Adames, I teased this sound. I want to get back into it. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. Talking about fans and the expectations from the players from a fan when they're trying to ingratiate themselves. And when it comes to a free agent in particular, like a Willie Adames, if you will, you mentioned Melancon, Aaron Rowan. I think I mentioned a Casey McGee earlier, a Santa Cruz guy.
I totally forgot about him.
But that was a guy that you signed him to be their third baseman. Not a huge contract, but a decent one. And he just immediately just was awful, was not good offensively, was not good defensively, and it was over after that. And he was cooked. And he was cooked. I don't think he might have signed somewhere else after that, but his MLB career was over, and you saw it. And that was during a stretch and a run for the Giants where they were expected to win. Right now, that's not quite the expectation. But if you start winning more and more, and you keep struggling and struggling, yeah, I do think the boo birds will eventually come out. Because there's going to be moments and points and situations where these games are going to start feeling heavier and heavier, and those weighted at-bats are going to feel heavier and heavier for Willie Adames, and the fan base is going to feel it too, and they're going to let him know about it. Here's Willie Adames, though. A couple months ago on Willard Dids, when he first signed here in San Francisco, again, highest paid player in the history of the organization, 7 years, $182 million. It's a lot of change. This is Willie talking about why he signed initially with the San Francisco Giants.
I think it was mainly Buster, because, when you have a guy like Buster running an organization, you know that he knows what it takes to win, He did it, like you say, multiple times, and him leading the organization is like what made me be like, okay, if I have a guy like Puzzy running the team, like I want to be part of whatever he's going to build there because I know he's going to bring the right pieces. He's going to build something great because he's a winner. So he's going to do whatever it takes to win. And I wanted to be part of that. And I think that was the main conversation when we started to talk during the off season. And when I was talking to him, I asked him, I say, like, what are your plans? Or like, what are your plans to do in San Francisco? Is like to keep winning, like I'm a winner, I'm gonna do whatever it takes to win. And I was like, man, like if your plan is to build something great, like sign me up. I want to be part of that.
Okay, so you already checked the initial box there when it comes to the fan base. Talking about beloved players and a person that's part of the organization, Buster Posey. There is not many more players beloved than that guy. Now, he was a no-nonsense guy, led by example. He wasn't as flashy as a Tim Lincecum, right? Or as nasty as a Madison Bumgarner, but he did things his way. Shout out Frank Sinatra. And you know what? It got the job done. He's a 3-time World Series champion. And he's a Hall of Famer. And now he's the leader of your franchise again in the front office. So yeah, check the box there. Buster Posey's why he signed here. Okay, good start. You like Buster, all right.
That's how you endear yourself to a fan base.
I already like this guy. He likes Buster, right? It's a great start. Now here he is talking about the history of the team with Willard and Dibbs.
There's just so much history here. I feel like, you to put this Giant uniform on is just like, that you're representing something great, something bigger than we as, as a players more, it's a lot of history here. The city of San Francisco, they embrace the Giant in a huge way. And I think, there's a difference there when you put this uniform. It's just like it's a different feeling. So like, I'm very excited to take the field and, just to be there in San Francisco for many years. And hopefully we can accomplish the goal. Not one time, but like hopefully a few times.
Wow. Another box checked right there, right? When it comes to the history, playing into that. San Francisco, they really love their team. Hey, I played for two organizations that maybe not as much history behind them.
Tampa might have the worst fan base in baseball.
There you go. And
might.
And then the Milwaukee Brewers, I'm not saying they're a bad fan base. I'm not. But they don't have the history of the San Francisco Giants. They just don't.
They're not as beloved as the Cubs, which is, just whatever, a couple hours
hell, they
ago.
might be number 3 in their own state behind the Milwaukee Bucks and obviously the Green Bay Packers.
Yes.
Just talking about that. Hell, Wisconsin football. The college might be ahead of them when it comes to that, right?
Shout out Marquette.
There you go. Marquette. There you go. Jimmy Buckets, your boy.
The Golden Eagles.
Thank you. But talking about that, okay, 2 boxes checked right there already. Loves him some Buster Posey. Loves him some history. Loves San Francisco. Awesome. Love this guy already, right? Here's one more from Willy Adames on what the fans can expect from him.
Just to show them like my personality, my talent, obviously on the field. Like I just want them to embrace me how I'm going to embrace them. And obviously, I want them to expect from me being out there every day, giving my 100%. Like obviously if I become a superstar there, it'd be great. But I want them to expect from me just going out there, playing hard every day and trying to win some ball games, right? And also hopefully accomplish the goal, which is win a few championships.
I do believe he plays hard.
Yes.
I do believe he plays really hard. I do believe he puts in all the work because I see it, in a lot of the pregame stuff. I follow all these different accounts that showcase individual infielders getting in their pregame work. And because I'm obsessed with that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. I do think he works really hard. I do think he really cares. The production's just not there. Now, is he going through a bad slump? Did he have a career year last year? Like you look at his baseball card, Joe, right? And you look at where he was the last couple of years versus now. 2023, he ended up batting .217 for the year. .217 with 24 jacks. So it was a down year just a couple of years ago. Now, last year he had a really nice year in terms of home runs and RBIs, batted .251. If you told me he could be somewhere in the 240s, okay, and I can get the 25 jacks, and let's just say 80, 85 RBIs, that would be an unbelievable turnaround from where we're at right now because I'm looking at a guy right now who's he's not driving the ball and barreling it up the way I would personally like. I wanted a little more from him. And I'm not saying that this is the worst contract the Giants have ever signed. And I'm not saying that it's done and it's over and he sucks. No, they need more from him. And if they want to make the playoffs this year, there's no way I could see them making the playoffs without a better version of Willy Adames.
I always root for the players, especially guys like Willy Adames, who, by all accounts, is a really good guy. He came on our airwaves again with Willard and Dibbs. Seemed like a great guy. Like the stock was at an all-time high from Giants fans a couple months ago again. But then the season started, and he just hasn't produced. And listen, we're just going to call it like it is. When he starts playing better, when he starts hitting better, we'll talk about it. We'll discuss it. But right now, he's not. And it's a thing. It's a thing right now. So much so that Bob Melvin, his manager, is saying he's trying to do too much right now.
Obviously he hasn't gotten off to the start that he wants to, and I think you tend to try to do a little too much sometimes when you get in big RBI situations. I mean, he's kind of known for that. Hit a ton of 3-run homers last year, so it's going to come. I think, maybe just trying to do a little bit too much and swinging a little bit early in those situations right now.
And that was Bob Melvin after yesterday's loss in Detroit.
It's funny that he said that last year that he hit a lot of 3-run homers. He did leave 285 guys on base, which was a career high for him. I think it goes to more tell you how prolific the whole offense was for the Brewers.
Right.
Last year, that he hit a lot of 3-run homers and still left almost 300 guys on base last year.
Totally.
Again, I think that the number one thing for me is the extra base hits. And what I mean, just gap to gap driving the ball. And I think that there's obviously a stadium conversation where you could hit to right center in Milwaukee Stadium and drive the ball that way and backspin it and get it out and be able to hit balls off the wall. In our stadium, that's not going to happen.
Well, he actually talked about that with Willard and Dibbs on coming to Oracle Park and playing here. You want to take a listen?
Yeah, I would, because I don't think people understand it's not just the stadium, which is a big part of it. It's also you're at the marine layer level and it's cold and foggy and the ball doesn't move.
Not a dome like in Milwaukee or Tampa where he's previously played. Here's Willy Adames a couple months ago on with Willard and Dibbs.
Not really, man. Not really. I really don't worry about like ballparks because I'm like, if I see the ball good, I'm good. Like I don't care if it's big or not. Like if it's big, just hit a lot of doubles. Like hit a lot of triples. Score a lot of runs, and then
Oh no!
Don't worry about the homers. Whenever they go out, they go out. But I feel the main thing for me is just like feeling comfortable at a stadium. Not about like, okay, I could hit like 40 homers here. Like I don't worry about that. If that happens, it will be great. It will be amazing. But like we're not worried about stuff like that. At least myself, I'm not worried about that stuff.
It's. I get where he's going. Like if I see the ball well and I hit well, I can hit anywhere. And like, look, Tony Gwynn. Did it matter that he played at Jack Murphy Stadium? Or would Tony Gwynn have been Tony Gwynn pretty much anywhere?
Guy's a contact hitter.
Exactly.
Him and Ichiro, the Pete Roses, they can hit anywhere.
But there are some guys who perfectly fit a ballpark. Aaron Judge, Yankee Stadium, short right porch, right center field swing. Like, he's going to hit 60 or whatever home runs in that ballpark, given the way that his swing path is and everything like that.
Totally.
Like, I think about Wade Boggs with the short left field porch, even though he was a left-handed hitter. How many balls did he hit off that green monster, right? Because of his approach.
Right.
I think he would have been pretty good anywhere, but it definitely helped him playing in that ballpark.
Right, all those Astros players, right, with that short left field, right, the whatever they call it over there, the train tracks on the left at Minute Maid Park, not Minute Maid anymore, but you know what I'm saying.
And that's what Bregman was actually talking about now that he's a Boston Red Sox, that the Fenway Wall reminds him of the, what do they call it, the Crawford boxes?
There you go, the Crawford boxes, thank you. The train tracks, sometimes they hit it up
But
there.
I do believe like that there is an element of the ballpark does factor in a little. I don't think it's everything, but it is part of it.
16 extra base hits thus far for Willy Adames this year. Not great. Willy Adames, 888-957.
Are you panicking on it?
I'm not panicking on it, but you know what? Like, part of me, like, I understand we're having this conversation because he's the highest paid player in the history of the sport, and maybe it's a little interesting that, and maybe because it's been 49ers and Warriors dominated, we're just now, like the Giants are just now becoming the full, picture for us here in the Bay Area. I am just a little bit like, okay, that's great that he's this rah-rah guy. That's great that he's by all accounts, a good leader and everything like that. I don't really care about any of that if you're not producing. I just don't. Does that sound like me being just like a hater?
Well, I think it's, no, I don't think it's being a hater. I do believe culture and leadership has a price tag. Like Andre Iguodala, when he wasn't producing at the end of his career, there was value of him being on that bench.
But you just said it right there. He was on the bench. I don't expect anything. Willy Adames is playing in every single game. He's getting every single at bat, and he's just not hitting the ball. So if you're not hitting the ball, you said it was a game of failure. This is a game of like ultimate failure right now for him, which sucks. I'm not even trying to be like cruel or anything.
No, you're just calling it like you see it.
It's just not good right now. And
so do you think that this team, given where they were at, because like I remember when the Warriors stunk forever and it was like, we need a leader. Let's get Ronnie Turioff and Derek Fisher.
Oh my God.
And there was it's laughable now, but there was a price tag to bringing in somebody who was more of a culture guy.
Sure, but you kind of already had the culture guy in there already, right? You had a Matt Chapman there, right? Did you want to shift the culture? Like what? What were you trying to do?
I think that you needed another. Well, you needed an everyday shortstop.
You just needed another player.
Okay, he is an upgrade over what they had last year at the position.
Yeah, because I actually know there's one person that's going to be there every day, which helps.
Yes, and like defensively, he's better than what they had last year there. So that is an upgrade. I guess the question then becomes like, how much do you pay for culture and leadership? Because I do think that they got this guy because of some culture and leadership. They needed somebody who could connect the entire clubhouse. It felt like multiple clubhouses the last couple of years, especially with the whole Jock Peterson card thing.
See, that works. That could work if I have everything else in place for the cultural and leadership and the rah-rah guy, because I liken that to like Hunter Pence. When the Giants acquired him, and you remember, you think of Hunter Pence, the speech, oh my God, he rallied us around him. We were down in the series and we came all the way back, against the Cardinals. Oh my God. Like you think of Hunter Pence and what he meant to those teams, right? As a culture setter. Now he had some timely hits as well, but he wasn't this guy that was, amazing offensively right off the rip. But with him, I had all these other guys. I had Posey. I had Crawford, right? I had these made guys already instilled in this organization. Maybe not Crawford then. Maybe he was just becoming but Buster Posey for sure at that point. Amongst others with the pitching staff, right?
Pablo was a big culture guy.
Pablo was a big culture guy. Thank you. So with Willie, he needs to be that guy, but also that could go to the side for me right now as far as if he's pressing because of the fan base right now, like that's a problem. If that's in his head right now, how do you get, they're not even booing him. Like, how could you be feeling that right now when they're not even getting out? Like, if he was in Philly right now, Joe, they would be letting him hear it.
Well, I'm glad you brought Philly up because Philly does obviously air out their grievances. But Philly, of all fan bases, was the fan base that when Trey Turner was struggling for multiple months after signing a mega deal with the Phillies, one of their YouTubers who's been following the team for a long, long time and has a big following did this whole, hey, let's rally behind Trey Turner. They did a Netflix doc on it, by the way. And it was basically, when he comes back from this road trip, let's give him a standing ovation. Why are you rolling your eyes?
It just seems so disingenuous. I don't know.
Why do you say that?
The whole thing seems to be so sterile. Come on, guys. We're on YouTube, and we're going to cheer on this guy. It just seems so just manufactured, and I don't know.
I mean, it worked. Did you see what Trey Turner's numbers were after that?
What are they now?
Oh, these are on your rundown if you want.
Oh, they are. Oh, rundown. I always look at the rundown, Sammy. You know that. Come on, hold on.
You don't need to lie to me, though.
No, I do look at the rundown. I promise I do. I'm pulling it up right now. Okay, here we go. Bob Melvin, grace period contracts. Giants at 54 games. Scott Cousins. No, we're not there yet. No, get it for me, Sammy. Continue, Joe. But what happened?
Well, basically, Trey Turner, stepped up to the plate, and the entire fan base rose as one and cheered him on. It was, it was like a seminal moment in the year, and then from that point on, he went on a tear.
I found it. Okay, so August 4th, 2023, Trey Turner was hitting 235, 290, 368. That's what he was slashing right there. 10 home runs, 60 runs, and then 34
A little
ribbies.
better than what you've seen from Adames through 2 months.
There you go. The rest of the way, the remaining games that he had, 48 on the schedule, he batted 337, 389, 668, 16 jacks, 42 ribbies, 9 stolen bases, 42 runs. So you're saying what we need to do is get a YouTube video out, tell everyone to cheer Willie Adames so that he could get an RBI or get a base hit, get a home run, get something. That will be the spark. Is that what you're telling me, Joe?
Well, what I'm telling you is that booing him or like losing our minds with him this early on is probably not the most productive. Now,
we haven't done that, though.
No, I don't think you have, but I do see, like, I put it out on social media yesterday, and I'll just read you some of the comments. I think a lot of Giants fans online, which doesn't represent all the fans, it's a small portion, are pretty freaking frustrated with him. I mean, I can see Chapman and Adames turning around, but I'm not hopeful with Wade and Bailey at all. But if you don't get Adames going, we're in big trouble. This is from Scott. Another one. The biggest dud is Wade on the team, but that being said, he's not paid a fraction of what Willie Adames is making. If Willie doesn't turn it around, we're in big trouble. Like, a lot of people are coming down his particular road when it comes to he's got to get it going right now. And I don't think just booing the guy is going to get anything going. No, look, he's a professional. He's going to tune things out. I'm sure that whether it's cheers or boos or whatever, it's not going to make the ultimate. I'm not pretending like this is a Disney movie. That's not what I'm getting at.
No, I'm feeling some type of way about this, and I get it. It's different scenario, different circumstances, but the fact that we were booing Brandon Ayuk in 3 games last year, like we were booing that guy coming off a second-team All-Pro season, a guy that started with the organization, the guy that was drafted by the organization, and we were booing him. You couldn't wait to boo that guy.
I didn't.
You didn't. But fans couldn't wait to boo that guy off the field, and we're giving Willie Adames this grace period. Again, I'm not saying booing him is the right thing to do, but I do like how we seem to pick and choose when to boo, when not to boo with some of these guys. I mean, Willie Adames is the highest paid player in the history of the franchise.
But he's not going anywhere.
Brandon Ayuk wasn't the highest paid player in the history of the franchise.
Yeah.
He wasn't the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, and we're booing his ass in 3 games.
I didn't think that was fair.
3 games.
But I didn't think that was that fair. And I also believe that, like, there's different levels of booing. Wouldn't you agree? So, like,
what are they? Break them down for me.
Well, no, like when was the last time you booed a player or a team?
Boy, from my couch, maybe? No, but like, it depends. I'm a father now, so if I'm at the game with Benny, I don't really boo. And maybe that's me being soft now.
But you're also a Raider fan, so it's definitely happened.
Well, yes, that is true. But probably, honestly, I can remember a time at an A's game. This guy's first ever appearance with the team, taking over as the closer for Grant Balfour, was Jim Johnson, formerly of the Orioles, who had a lot of saves there, a lot of saves. And he had an opportunity I think it was either to keep the game tied or they were up a run. It was one or the other. And he blew it. And he was horrible. He gave in like 3 runs where the bases were juiced and everything unraveled. First game of the year, opening day at the Collie against like the Cleveland Indians or something at the time. And they booed him off the field. And I was part of it. They booed him off the field. Done. You're cooked. It's over with.
One appearance.
And he never recovered from that. And the wheels came off. And I think they either released him, DFA'd. I don't know what happened. He was just shot. And you saw it right then and there. Again, all it took was one game. And you know why that happened? That was just a lot of frustration, I think, from A's fans boiling for the last couple of years of getting so close, getting the game. Because I want to say this was 2013 or 2015. Let me check. 2013 maybe. I'll check the year. But the year wasn't great. It didn't start off great. And there was a lot of frustration from the years prior of getting close, right? But you get stymied at the end in the playoffs and you're a first round exit. And there was a lot of frustrations to start that game one. And you got rid of a fan favorite. And that guy took his role. Now, there wasn't a fan favorite last year for Willy Adames, right? You mentioned the guys that were there. The Nick Ahmeds of the world.
Yeah.
Right? Like, come on. There wasn't a set
he's
guy
not
there.
replacing. Like, had he been the one to just replace Crawford right away,
that would have been different,
I think it would be a little different.
That would be different. But the fact that there was a stopgap in between there, that helps.
So, like you're bringing up all these different, like, booing. Like, so.
Yeah, for you, when's the last time you booed,
Well,
Joe?
I'm not a big booer in terms of, like, booing my I boo situations. So, like, for example, no, like seriously.
Yeah.
The Niners have the ball, okay, and they've had maybe a lackluster offensive performance in the first half. And let's say they're at like the 35-yard line, going the full length of the field. And there's like 50 seconds to go. They got 2 timeouts. You got nothing to lose. And they kneel on the ball.
The worst.
And they go into halftime, like, not trying to be aggressive. That I will give the old boo on. Like, come on. Like, come on. Do something here.
Boo birds.
You get to the 40-yard line, okay? You're the Niners. And, Jake Moody's your kicker. And I don't want him kicking at all. And you don't go for it. All right? You do that fake thing. I hate this. You go, hut. And I'm never going to hike it.
The hard count.
The automatic, penalty to go back a little just to punt the ball after I've crossed the 50. That drives me crazy. That I will boo. So I boo, like, the team philosophy, if you will, the aggression from the head coach, not the individual. Now, I have booed individuals. I will admit that. There was a time I booed Mike Dunleavy.
Oh.
Right, when Mike Dunleavy was a Warrior.
And now you guys are best friends hanging out at, CYO basketball games.
Yes.
I'm kidding.
There was a time and place where I booed Armando Benitez, or I booed Barry Zito. I remember specifically booing Barry Zito after a game he got yanked in the second inning. It's just like, and that was multiple years of frustration pouring over. The one that I sent to Carter this morning, and I'd love to play the sound at some point, was Alex Smith. I remember distinctively, the Giants are facing the Braves. I'm watching the game in the parking lot at Candlestick. It's Niners-Eagles. It's October 10th, 2010. And Alex Smith was it was years of, oh my God, I'm so frustrated. And he had one of the worst turnovers I have ever seen in my life.
It was pretty bad. We watched it this morning. It was awful.
And all of Candlestick booed that man off the field. And then Singletary turned and like undressed him on the sideline, only to have Alex throw a couple touchdowns late, which were meaningless, and then throw the worst interception any of us has ever seen. So yeah, there's specific sequences where I boo individual players, but typically on those, it's years of pent up frustration. And it's not just performance. Like Armando Benitez was performance as well as his particular demeanor and dismissal of the fans. Barry Zito was years of frustration, and I think that like also it felt like he didn't care. And he's admitted this years later that like he was rooting against the team's success and whatnot. Alex wasn't just Alex. Alex was Alex. The fact we didn't pick Aaron Rodgers and they won a Super Bowl the year prior. The fact that, Singletary was underwhelming and we were mad at the Yorks. And so all my booing is a little different than maybe just boo you, Brandon Bell, you suck. I'm not really the guy in Major League that does that.
This is from 49er Ryder on the YouTube chat. We'd love your participation there as well. 888-957-9570. Also, the text and phone lines are open at that same number. 49er Ryder, I'm not worried about Adames. Him making the Giants fun again is already worth it. Are we giving Adames credit for that, though? Are we giving Willie Adames credit for how well the team is doing? I don't. It's a stretch for me right now. I'm not sure about that.
Well, look, he has a negative WAR, and I don't believe that WAR is everything. But if you watch day in, day out, he's been better defensively than what they had last year.
Okay.
All right. And maybe that's a small bar to clear.
Correct.
All right.
I would say it is.
All right. That's fine. I do think that there is some value in the margins in baseball of everyone getting along and liking each other. And I can't quantify his impact on someone like Elliot Ramos, who every time I see him in a postgame scrum is like, yeah, Willie and I were talking about this and Willie and I were talking about that. Now, Sam, I know you're always in the clubhouse. I'm sure that you see maybe more of the Willie effect than any of us do on our television. Have other players expressed his impact on them?
Oh, yeah. Lots of them have. I mean, I remember especially I asked Logan Webb after a game, just how do you feel about him behind you on defense? And he spoke, very glowingly about having Adames behind him on defense there. Mike Yastrzemski's spoken very positively about the impact that Adames has. And, you do see it sometimes before or after games, Adames is just small little quirky things. One time he kind of sneaks into the scrum while Chapman's talking and pretends to ask a question, things like that to kind of get a little bit of a chuckle out of everybody. So, yeah, he does a lot of small things. Again, that we see to kind of brighten the mood. And there's probably a lot of other things that he's doing, behind closed doors that I assume, add to the mood as well.
Well, I want to ask you too, Sam, because you're there every single day and you're doing a hell of a job. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, Sam Love and Steven Risotto, Joe Shasky, find it wherever you find your podcast. Best Giants talk in the world. You're there in the locker room. Has the body language shifted at all? Have you noticed anything different with Willie? Whether it's a win or a loss, right? Quite frankly.
No, they're honestly, these guys are the same people regardless wins or losses, they're the same guys every single day. Whereas, not so much last year, but the prior 2 years, you go in and the clubhouse is just it's like a library where you feel like if you're talking above a whisper, you're talking too loud. That's not a good sign. Nowadays, though, you go in the clubhouse and it's lively, it's active, guys have smiles on their faces. It feels like you can kind of talk more, so to speak, without, it sounding too loud. So it's definitely a better atmosphere than it was in, say, 22 or 23.
Joe, there is something a little different about baseball than maybe basketball and football in that, I've had certain teammates that they're only happy when they're succeeding. And when they're not, they bring everyone down. And there is something to that in baseball where, again, because I told you, it's a sport of failure, being consistently optimistic and upbeat and whatever, there is something to be said for that. That doesn't justify a $182 million deal. That's not what I'm saying. But being the same guy through the ups and downs does have a lot of value in baseball.
I find it interesting, and I guess it's always just baked into the circumstances leading up to said player because a lot of Giants fans didn't really know much. Probably, I'm just going to paint them with a broad brush right now. A lot of them probably didn't know who Willie Adames was, what he represented, they saw the pressers. Mm-hmm. They saw him speak maybe at FanFest or wherever. And he's like, okay, this is a cool guy. He's fun. He's the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. You know what, though?
Got a great smile.
Does a great smile. Does it with a smile on his face, and that means something to me.
I do think that matters.
Okay.
Aaron, you talked about Aaron Rowan, and when I think of Aaron Rowan, I think of him.
Have a grumpy face.
He looks like a CHP who just pulled you over after a 5-day shift.
Press hard, 3 copies.
Exactly. Right? There's something about oh boy. Right?
Yeah, no, for
Smiling
sure.
isn't I know that sounds stupid.
No, it doesn't. Well, why do you think Steph Curry is so loved?
Well, the joy.
That's part of it. Is Magic Johnson. Listen, Willie Adames is not those guys.
No.
They're two of the top 10 players. Again, there you go.
I think a lot of people don't think that he plays with joy. And I think that's absurd, but that is how people view it. Michelle would always say, KD just looks miserable.
No, I think KD's actually he's more cerebral than people give him credit for. He's a little more quirky. I think he's cynical, definitely cynical, and He's on social a bunch, but you know what? I think Katie's very representative of millennials, definitely in our age. Katie's very normal to me as far as how he can conduct himself.
But Michelle always viewed him as angry. Because it always seemed like he was never happy. And like I'm just saying, people do pick up on body language.
And you know what? That's none of my concern. You could be grumpy or angry as far as I'm concerned.
Well, when you're one of the greats.
Just win me damn games and hit and produce. You could be angry. Hell, the A's in the 70s were fighting each other in the locker room. They hated each other. Reggie Jackson and company, right? They were winning, so it didn't matter. Now, it helps, right? I do think here in the Bay Area, we love people doing it with a smile on their face, right?
Don't you think Bonds suffered from a lot of this?
I was going to bring up Barry Bonds. That was the litmus test for all this, right? Because he did not have a great relationship with the media, and thus some of the fans felt differently. But overall, Giants fans, deep down, you love Barry Bonds. Of course, you all love Barry Bonds.
You know what's the image in my head?
Why though, Joe? Because he freaking produced,
and he's one of ours.
He was a baller,
and he was one of ours.
Yes,
he was born and raised here.
But he didn't. But he was a Pittsburgh Pirate first.
No doubt. But he was drafted by the Giants out of high school.
I know, the Godfather. And
he was born to be a Giant.
I know, but we're talking about circumstances with everything. So, yes, that is part of it. But the fact that he produced immediately
no
and was
doubt.
a baller.
He was one of the greatest players ever. But I do think that, with the Bonds thing, it's so funny. If I were to say to Giants fans, what's your favorite Bonds moment? I bet a lot of people would say the moment that sticks out more than any other is 97 when they won the division and he's standing on top of the dugout hugging fans.
Pretty cool.
Because it was so out of character.
Well, he didn't do that.
No. And it felt like he was one of us and he embraced the fans and he's hugging them and he's high-fiving random people at Candlestick. There was something it was just so wow. We've never seen him embrace anyone like that.
No, it's a great point. 888-957-9570. We got Dave Fleming joining us at 8:30, voice of the San Francisco Giants in our 95.7 The Game Giants Insider. He is live from Detroit, so we'll get his thoughts on that loss yesterday and also his thoughts on Willie Adames, because he was kind of lockstep with you, Joe, when it comes to the Giants fans and their level of patience, and they know phonies when they see them, and they can point that out. I think this is telling me is that Giants fans know that Willie Adames isn't a phony per se. He's very authentic.
Yes.
He's an authentic person, and they're going to give him some leeway. But that authenticity can only go so far. And I think we're both in lockstep there. You got to produce.
But what do we do?
Point.
Do we rally around the guy and we cheer him on? Or do we just immediately start crushing him? See, I think the more and more we're talking this out.
Has booing ever worked? Let me ask that question. When has booing worked?
Oh,
if you can have an example for me, 888-957-9570. I would love to know the answer to that. In the meantime,
I think
Carter,
we're forced to rally around him.
There you go. Injury report. I can just imagine we have like some booing. We used to have drops in here. We should probably find some more, Carter. Just booing all of our takes, right? A big hint. What do you
Joe,
got?
the ninth inning, Wilmer gets a base hit.
It's right there.
First pitch right here. Adames swinging. You're going to see it. He just trickles one over to the shortstop, and it's very frustrating. And I'm rooting for the guy, but it's ninth inning, we need you. Keep the rally going. And it's just a fielder's choice.
You really wanted to boo him there at that point.
No, I wanted him to do well. I'm rooting for the guy.
I know. A big injury. You know who I'm rooting for? I always root for Caitlin Clark. She's a baller, but she sustained an injury over the weekend. She's going to miss 2 weeks due to a left quad strain, the Indiana Fever announced yesterday. She felt pain in her leg during the Fever's loss to the New York Liberty on Saturday, and the injury was confirmed after an MRI, though it is not clear yet just how severe the strain is. This is the first time in her career, college or pro, that Clark will miss a game. By the way, that same New York Liberty, the Golden State Valkyries, will be playing later on today at 4 o'clock. And you can find that game on the Odyssey app. And we are the home of the Golden State Valkyries as well here at 95.7 The Game. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. I want examples. When has booing ever worked? On 95.7 The Game.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
You know, Joe, good morning. Spadoni, Shasky, Morning Roast. I've been thinking about this long and hard. Like, I think sometimes people that cover the teams get stuck in their bubble and they think that everybody's at the games. Everybody is following on every social media platform, every single nuance of every single thing that happens.
We're too tapped in.
Yeah, but when the reality is like most people, like, they have busy lives and they're going through things. So as Willy Adames is struggling, right, they're watching these games and they're like, the dude looks like he's trying hard. I see him smiling when other people are having success. I see him like high-fiving Wilmer Flores, and Wilmer's having a monster year. And all we're really consuming, most fans, are the games and what the television is showing us on the games. I'm not sure how many Giants fans are actually following Willy Adames on his social media accounts. I'm not sure how many Giants fans are tapped into the 7 or 8 beat writers and every single day and all the sound that comes out of the clubhouse. And they're just watching. So I do believe that like body language for a player in sports struggling or succeeding or whatever factors into how you view someone.
Ooh, that's interesting.
I really do think, I think a lot of how we viewed Brandon Belt was through the body language of the success and fails.
See, I don't even think we can keep it sports because we're a sports talk radio station. And good morning to you, Joe Shasky, Sam, Carter, Matt, everyone out there just getting off work, getting ready for the week. Finals, all of you students out there hitting those books. Appreciate all those people that are graduating. I'm seeing a lot of graduates. Congratulations to you that are graduating. And shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed, here in San Francisco. We're talking Giants halfway home here on a Tuesday. Feels like a Monday, but it is a Tuesday after the holiday. And I hope you all had a lovely Memorial Day weekend. Dave Fleming joining us in about 27 minutes, voice of the San Francisco Giants, and our 95-cent the game Giants insider is going to be talking some Gigantes here who are in Detroit after falling yesterday 3-1. And we're talking about Willy Adames. Obviously, we're talking about contracts. And I was getting on not just sports. I think in the workplace, we care about body language too. We care about
big time.
We care about people that are going to be here that put us in a good mood. We come to this job to be put because it's fun, not because of the money, because it's fun. The money helps, obviously. That's part of it. I got into this though because I love sports. Yes. You love sports. That's what we do. Carter loves sports. Sam loves. We all love sports. We're junkies for this stuff. So if any of us comes in with a bad attitude, hey. We'll talk about it. We'll say, but we all agree. That stuff needs to be left at home sometime.
Debbie Downer dude in every work setting, whether behind the scenes, face fronting, it does not matter, can ruin the entire workplace environment.
We're all dealing with stuff. Don't bring it to the workplace. That's what we like to say. And I don't think Willy Adames is bringing his own personal struggles and demons, if you will, to the rest of the team. And that is something that is important in all this because we've seen it in the past. You mentioned a guy, Klay Thompson, and how it went out towards the end. You saw the body language. You saw him on the bench at that 1,000-yard stare, Joe.
He's a legend.
He's a legend, but it doesn't matter. You could be a legend. You could be a guy that's been here for a couple months. Body language is a big deal.
I also felt like, and this is going like spiritual here for a second, but like every miss early in a game felt heavy and heavier and heavier, not just for the player, not just for the team, but for also the people in the arena rooting for him.
Would you think I'm crazy if I told you I was at Lakers Warriors preseason? So this was like a week before the season started, right? Mm-hmm. 2 years ago. So this is Klay's going into what would be his final year.
Season, yeah.
But coming off that bad series against the Lakers, obviously, where he was just awful, probably his worst series he's ever had in his career. And you saw the struggles become more and more heightened. Like, Klay's going up against his dad's team, right? Michael Thompson and the team he grew up rooting for, the Kobe's of the world, right? And you just saw it. The lights were just so damn bright at Crypto.com Arena or at Chase Center. Nothing could go down. And then you saw, even in that preseason game, Joe, kind of 3/4 full. I was sitting next to young Benny, my son, and just the fans just being like, because he missed a couple 3-pointers in the first quarter.
You could feel it in the air.
This was a preseason game, Joe.
I know.
And that was a sign of things to come for the regular season.
I remember distinctively when I heard the booing for Deebo Samuel on that Thursday night game when he dropped that ball as a was against the Rams, the
Rams,
walk-in,
yeah.
And I was like, whoa.
It was like raining that day too, I want to say, right? Yeah, it was like heavy mist.
And you could feel like, and this was weeks of frustration finally boiling over, and the whole entire stadium was like, you've got to be kidding me. I remember like there are certain kickers that this has happened to. Like Jake Moody is one of recent memory, but if you're a Niner fan and you're in your 30s, like there are certain kickers that once they miss a couple of kicks, they go out there and that next miss feels like it just zaps the energy from the entire stadium.
I'm looking at a clip right now, Joe, of a guy that also had bad body language towards the end there in that season. It was Jordan Poole for the Warriors.
That's a good call.
When he got subbed out.
Every turnover for Jordan Poole, every miss, you're so right.
And when he got onto the bench, he'd be yelling, he'd be talking. Listen, we're not saying this is right or wrong from the player's perspective. I have no idea what these guys are going through on a day in, day out basis. This is what happens when you just see clips like these and you hear comments after games. There was a lot of comments from Clay after the game where it didn't really sound like a leader at times. From a fan's perspective, it sounded like someone that's going through it, and sometimes some people can perceive it as, oh, that person's pouting, or it's a pity party, or it's like, when is this going to end? Hey, can you smile?
Look at Juan Soto right now in New York.
Yep.
I think part of why Juan Soto is getting, and his numbers are way better than Adames' across the board, but I think obviously the money is a huge factor. I think it's the way that he's like very indifferent to people criticizing him, and it feels like he throws a little childish tantrum if he doesn't bat exactly where he should be batting in the lineup in the 2-hole.
Right. By the way, his numbers aren't that much better than...
he got 7 homers.
That's exactly. 2 more homers than Willie Adames and the same amount of RBIs. And then the hits, he only has 45 hits. So it hasn't been that good. He's batting 230. Has not been great
so he's been slightly better.
Slightly better. But the Mets, again, they're a team that's winning. I think they're 10 games over 500 or something right now. Like, they're one of the good teams. But it helps when, who do you have? You have Francisco Lindor there too. You have Pete Alonso. You have guys that now, albeit Lindor's not a made man there. He might be a made man, but he came from Cleveland. So he was a free agent at one point, but he feels more like a Met at this point, if anything. Pete Alonso, obviously, their guy.
I'm glad you brought up Clay, though. And I'm like just thinking about it here. I'm like, all right, so he was such a legend. Well, Chase Center was never going to boo him.
No.
But that being said, I don't feel like we ever rallied around him. We were waiting for him to go on a run, and it felt like that run never came.
Yeah.
And it just felt like the fans were like on the edge of their seat, ready to cheer anything he could do positive and go on a little run here. And like it just never kind of came around. And it just felt like the way it ended was so anticlimactic.
And it was unfortunate. And I think there was a lot of fans, and whether you think they're right or wrong, oh, they're not fans. No, there are fans that feel like, hey, you know what? It soured them on Clay towards the end there. Whether that's fair or not, they soured on him. But the guy, he won 4 titles there. He's the Splash Brother. He's one of the greatest players in the history of the sport. Might be the second greatest shooter of all time behind Steph, as far as I'm concerned, even ahead of Ray Allen and Reggie Miller. The guy is just unbelievable. He had 30-plus points in a freaking quarter, for crying out loud. Game 6, Clay was the thing. But even all of that goodwill built up within just a year, Joe. Hell, maybe it was just within a series against the Lakers. Maybe it wasn't even against the Lakers, against the Kings. That's when it first started. It was the comments after the Kings series.
Yeah, but I don't think every fan felt that. I think there was a small, loud segment.
But I think that mattered, though.
Okay.
I think it's just like, hey, man, time and place. Why are we talking about a contract right now?
Well, I think part of Deebo and Brandon Ayuk also to another degree is like, there was all of these other little things that they were doing so publicly that became so large you couldn't ignore it. And then when you start slipping on the field and you judo chop a kicker on national television, right? No, like you laugh, but you know that's true.
That was pretty crazy. That happened. Tabor Pepper had to get involved. He's not on the team anymore, I don't think either.
I think both Ayuk and Deebo, there was a whiff of, are you a good teammate? And I don't even know if that's fair. I'm not even sure if that's fair, but there was a whiff of that where you just kind of contemplate, like, are you a good teammate? And I think that's when the whole narrative started to shift on those guys. Like, Ayuk didn't wear the right shorts. That was bizarre.
Well, and it was him and Shanahan talking about it, and there was video, like, evidence of it, so which made it even like,
and they both
what the hell's going on?
Requested trades and did things on social media. Again, I'm not sure how many people are locked in on every little thing these guys do on social media.
No, but we talk about it on air here. We relay it to the masses. We
Right?
do, yes.
And I do think that factored into it.
Absolutely. And again, we're talking about Willie Adames and just a couple months of struggles right now. And no one's booed him yet at home. No one, the boo birds have not come out for him.
I agree.
I've watched some games on, at least on television. I'm not hearing any. So
But I don't think that Clay ever. No, I don't think he ever warranted any booing. I don't think anyone was ready to boo him or anything. We were frustrated, and I think we wanted it as bad. No one wants it as much as the athlete. I want to make that clear. The athlete wants it. Whatever you think, these guys want it so bad, but we wanted it for him too, to some degree. I think fans wanted him to turn it around, and it just never came.
No.
And like, I think about Alex Smith, who was a guy that I booed. I remember distinctively booing him. And in part why I booed him wasn't because of him. It was ownership. It was the fact that we didn't take Aaron Rodgers. It was the fact that Aaron Rodgers hung a Super Bowl banner before we did. Like, all of those things. And then, yes, you're the avatar for my frustration. Let me boo you out.
I do think Sam brought up a funny one about the Raiders and the boo birds from them, because obviously Raiders formerly here in Oakland. They're in Las Vegas now. But I do remember I was watching a game. It was through the television.
Yeah.
And it was the last game, I think, of the regular season, which I don't think meant anything to the Raiders, quite frankly. They were playing the Denver Broncos. Both teams were eliminated. But as Antonio Pierce took over, right? It was that big run. Remember, they beat Kansas City on Christmas. They had that big run.
Yeah.
They were a pretty good team for a little bit. And Aiden O'Connell was the backup, and he was the quarterback. He was the backup, and he became the starter over Jimmy. And then he took the team, and he was pretty solid the rest of the way. He gets hurt in the last game, and is not the first quarterback out for the first series in the second half. Who was it? Jimmy Garoppolo took the field for one play, Joe.
Oh, my God.
One play, booed out of his mind. Just booed relentless for one play. One. And he knew the writing was on the wall then. Probably going to get cut. They're going to move on from the guy. But that was one full season of Jimmy for a fan base that had didn't know anything about him. Or they did know something about him, but he was Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, sure, we moved on from Derek Carr. Great. And he comes in there, and all it took was Devontae Adams to be done with him, one of the quote-unquote leaders of the team, your number one wide receiver, to vouch for the backup, and that's when the fan base just turned on immediately. Okay, you're not winning, and our number one wide receiver is done with you, that means we're done with you. So when other players start sending messages out there that you respect more and that are contributing, fan bases will gravitate towards that. I think of a guy like Draymond Green has a lot of sway within the fan base when it comes to some of his comments. People ride or die with Draymond.
Yeah.
Whether for right or wrong, Joe, with some of his comments.
You're right.
You've seen it. He'll say some things in a podcast and everyone's like, oh, yeah, Draymond's so right. Like, I think about what he said about Karl Anthony Towns a couple months ago, calling him out. Oh, he was scared. He was ducking me. No, Draymond, actually, he was attending a funeral. But people stuck with Draymond. He's like, yeah, I hate Cat now because Draymond does. Like, it can be a double-edged sword, if you will, when it comes to the comments to a fan base. They could love you or hate you, but sometimes that love is not really love. It's just blind loyalty. And I would urge caution to fans when it comes to that stuff.
I would also say that the rage that you might see online or at a stadium directed at an individual player sometimes it's meant for someone else. Like, the most famous one of all time is Joe Lacob getting booed during the halftime Hall of Fame induction or the retirement jersey for Chris Mullin.
Yeah.
Okay, fans weren't booing Lacob as an isolated individual. They were booing everything. Yep. They were booing 40 years of ineptitude. They were booing Robert Rowell and the prior ownership. They were booing the Monte Ellis trade. They were booing everything. The fact that you were moving the team from Oakland into San Francisco. Like, that to me was a layered boo that is one of the most famous Bay Area booings that could possibly happen. Johnny LeMaster. If I say the name Johnny LeMaster, do you even know?
I know the name, yes.
He was famously booed. And on the back of his jersey, he came out one time, and instead of LeMaster on the back, it said boo. John Brody famously was booed by the Kezar crowd of the 49ers back in the day, and then famously turned around while being booed by everyone and flipped off the entire crowd. and then they started to applaud him.
There you go.
Right? So I know we think of the Bay Area as kind of like a soft serve fan base. I think we're quietly kind of crazy.
When there's expectations involved, this fan base can get nasty just like any other fan base can get nasty because there has to be a level of expectations. I really believe this. If you're a championship team or a playoff bound team potentially, that's when fans start caring a whole hell of a lot more. Right now, the Giants are kind of in a honeymoon phase. Like, think about a new relationship. Okay, I'm back in it. Things are going well right now. You're 8 games over 500. You're a playoff team. You're in the honeymoon phase. Starts getting the dog days of August towards September, and you're hovering around 500. You're a game here or there from either being in or out of it with any given win or loss. Yeah, I do think you're going to start hearing some things from the fans when it comes to if Chapman's struggling, if Adames is struggling. It doesn't matter who's struggling. You're going to hear it. There's only a few made guys on this team that I think are bereft from any boos right now. If I was to list them off, it'd probably be Logan Webb, right? I think I don't think anyone's booing Logan Webb right now. And after that, when I just go up and down the roster,
I don't think Yaz would get routinely booed.
Probably not.
I think people respect, again, Yaz is a great example of, if we think you try really, really hard and care, I think that would give you the benefit of the doubt. AJ Przinsky, for example, you know why we booed him? Because it felt like he was a jerk.
Yeah. Well, that he probably was.
I know, but he kicked the
yes.
whatever he did to the trainer. Right. I don't even, but like we booed him because we thought he was not a nice person. Right. I don't get that sense with Willy Adames.
And then he goes on and he wins obviously with the White Sox a year later. And then he becomes a White Sox guy, but it didn't matter at that point because I don't care what you did for another team, right? Before or after me, what did you do here? I'm going to remember you that way forever.
Matt Morris, do you remember that name?
Yeah.
Matt Morris came here after being a Cardinal, was a high-priced free agent, and within months, everyone was like, screw this guy, get him out of here.
Right.
And it felt like he was defiantly angry at us for his poor performances.
Right. Not Michael Morris. Matt Morris.
No, yes. Matt Morris, the pitcher. He was, I think he got a $30 million deal as a free agent with the Giants. And
Morris. Got it. No, yeah, I think he said Morris.
I remember him. I remember in 2007, he came out and asked, like, are we focused on winning or are we focused on a home run chase? Then he was traded like a week later. Dude, so there's your answer on that one.
That's a hilarious quote, actually.
He was
I'm paraphrasing, but yeah.
Frankly, though, he was a bum for the Giants. He was garbage.
He had a good four-start stretch one time.
Tight. He had four starts.
It might have been 5 starts.
5 starts. Thank you. $27 million from the Giants. 3-year deal. There you go.
What did I say, 30? I was not bad.
10-15 with a 4.98 ERA. There you go.
Does booing accomplish anything for a guy that's going to be here for the next 6 or 7 years?
No, it does not. It's incredibly short-sighted.
But don't you think the Giants fans want to rally around Willie?
Yes, I think they would like to right now. If it starts getting into like, when did the true boo start for Barry Zito? I wonder. When did that happen, Joe? Do you know?
Not year one.
No, it was not year one.
Year one was 2007.
Because you could talk yourself into, maybe it was a dud year, new surroundings, new ballpark.
It was Bochy's first year,
exactly.
And I thought he was a retread hire. Yeah. Straight up, I was like, oh my God, we got the guy that the Padres kicked out. Are you kidding me? And I've now obviously recalibrated. But I thought he was a retread hire. Right. We were coming off of Felipe Alou, not Moises, but Felipe Alou, and we needed something different. And it felt like he was taking over the final year of Bonds, and then we heard about this kid, the franchise, as in Lincecum, who Bonds had dubbed the franchise, and we were kind of getting a little taste of him, but it was primarily like a team and a franchise in transition. We had no expectations of winning. So Zito was just one of the many, glimmers of optimism moving forward past the Bonds era. That's what I thought he was going to be, the guy that got the baton from Bonds to usher us into a new era.
And he never.
I didn't really boo him like 2009.
Okay.
I think 9-10 is when it kind of got frustrating because that's when the Giants were also good, but he wasn't. And so there was
I remember the moment of no return. The moment of no return for Barry Zito for me was the second to last day of the year against the Padres at home when he walked the bases loaded and I believe walked in a run. What happened in that situation, Sam?
Yep. No, that's October 2nd, 2010. He walked in the run there. And I remember Bochy coming out to get him, and that was you talk about when anyone's booed people off the mound. That was one of the only times I've ever booed a player that I root for off the field. Me and 39,000 other Giants fans were, because that was the last non-sellout before the streak.
They had an
booing him
opportunity
mercilessly off the field.
Yep. They had the opportunity to win the division right, Sam? And instead they had to do it the next day, which was Johnny Sanchez, and then famously Will Venable struck out with Brian Wilson, and Brian Wilson was running around the stadium, but everyone was like, this is the moment. Zito can become a Giant, wipe away all the negativity. You just win today, you win the division, and everything is good. Remember that? And the Padres totally choked down the stretch.
They did. I do remember that. By the way, Will Venable, now manager of your Chicago White Sox.
Wanted him to manage the Giants.
He'd rather be the White Sox.
No, I'd rather have Bob Melvin right now because I think he's doing a hell of a job, Sammy. But Bo Mel, after the loss yesterday, hey, he's just talking about Willie Dom. He's talking about everyone. The bats just need to be better, guys.
We're just not swinging bat well. And now we would sprinkle a few guys in that would be hot to score some runs. Other than Flo and Jung Hoo right now, we're not swinging the bat too terribly well. We got 4 of our 5 hits today. So we had an opportunity in the first, and every opportunity we had today, we either hit into a double play or didn't get it done. So, we keep putting a lot of pressure on the key at bats. We're not coming through with them. They obviously did today with the Green at bat, and that was the difference in the game.
And we could get on Adames there, and that was Bob Melvin after the loss yesterday. Tigers 3-1. Tigers most wins in baseball right now. They are very, very good. We're going to be talking to Dave Fleming about them here in about 8 minutes. Voice of the San Francisco Giants and our Giants insider, who is out there in Motown right now. But Joe, we can get on Adames all we want to. It's just the team in general. They can't hit collectively right now.
Well, it's very contagious, and it feels like right now they're searching to find a lineup. Right, they're putting different guys. I think yesterday Chapman was in the 2-hole. Yesterday,
yes, he was. It was Yaz, Chapman, Jung Hoo, Flores.
They're searching right now for a lineup combination to get the offense going. I appreciate them jumbling it around a little and trying different things. They need a jolt, and look. We could argue about lineups. I think the jolt is you make a splash trade. The problem is who do you get? What position do they play? What can you actually get for the parts that you want to give up? Who are you willing to give up? The boss and I were sending text messages to each other last night, and I'm like, hey, look, they got some pitching. They got Birdsong, they got Harrison, they got Wisenhunt.
Yeah.
Somebody would bite on that.
Yes.
But what does that net you? And what position would you even target?
Well, and I look at again, we're a long ways away from the trade deadline, but there's a lot of teams right now that could talk themselves into it. That's the thing with this third wild card, which now makes the trade deadline so interesting, is because everyone feels like, hey, I'm just a couple wins away. Remember the Braves a couple years ago, and they went on their World Series run. Mm-hmm. No one thought they were a non-playoff team for most of the year. They get hot, they go all the way, they win. That happens in baseball more so than I feel like any other sport at this point. It doesn't happen in basketball. Football, sometimes you could have a hot run, but really it doesn't really happen, if you will. The Washington Commanders of the world, that doesn't happen as much anymore, getting all the way to the conference title. But in baseball, absolutely, if I'm the D-backs, right? If I'm the Cincinnati Reds or the Milwaukee Brewers or, hell, the Braves are only a couple games under 500. Everyone wrote them off for dead early in the season.
They got their guy back, Acuna.
Acuna's exactly, that changes everything, right?
It changes everything.
Matt Olson's hitting bombs. You got Sean Murphy there. They got pieces. Yeah, so that makes it a little more challenging when you're trying to bid against all these other teams that are also trying to get a big bat.
Yeah, and I just, I would say, hey, first base, go get a first baseman. But it's Bryce is there. So do you want to give up some of your young pitching for a guy to be a rental or a 2-year, placeholder?
It's tough, right? It's tough. And then you start looking at teams that aren't going to be in it. That's why you brought up the Alejandro Kirk earlier as a catcher, but he just got signed to I think a 5-year extension with the Toronto Blue Jays. Does that exempt you from trading for him? No. But again, he's already locked into a contract.
It's unlikely they're trading.
Exactly. It's unlikely there. And again, they're hovering around 500. It's not exactly, the AL East isn't exactly a world beater by any stretch. Yankees are in first place there.
That's the tough spot where the Giants are at right now. I like the direction of the franchise. I like the team. They've got a lot of really nice pieces. But again, they're lacking that centerpiece, and I feel like I'm in reruns.
And I feel like, and again, not that you have to run your own race, if you will. Shout out Bluey. There's a great Bluey episode about running your own race. The Padres, they know what they got. They know that who their big boppers are in the lineup. They got Machado. They got Tatis. They got Jackson Merrill. They got their studs locked up. The Dodgers know who they got. I swear to God, I see highlights from Shohei Ohtani. Guy's hitting bombs at every pitch now. For every first pitch that he gets, he's hitting a home run.
Yeah, but they're not that far ahead of you.
No, they're not. I'm saying they don't need to go after the big boppers.
No.
Though. So, but also I say that they're also the teams that even if they already feel like they're loaded at a certain position, they'll still go after that person because that's just who they are. That's that aggressive mindset. And I do wonder, Buster Posey in his first full season now, and his first trade deadline as this dude. I wonder what he's going to be doing. How aggressive is he going to be? We'll talk to Dave Fleming about that on the other side. He's our Giants insider, and it's going to be brought to you by Lucky California.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yeah.
You won't say that on air. You won't.
Let's just put it this way.
You won't put that on air.
I saw everybody at Bottle Rock over the weekend, like online. I don't care about celebrities at Bottle Rock. That's number one.
I thought George Kittle was there.
Number two, the worst place in the world outside of a stadium parking lot bathroom might be a concert bathroom, but that pales in comparison to the Odyssey bathroom.
Oh, we don't need to go there.
Here at the station.
Oh, my God. You need to relax. Oh, I totally know what you're saying, though. We used to be at the old building where we had like 4 or 5. We had like so many bathrooms.
You could hide.
We could hide.
Yes.
We could.
You could like run down like 4 stations over and use that one and come over. It'd be like a mystery. Like, they don't know my shoes.
Now we all have to share one. It's not a good time. We have 4 different stations sharing one. Oh, it's not a good time. But other than that, things are great here. It's a Tuesday. You know, it doesn't feel like a Tuesday. I got in here today. I was like, oh, wait, it's a Monday. No, it's a Tuesday. But it feels like a Monday. And you know what? We usually don't get Dave Fleming on Tuesdays. But we got him right now, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. And it's brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today, as again, he joins us once again on the River Islands Guest Line. Yeah, what's up, Joe?
No,
Real quick, what do you want?
I was listening to him yesterday, and like, just Dave was saying, like, oh, we got, the Detroit guy who's, I want to say the broadcast for them, and he's talking about, like, I think it was the TV guy. He was interviewing, and he was basically saying, like, Detroit baseball is having this huge renaissance in terms of the fans, and it was really showcased when I was watching the game yesterday, and then him and Hunter, they're just so good together. And
yeah.
God, I loved watching. There's something about Detroit daytime baseball that I get nostalgic. Now, that being said, he brought up the same thing I said, which was, I miss the old Detroit stadium with the overhang.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. So he was just buttering you up there, Dave. Do you feel better now about coming on the show after Joe Shasky buttered you up? Dave? Is he gone?
No,
there he is. We got you now. You're back. You're here. You're here. We got you.
I listened to all the buttering up. That made me happy. I was down this morning. Now I'm pumped up.
Well, you know who's down right now, Dave, is I'm watching, Willie Adames. And look, no one's saying he's the worst player on the planet, but he signed a big deal. And there's a lot of pressure that comes with that. And I do believe that, like, as a fan of every sport, I watch, and I think that how your teammates react to you. What type of personality are you? Do I get the sense as I'm watching on television that even though you're struggling, are you trying hard? I think a lot of these things factor in. Do your teammates respect you? And I think that there's a lot of frustration, and you saw it in the one at bat where he grounded out into the double play, and then in the 9th inning, like first pitch swinging, and he just chops one to the shortstop. It's just like, and if they want to be a playoff team right now, obviously I want to see them make a move at the deadline, and that goes without saying, but they're going to need a better version of a lot of guys, but in particular of Willie Adames, and I could feel the struggle is real right now for him, and we need these bats to start getting hot here, and I think it starts with him.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, their biggest improvement will come when he is his normal self. He's definitely not that right now. And, look, I talk to Willie almost every day. I don't get in his face and say, are you feeling the pressure? But I think it's obvious that he is, this is not a try. It's an effort sport. You put hard effort every day over 162. That goes a long way towards being a great player, but it's not a try hard sport. It's not okay, I'm doing it this at bat and forget all. It doesn't work that way. Sometimes it's even the opposite of that. And he does need to relax and have a little better game plan and approach at the plate. Because you're right, like that, those at bats yesterday, as frustrating as it's been to watch him struggle, the at bats yesterday were probably the worst he's had all year. And if you're going into an at bat thinking, I'm going after the first pitch or I'm ready to hit on the first pitch, great. I love that approach. I think it's almost always a successful approach if you get the pitch you're looking for and get your best swing off on that pitch. I love the first pitch. It's the age of the strikeout. You got guys who have incredible stuff and strikeout stuff. Don't get to the 2-strike situation. I'm good with that. But if you go up there and you swing at the first pitch with your C-minus swing at a ball that's down and away and hit a little dribbler ground ball, that is not a good approach. It isn't. And he knows that. Everybody knows that. I'm not saying anything that these guys don't know themselves, but that tells you where you're just caught in between and whether it's you're trying to force the issue or whatever. That's not who he is. He's a much better player, much better hitter. He's a very smart baseball player. And we will get that version of him at some point. It's just, it's easy to get impatient waiting for that version of Adames. He did not lose his ability to play the game. He is still one of the better players in the game, and he will be that at some point, but right now he's not the best version of himself.
You brought up like him kind of in between in terms of like it's a bad swing and he's jumping on the first pitch. I've noticed more check swings too as well, which again, there's a mechanical, fundamental, approach in terms of the swing mechanics, and then there's like the mental side of it. When you talk with someone like Hunter or other people around the team, what do you think it's more of right now? Is it more one than the other, or is it just both for Willie?
Yeah, I think it can be both. I do. I mean, I think you can watch him swing and think, okay, that's not the best. That's not what a great Willie Adames swing usually looks like. I tell you one thing that a lot of big leaguers will say that I think it's not just Adames, but with a bunch of these struggling guys, you can tell things by the way a player takes a pitch. Just taking a pitch and the way that player looks taking a pitch can tell you something. And the Giants have a few guys right now who do not look comfortable even just taking a pitch. And so whatever that means, whether they're out of their mechanics or they're not seeing the ball the way they usually do or whatever, I think sometimes even just watching how a guy takes one can tell you, is he locked in? Is he feeling calm and comfortable or not? And you're right. I mean, the check swings are part of that. Like that all is sort of tied together in my mind.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on 95.7 The Game, Giants insider, voice of your San Francisco Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. The Giants fell yesterday to the Detroit Tigers. Final score 3-1. Back in action today in Detroit. Dave, talking about this Tigers team real quick, and we'll get back. It's all about the Giants, obviously, but this Tigers team, I do think, is still slept on. They were an amazing watch last year as that final stretch happened. It was crazy out in the AL Central. They make that run. They won a first round. Skubal, obviously, is the talk, and thank God they probably missed him from this go-around because he was incredible in his last start. But tell me about this Detroit Tigers team real quick. Most wins in baseball, and yet it feels like they don't have that one guy in their lineup. Kind of how we look at this Giants team a little bit, that big bopper that you feel like. I know Riley Green is was their top prospects before. He's batting .270 this year. He's having a good season. Torkelson, obviously. Those are like prospect names, if you will, but they're not like, the Juan Sotos, the Machados of the world. And maybe I'm just looking at that team saying, you know what? If the Tigers can do it with a non-quote-unquote big household name, Giants absolutely can.
Sure. I mean, I think, it's not a coincidence that Scott Harris is here and he was with the Giants in 2021. I think the Tigers are kind of the current version of what the Giants were trying to be back then. And the Giants lost their way trying to be that version of that team. They had one great year. The Tigers are trying to make that a little more sustainable. And what I mean by that is they've got a manager and a baseball ops president who are in sync with one another and believe that the full roster is how you navigate a 162 season. And so the Tigers, we saw yesterday, they used, 5 pitchers? They used their bench. Part of that is because Javi Baez got kicked out of the game, but they used 3 or 4 guys off their bench. That's what the Giants did in 2021, and that's what the Tigers are doing right now. Everybody on that team comes to the ballpark every day thinking there is a role for me in this game today. That can be a really powerful thing. That can be a unifying thing for a team. And I think it's one of the main reasons why the Giants won 107 in 2021. And when you have a season where, some guys have career years and you stay healthy and you have that feeling, that sentiment going, that's a formula for a lot of success. It would not surprise me at all if the Tigers, I'm not saying 107, that's a big number, but the Tigers can win a lot of games if they stay healthy just with sort of the thing that they've got going right now. And can the Giants channel that? They can, but they've pivoted from that idea to something a little more stable in terms of your core players and letting those guys lead the way, which is also a tried and true formula. When those core players are not performing, you get a week like the Giants' offense has had. But I still think the Giants have a very clear game plan about how this team is going to be run this year, and I think it's a good game plan.
Yeah, and I think the Casagrande kid, the Petaluma boy, Torkelson having a monster bounce back I'm happy for him. I'm rooting for him in Detroit. The guy that was a top draft pick, and one of the seismic shifts of the Farhan era was kind of like moving off Joey Bart and giving Pat Bailey carte blanche at catcher, and defensively, he's been spectacular. And I do credit him with a lot of what I've seen from the bullpen and the pitching staff, because there's been a lot of moving parts. And I look at the way that they've attacked hitters and stuff. I think he gets a lot of credit for that. But offensively, he's really struggled, Pat Bailey, that is. What's going on with him, Dave? He's in a little of a 2-for-19 slump right now. 14 of his last 85. He's not really barreling the ball up. How much can you tolerate? I mean, the defense is elite. That is real. I'm willing to tolerate, a lack of offense, but it's really bad offensively. How much longer can they sustain this?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but 2 for 19, that's not a slump. That's his season. I mean, a hit every 8 at-bats is about what he's done. So that's 2 months of 2 for 19, basically. Look, Buster said it publicly at the start of spring training. He said it to Patrick individually, and he said it to everybody. The number one job of the catcher is to be the leader, the captain of the pitching staff. And the Giants have arguably the best pitching staff in the game, and Patrick is doing more than his fair share in that regard. And that is the number one job. And in some ways, it's up to everybody else to pick up the offense. Like, in some ways, what the Giants, all-time greatest catcher has said is, let that spot be dedicated to what Bailey does best. And would we be talking about his offensive struggles as much if Lamont Wade were hitting and Willy Adames were hitting and Mike Yastrzemski hadn't fallen into a slump? We wouldn't be, probably. So I think the Giants internally are still focused on the great stuff that Patrick Bailey brings. It is, you can tell it's wearing him out, because he believes he's a good major league hitter. And we've seen it in not just like short bursts, we've seen it for months at a time where he's been a way better offensive player than he's showing right now. But I still think that the number one job for Bailey is to do what he's done with this pitching staff. And so, if you're looking for ways for the Giants to get this offense jump-started, I'm not saying Bailey wouldn't help if he gets the bat going, but what I am saying is I think the number one thing that needs to happen is offense from other spots.
No, it's a great point. We're talking to Dave Fleming here, our 95% of the Game Giants insider, voice of the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area, and we were referencing Patrick Bailey in regards to his peers, right? Fangraphs, his offensive rating is one of the worst with minimum 200 plate appearances amongst other catchers, but the defensive rating on the flip side is the best in comparison to the rest of his peers. So definitely a mixed bag there, but a guy talking, and we're going to wrap up the struggles. I promise, the team's 8 games over 500. We'll get to some of the good stuff, Dave, but just to wrap up this on some of the players that are struggling. Lamont Wade, what more needs to be said? Batting 161 on the season, 22 hits, 270 on-base percentage, slugging just 263. Just not where this team needs him to be at. And just only getting older at this point, too. 31 years of age, going on 32, Dave. Are we kind of seeing the last of Lamont Wade here in a Giants uniform?
I hope not, but that is a spot, and I think the three of us have talked about it before this year. Like, that's the spot where the other stuff doesn't overcome the offensive struggles. Playing first base, I guess maybe if you're JT Snow level defensively, or even Brandon Belt was a great defensive first baseman. You can contribute to your team if you're like, there haven't been that many of them, but if you're a really good base runner, Christian Walker, we saw that the last few years in Arizona, like he'd steal 20 bags and be a really good base. And so, there are a few rare first basemen who can contribute in different ways and sort of mitigate some ups and downs offensively. Lamont's just not that style of player, and he never has been. He's worked himself into being a good defensive first baseman, but they need offense from that spot, unquestionably. And it puts extra pressure on his bat, unlike with Bailey, where I think, you just sort of, you prioritize the defense. First base is a spot where you need offense, and they have to get more offense from that spot, have to. And the thing that's going to happen here is with Gerard Encarnacion getting healthy, he's going to get chances. Casey Schmidt, Casey was hurt and missed a lot of time. But when they have given Casey an opportunity, I know the offensive numbers aren't great, but there have been some positive signs with him. Right-handed, left-handed, whatever, the Giants are going to start to try to find more offense from that spot because they have to get it. They have to.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. All right, let's get to the positives. Robbie Ray has been spectacular. I mean, just spectacular. And Logan Webb, I know the last start wasn't great, but he's been awesome this year. And I just look at like the young guys in general, whether it's Whisenhunt, AAA. I thought Harrison had a very encouraging outing the last time out. And obviously Birdsong's trying to build up to where he's at. I really like where this staff is at, but I think the guy flying under the radar right now, Randy Rodriguez, I think he's going to be their all-star. I don't know if he'll be the one selected. He has been unbelievable.
What about Logan Webb and Robbie Ray? Those guys are all stars. Come on.
There are a lot of really good starters. I'm just saying, I think Randy Rodriguez has been unbelievable because the way they've employed him, Joe, in high leverage situations that aren't the 8th or 9th inning, he's a real weapon for this team.
Oh, gosh, he's amazing. Randy Rodriguez has been one of, if not the best relief pitcher in the National League. They're using him quite a bit. He's been in different circumstances, and he's just been great no matter how they've used him. He's been awesome, and he is just a truly remarkable story. We probably don't say it enough. I mean, 2 years ago, this was a guy who could not throw strikes and who had a lot of promise, and it looked like his career was just going to be derailed by an inability to throw strikes. Now he's got, 32 strikeouts, 3 walks in the big leagues? Amazing transformation for him and improvement, and he deserves all the credit for doing it. He's a stud. And I think, if you take a step back, because you guys are right, they're 8 games over. They're just a couple games out in the West. They're in a wild card position. The big picture is very positive for this Giants team. Even just putting that aside, I would argue that the number one thing for this team is the young pitching, not just, sustaining, but establishing itself as the foundation for this team going forward. We know Webb is going to be a big part of that foundation, but you have Birdsong, Roop, and Harrison, and then throw in Randy and Camilo, and whoever you want in the bullpen. There are a lot of guys down there who are young and inexperienced, but I'm especially talking about those young starters. If those 3 guys, if we emerge from this season, no matter what happens in the end, with the Giants feeling like those guys are a part of our starting staff for years to come, that is it. That unlocks so much else for you as a franchise to be able to focus on and concentrate on and, direct your resources towards. The best thing that could happen to the Giants this year is for that core of young pitchers to all blossom like it looks like they're doing. That pretends like a lot of wins and success in the near term for the Giants if that happens.
I'm glad you made that point because I was tweeting it out yesterday during the game. It's hey, look, I get we're frustrated with Adames and all that, but I love the direction of where the franchise is. They have a lot of really good players. Ramos is having a good season. I think he's been their team MVP offensively. Jung-Woo Lee has had a good week, but he's had a good season this year. You referenced Yaz cooling off. Yeah, but he's had a good year this year. Matos has been struggling, right? But Fitzgerald's been a good player this year. They've got a lot of really nice pieces. They just need that one centerpiece guy, and I feel like it could take them over the top and get them into the playoffs. But your point about the pitching is well taken. It's hey, look, Harrison's kind of been through the crucible now, and I'm hoping he can come out on the other side. Birdsong has accepted any role that they've asked from him. Camilo's been through the crucible, and he feels like he's a better for it having come out on this end. They've got really nice foundational pieces. They're just missing that one kind of centerpiece bat who can hit 35, 40 home runs. And I guess that, they're hoping that's Bryce Eldridge, but that feels like it's a little far away. I feel like they can make a move right here in the middle of the season and really make themselves a legitimate playoff team. And it would be a hell of a story.
Yeah, it's just really hard to find that type of player in a trade mid-year. You can do what the Padres did and give up your whole farm system for Juan Soto in the rare instance that somebody like that becomes available. I'm trying to think about, I guess it's possible if things really go sideways with the Red Sox that Rafi Devers, just because of, a difference of philosophy, maybe he's a guy who would become available. But other than that, I'm just thinking of the teams that are really struggling, that are out of it, that are going to be sellers. Miami, Colorado, Pittsburgh. Is there a foundational offensive player on those rosters? I don't think so. And so but because I do agree with you, that is the missing piece for this Giants team. They have a lot of really good, solid position players, but they do need somebody to drive the bus, to be that middle of the order thumper. And they do expect Bryce Eldridge is going to get there, but he's not, even if, let's just say the Giants are in it and they're contending and they're still not getting much from that spot, and they decide, all right, we're pushing the timeline with Eldridge and we're going to just roll the dice and see if he can give us a boost. He can give them a boost, perhaps, but we see it with every good young player. Take Christian Campbell for the Red Sox, who got off to this amazing start, and now he's in a 4 for 40 slump. It's just hard, man. Mm-hmm. So Bryce Eldridge is going to come up at some point, and the Giants really believe in his talent, but it's not going to be instantaneous. Okay, there's your middle of the order all-star. That is not going to happen right away, no matter when they bring him up here. So that's a long way of saying they do need that on this team. They know they need that on this team, and it's hard to get. That's probably the hardest thing, maybe other than a true ace. That might be the hardest thing to get in this sport.
Well, and especially now with that third wild card, Dave, everyone feels like there may be a player away. So, if you're just hovering around 500, hey, the Braves did it a couple of years ago, right? And then they made a huge run. They got a Jock Peterson. They made a move that actually wasn't as popular. They got a Jock Peterson, right? I think they acquired someone else, and those guys were big playoff producers. Well, all right, real quick, on your way out, and we appreciate the time, Dave Fleming. All right, we were talking about booing. Just as a fan, if you've ever booed before in your life.
Well, because we want Willie to do well, and I don't think booing him or anything like that is productive. I don't think it's good.
Of course, I'm just bringing Dave on the conversation. It's not that serious. I want to know if a young Dave Fleming ever booed a player or a team, and when and where that happened.
I used to, as a kid, I would go to Bullets games. Well, first of all, we were fans of we had, it's a longer story. Someday I'll tell it, but we got season tickets to the Washington football team. And back then that was a hard thing to get. And so we would go, in the heyday when the Niners were great, when the Giants and Cowboys and Eagles were great, Washington, our team was great too. And we won 3 Super Bowls when I was a kid as a fan. And the Cowboys would come in, and we were booing them. That was part of going to the game. You had to boo Danny White. Heck yeah, we're booing the hell out of him. I was 8 years old, and I was booing those guys. Remember, the Bullets had this weird fan named Robin Ficker, and he became famous. He was a lawyer, literally a practicing lawyer, who went to the Cap Center in Landover and would sit near the entire game. This grown man, adult lawyer, and he became known around the NBA, and he would just wear these guys, Barkley and all of them. And I will say, some of my friends and I, when I was young, we kind of got sucked into that a little bit. That's the...
Oh, he's fading away, Dave Fleming. Oh, it's all right. I appreciate it. Dave, you're fading out there. Your connection's getting a little thing. But I found the guy you're talking about, Robin Ficker. He's currently a member of the Maryland House of Delegates from the 15D district.
No way.
Yeah, this guy's a super fan.
He was the Marlin man of back then?
Yeah, no.
Except wearing people out?
This guy's got it all, man. And his first case was seeking to end the National Football League's blackout of sold-out home games. And he went to the Supreme Court of the United States. This guy's something else. Dave, we appreciate the time.
Oh, man.
Thank you so much. We'll do it again next week.
Sorry, my phone isn't cooperating.
No, you're good. You're good. Good stuff, Dave. We appreciate
it, man.
You
and Hunter together.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
Thanks. That's Dave Fleming. I wonder if he's now jumped back onto the Washington football team bandwagon with Jaden Daniels as his quarterback. I wouldn't be mad at him if he's done that. Honestly, if he would have told me he stopped rooting for him because of Dan Snyder, I'd believe it. Or is he so ingratiated in the Bay now where he's a Niners diehard? That stuff never really goes away. Those childhood teams that you love, you got to stick to them. Although, I could not think of a worse fan base to be a part of than the Washington basketball team franchise, whether it's the Bullets or the Wizards. Hey, you got MJ for a year.
Let me just for a second.
Oh, my God.
I hope you understand. There was a point in time, as a Warrior fan, I envied the Jameson, Gilbert Arenas, Larry Hughes, Washington Wizards, which were the East Coast Warriors. I was so envious of that team. You think I'm joking?
No. Caron Butler, too.
Caron Butler, but don't forget Brendan Haywood.
Yeah, of course.
Like, they had so many guys I liked.
Did you have a Wizards jersey?
No, but they had Juwan Howard and Chris Webber together with Rod Strickland was such a sweet team on 2K.
Brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supplies, serving the contractors, homeowners, and the community we're in for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. That was Dave Fleming talking about those Washington Bullets and being a fan and booing. And we just brought him into the conversation because we were talking about Willie Adames and how we don't think booing's the right move for him. And that's not what we're talking about here. But when it comes to ingratiating yourself to a fan base, the team has to win first and foremost. That helps. The team has been winning. And I do think his body language is helping him in this case. And him being a nice guy and him coming on to Willard and Dibbs and being all great and hunky-dory and having a smile on his face. Being humble about it.
He does seem humble.
And he's not going out of his way saying like, look at me. I hate all my production sucks and this sucks and this sucks. No, he's not saying any of that stuff. He's not. He's just keeping his head down. And as Sam's alluded to, he's been in the locker rooms and clubhouse. He's the same guy every single day. And that's kind of the player you want. You want someone that's going to be the same in the good times and the bad times. Same thing you look for any partner, right? I know who I'm going to get. All right. Now there might be some situations and tough challenges there, but at the end of the day, you're going to get through it. And hopefully this is just a blip and he could go round into form because historically, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sammy and Joe, August is his best month. So he's a guy that gets hot towards the end of the year. And maybe if he could do that and this team's in playoff position, then look out. Cause that's the guy, if he gets hot at the right time, he could carry a team.
Well, you need him and Chapman to just get rolling.
Oh, God.
I mean, if you could get both of them rolling at the same time, which is difficult, but if you could.
Your two highest paid position players. That would help.
I think it would take a huge load off of Wilmer Flores because you got to assume Wilmer's going to at some point have a down little turn, right? Like you cannot. Does anyone think Wilmer Flores is going to sustain? And I'm not trying to hate on Wilmer. He's had a hell of a year.
Historically, it's not going to happen. Yeah, just it's a game of runs. It's not going to. Yeah,
it's just not. And like even Jung Hoo Lee, like he'll hit the wall a little at some point.
Yeah.
Yaz is kind of feels like he's hitting the wall currently right now. I feel like the guy flying under the radar who's been really good, which would not have happened in the prior regime because he would have been yo-yoed around for versus lefties and righties and this and that. Tyler Fitzgerald.
Yeah, fits.
And I know everyone is jumping the gun on like, can you put Tyler Fitzgerald at the top of the order? No. Leave him right where he's at.
Yeah.
At the bottom of the lineup. He is thriving right now. Let him continue to be that guy. His production to me is gravy. He's been really good.
Yeah, the worst thing you can do right now is if you mess with something that's going well.
It's working.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I agree. I would move around the high price guys and play around with where they're at in the lineup and then just hope that one of them catches fire here.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, who are playing later today in New York City against the defending champs, the Liberty. And you can find that game on our free Odyssey app. They have a tab specifically for the Valkyries. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones will be on the call there. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The show has flown by. All the people saying, baseball. No, it's been really refreshing. It's been fun. It's been talking about this Giants team.
They're a fun team.
No drama.
I know.
None. It's actually refreshing to talk about when there's a team that's just, the Kuminga, Steve Kerr. Oh, Brandon Ayuk, Brock Purdy contract. Oh, my God, Kyle Shanahan. No, everything's been fine. Again, the one bugaboo about this team, the one thing we're talking about is Willie Adames not contributing because he signed that fat contract, and yet they're still winning.
There's no rage. It's just we're rooting for him to keep going.
Exactly. There's no rage.
There's no rage.
That's great.
And here's a guy that I actually do want to get into for a second here.
Sure.
I was very meh regarding Bob Melvin when they hired him. I was kind of underwhelmed last year in terms of his handling of the bullpen.
Real quick, why were you kind of meh on Bob Melvin? Well, because he's had success with all the teams he's been with.
It just felt very retready, and it felt like, I don't know, it just didn't. I've never been the biggest Bob Melvin guy, just in general. I wanted a young, fresh, new face.
I do think part of that is while the Giants were winning all those titles, at the same time, Bob Melvin was with the A's, and they weren't winning titles. But
sure.
They had good teams. They had nice runs, but they flamed out in the playoffs. And a lot of the fans feel like was because of Bob Melvin and his lack of touch with the bullpen at times.
Yes.
Especially in that 2014 AL wildcard game. And then you go to the opener and those wildcard situations, and it just felt like he could never get over that hump. Is that kind of what the lens you're kind of viewing it through?
But I want to be fair here, because I think a lot of people now, it's like, well, you didn't know Bruce Bochy was going to be good. I'm going back to like when they hired him. I was done with Felipe Alou. Done with him. I wanted him out of here. Like I was like, and I have tremendous respect for his baseball resume and what he represents, his family represents to really propelling the game forward in South America and Central America in terms of its prominence. They had an all-Alou outfield with the Giants. Like, that is not slept on me. He is a baseball lifer. I love Felipe and what he represents. But in terms of managing the team, he was out of touch. I wanted them to go in a different direction. When they hired Bruce Bochy, I was like, really? The guy that the Padres got rid of? And now, in retrospect, I'm like, whoa, he did some great things with the Padres. He took them to the World Series.
The World Series.
Right?
And
a lot of people would have died to take that Padre team to the World Series.
I mean, and they had no shot against one of the greatest, if not the greatest baseball team ever in those Yankee squads. So.
Right? So I was wrong about Bruce Bochy. And I remember the night he became the Giants manager with the Chad Billingsley situation where he went back to the mound multiple times, Don Mattingly, that is. So when they brought in Bo Mel, it felt very similar to the way I felt the day that they signed Bruce Bochy, which is like, retread. Kind of been around the game a long time.
Wasn't inspiring for you. That's the word you wanted, inspiring.
But again, being fair and watching this year, I think he's done a great job this year. I think that for the most part, he's handled the roster pretty well. He hasn't yo-yoed guys in terms of everyday playing. Like, everyone's like, Matos doesn't play enough. Well, I don't think Matos is doing a lot to deserve a lot of playing time.
No.
I would roll with Yaz. Yaz has been good. I think he's been really good in terms of the way he's utilized Jung-Hoo Lee. Speed, situational hit and running, keeping him in center field all year. Ramos has played every single day, except for yesterday. He finally had a little break, and he needed a break. I don't think Ramos would have got this extended run, 2 years ago. I just don't. What he's done with Fitz, I think, has been spectacular. I think his handling of the staff as a whole, bullpen-wise, has been pretty good. I have very little complaints. We could argue about, why was Jordan Hicks a starter? Well, because Buster, Jordan Hicks, and the staff figured out, let's start with him in the rotation, and let's see where it goes. All right, well, we saw it wasn't working out. They've moved him to the bullpen. His last 2 outings in the bullpen have been great. All right, Jordan Hicks is going to be fine in the bullpen. Randy Rodriguez is having a career year. Doval feels like he's bounced back completely. The manager deserves a lot of credit. He's done a really good job. And the number one thing I love about what I've seen from Bob Melvin, situationally, he's played small ball and executed, and the guys have come through. He can't bat for Chapman. He can't bat for Adames. He can't.
No.
Those guys need to pick it up.
They need to produce.
I think he's done a really good job managing this team this year. I really do. I think he has been B+, A- level.
Among active major league managers, and we can get some game show music here. Maybe Joe knows the answer immediately, but there's only one other manager in the big leagues right now that has more active MLB wins under his belt.
Bruce Bochy.
Nope, it's not Bruce.
Terry Francona.
There you go.
Tito. Yeah.
Terry Francona has more.
It would have been Dusty, but he retired a couple years ago.
There you go. Actually, let me pull up Bruce because, full disclosure, this is a Wikipedia page article I'm using, so maybe Wikipedia messed that one up. But it did say Dusty at the time, too. Dusty, obviously,
has retired.
Was retired since then. And when they wrote this, it might have been Bochy. So Bochy might be up there, so correct me if I'm wrong. But I do think it is only Terry Francona that has more. But also, Bob's been doing this for a long time, too.
No doubt.
He's been around the block for a long time. He had a lot of success. He's the second most wins in A's history behind only Connie Mack. But that's a historic franchise, too. It's pretty, for as much as we want to get on Bob Melvin because everything he's not, which I get it, when you're constantly comparing him to maybe one of the greatest managers of all time, Bruce Bochy, he's going to come up a little short. And
but he's better than Kapler.
No, that's exactly.
So
there's levels
Bruce
to this.
Bochy. Yeah, forget Bruce Bochy. He's better than Kapler.
Yes, he's better than what you had prior to that.
I agree.
And you could do a whole hell of a lot worse. And you know what? I do think Bob has learned some things along the way. He's gone from the platooning situation of Oakland when they had a bunch of young guys, and I credit him with the success now of the Matt Olsons, of the Marcus Simeons, of the Matt Chapmans, right? All those players that went through those A's, like Sean Murphy, right? The catcher because of Bo Mel. a lot of Jonah Heim, there's a lot of really good players that maybe wouldn't be in this situation in today's league without Bob Melvin and his tutelage. So let's give him some credit there. As much as credit we want to give Bochy when it comes to guys like Buster, Timmy, Crawford, all those guys, right? Let's give some to Bob too. He's coached a hell of a lot of good players. And not only doing that situation, Joe, but following that up and coaching some big names. And did it end well? No. But in San Diego. So he's coached the big boys in a heavy payroll and also the worst payroll. So he's done a lot of different iterations at the big league level.
Think about like the relationships with Steve Kerr and some of the young players and just kind of how they've been navigated over the years.
Been up and down.
Right. Okay. I look at the Camilo Duvall experiment. Okay. And this is a young guy who showed so much promise. And then he really like fell on his face last year and got humbled. And I think a lot of organizations would have, and I was one of them, and I'm wrong. I was wrong. I was like, I think you have to trade him away. I don't think he can work here. I don't know. Like something, clearly you got to get rid of the guy. I credit Camilo. I credit Buster. I credit the pitching staff. And I credit Bob Melvin for finding a way to not only repair the relationship, but give him a second chance. He is thriving.
It was Bochy, by the way. Bochy, Francona, then Melvin. So
Bochy
there you go. Yeah, you were right. You're right. There you go.
No, but like, how many organizations would have stuck with Camilo Duvall and then been on the other end of it right now and sitting here going like, he's one of the best Giants on the team right now?
Yes, absolutely. And again, last year it wasn't a good look because it felt like you were bringing him in non-closing situations and that was messing with his routine, messed with everything. He was a head case.
But they had a heart-to-heart.
But they did have a heart-to-heart. And you know what? He's salvaged his career. And who knows? Maybe he'll get that closing spot back. He'll run away with it, and that's great.
I think he will. Like, Walker is kind of, that's another element of...
Is he walking that fine line for you, Ryan Walker?
I like Ryan Walker. I don't love him as a closer. I like him as a late innings guy. I don't love him as a closer. And look, to be quite frank, I'm not sure I trust Camilo yet either. He's done some really good things. The ninth inning is just unique. It just is. And anybody who says otherwise has never done it. I feel like that inning is made for certain people. Now, Camilo has done a great job accepting whatever his role is. He might go back into that ninth inning role and scuffle again.
It's interesting. We always bring this up every now and then. Like, who's the best closer in baseball right now?
Clase, maybe? I don't know.
No, he's got a 4.5 ERA. Like, the guys you think of last year, like the Mason Millers, he's been roughed up a couple times.
Well, it feels like everybody's laying off that pitch away.
A little bit. Yeah. But again, his stuff is still so filthy.
He's filthy.
He's filthy. But like, again, it just goes to show like Emilio Pagan for the Reds, who was like a guy like Bob Melvin coached back in the A's once upon a time. I think he was a Padre too. He has he has 13 saves. Kyle Finnegan for the Nationals. Poor old Michael Finnegan. Yeah, there you go. 15 saves. Exactly. Andres Munoz for the Mariners. Who? Like, exactly. The guy that's the best, probably Robert Suarez, is pretty good for the Padres.
Yeah, he's good.
He's legit. Yeah. So I'd probably say him. Josh Hader's all of a sudden having a resurgence with the Astros. He's got
I thought he was cooked 2 years ago.
I thought he was cooked too. But it just goes to show you, Edwin Diaz is kind of back with the Mets. He's been good.
Yeah.
Does he still have the trumpet routine? I don't know. I don't watch a lot of Mets games.
Well, tearing his leg or whatever on that celebration walk-off, it just ruined his career.
But it does feel like it's kind of that era where, you know, the Kenley Janssens were there always.
It's kind of like running back in the NFL.
Yeah.
We went through these different like modes where like you got to have a feature back. No, you have to have two. And now it feels like you got to have a feature closer.
Yep.
Now you might just need multiple arms.
Well, that's the key to the Giants' success. They had all those different arms. And yes, they did have those makeshift closers, and whether it was Romo, whether it was Casilla, whether it was Wilson, right?
Yeah.
Every different run they had a different closer.
Yeah.
And then you had that baked in. You had the Javis, you had Alfeld, you had all these guys, right? So we'll pick this conversation up on the other side. We're up against it. Dave Fleming was great. If you missed any of that interview, Dave Fleming, voice of the San Francisco Giants, his phone cut out towards the end there, but that's all right. He was just telling a Washington Commanders story about one of their super fans. Very interesting stuff. But Dave Fleming, always good on the Giants, and you can find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Safeway. More of your calls, more of your texts. And let's break down Bob Melvin, because you know what? I do think his stock is rising here in the Bay Area. Spadoni at Shasky's The Morning Roast. Come on back. It's 95.7 The Game.
Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
Sam gets me every time. Don't forget about Shasky. Sounding like Raymond Ritter, ending a press conference for one of the Warrior players.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freeman's and Pike's this Saturday.
Just do my job, Joe. Got to make sure that you're mentioning these rejoins.
Thank you.
Can you just give me a little snippet of what your weekend was like?
Well, you can find that out in the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast because Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky and Steven Risotto have the best Giants talk in the world. And also Sam's personal life you can also talk about. Make sure you're subscribed today. Go ahead, Sam. What'd you do this weekend?
Don't know. You said it. You got to subscribe to the podcast.
Oh, it's a tease. Yeah, there you go. You like that, Joe? What'd you do this weekend? You went at the river. It was nice.
I got excited.
You're excited?
Yeah, because I'm a sucker for this franchise, and I'm sure you guys will laugh at me.
What franchise?
The Valkyries?
I saw Jurassic World or Jurassic Park commercial, and I was like, I guess I know what I'm doing around 4th of July.
Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, Joe.
I'm so out on all the Jurassic. It's too much.
It's like 3 movies too many at this point.
No, it's not.
To go Tim Roy, it's an oversaturation
It's
sensation.
just like Fast and the Furious. At this point, just keep playing the hits, doggy.
They're alive like me. Like, come on,
what
it's
was
a terrible
that?
movie. Jurassic Kingdom, where like the girl lets all the dinosaurs out because she's like, they're alive like me. It's like, oh, shut up. That movie was terrible.
Whoa.
Sorry, I didn't mean to rain on you.
Watching it.
God.
No, I stopped watching it at the Jurassic World. I'm sure it was a great impression, Sam. Thank you.
I'll take your word.
I'll take your word for that one. But the Jurassic World, Chris Pratt, I liked that one. That was good. I didn't need to see anything else after that. That was fine. It was great. All right. They
I
brought
like
it back.
it. I have no problem
Fun
with it.
series. No,
I'm a sucker for the T-Rex always coming in at the last second that I don't expect and winning somehow against some super created dinosaur that shouldn't exist.
Well, I was just a sucker for the original. Just like, why do we have to create all these super dinosaurs now? Can we have just stuck with the original? What's wrong with the classics? The Velociraptor, the T-Rex.
65 million years, we've already tired out of all these
The
dinosaurs.
Dilophosaurus, all right? We
okay,
have all these
first off,
different periods. The Cretaceous,
Blue still
the
exists.
Paleolithic, all these
That's
ones.
the little Velociraptor that Chris Pratt ended up like raising and then became friends with, and then had their own child.
Again, that wasn't. No, see, you already we too much. Just leave it at the Jurassic World. With Vincent D'Onofrio was the bad guy. He was like the criminal, like the Law and Order guy. Like, stop. I don't need any more after that. I'm done. Just like Fast and the Furious.
I'm a sucker for it.
Honestly, R.I.P. Paul Walker. After he passed, the franchise should have been done. It was him and Vin Diesel. That was it.
That went way too long.
That one. Thank you.
Like 12 movies.
Thank you. No. Once he passed away, respectfully, the franchise also should have passed away. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. It's too much now. They're talking about going to the moon. Stop.
No, they
Stop
did.
it.
They went to the moon.
Already?
They did it, yeah. We're just waiting for Jurassic World to get there now.
James Bond went to the moon, it was over. Once Sean Connery or whoever the hell it was went to the moon, it was done. The franchise, it was cooked, all right? I think it was Roger Moore. It wasn't Sean Connery. But his era was over. Then they brought in Timothy Dalton. Then they brought in Pierce Brosnan.
Guys, you're making way too much. I'm not saying that like I'm, like, oh my God, I got to be there opening night. But if it's on, or I can buy it on whatever, Apple Plus or whatever, I'm going to probably end up buying it and watching it. I'm a sucker for it.
Listen, how you feel about the Jurassic Park franchise is how I feel about the Giant City Connects. I'm a sucker for it. I like them. I'm in on them. I want more of these City Connects. Quite frankly, I saw a lot of people wearing them in the East Bay over the weekend, Sammy. I saw a lot of those City Connects. They're at various breweries.
The City Connect in Emeryville. You don't find the irony in that?
I'm gonna wear my
San Francisco Giant City Connect.
Wait, so you can only wear the City Connect in the city
what's
that
wrong
you're
with them
connecting
wearing
with?
the East Bay?
I just think it's funny.
There's a lot of Giants fans in the East Bay.
I didn't say there wasn't, but
Well, I
they're
think
called City Connect.
Yeah, Pods wears it.
Exactly. What's wrong with that?
Wait, hold on, I'm confused. So you can't wear a City Connect if you're in Emeryville?
Or in Oakland. It was in Oakland, actually.
I'm confused. Explain this logic to me.
Please explain. So if I'm in San Mateo, where my dad grew up, and I got him a City
I'm
Connect.
not saying
got
that. You
checked
just
at the
don't
door.
find how that's funny?
Why? There's nothing wrong with it. They're the only city that you could root for around here. I can't go to Sacramento.
That's true.
Like, they only have one opportunity, one choice. Now, if they went by the Golden State Giants, so that hit a little different.
Well, then you can wear it anywhere in the state.
Okay.
Once you go to Nevada, then it's funny.
Oh, Sam, you're on fire right now.
He is. Like his hair. It's looking great. It's spectacular. It's tremendous.
I am going to go see that new Jurassic World movie.
He
though.
is after all of it.
I'm not going to enjoy it, but I'm going to go see it. All right, back to Giants.
Back to the Giants.
Thank you.
We're talking about Bob Melvin. I don't know if he's going to see it or not. Bob Melvin strikes me as a guy that's more into like documentaries. Like he'd hang out with Steiny, watch a nature doc.
Detaching yourself for a couple of hours to have fun. You're making too big of a deal on.
No, I do that.
Part.
No, I do that. I watch like anime. I watch
also
One
came
Piece
to the
and
conclusion.
Naruto.
I'm out on a show last night. The what's it called? The Last of Us. I'm not going to tell you exactly what happened.
It's based off the video game.
Yeah,
right?
I never played the video game. I'm out on the show. One of my favorite characters. Me. I'm out. We're out. It's out. I'm done.
Oh, is Pedro gone? Pascal?
I usually don't eject from a series, no matter how bad it is, no matter how bad the movie is. I got to watch to the end. I got to find out what happens. I'm out.
I watched a good show on Netflix over the weekend called The Four Seasons. It's a good cast, comedy, about 3 different couples at various points in their relationship.
Okay,
Steve
I'm about to check
Carell,
it out.
Tina Fey. It's a good cast. I think you'll enjoy it. It's good.
I was stuck on a murder thing where this guy who's British, him and his wife were murderers. And boy, it was just body after body after body in that basement.
You had me at murderers. So there you go. There, I'm locked in at that point. Bob Melvin, I'm also locked in on. And talking about this Giants team, we talked about them all morning. But when it comes to how we talk about and how we view coaches here in the Bay, I do think it's a little interesting. You referenced, Joe Lacob getting booed, right? And the owners are the owners. Jed York, Joe Lacob, whatever owner you want to associate with the Giants. Like, I can't even put the actual owner's face.
Well, there's
to
so
the
many
team.
of them.
Exactly.
I can't even keep up.
I don't even know where you want to go there. But we'll just stick it to those big boys. Like Jed York, I want to hear less of probably if I'm a Niner fan. And Joe Lacob, quite frankly, I kind of want to hear more of, even if I'm a Warriors fan, because whatever he says is just hilarious. So that's where they're at within this region. When it comes to Kyle Shanahan, when it comes to Steve Kerr, I know Steve's a made guy in the sense that he's won 4 titles here, but I do think the rhetoric around him whenever he speaks, we are looking to poke and pick and get upset about every little thing. Hell, we were talking about Steve last week when he joined Willard and Dibbs, comparing Kuminga to the likes of Aaron Gordon and Sean Marion. And Joe, you were like, wait, what? Sean Marion? Like that's not who Kuminga is. Like, you had sort of a problem with the comparison. Not that you have a problem with Steve Kerr, but even that garnered a reaction from you. Kyle Shanahan, hell, we listen to this guy talk ad nauseum, whether it's with the Tim Kawakami podcast, whether it's him saying, I can't guarantee any of us will be alive on Sunday. The guy says some crazy things, right? Or if it's leading up to the Super Bowl, maybe he's had a little one too many. I don't know. He garners a reaction. Bob Melvin, he doesn't really say a whole hell of a lot to garner a hot take. And maybe that's good for this Giants team because Gabe Kapler, God love the guy, Joe, he said a lot. And on these airwaves too. I think we were the last official interview we had, or Gabe had in these Bay Area airways, by the way. I was filling in for Bonte and it was alongside you. We asked him about Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives, I think Guy Fieri and Anthony Bourdain. It was a great interview. I'm sure you can find it on the Odyssey app or on YouTube. Gabe Kapler. But that was a guy that, just the way his whole persona, the way he spoke.
He just couldn't be a normal person. I mean, let's just call it what it is. What?
He was a normal guy to me, but I don't know.
He was unique.
No, he just everything.
He was normal for the Bay Area, I thought, personally.
Everything just had to be so curated, and it just felt so.
Infinite
he just overthought every
outcomes, and his voice was so deep. The shoe polish beard, all of it, the working out before the games, you asking about said workouts, Joe, all of it baked into the equation.
I'll never forget when we were at the old station and I'm driving down King Street, which Embarcadero turns into King, right? And I'm like, in my side mirror, I see this guy with ripped jeans, just jacked legs. Okay, the thighs, and I see the ripped jeans, and he's like furiously pumping the bicycle. And I'm like, oh my God, this guy's gonna hit my side mirror. And objects in mirrors seem closer than they appear. Boom, he hits the red light, and it's Gabe Kapler, and I have my window down, just happen to have it down, and he's got like the open, like shredded shirt with the shredded, like skin tight jeans.
Was it Ed Hardy or Affliction?
And I'm just thinking, like, dude, you tried way too hard to get ready in the morning. I don't even know what's going on here. Just to ride your bike?
What do you mean trying hard?
Dog, you rode your bike from your house to the work. Like, it just...
That sounds awesome. I wish I could do that.
I think he did like a 20-miler before that ride.
Exactly. So. I just remember looking over and I was like, wow, this guy's so intense.
He is. And he was very intense.
I was like, what's up, coach? I was like, how are you doing? It's like, Jesus, I don't think he had any idea who I was.
Nice to meet you. I am Gabe Kapler.
Exactly. I was like, can't you just be normal?
You would have loved the vibe in his office
like, what's
after
up,
games.
Dude?
You would have loved to just go sit on this couch, right? Sam, he had a couch in there that you could sit on?
He had the music playing just so, and he had the bottles on the table set up just so. It was a very nice speakeasy vibe.
Curated.
What is the biggest difference, you would say, Sam, post-game wise and pre-game between Gabe Kapler and Bob Melvin?
Well, the biggest difference is with Bob, we actually do the interviews in the actual interview room, so it feels like an actual professional interview. Whereas when Kapler was there, it was like going into the back room of a speakeasy to chat with like the local mob boss. Except, it's just Gabe Kapler. It was just a very during Prohibition, stuff like that, and it was just very
Chrissy, we be at the bada bing in the back.
Yeah, we gotta talk some Giants baseball. Gabe Kapler, something like that. And no, with Bob, it's very matter of fact. It's very professional. It's just you come in, he sits down, you ask questions for 5 minutes, then we get out and go into the clubhouse to talk to the players. It's
when I heard that he would eat cake, but he wouldn't eat it. He would like put it into his mouth and then like spit it out or something like that.
Cake or ice cream?
Ice cream.
It was ice cream that he does that.
He denied that when I brought it up to him. So take that for what it's worth.
Okay, he said that was fake news. Of all the things with Gabe Kapler, he said that one.
I watched a video
on the coconut oil too
on his IG where he had his hand tatted and he was holding like a scotch or a bourbon. I'm not a drinker, so I don't know. And it had like the perfect bourbon has to have a perfect ice cube. And I was like, dude, how many takes did it take for you to get this video just right to make it release like the perfect burger is juicy and elegant? It's like, dog, you are so bizarre. He's just bizarre. It's okay to admit that.
At least Bob Melvin isn't, though.
He's not. But I do kind of miss the quirkiness a little bit of the Gabe Kapler. I'm not going to lie. That being said, you were iffy on Bob. You want a more inspiring hire. Bob was clearly exactly what this team needed.
Oh, he's perfectly fine.
He was not to say that Gabe Kapler wasn't an adult, but I do think the level of respect was lost at some point. There was a loss of, and he blurred the lines too much, and I'm sure you'd agree with this, Sam, of being that like cool, I'm the fill-in teacher guy. Like, we're going to do some cool stuff. Hey, I'm going to sit on top of my desk and you could call me by my first name. So now we're really friends, dude. Or you could call me Mr. K instead of Mr. Kapler, right?
Do you know what image came across my timeline yesterday?
What?
It was like, those like MLB in time, videos or one of those accounts. It was him and Brebbia having that mound interaction where Brebbia and him were chest bumping each other, and Brebbia wouldn't get the ball, wouldn't give Kapler the ball, and Kapler went to go take it. It was the most bizarre interaction I've ever seen.
I think that was the moment everybody knew, it's over.
It's over.
When John Brebbia, the bucket, as I called him, was literally punking you on the mound from taking the ball from him.
That can't happen. Well, the Pasoy problem in the clubhouse, that for me, what are we doing? Like, he relied on the players to quote unquote police themselves in a way where he thought hey, you're all adults here. You guys can figure out. Yeah, but you also need to be the leader and command respect. There's a very fine line if I'm coaching the 98 Yankees and they can police themselves when they have the likes of, I don't know, Derek Jeter out there, with some of the greatest players of all time out there. That's one thing. When Jock Peterson is my leader, that's a problem.
Joe,
that's a problem.
We're going to look back 25 years from now. We're going to say, you replaced Bruce Bochy with Gabe Kapler?
I know.
That is on par.
I know.
It's on par with replacing Harbaugh and Jim Tomsula.
And it wasn't like we hadn't seen Kapler before, because we saw it in Philadelphia. And it didn't work there. Now, different markets, so maybe it could have worked here. And you know what? For a season, Joe, it felt like he could do no wrong. And every single time he pulled the perfect switch when it came to the platooning, all of it. It was an amazing season. And you'll never forget that really fun year. And we'll always have that in the back pockets. And if they come to a reunion for that one season, he'll come and show
Late night Lamont Wade is still feasting off of what he did in 2020.
That nickname is only off a couple months then.
He had 17 homers that year.
He did. I was at that game of the Coliseum where they had it in the top of the ninth and they came all the way back. It was great. And I think whoever the pitcher was for the A's at the time got booed.
Oh my God.
Going back to the boos. So there you go. We'll always have that, but the Gabe Kapler experience in hindsight, him taking over for Bruce Bochy, talking about tough acts to follow. I don't think we gave enough credence to that at the time.
It was impossible.
Because they were removed for almost a decade at that point from going to like a World Series or the playoffs. It felt like that series against the Cubs felt ages ago, even though it was just a couple of years.
His first ever managerial move that had everyone scratching their head was Game 1, COVID season. Remember, he took over the COVID year, replacing Brandon Crawford late in the game for a defensive replacement.
Was Johnny Cueto that game too, or was the year after? There was the Johnny Cueto situation where they pulled him too early, and I think the wheels fell off.
I'll never forget when Longoria got yanked and he just went crazy. Like, you could just see it. He was just steaming. Steam, like, you know those NFL films where like steam's coming off of a player's head because they're sweating and it's 50 below? Yeah. That's how Evan Longoria looked when Kapler took him out. I also have to read this because I think this might be the greatest description of Gabe Kapler I've ever seen. Hypeflix on YouTube. Gabe Kapler was PC Principal from South Park.
Ah, that's so good.
It's so good.
That's really good.
It's so good.
No, that's...
But Bo Mel is just what the doctor ordered, and I will freely admit when I am wrong, and I feel like I am very wrong on this one. They made a really good hire.
I don't think this hire was for this team to automatically like go to like a World Series. Like, clearly that's always that's the goal.
You're inheriting a pretty difficult team to turn around.
Bob Melvin comes in to set a culture, set a tone, and to get you to win the division or be a perennial playoff contender. That's the kind of manager he has been and he could be this year for the Giants. That's what you bring him in here for. It's hell, sometimes it's for a rebuild, but he's getting a little older in his career now where that's probably not what he wants to do. He doesn't want to have to keep, and that was the writing on the wall for that last A's run where the writing, that season where the Giants did win all those games. That was Bo Mel's last like season with the A's basically, because they go all in on Starling Marte. They go all in on some of the Yan Gomes, some of these random players.
I love Marte.
Right? I know they traded Jesus Luzardo, who's balling for the Phillies now, by the way.
I seen that.
But they weren't in a position where that like Jesus Luzardo wasn't going to be there for the rebuild. No. And so I didn't hate that trade for them. They got rid of AJ Puck. They went all in on that season, and they came up short. Who was it? Josh Harrison, another guy too. They brought in. Yeah, that's a name you haven't heard in a minute. Wow. Pirates legend. Yeah. Great beard too. But the writing was on the wall there. Then he goes to San Diego, and everyone was rooting for Bob there. And they had one season. They got all the way to the National League, I can't even think of the name right now. NLCS against the Phillies, and obviously they got swept, or maybe they won one game. I think they got swept. Sean Manaea just got shredded in that series, and then the year happened after, and there was fights in the clubhouse. And they bring in Mike Schilt, and he's gone, and he comes to the Giants. And now, after just a mediocre first season, they're 8 games over 500. And let's see. Like, is he going to win Manager of the Year this year? Probably not, but you know what? That's a kiss of death anyways, and I don't want that. We were talking about, it is. The Manager of the Year is a kiss of death. You never want to win that for your team. Unless you're, Andy Reid one year with the Chiefs.
Ever win it for the Giants?
I don't think
he was a Giant manager?
I don't think he did.
I don't even know.
Like, you never want to win that.
Maybe 2012?
That being said, I do think he's gone from overhated to underrated when it comes to Bo Mel and this franchise. And quite frankly, in his profession, because I already listed it. It's only Bochy, Hall of Famer, and Francona, Hall of Famer, ahead of him when it comes to active MLB managers.
What do
both
those other guys have?
They have titles. They have titles.
Not just that, they have deep playoff runs where they were a huge chess master.
They did. I would argue, though, that they also had better teams.
No, I would agree.
They had better teams.
I would agree.
But again, I don't say that lightly. They're also two of the greatest managers of all time.
So do you take
I would say it's honestly in my lifetime, or just since 2000, I'm probably taking Francona and Bochy. Like, those are the top two for me. I'm probably taking those. Who else?
Your lifetime?
No, since 2000. Let's just go since 2000.
Since 2000. Well, I still think Torrey deserves some credit. Where's Dave Roberts for you? I'm just asking. I'm not saying he should be, but where would he be?
I'm taking those other guys ahead of him.
What about Bobby Cox?
I'm taking those other guys ahead of him.
Okay. I probably would too. I'm just asking. I'm trying to throw out names.
Alex Cora.
I do like Alex Cora.
AJ Hinch. Yeah, I don't.
I really do like. What about La Russa?
La Russa, yeah, he won 2.
Matheny?
Yeah, not Matheny. I'll go La Russa in there though.
We're just throwing names
Short
out.
list. That's like 5 players. That's like 5 though.
Yeah,
Bob Melvin's after that.
It's not a lot.
I do like in Bob though. Probably Buck Showalter, who's in his own right a really good manager. He is. He has his shortcomings though historically. Like
he will turn you around.
He will turn you around, and I think that's what Bob's doing right now.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. It's fascinating. Like, managing, you have these ebbs and flows, these ups and downs. Jim Leyland took the Detroit Tigers to the World Series, the year the Giants beat them. I thought he was done.
Yeah.
Done.
And he won a World Series with the Marlins.
I know. I thought he was done after Pittsburgh. You know what I mean? Yeah. So things can happen, and stuff happens, and guys get better. They have down years. They need, kind of like a spark and a reset. Baseball managing is so different than the other sports. It's not as linear.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel in the NFL, like, once you lose your fastball, it's very difficult to get it back.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, you kind of play yourself out of a job.
Dude, we saw Tony La Russa, like 90 years old, and clearly, and I don't say this lightly, he had a drinking problem, and he got the White Sox to win a division. That happened. Did we all forget that happened recently? Insanity. The Chicago White Sox had just won their division recently with that version of Tony La Russa. So yeah, it could be a little crazy in Major League Baseball. Yes,
it really is. But I look at this team and I ask myself, are they a legitimate? Forget title. That's not even. Come on, let's deal in reality. Are they a legitimate playoff team through 2 months?
I think so.
I think they're in the mix.
And honestly, I'm not laughing. I'm not even laughing at the notion of a title, because you know what? In baseball, there has to be something baked into the equation for any team to go deep. And I do think the Giants check some of these boxes.
Yeah, but they don't have for example, the year that the Diamondbacks went, they had Corbin Carroll, who just was a lightning rod for that team.
But they didn't have the pitching. And that's what came to rear its
Gallen,
okay.
Zach Gallen,
yes.
and then the young
Merrill
guy
Kelly
was unbelievable that year.
Yes.
The guy that they brought up late in the year, whose name's evading me. They were on fire that year.
And Merrill Kelly, obviously.
Yeah. But the Marte who plays second base was outstanding. Christian Walker was a very established player at the time.
And they had a red hot Tommy Pham. That's the guy that got really hot for them. And he was historic. He was insane.
Who's one of the worst hitters in baseball right now.
Slapping the ball around.
Talking about, thank you, slap it.
Slapping the ball around.
But you got Logan Webb, a bona fide stud. I know you don't view him quite. I think you should call him an ace. I think he is an ace, Joe. The proof's of the pudding. This guy's always in the 2.6s, the 2.5. I know, towards the end of the season, because the offense just isn't as good, and the offense around him, they don't give him the run support that he deserves. But this guy, how many times does he have to finish up runner-up, top 3 in the Cy Young voting for you to tell? He's an ace, Joe. Well, can you give him that?
No, he's a great player. I just have a higher threshold for the term ace. It's like franchise quarterback. I told you, I have a higher threshold. Just because you are the franchise quarterback doesn't mean you are one of my franchise quarterbacks in the league. He's a great player, and there's times he pitches like an ace, but I feel like I'm hating him. I don't want to be like that guy.
Okay, well, if he's not your ace, Robbie Ray's pitching like an ace then. And he has won a Cy Young.
So was Matt Cain an ace throughout the totality of his career? Or did he pitch ace-like for individual seasons?
I would say that's a better app.
Then that's kind of how I view Logan Webb. He pitches ace-like for multiple seasons. I don't know if I'm hanging my hat on he's and I feel like I'm
I don't think. I think there's levels to being an ace.
Lincecum was an ace.
Do you think Nathan Eovaldi's an ace?
No.
But in the playoffs, he sure feels like one.
Absolutely.
Yes, for the Rangers, they'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
Yes. So there is levels. I think an ace for me, they set the tone for the rest of the play. He always sets the tone.
Your definition's a little different than mine.
He sets the tone.
Okay.
Now some for you, they got to be Cy Young caliber stuff.
Year in, year out.
Sure. And I do think year in and year out, he's been pretty freaking good. He hasn't got the hardware yet, and maybe he'll get there one day. I love
Logan.
It just speaks to the depth, honestly, too, and just the National League. It's just so stacked.
So last year when Blake Snell was on the staff, I feel like, and I'm not trying to hate on Logan at all, Blake showed you what an ace looks like for 2-3 months, where he is lights out. You are going to win every one of his starts. He is handing you the ball in the 7th and 8th inning every single time, and it's a 1-run, 2-run, output from the other team. And I'm not hating on Logan Webb. He had that in 2021. He's been really, really, really good. He is a high-end player. But, again, my definition is just a little different than others.
Well, in fairness, Logan Webb is also, he was there at the start of the season, too, that Blake was not. So there's a lot baked into that.
He is a freaking work. I want him on my team every single time. That goes without saying. But, again,
that's a good example. That's a good example, though, Joe, with Blake Snell
outshined him for months.
And Blake Snell has won multiple Cy Youngs he's won in both leagues. He's done that, but at the same time, I feel like I relied more on Logan from start to finish last year. And I think that's what an ace should be.
Look,
I should be able to rely on
31. Look at how many starts outside of the COVID year. He gives you 30 plus starts and there is something to be said for that workload in this era when no one's doing that. He has led the National League in innings pitched multiple times. Like, he is a great pitcher. I mean, what's his win total high? I don't even know. Like, I know this era is different because you hand the ball
He's
up.
5-4 this. Oh,
no, I'm saying
in a season.
15, 16 wins has been his most.
I'll get that.
This
Hold
era
on.
is so different than before. Like, Verlander was an ace for over 15 years.
Yeah. No, he was. Absolutely. Hell, longer than 15 years, it feels like. When he was like 20 or something like that. And then obviously with Houston when he had McCullers, when he had...
Like, he's again, he is a freaking stud. And I love him, and I want him on my team every single time. If it's game one of a must-win playing game, like right now, I might go Robbie Ray before him. Based on form.
Most wins he's had back in 2022, he had 15 wins.
There you go, 15. And that's probably more of an indication of the generation we're in, where you hand the ball to 2, 3, 4 different relievers, every single one in baseball, and it's very difficult to get over 15 wins in a season.
God, he had a 2.90 ERA in 2022, didn't make the All-Star game. 3.25 back in 2023, didn't make an All-Star game. 303 in 2021, didn't make an All-Star game.
No, he's awesome.
He should have more All-Stars under his belt.
He's reliving
underrated.
the Matt Cain career.
He really is.
He's a much better player.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's got better stuff than Matt Cain, though, too, I'd say.
Matt was really good.
No, but I'm saying I feel like, and again, maybe that just speaks to like the guys and the crazy spin they have on the ball, and just like, and Matt Cain was really good. He was so damn consistent.
He was really good.
That's how highly I think of Logan.
Okay.
And I just don't, because the team around him hasn't been as good, he's gotten screwed a little bit, which sucks. But again, Matt Cain went through the same thing, and he'll tell you that. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got about 6 minutes here before we hit Fast Five.
Do you think that this team is a playoff team?
Yes, I do believe this team is a playoff team. I trust their bullpen and starting pitching. I do. I am very bullish on that. And I do think you are a streaky run away from a Matt Chapman, Willie Adames for this team getting some more breathing room. Now, are they going to win the division? I don't know.
I don't think you need to win the division. Just get into the playoffs.
Totally.
With good form.
But you're just asking me playoff team, and some people want to go division. It's going to be tough because I think the Padres, they are better offensively than you are. The Dodgers, they are better offensively than you are. But
your pitching is as good as anyone in the game.
Is where I'm getting at.
And that was the hallmark of all of the great Giants teams in this park, in this division, is that if you have a great bullpen and you have a multiple high-level starters and then some other guys kind of outperforming what you expect, you can be a great team.
And I will say this. They do have the 4th highest run differential in the National League.
See, now that matters to me. That's a pretty big sample.
So they're tied with the Phillies for 4th at plus 42. You got the Cubbies at plus 93. God, they've just been hitting the hell out of the ball.
Hey, look, the Dodgers aren't going away.
No, they're not. Cubs
are going away.
Cubs are good. I was giving Nick Friedel when he filled in for you. He's a big Cubs fan. Our cousin Nick here, 95 in the game. He's like, the Cubbies are going to win, Joey. I was like, the Cubbies don't win anything. You guys had that 1 year, and I hope nothing but bad things happen upon you ever since the Steve Bartman 30 for 30. Can't stand them. All right, can't stand them.
I mean, they signed a guy. So like, I remember when the Giants were missing out on all the shortstops, and eventually they ended up getting Willie Adames, but like, to me, Swanson, who was a Brave,
I always liked Dansby. Why were people down on that?
It was a good deal because it's only 5 years.
Yeah.
Right? And I really like that deal, and I just think he's a good player. He's not a frontline player, though, right? He's just not.
Well, the Braves got rid or didn't re-sign him, so that signaled to a lot of people, the Braves, well, they got all the best young stars.
And they were locking everyone up.
And they don't want Dansby, huh?
Yeah.
Which I thought was a weird thing, because they could use Dansby Swanson. Obviously, they could absolutely use him. But when I have the Ozzy Albies, the Ronald Acuñas of the world, then I signed Matt Olson, I got Sean Murphy, all these guys locked up. You know what? We could lose Dansby.
Going back to the Cubs, the guy that they made a deal for this offseason, now they gave up a third baseman that the Astros are in love with, who's like one of their top prospects, but they got Kyle Tucker, the left-handed power bat outfielder that the Giants have kind of been looking for a long, long time. And the guy's got 15 stolen bases, 12 homers, batting .280. Like, he's been a good player for them.
He's been really good. I've always loved Kyle Tucker.
Me too. His OPS is .913.
I was shocked that the Astros couldn't come to what are they doing?
I know.
Like,
they're in transition.
Well, it's just weird. Like, you don't want to keep your young. like to usher in this new era. You don't want to.
But they lost Bregman,
Jordan
they needed a third
Alvarez,
baseman.
right? Like I don't know. I don't get it personally. You got the Mattress Max of the world betting so many millions. Maybe he could have ushered you. Yeah, I don't know. Like right. By the way, he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of this year. Are they going to come to an agreement on anything? Kyle Tucker and them?
I thought that they were working on a long-term deal.
That hasn't happened. Hasn't happened.
I mean, I love that guy.
But honestly, if he's betting on himself right now, and you get, maybe that's a guy the Giants could potentially target in the offseason if he goes to free agency, right?
What would he command?
Well, that's the thing. And then we're talking about this after the Giants just paid Willie Thomas $182 million, and he hasn't really lived up to that contract quite yet, Joe. But it is early, and I referenced this guy earlier, and it's taken him a while to live up to his deal currently. Now, we hope it doesn't take this long. But Javi Baez having kind of that breakout year finally for the Tigers, and it took maybe a position change to the outfield from shortstop and second base to go out there. Javi Baez, a guy that a lot of expectations happening. He signed a huge contract, obviously, coming over from the Cubs. He had a cup of coffee with the Mets, who traded for him as a deadline acquisition. And then you bring him over here to Detroit. They've been kind of mired in mediocrity, not very good. They had a lot of potential with Torkelson, who's showing up now. Riley Green's showing up. They got some beef there, obviously, now.
Torkelson, like the Petaluma aspect, I've been following him. He's an Arizona State guy. So I've been following him.
Guy hits bombs.
He does, but last year he was not good.
No.
And the year before he was good, and then he's got 14 or 15 home runs this year. He's back, right? And I'm pulling for him. Like I pull for anybody that's local.
Right.
And the Petaluma angle and the fact that he's kind of, and I think a lot of young players go through this. We talked about Doval having the struggle year. Young players don't always just, he's just going to be a superstar forever.
Nope.
Sometimes you have a good year, and then you have a down year, and then you come back and you have a good year. I root for guys like him.
You know what I root for? I root for Fast Five. Knicks winning tonight. Can we get a series, please, in these NBA playoffs?
So
please.
Nick Wright had a take. Now that you bring this
Who's
up,
Nick Wright?
Nick Wright, who does Fox Sports, whatever the heck it is. He had a take that I think is one of the greatest takes of all time, where he said, if at any point
I did see that.
when you go like this with your finger, and I'm talking about the challenge thing in the NBA. All right, do you have the sound?
No, I don't.
Okay. You know how like when you call a timeout, you hit the T, right? That is a timeout. Like Chris Webber called a timeout when they didn't have any. I believe Steph Curry also did it when they didn't have any. Or if you hit the shoulders and go for the timeout, it's automatically deemed a timeout. All right?
It is.
If you go like this, his take was, we're automatically challenging that. And I love that take. Stop with this nonsense. The amount of people, and it's also the home run signal in baseball.
Yeah.
The amount of times Pods and Draymond and every guy, there's so many in the league.
Every single player is doing
I watched the Knicks game the other day with the Pacers. Both teams did this, the finger thing, over and over and over, begging for it to challenge. He said, if you do that, we are automatically challenging it, and you're out of challenges right away. You better be careful. I love that. Could you imagine in the NFL, if every single time a guy on the defensive line like Bosa, I'm just using him as an example, was like, he's holding me, doing the hold sign, they automatically said, we're going to challenge that, and went for it. The league would have the holding sign out the whole game. Get control of your league, Adam Silver. I'm tired of seeing people do this circular motion, challenging everything. It's a bad look.
I would also just like to get the calls right to begin with. I think we could all agree on that. Scott Foster and that crew, can we just get the calls right on the floor when they're happening? I get it. A lot's happening. You're not going to be calling, just like in NFL, you're not calling holding on every single play because you can do that. You can look for these things, but just, especially in the playoffs, just get the calls right. That's all I'm asking for. That's all I'm asking for. Clearly, that's asking too much.
How about Shaq telling Cat and Barkley, if you take a logo 3 and you miss it and we're down 2-0 in the series, we're fighting at halftime in the locker room.
Hey, Karl-Anthony Towns dropping 20 in the fourth quarter.
He looked great.
He was incredible.
Brunson going to the bench might have forced them to actually put the ball in Cat's hands.
Oh, maybe they found out something there. Did Tibbs found? Is it Tibbs or Thibs, by the way?
There is something about
Tibbs.
Pacers in those unis. And what?
No, sorry, I was talking to myself. Continue.
There's something about
Are we on a
those
radio
unis.
show? I'm sorry. Yeah, continue.
I'm done.
There's something about those Pacers uniforms.
There is.
Like Hans Perez, our super fan, wearing them out in New York City.
No,
Good
but
for him.
the triangular like side thing, Like they're like a modern spin on the old school jerseys. I love all the Pacer jerseys.
I like the pinstripes that are on there. Those are classic.
those are cool.
Those are classic.
Yeah, I remember when they went to those. Those were a good look.
Who do you think of when you see those? I think of Ron
The
Artest.
Duncan Dutchman,
Ron Artest.
Rick Smits,
Malice at the Palace. Ron Artest every time.
and Dale Davis.
Dale Davis.
Yes.
Trace's dad.
Yes.
There you go. Who wants to go first? Sam, Carter. What do you guys got? Did you guys have a nice weekend? What you guys
I had a
do?
great weekend,
What'd you do?
Spadoni. Thank you
What'd you do,
so
bud?
much for asking.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, man. My
Went to
final
the
thought of the
Bahamas and
day. My final thought of the day is I'm just grateful for today. Today marks 100 days till the start of the NFL season, till we get Cowboys Eagles.
OTAs.
And today is the start of OTAs. Thank you, Spadoni.
There you go.
So rejoice, everyone.
Is there anything with voluntary OTAs? If someone doesn't show up, are you going to be disappointed?
Will Trent Williams show up?
Is that the name right now?
My
Everyone's saying?
favorite over the weekend. He was wearing a 49er logoed shirt at some Texas whatever.
Oh, he's all in.
It's just ridiculous.
What do we?
Well, there's a rumor. I guess he showed up to OTAs, but there are no pictures of him at OTAs. So what do we really know at this point?
Other
What
thing
does
that's
that even
starting-
mean?
The other things are
Exactly.
The aggregators that post like, oh, Steph Curry cut a fish at,
I saw
Bottle
that.
Rock.
There's a
and-
video of him, Bottle Rock, videoing
my
the concert.
God.
Yeah.
Let me just, if you're out there and you're an aggregator and all you do is just wait and wait and wait for one of the players or the players' wives to post something so that you could screen cap it and then repost it, Jesus, get a life. Go take a walk.
Bottle Rock 2002 called and wants their lineup back. Continue, Sam.
No, my final thought is a lot of consternation this morning about Willie Adames, but I am firmly planting my feet in the I'm not panicking about Willie Adames camp right now. He's a second half guy. We've got 7 years, this dude. Let's see what happens after the All-Star break if he starts to pick it up there. If we're still having this conversation come September, we're probably going to be having a lot of other not fun conversations come September, so let's just lump all those conversations in at that point.
Did you see George Kittle was at Bottle Rock?
Got up on the stage.
Way.
I took a picture of him really far away. If you zoom in, you can almost kind of see him.
Dude, it is like so bizarre.
If Aaron Neesmith plays tonight,
We go to
Pacers,
Bottle Rock.
Pacers in a blowout. That's my take. If he doesn't play well or he's very limited,
You
Knicks
love
extend it.
calling for the blowout.
I do. I'm right most of the time. I just am. Now it's Fast Five.
They've been all close games.
At home or on the go. You
Except
get-
that T-Wolves one.
No, well, it was a blowout. The
That one
Pacers
was-
blew a 20-point lead. It was a blowout.
That's the modern NBA.
I think a blowout is defined by the final score, not the score in the third quarter.
Thank you, Sam.
It's a state of mind, actually. At home or on the go,
Logan
you get
Webb
the
likes
fastest
today,
internet
Sam.
to all your devices. Steiny and Guru next. Are they going to talk baseball? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm done discussing sports. All righty. My guy's back. Wait, you were here?
I was here.
Oh, no,
Evan's back.
Evan's back.
And the man came back from San Antonio with gifts.
He did. Tell you what, let me
set it up. But I'm just already in a good mood, man. I'm about to show the YouTubers.
I was kind of disappointed in Steiny, I'm be honest.
Oh,
why?
Uh-oh.
You didn't get the reference of the shirt. I thought you were a man of history.
I'm going to hold it up to the for the YouTube audience. It's the
nice
San Antonio Missions.
Okay.
Although apparently this weekend they were called the Omissions because they didn't score a lot of runs.
They were the Flying Chanclas?
Yeah.
And then look at mine.
Thank you, Evan.
How about mine? You get the reference?
Yours, San Antonio.
Yeah. Thank you, Evan.
You know, this looks a little like Greeny, the mascot of Tulane.
Oh, my God.
It does look like that. That's a good call.
Yeah, I had to bring back some swag. Steiny's is a reference to Davy Crockett.
You should have had stitched on the back Faker or Flaker because you flaked on the domino tournament.
No, I didn't.
I'm also disappointed
On the
in you
5th
for that.
annual Tyshawn Jackson domino tournament.
Well, I don't even know.
Well, you would have if you showed up, but the amount of people, Evan, that came up to me, not hello, Goo, is Steiny coming? And I said he is. But we're still good. Nothing to see here.
It doesn't matter that I was close.
How close were you?
I was fairly close.
You text me Saturday address. I said he's coming, y'all.
He drove by and decided to turn around.
Coming. He said, hey, would you hit me with the Saturday Addy?
I'll tell you exactly what happened. I went golfing in the morning. By the way,
what'd you shoot?
89.
So you were in a good mood.
I should have played better than that. Just couldn't score. Too many doubles that should have been bogeys and too many bogeys that could have been pars. But I'll tell you what, we played at a course that haven't played in like 35 years since I moved out here. Sharp Park in San Francisco.
Is that private too?
No. Public. Very public. Very, what's the word? Common man. Great layout, though. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
89.
Austin and San Jose, stop it. Steiny is not afraid of black folks. He loves the culture. Just were busy. You were tired.
Yeah. Can't do it. Had nothing to do with that.
Yeah. I lost. Came in 5th.
Did you get your money back?
No.
I thought you were in the Final Four.
Yeah, I put some mustard on it for you, Evan. I missed you. But yeah, I came in 5th.
It's Pacifica, theoretically. It is, Carter. Oops. Stop. The course is in Pacifica.
Okay.
Not San Francisco.
Dude, what do we got?
What do you mean?
T-Wolves, man. What was that?
They lost.
Tell Anthony Edwards.
No.
The game has started.
No, I won't. You guys.
Dude, you are so mad.
It's almost not even close, bro. It's just so funny listening to so-called talking heads. They act as though every player should play their best game every single game of the playoffs.
It's not.
How could Anthony Edwards do what he did last night? What, did he kill somebody? No. He took 13 shots.
2 in the first half.
Yeah,
at
guess
home.
what? Defense matters.
Not
start
to
to learn.
Shea
Start to learn
shot
the
30
game.
times.
Start to learn the game.
Yeah. Chewed my tail.
What?
2 shots in the first half, and you're down 2-1.
You know, the game was close the whole way, so it's not like...
the other guy stepped up outside of Randall.
Yeah. DiVincenzo, he's good.
Stop. You've been giving him the business.
See, that's
he showed
the thing.
up.
Like, DiVincenzo gets to play one good game, and you're going to come down Edwards Road.
I'm having fun with you.
I don't want to hear it.
You shouldn't. You're down. Wear that sweater tomorrow, Captain.
I'll wear it whenever I want.
Wear it tomorrow if you're a real one.
He's got 2 days left as a fan.
Yeah.
You know.
Wow. 4-1. Yeah.
I mean, the one thing I was thinking, Goo.
What's up?
I need you to start, because I've been thinking about this ever since the Warriors season ended and ever since they acquired Jimmy Butler. I'm going to ask something of you that, and we'll probably get into something Warrior related at some point.
Not Kuminga,
I'm going to ask you to take a different approach when we talk about the Warriors. I need you to take a realistic approach about this team right now.
You know I love hard, man.
I mean, you really think they belong playing basketball right now with Minnesota and with Oklahoma City? Because my main man, Evan, texted me last night, and he's like...
The personal threat.
There's no... Yeah, but it wasn't... He basically said, there's no way the Warriors can play with these two teams.
Context. If those two teams played at that level last night.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that was a hell of a basketball game.
Minnesota!
Yeah, that was high-level hoops last night.
No, it was a good game. It was a good game.
But I'll say this to Evan's question. It's not unfair, but that's what the mind is for, right? You imagine and you think, and what if the Warriors were to have one of those outside of their mind games had they beat Minnesota against OKC? It hurts for Warrior fans, but you're asking me, this Warrior fan, that the game that Curry played and suited up for before he got hurt, his impact was so great that they won that said game. And I'm with Evan.
Well, he got hurt in the first quarter.
I understand. Okay. But we'll never know. But the bottom line is this team is put together and packaged without any moves as of yet, Stoney, like they're going to run it back and try to get healthier and scratch that itch and see if they can get further along. Because at this point of the game, when it comes to Warrior basketball, the goal to me is try to get 5, not just for Steph, for everybody. Your 5th ring in the Kerr era. I mean, that's what it is. You're smiling, but I'm just, what do you define success? Because this one, I get it. From a macro perspective, we were going nowhere. Jimmy came, and I got so drunk off of everything that he brought to the table. I'm still a little mad at him for the game 4 and 5, and I'm catching hell on Twitter because people think I don't like him. My point is, Stoney, that's what the goal is for this team, to try to squeeze out one more. And maybe if you get close, win a round or two, maybe for some other Warrior fans, that's success. But you tell me.
Well, I'm just reading you Evan's text at 8:06. Sorry, he says. I don't think I'm... Yeah, I mean, just...
my man out.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're just going to snitch on me 5 minutes into the show?
Well,
Welcome back.
And doing it with confidence.
I want to clarify what you said, which is correct. You did say it. Sorry, Warriors weren't beating Minnesota if they could get to this level. Yeah. Meaning the Timberwolves, which they did. My question is this. Scott Osler, one of the greatest columnists of all time.
Yeah. Just seen him a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. He had a story today, and it's about Curry and this window, this 2-year window that everybody's pouring everything into, that the Warriors are doing it all for Steph Curry, keeping you got to try to keep the window open.
Right.
Okay. So what is success if the next 2 years are all about Steph Curry? Okay, we're gonna try, keep trying with Steph.
Yeah.
What would you define as a successful next 2 years? What would the Warriors have to do to be successful in the next 2 years? Because that's what the focus is. 2 years. Steph for 2 more years.
I would, and I'm being real. And you can say I'm being unrealistic, that's fine. But the bottom line, to answer your question, Stoney, especially after what we experienced with the 23-8, an offseason now with Jimmy Butler in town for the whole rip. Who knows what moves are out there. But I'll say Western Conference Finals appearance, or even a Finals appearance and a loss. Just that excitement, and what word am I looking for? That satisfaction, like a Snicker bar, Stoney, of winning a couple rounds to get to the Western Conference Finals. Because let's be real, put the right on the table early Tuesday morning, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. The Warriors season feels incomplete. This one does, only because Steph got hurt. We didn't, you know what I mean? We lost, yeah, but we didn't have our best player. And now what have we learned? The best player is, it even helps the second best player in regard to Jimmy Butler. So there is a bit of just dissatisfaction on, we didn't get to see the real Warriors lose to Minnesota. But you asked me, I told you.
No, you did. You changed your mind from when I asked you before the show, but that's fine. You said,
well, I do that to throw you off.
You said number 5.
I don't like premeditated radio.
No,
and I've learned when I give you my answer an hour early, you know how to go in the lab and try to pick at it. So now that's my possum game I give you. Switch it up on you. Keep you on your toes.
Yeah, no, before the show, you said number 5. Got to get number 5.
I thought about it.
And I said, what do you mean? I'd forgotten that they had 4 and that 5 was the goal. I was like, who's number 5? They want to get Baron Davis back?
Oh, my God, Horace Bird in the chat. Guru, you're drunk talking.
Yeah, it feels like that.
Well, what would you define? You always, Mr. Ask the questions,
Make
but
a
don't
playoffs.
ask.
Make the playoffs and win a series like this year. That'd be a success. And we'll get Evan on the other side. All right, 888-957-9570. Yeah, I'm getting out right now, right? Why does he do that?
That's you and him. That's my quarterback.
All right. Hey, coming up at hold on a second here. Coming up today at 4:00, the Valkyries, they're 2-1.
Yeah, baby.
They take on the New York Liberty, and you can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones have the call. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're going to get into a bunch of different stuff today. But first, 2-year window for the Warriors. What's the goal? What's success in the next 2 years? That segment sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Damn right, I better check you. Yeah, Steiny.
Trades are hard. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Boy, a lot went on this weekend, Goo.
Yeah. What are you laughing at?
By the way, I like your shirt. It's clearly a new shirt.
Yeah. I told you I just had a birthday, and you didn't give me anything this year. Sister-in-law got me a new shirt. I thought I'd wear it today.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah,
Paisley.
thanks.
That's what it looks like. Did you? Well, I told Evan, I'd probably do 2 or 3 victory laps this weekend, but I'm not going to take them.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
help us out. 2 or 3.
Well,
2 or 3.
There's one that I take every single time that Draymond Green mentions a guy's name, but he did again over the weekend.
Oh, I missed it.
He mentioned Boris Diaw's name.
Oh, I heard that. I heard it.
Yeah.
He told him he had problems with them, like he admitted Siakam too in the 19 finals.
Yeah, exactly.
And Randall.
Oh, Julius Randle. Yes. What'd you do this weekend other than play in the Domino's tournament? What'd you do Friday? Remember you
Friday.
You didn't come out because you wanted to go.
Oh yeah,
get on the road.
Yeah, went home.
What time did you get back?
It was about 3-hour commute. Oh. That stinks. I wanted to text you. I made it, but it was just like you and Carter held it down for me. Nephew had AAU basketball Saturday. Again, I don't want to go on a diatribe. Steiny, weekends were off. Saturdays you played, but not on the holiday. They're playing now on Sunday. Some of the people at the Domino tournament were late because their kid was playing some type of game, baseball, travel ball,
What's
basketball. Back in my era, that was your family day. Even if you didn't do anything, you were with the family, and we're not sports going on. That's just me.
Well,
so Saturday, I went to see my nephew Miles
Saturday
play.
or Sunday wasn't a holiday.
But it's a holiday weekend, bud.
Sure, but that's Monday.
All right, no, but Sunday.
You can't cancel the whole weekend.
Well, that's what's wrong with a lot of us, man. Anyway, yes, that's what I did. Went to the gym, snuck in a workout. I'm about to retire. Something's going on with the knee, basketball. Something's going on with the knee. Didn't get that new
that's
brace.
That's a good idea. I think you should retire.
You just don't like that I still play. I really think you don't like me for that. And you don't even know what comes out in conversations about vegetables we have. It's just, you look at me like he's still playing.
No, I admire that you still play, but I just don't want to see you get hurt.
Another appointment tomorrow for, shout out Union City Kaiser, physical therapy. Evan, no tears, but something's up. But anyway, you asked me what I did. That's what I did. Went to the Domino tournament, lost $50. Shout out to Landon. He won over 1,000.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And then what'd you do yesterday?
Yesterday, spent some time with my brother. Yeah, brother Rodney.
Gotcha.
Barbecued, just chilled.
Hey, by the way, Sham Charania of ESPN. So,
Shammy,
we have the NBA playoffs going on, and once they're done, we're going to get into the off season. Take a listen to what Sham Charania said about this offseason in the NBA. Take a listen.
This is the most, I think, anticipation team executives have had over an offseason. I think this is going to be the craziest offseason I don't want to say all time. We just came off a trade deadline. I think it was the craziest of all time. I think this offseason might be the most craziest ever. What you have right now is you have the parity in the league.
Sucks.
It's so thin right now. Like, as far as the thin line of where you can win a championship or you might be falling into the lottery. And I think the ability to go out there and improve your team and get there to championship level, I think that's on the minds of everyone around the league. So how can you elevate your team?
Sham Charania talking about he feels like a lot of teams think they're fairly close and they make a move here or there, maybe a big boy move, and they're back in it.
And let's put the right on the table again, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, Sonny. That is because of what's going on in Milwaukee. And my sources tell me Giannis is in the lab talking to the powers to be in a circle about getting up out of there. Just imagine Giannis at 30 years old, already with a chip, walking 30 points per game, does all the other things. Somehow, if any team can land him, Steiny, it changes everything. So I think a lot of what Shams is saying is predicated on that guy being disgruntled, or not even disgruntled, but ready to, to move. And imagine if the Warriors were able to put something together, and then you ask me that question, what's success and all that stuff. I mean, Stoney, that's immediate, instant, just like everything changes.
You know what? Honestly,
for now and the future, it's 2 for 1. Like,
okay, but here's what I was thinking about.
Yeah.
As it relates to Giannis. For the last 2 or 3 years, he's been playing with who? Lillard, Portis, Lopez, somebody else that I can't think of.
Kuzma.
But if the Warriors trade for Giannis, they're going to have to get rid of Butler and Draymond, probably. So is Steph and Giannis in the Western Conference enough to elevate them up the standings from 7 to 4?
Okay.
And what about the rest of the roster? That's what I also need to see.
Okay, and I don't think you make a move like that and go buy a Lamborghini and don't get insurance on it. You know what I'm saying, Stoney? So in Lake Up and Mike Dunleavy, we trust. But I'm just to a plateau or point in my Warrior fandom to where I would be willing to take that risk of them, making moves around the edges per se. But if you're telling me I'm swapping Dre and Jimmy, at their ages for Giannis and Steph, maybe you don't hit the mark, but let me tell you what you got. A 30-year-old, you got the guy after the chef, and I don't think you shoot yourself in the foot, Stoney, by making a move like that and not doing your due diligence to kind of fill out the rest of the roster. I get it's easy for me to say that now, but man, Giannis at 30, him being the young pup to Steph Curry's Tulich, I would be all in, my friend.
Even if it costs Draymond, Butler, and Kuminga?
I would do it.
How about you, Evan?
That's a hefty price, but that's a damn good player we're talking about.
And Kuminga for Giannis.
Well, I think you would have to put more in there.
You'd have to.
He's just saying that. Would you include that?
Yeah.
Like Green,
Green,
Butler, and JK would have to bring another player back. Also, along with
I mean, it'd be filler, but I would,
some picks
I would do
lose.
that.
Yeah?
You would
if
do
you
that.
could get Giannis Antetokounmpo alongside Steph Curry, I think you do that.
Oh, my God.
What if it costs you some picks? Let's say two picks.
Yeah, I would.
All right.
Because Giannis is essentially your next pick for the next few years. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Do you think there's something going on with, again, you have no idea, and it's kind of unfair, but we kind of had fun with it last week. He was in the Bay, and I know he was here for business, but I have sources telling me that the two hung out, turned up a little bit, Giannis and Curry, that they hooked up while Giannis was out here. That's just sources. I'm being real. Adult
That's
beverage.
also our weekend.
Yeah, and I'm asking you, do you think the Bay could be a destination for Giannis? I think there's something about him playing with Curry.
For the life of me, I don't know why, if there is something there. Because if Giannis wants to be traded, why would the Warriors be his first choice?
Curry. To get 2 or 3 years. Well, we hadn't even talked about it. What if Giannis meant 2 more years on Curry's career, whatever number that is? Think about that part.
So
he could be Ray Allen. I'm just saying at the end.
So after watching this postseason, you still think Curry at 38 or 39 and Giannis at 31 or 32?
Oh, Stoney, I do, man. I know you paint me in this picture, and it's kind of funny in this corner of having Curry underwear. I don't, Stoney. The dude physically looks good. I know he's not perfect. I know there was life without Jimmy, and it looked like, but that all wasn't on him. And he showed you he still was frisky in the chef, baking with the good bacon mix when Jimmy came to town. What if that was to be Giannis? What that would do for Steph?
What would it do for Steph? Different than what Butler did for Steph, because when Butler got here,
I think Giannis's gravity is at this point, Stoney, and it's going to be a problem for the next umpteen years, as opposed to Jimmy. Okay, was he hurt? And I believe he could have been. Is he slowing down? I don't know. But what I do know is we lived the life of Steph going down and Jimmy just still playing a certain type of way. And I'm not saying that's why I would run him out of town. I'm running him out of town because he's 6 years younger than Giannis. I'm running him out of town because he can do some things Jimmy can't do at this juncture, I believe. Still be a candidate for Defensive Player of the Year. Still be a candidate. He's done it. And be a candidate for MVP. Just think about Steph being able to play off of that after already showing you what he did playing off of Butler.
What about the rest of the team?
Now, see, and that's where this goes kind of...
Because I don't think the two of them...
Yeah, no doubt. But, Steiny, it's kind of unfair because they're going to have a roster, and it's hard right now to say who would be. But I would also, as you sip your water, ask you, Evan, and the listeners, okay, not that we're taking trials into 24-hour fitness, but damn, we don't need Dominique Wilkins and Michael Jordan to fill out this roster. Obviously, you want the top-tier talent, but they're going to have some guys. And the question is, you know, what type and how good?
I mean, I can't, like, I guess.
I don't know why I'm getting excited. I am.
I'm not against, if Giannis, if there's a chance to get Giannis here, I'm not against it. But the only reason I'm doing it is to have a superstar after Steph. Because I do think they're going to have trouble finding one.
Yeah.
But Steph and Giannis by themselves, without Butler, without Draymond, without Kuminga, and they're patching it in with Podziemski and those guys, Moody and whoever they sign in the offseason, I don't think that breaks through in the Western Conference.
Well, let me just, and this is so unfair, but what if it was Pods, Moody, Steph, Giannis, let's just say Looney? That was your starting five.
Okay.
What's so different about the starting five except we swapped out Jimmy Butler, you know, for an occasional Quentin Post start? Or
do you think that's a 50-win team?
I think Steph and Giannis, it's infinity in regard to what they can do if it's done right.
I don't think that's a 50-win team. Steph.
So do you think this team running it back as is his 50-win team that went 28? Like, we could start right
Probably
there.
Not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
And how you feeling about the Warriors' future right now? You know, 3 or 4 years down the road.
And well, that's the way I would like. They're kicking the can. They're just kicking the can down the road right now.
But if you get Giannis in regard to what you just said about him being the next, how much is that worth to you? Like if the Warriors had a top 5 pick in the draft now, let's just say you couldn't get Cooper Flagg. By all accounts, I don't know how star littered this draft is going to be coming up, but if you could get Giannis and look at like, oh, our future it starts and ends with him, man, Steiny.
I mean, don't get me wrong. He's a star. He's a superstar. But in the Western Conference, and you're going to have to give up probably some picks. Like, I don't think he's realistic.
Okay.
I mean, I just don't.
But are you surprised that because I think he's leaving and I feel like he paid his debt. Are you even surprised we got there? Because 4 years ago, you and I doing the same show had this conversation. And at that point, I was all in. But Stein, he was unrealistic. He was there. But now he really is. Shams just said it, man. This could change the landscape.
It could, but and that's why I'll ask the question to Warrior fans at 888-957-9570. Why would he want to come here? I get Steph Curry.
Right.
He's a hell of a player. He's also 37 years old. I just don't see Giannis looking at the war. He's got to want to win another title, right?
Oh, my God.
That's his goal.
A title or two.
Then he shouldn't come here. I hate to say it. He shouldn't come here then because his running mate's going to be 37 years old. And where does he go after Curry? I think he would want to play in 6 other locations.
So you think the line is going to be around the corner for him?
Yes.
Because whoever gets him is going to have to gut basically what they have.
Yes. I mean, I think so.
So if my sources are right and they hooked up, and let's just say they had a glass of wine or even dinner, I'm asking you, Stein, I know you can't give me the the real true answer. But do you honestly think his future didn't come up? Like, I think there's something where they're both infatuated. That's too. They respect each other's games. They're so different that I think they want to play together. And they always
but why would you think that? Just because they're nice to each other?
And how they talk about each other at the All-Star games. And you could say, Goo, that's just guys giving. I just feel like there's something to Giannis. He's never played with a guy like Steph Curry. And I love Dame. But I'm talking about, like.
He played with Drew Holiday.
Yeah.
Pretty good player. Hall of Famer.
And some could say he was in on the move getting rid of Drew.
Exactly.
Right.
I mean,
like, what do you need if you were to get those two together? With the Tim Hardaway Juniors and Dorian Finney-Smiths of the world, would those type of guys be enough? You know what I mean?
I don't think so. Like, I just don't think so. The other thing is, and I just, again, Giannis is 30.
So why would he want Steph is what you're saying?
Exactly. Wow. And, like the idea, like, if Steph were 33, that would be one thing, because then you're going to play a while with Steph. But you can't, if I'm Giannis, and they're like, hey, what about the Warriors? I'm like, well, we got 2 more years with Steph, and then he's gone, and I'm going to be stuck out there by myself.
But what it wasn't Giannis about to live that life in Milwaukee? Especially
right, he's trying to extricate himself from a situation like that.
This is, again, we're missing the one component of how Giannis looks at Steph. I don't think, and you're right, Stoney, outside of the hamstring, it's kind of bad timing for me to make this work, but Steph was as frisky and spry as all outdoors up into this injury. But if this is an anomaly.
The first half of the year?
But we found out he needed some help. And if he gets that help in Giannis, I mean, why would it be any different and not greater?
Yeah, if you're asking why would Giannis want to play with Steph, because he was just named a second-team All-NBA player.
Oh, that's a good.
That's right. We buried the lead.
Thank you, Evan.
Seriously, like this weekend, it is affirmed what we all knew, that Steph, at his best, is still one of the best players in basketball.
Think about that.
Well, how many guys didn't play 65 games? So they're ineligible.
And Curry did, and he's 37.
Yeah.
So that's a win for him.
So you think Giannis would want to come here?
No. I'm refuting your argument that he wouldn't want to play with Steph because he's old.
Well, I think if you look at how many years, if you're Giannis, how many years would you think Steph's going to play?
3 at least.
Well, he's not under so he should. If he play, why isn't he asking? Why wouldn't you give him another year?
Well, if that domino, it's just me. Yeah, if that domino falls, I think that would be, you would expect that, and that's what. So if I'm Joe Lacob, you're telling me I can prolong Steph and probably have him playing. Here we go again. Since Durant, his easiest basketball with Giannis. If we do the other stuff and, fill out the roster. So it's almost like a doubleheader, Stoney. Not only do you get the guy for the future, you get to elongate Steph's what he's doing. And I know there's a lot of, I just think there's something there. All I'm saying is I think these guys are friends with everybody. All these guys know everybody. And if I'm Giannis and I've been in Milwaukee 11 years and I've won a title and now I'm moving on, I'm saying to myself, I got to get another title. I got to get another title. And that's where the Warriors don't measure up as far as I'm concerned. They just don't. They don't have enough other than Steph. Let's say he's willing to play with Steph. Yeah. They don't have nearly enough outside of Steph, and they're in a tougher conference. I mean, why wouldn't he want to go? I was just about to, anywhere else. But let's just say sign a trade with J.K., Dre, Miami, and Jimmy. That's not chopped liver and some picks that you're getting back. Like, that's not chopped liver. What are the Bucks going to do with Draymond and Butler? Like, I don't know. I'm wondering why Giannis would want to come to the Warriors. That's all. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Caleb. Caleb's in Livermore. What's up, Caleb? How are you?
What's going on, guys?
Hey. Back at you.
Happy, absolutely. How was your guys' Memorial weekend?
It was good, man. How about yours?
It was good. I mean, I didn't lose money playing dominoes.
Well, there you. But I had fun, Caleb, and got to eat good food. There it is. Be with friends.
There you go, man. I just this morning I just had some baked chicken, rice, and peas. Yeah, it was good this morning.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, Steiny. How was your golfing experience this past weekend?
That was dynamite. Dynamite. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to pitch a trade to you guys. I want to see how you feel about it.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, so we all know that the Boston Celtics are going to be making some moves to get under the second apron. It was reported that in the playoffs. So I have a trade request, Celtics and Warriors. The Warriors are going to get Derek White, and the Warriors are going to trade Moses Moody, Buddy Hield, and a 2028 first-round pick. What's your thoughts on that? And if they were to potentially add Steven Adams in free agency, I don't know how it would be, maybe for the mid-level veteran minimum or mid-level exception. I don't know how that plays out, but adding Steven Adams in free agency and then the Derek White trade, how do you feel about that?
Well, Steiny, let me go. I love the Derek White trade, but Caleb and Steiny, that sounds like that's not enough. That's how much I love D. White. I could be wrong, but Steiny, if you could package what he just said and a pick to get D. White, I think he would be a perfect Warrior. Like, I don't think that gets it done. The package Caleb came up with for D. White.
Yeah, let me let's see.
Pods, Moody, and a pick.
I think you said Moody, Hield.
Oh, Hield, you're right.
So, and he's making a lot of money.
Yes, he is. All of them, all the Celtics are.
Over the next 3 or 4 years. He's making 28 next year, 30. So you'd have to throw in Hield, Moody, and Pods may get it done. Those three. And, of course, it depends on what the Celtics think.
D. White would run the show like he does in Boston.
What about Steph?
Well, you know what I mean. Like Pods, but, I mean, they could play off each other. And he's lethal from behind the stripe.
Well, he would put
Pods
on the bench.
If he wasn't in the package to get him. But Pods looked like he could be untouchable.
Exactly. By the way, did I tell you the new award I want to come up with in the NBA?
I hope it's a good award.
It is a good award.
I hope you're not trolling.
I'm not trolling.
All right, let's hear it.
I'll tell you on the other side.
Right.
But this is one that I've been thinking of, and we should create an award for this guy for sure.
I'm gonna try to think of what it could be, and you tell me before you give me the answer on the other side if I was close.
Knicks gonna win tonight?
We got a bet. Everyone in town, and I think they are. And Neesmith is game time decision. That you got to win that one if you're Indy. If you really wanted to put your foot on their neck, your hat, and they let that one get away. Saturday, Sunday.
They're up 2-1.
Yeah, but tonight I think the Knicks win and go back home.
Just why? Just give me a reason.
I think they're a better team.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do. And now Cat ain't playing like a pussy cat. He playing like a cat.
Up until he has a bad game.
He just hates sport. You hate people, right?
No, I hate people who talk about sports and act like a guy's not allowed to have a bad game here and there. Chickering. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. My question to Warrior fans is twofold. One is, why would Giannis want to come to the Warriors? Or are you like me thinking, yeah, I don't really see why he would want to come to the Warriors? And then should the Warriors go all in on a guy like Giannis, even if it costs them a lot of role players, probably Butler, maybe Draymond, and picks? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Can I tell you something? Oh, I'm sorry.
Steiny and Guru along with Lucas Alexander trying to get my text line going here. What's up, Goo?
Nothing. I know it's a sports show, but we're family.
Sure.
And I just want to, just another PSA from the Goo. The most important relationships in society, Steiny, are based on what?
Based on getting over.
Like some of the best marriages, some of the best friendships. What word? I'm looking for one word.
Trust.
What are they based? Evan, thank you. And if you don't have that, what do you really have? Because I'm going to say nothing. If you don't have the T word, what are you doing?
You're working toward earning that
And
trust.
I had to do something in the break that was embarrassing. But do you get where I'm going? Like, Evan, if you don't trust, get out of whatever you're in with that person.
Well, I need you to elaborate now on who and what kind of broke this trust of
Just
your...
some domestics, Goose, that happened, but...
And that's what life's about.
It is, but, Steiny, I don't like that.
Well, I think one of the mistakes that you make...
Okay, talk to me.
Well, trust must be constantly earned. You don't just...
I've never heard that.
You don't just get it and then, woo, you have it forever. You got to keep working on it.
Are you saying one can lose it? Well, yeah, you can lose it.
You have different levels of
But you
trust.
never really get it back. Well, I'm not there yet.
I don't know where you're at.
Yeah, but I think you have a little bit because I had to.
Like, how much do you now trust Jimmy Butler?
Hey, look. Listen. And my guy Sheed from Warriors World hit me on Twitter, Steiny. And he goes, Goo, you sounded like Steiny with the Butler hate. It's not hate. I just specified and broke it down to game 4 and 5. I'm going to die on that hill. I still love Jimmy. But I'm just watching him in his off season with the videos that he shared.
It bothers you, doesn't it?
No, nothing. It's strange. Cameo. It's strange. I like it.
No, it's actually not that strange when NBA players, when their season comes to an end, typically they'll go on vacation.
Right. But when people are trying to make it out that because I made a comment about game 4 and 5 in the shot production, that I'm judging everything about Jimmy, and I'm not. He's ours. Stop. No, he's ours.
If I would give up on Anthony Edwards like you've given up on Jimmy Butler, I would have a new team.
No, I have not given up on Jimmy.
By the way, I think the Thunder are going to be my new favorite team.
Well, I told you this. Evan, tell me if I'm wrong. They remind me of the 14-15 Warriors, and I got there, and I'm telling on myself, without the most important nugget. They're all homegrown. OKC. The Warriors had to. Okay, but you know what? That's the Iggy.
Hartenstein.
He kind of is their Iguodala.
Hey,
although,
guys.
if we're being honest.
You know what I mean. They're homegrown and drafted the core. And it's like, wow. But I'm all in on Butler. But Anthony Edwards, Steiny, it's not over. But 2 shots, even if you think you're playing the right way, that's fine. But the offense wasn't the problem. They couldn't stop OKC. But I'm going to ask you this about your boy Finch. If they're doubling, triple teaming Ant, I would do that from the first minute of the game with Shea just to make somebody else on OKC
I'll let him know.
beat me.
I'll let him know.
No, really.
No, yeah.
Call him. Let's do a conference call. For him to get 30 shot attempts and he only made 13 is phenomenal. No. Do the same thing they're doing to Ant.
Yeah, they lost by 2.
Oh, man, they got it, man.
That was a great game.
We text.
Was a good game.
We had a personal thread going. We have one, Evan and I.
Mm-hmm.
You jealous?
Not really.
Yeah, and
I wasn't really on the threads this weekend, if you noticed.
Well,
we didn't.
Well, I didn't need you yesterday, but I'll just tell you, it was high-level hoops, and hopefully we get that tonight. Because let me tell you something, the season's about to be over.
Hey, by the way, here's a victory lap for me. Ready?
We'll determine if it is.
Finally, a coach executed something that I've been begging for well over a decade.
I don't know if this is a lap yet, but go ahead.
I've always said this: the whole hack a Shaq, hack Steven Adams.
I hate it.
Rick Carlisle finally did it. He finally did what I've been promoting. You foul a bad foul shooter when you're leading, not when you're back, not when you're down 9. He starts fouling that guy from the Knicks who can't make a free throw. It was game 2, and they're up about 8, and he starts fouling Robinson, and I'm thinking, that's the way you do it. Well, why, Steiny? Why would you foul when you're up? You know why you foul when you're up? With a guy like that is because when you foul like that with a guy like that, they can't make a run.
Wow.
They cannot make a run. They can't beat you from 3, and chances are they're going to get 1 point a possession.
So this was game 2, obviously.
Yeah.
All right.
Game 2. I'm telling you, these coaches should be using the hack-a-shack when they're up.
What about this? Evan, does that constitute a victory lap?
Well, because Carlisle did it in game 2.
Well, but to be fair, you've been harboring this idea for some time. This is actually the first time but this is the first time I've heard of it. So for you to take a victory lap on something that you've internalized, I don't really know that's a lap.
You kind of didn't blow it up enough because I was like, when did he say it? Last year?
I've said it for the last decade. In fact, with Shaq, I used to always think, why don't they foul when they're up against the Lakers? You keep the ball out of Kobe's hands.
Yeah. Kobe.
Shaq makes 1 of 2. That's what. Let's go to Jackie. Jackie's in Palo Alto.
Hey,
Jackie, how are you?
Hey, I think you guys are asking the wrong question.
Oh.
I don't think there's anybody who doesn't want to play with Steph. Okay, now let's play with me for a second.
Yeah.
The phone rings. Giannis picks up. Hey man, I got to deal with the Warriors. Oh yeah, really cool. So I get to play with Steph. Yeah, you get to play with Steph. That's cool. And of course, Draymond, man, he'll help me. Yeah, he won't be there. Oh, well, Jimmy's great. I'll have Jimmy. Yeah, he won't be there either. Oh, what? Okay, what about this new kid, this Kuminga kid? He's kind of new, but I hear good things. Yeah, he's not going to be there either. Now what do we do?
Well, Guru says you still do it.
And Jackie, don't put Steiny and I just, for specifics. I'm with you. I think people want to play with Steph. That's Steiny saying he doesn't know.
Well, playing with Steph is one thing, but do you think Giannis wants to be part of a rebuilding process?
Oh, no, not at all. No way. How could that be?
Well, they'd be on the verge of rebuilding.
Oh, come on.
According to Jackie, right?
Yeah.
Jackie.
Yeah, who do they got?
But, see, hey, that's a great question now, Jackie, but I think you're underselling Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy. If they made a move like this is what they get paid for. They're not going to run out chopped liver on the rest of the 3 spots to go with Giannis and Steph, because then that kind of goes against why you made the move.
Well, who do you have left? How are you going to get anybody?
That's out of his pay. This is when you usually say that's beyond my pay grade.
Well, I'm about to take a test with Myers, so I might be gone, but I better start now. But I'm just saying, Steiny, I don't have those answers.
Pods.
Yeah, Pods. Who else we got, Steiny?
Moses.
Moses.
Yeah. Order the rings.
And who's the guy that missed all the bunnies against the Rockets in the playoffs?
Oh,
from Santa Cruz.
Braxton Keys.
Pat Spencer?
No, hey, we got Spencer too. Just trust.
I guess. If you say so. If you say so.
Perhaps. Can you, just real quick, Steiny, I know we're doing a show. Can you apologize to the people at the Domino Party for not showing up? Because I did too much building it up, but you gave me the Steiny signal. Can you just say, you know what? I'm sorry I missed it.
Yeah, you
no,
do
that's all.
that. Yeah.
People were waiting on you like you were Obama, and I didn't understand it. But can you say sorry into the mic?
Yeah, sure.
Because you kind of led me on like you were coming.
I was absolutely planning on coming, but
Things happen.
I got back from golf at about 2:30, and I was thinking, you know what?
Well, that's late.
I know. And I was thinking, you know what? I think I can make a run over to San Leandro. I was in Oakland.
Yeah.
I made a big mistake, though. I laid down.
That's like Ed Edwards did last night. Yeah.
I laid down.
That's a wrap.
I laid down. I rolled over. It was 4:04, and I was thinking, yeah, I can't. I couldn't.
I got you.
Yeah, I wanted to.
There's a lack of grit. And I was just Florio the whole day. Hey, if that's Steiny, he'll show if he shows.
Jim D saying Steiny wasn't going from the jump. That's actually not true.
That is out there. I'm hearing a lot out there.
I can't prove you wrong, but I'm telling you, I talked to some family members. I was thinking, hey, you know what? Sunday I may go to this party in San Leandro.
Should have brought the kids.
Yeah.
I only have one at home.
Only one, huh? Yeah.
Right now, yes. 415 here on the text line. Goose sounds delusional. I don't disagree with you.
So, just real quick, I'm the only part of, let's say Willard and Dibbs come in here 148. Am I the only Warrior fan, and I think Evan's on my team, saying I would like the Warriors to explore all possibilities? No, everybody's on the table, not named Steph for Giannis, and we'll deal with the aftermath. Shout out Dr. Dre. All right, is that so ludicrous? Do you think I'm the only sole person in the Bay that is not behind this move? Malcolm X by any means necessary?
No, I don't think you're the only one.
Would you say more than half the fan base or more? I think 90% are like, go get it done. We'll deal with the rest.
I mean, it does feel like a move that if it's on the slight chance it's out there, you have to do it, right?
They called for LeBron.
What was that going to take? They're trying to get Durant.
No, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. I'm just not sure that what you'll have this year resembles a championship team. That's all.
Well, I'll say this,
and I'm sorry. You know, I just watched Draymond. I watched Butler. I watched Curry and those guys go 23-8, and then they won a ride. I don't know that they'll be that much better with Giannis.
Right. I was just gonna say this:
they won 48 games.
Yeah, but the reality was they were not a playoff team. As is coming out of training camp last year with the 12, 13-man rotation before our guy went down. So, the reality is you had to go make a blockbuster trade to get to the playoffs and barely avoid the play-in. So, for you to say, I don't know what that team, that's what you were up until you pulled the switch on this deal for Butler. And how did that work out? So, now if you're able to exchange and do something again, if you get frisky, and swap Butler or whoever for Giannis. Oh, my gosh.
But let's not forget the trade for Jimmy Butler was at a discount.
No doubt about it.
Because he was a pain in the ass in Miami.
No doubt about it.
And Giannis is going to cost you significantly more. Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming live to you from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. 650 on the text line. I'm with you, Goo. If you get him, they will come. Role players will take less to come play with those guys.
That's a great point. And then, let me piggyback off of this real quick.
Will they?
You just said they got they got Butler for a come up. That's a discount in the streets, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think Joe Lacob could look at that like, you know what? I pulled Jimmy Butler off and it was kind of basketball inexpensive. That would almost make me go all in and some for Giannis. Just knowing that I didn't do it for Butler. Just think about it.
Yeah, you're going to have to.
It was minimal for.
You're going to have to. You're going to have to give up a lot.
I think he's worth it.
And interestingly,
talk to him.
It wasn't long ago that you thought you'd rather have Butler than Giannis. But then Butler only took 20 shots in 2 games.
That's not the whole Butler story. It's just recency bias.
Listen, of course, if you can get Giannis, I think you got to go get him.
No doubt.
But I'm just saying, to me, if you go get Giannis, what you're saying is we got to build around him, and that's going to take 3 or 4 years. Like, I don't think you're built around him right now.
But it's easy for anybody to say that because we don't know what the fallout and who's going to fill out the roster.
You're right. But I can't see big boys filling out the roster.
Well, how many would you need after Stephens did? You need help. Don't get me wrong. But I don't want to bring up this name because he's damaged goods and he'd follow Giannis. But the Middletons of the world, guys that are kind of, Tim Hardaway Jr.'s. I'm just throwing names. Dorian Finney-Smith. Those are the type of guy.
Yeah,
How did the Clippers do, even though they didn't go far in the offs? And they had basically Harden, Kawhi, and then they had great guys, role players.
Would you agree, Stoney, that they'd at least be closer than they were this year?
Saying healthy.
I mean, you saw that one of the reasons why Draymond and Jimmy couldn't get it done is because they're too old or they've got worn down.
That's great.
Like seriously, you don't think they'd be closer at all to a championship with Giannis as opposed to the big three right now?
Honestly, it's hard for me to say. I'm not.
Well, I'd like for you to decide.
But
okay. So the way I'm looking at it is you have Giannis and Steph, pretty much, and we'll build around them or we'll tinker around them.
Yeah. And you got Giannis for your future. Don't forget that part.
No, I just mean next year, next season.
Come on, man. Great.
Mike Dunleavy said they're 90% focused on next season.
Come on, Steiny.
You don't think that they would be any closer to a title than they are right now?
I need to know who's gone. I assume Butler's gone.
Butler and Draymond are replaced by Giannis.
And Kuminga's not here either, right?
Well, he didn't play anyways.
Yeah. Come on, Steiny.
Come on, what?
You got to understand the answer to that question he's posing to you is yes.
Not an inch closer.
Well, keep in mind, you all were saying this team was a Western Conference final team, maybe an NBA final
and we
team.
might not have been, we might have been right. Hey, Curry remained upright.
Okay, so Curry remains upright and you're a Western Conference finals team this year. I don't know that they could be a Western Conference finals team next year, just starting with Steph and Giannis.
Okay, I'll say to that, though. Evan, he still didn't give you an answer. I'll say this to that. I have now seen, if I'm Joe Lacob and Mike D, what we look like without Steph in the playoff series. And to me, that's nothing to write home about. So if that were to ever happen again, it's like Allstate. I want to be in better hands. And I think a young Giannis, with what he's able to do.
He's not young.
Well, he's 30.
And he's been in the league 12 years.
Oh, whatever you want to dub him because he's 30. Shout out Steph. Steiny, the line's going to be around the corner, and you understand why, right? For Shams to say, I just think he was talking about Giannis in that statement. I think we got the sound. But him saying this is supposed to be the biggest offseason ever, 97% of that is Giannis. And the Cooper Flag draft, who we know where he's going.
925, if the Warriors get Giannis, you're basically the West's version of the Milwaukee Bucks. That's a text.
But who's Steph on the Bucks? They don't have one.
Well, they had Damian Lillard.
Well, okay, he went down.
Right.
And I love Dame, but Curry's ability to play off the ball too, in all ways, Steiny, is different than Dame. So I ain't going to put no shade on Dame's name, but Dame ain't Steph.
I mean, I guess what's given me pause is I just don't think it's that realistic in the first place. I just don't.
Well, Joe Lacob called LeBron. Was that realistic?
No, it wasn't.
But what if they would have said yes? But we would have been blown away when the breaking sounder hit, right? I'm just saying from a Joe Lacob perspective, this is way more realistic, it sounds like, than that call to LeBron.
Why would you say that? Like, are you really, because he was in town for a Google concert?
No, not just that, Steiny. I think they like each other's game, they like each other, and they would love to play together. I could be totally wrong, man. And I just think there's something there, man.
But like what? There's got to be more than just a hunch.
Well, KD and remember back in the day, KD and Kyrie were in a hallway here at the Oracle, and people were wondering what they were talking about doing, getting together, and they played together years later. So I'm just saying, I don't know, but I think that there's something to it. And it's kind of exciting until we find out.
Why wouldn't you want to go to San Antonio? Let's just say, hypothetically, they have.
I don't have that answer, and I get it.
They have way more to give to the Bucs in terms of youth and players that may be significant players down the line.
So where do we draw the line? Because the reason you brought that up, I think of Janet Jackson, the control element. Who's in control? The Bucs on what they get back, or the old adage that we hear, you want to do right by Giannis. And if Giannis said, I want to go to Golden State, make that happen, does that sound like something that Milwaukee would take heed to? Like, okay, he only won. Yeah, we got a better package over here, but Giannis, you brought us a chip.
I guess what I'm saying is, so there's 31 teams. Yeah. Giannis, you can go anywhere you want. I want to go to Golden State. Like, that's what I just don't.
I think that has to be in play for us to get him. And you could be like, "Good, that's
you're right. It has to be in play." And I would just be surprised when I'm looking at a list, when I'm looking at NBA teams and where everybody's at right now. I don't think the Warriors are tops on anybody's list that wants to win a title. And I also do think Giannis is the type of guy that would say, if he says, you know what, I wouldn't mind playing with the Warriors, but I don't want to get there and it just be me and Steph because we need more players. Have you seen the Western Conference? Have you seen Oklahoma City and how deep they are and like how good their young stars are?
Well, without Giannis, the team that they're playing right now in the Western Conference Finals, the Thunder, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and they were down 0-1 to this Warrior team without Giannis. So you do wonder, had Steph not got hurt, Donnie, what you had already looked like him. Who knows?
Right. So there's a danger you could get Giannis and be worse if you consider this team a Western Conference Finals team if Curry stays healthy. And I'm not even saying you're wrong. I absolutely think the Warriors could have beaten the Timberwolves with Steph Curry healthy. But then you're saying you're a Western Conference Finals team, and at that point, maybe you do feel like you want to run it back. The other thing I think, too, is I think these guys want to stay in the East, like a guy like Giannis. Yeah. I just do. I could be wrong, but we'll see. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Would you just go all in for Giannis? That's the question. And you're going all in for Steph Curry. So to me, I guess going to acquire Giannis would be going all in for Steph Curry. I'm just not convinced that Steph and Giannis and a team that's been decimated in terms of who's gone, I'm not sure that guarantees anything next year. But let me be clear. The reason I would probably do it is because this is the reason I would do it. I don't think you are going to be able to get a superstar in here after Steph's gone. So if you get Giannis in here now and he plays with Steph for another 2 or 3 years, well, at least you're sitting with Giannis for another 3 or 4 years after Steph leaves, and maybe you could build around it that way. Right. But I guess what I'm saying is Steph and Giannis themselves, and then we'll figure it out from there. I don't see it next year like being a championship team, but I could be wrong. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up today at 4 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the New York Liberty, and you can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, they're on the call. Mm-hmm.
about the insanity of that? I hear you, and it hurts me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know, the Spurs have the number 2 pick in the draft.
Yeah, but is Cooper Flagg then who? You know what I mean?
Ron Harper's kid.
And that's the problem.
People say he might be better.
What did I tell you? Thank you, Evan. What did I say? Cooper Flagg is the best American-born prospect since, 1, Kevin Durantula. Think about that.
We'll see.
If I were to give you and Evan some trivia real quick here. Hey, forget everything I was just saying. Okay. This is why we need to get buttoned up. And this is why Evan gets frustrated with this. You had a beautiful tease. And you said, I want to give this said player an award. And I'm going to tell you on the other side. And you hadn't said it.
I don't even know what to say. I did forget.
Who is this person?
Lauren Thompson is paying $1.99 for a super chat. Jonathan Kuminga equals no rings. All right, thank you, Lauren. Appreciate it.
You don't have to read everything,
especially $1.99.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive. If it's going to disrupt what we're discussing, which is you revealing your awesome award that I actually think is a good idea.
Oh, Evan knows whose it is.
You don't have to read it.
Okay, here's my idea. Once he retires, the NBA should announce a Russell Westbrook award. And it would go to the player who plays the hardest over the course of a year in the NBA. It should be named the Russell Westbrook Award, and it's given to the hardest working player in the NBA.
I want to know, because that's fascinating. It's fabulous. I like it. It says so much about who he is and how he plays. When did you think of it?
When I was watching something over the weekend, and they had a highlight of him stealing the ball and then making a layup on the other end.
Can I tell you, and I'm being real, as much as I criticize this individual, who I'd give that award to this past season?
Pods?
Nope. Pods' teammate.
Who?
Draymond Green.
Oh, my God.
I think...
No,
he leaves it all out there until he's. I mean, come on, man.
Talk about oughta.
No, hey, for coming. He's top 3 finalists for DPOY.
That's not.
But how?
No.
When are we gonna?
You're missing the essence of the award.
No, not to me. When he's out there.
So you're gonna give it.
I didn't say he's perfect.
You're gonna give it to the guy who's on record as saying he has trouble getting up for games in March.
Those are words,
seriously.
but what have we watched? He even said it, Steiny. We've been playing the playoffs since February. It's my award.
No, it's not. It's mine.
He gets my vote.
How do you gauge the effort for it, Steiny?
And that's what I'm saying.
Test.
Yeah, and Dre gives me that when he's on.
Right. But it's an award for consistently playing hard over the course of an entire season, not oh, hey, Friday I'm going to get up. Well, and Tuesday when Charlotte's in town, I'm out.
Who'd you think it was supposed to be, Sonny? Or should be?
This year?
He didn't give
who's
it yet. I was about
the 2024, 25 Russell Westbrook award? On the Warriors.
Does it have to be on the Warriors?
Well, give us both.
Let me take a call first, because I just thought of the award. I haven't been thinking of the winners yet.
I actually think it's pretty obvious.
On the Warriors?
I think he just said it, too.
Pods?
No, it's Curry. That's kind of the issue.
Oh. I had Pods. Break it down real quick, Evan.
Seriously. Like, he played the most minutes on the team.
Oh, okay. I got you.
He plays the hardest.
Not results. I was going pre-Jimmy.
Yeah, that's also part of the issue.
Man.
You can't have your hardest working player be 37.
He's got a case.
He's not winning the Russell Westbrook Award if I have anything to do with it. For example,
37 minutes.
A guy like Derek White would probably be in the running. Let's see who else. Oh.
By the way, Westbrook's also 37.
Yeah.
Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Lee.
Yeah. See, Leroy, take Guru to school, please. Thank you.
What up, Lee?
Oh.
He just hung up.
Oh. Leroy.
He's gone.
God. Leroy.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
Let's go to Scott Marin. Hey, Scott, how are you?
Yeah, good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, I was thinking, this Giannis thing is a nice fantasy, but I'm still racking my brain to figure out why would Milwaukee want the players that the Warriors have that would make the deal happen. I mean, it makes no sense to me. I mean, you always got to look at it from the other side, and and I think as constituted, they would definitely be better next year with what they have now than having Giannis and just Steph and just decimating their defense and everything. So. I mean, it's the only thing you do it is if it's for the future. It's not. I don't think you're going to be better. And it's not happening anyway. I just don't see Milwaukee. Why do Milwaukee wants Draymond and Butler? I don't think so. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, no, hey, you are right. I kind of just put the caveat that Giannis would tell Milwaukee, I want to go to Golden State. So Milwaukee would be like, oh, hell, we got to take this, but we will. Because you've done right by us. So I kind of get what you're saying, though.
All right, man. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you for.
So what place are we in then if it comes down to the package? What can you put together to get them? Right now, Golden State probably would be last then, right? If we're talking about But, dude, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Kuminga, and some first-round picks, I get, dude, go to San Antonio. You could. That's not chopped liver.
Why would the Bucks want two players 36 years old?
If they want to really start over and ride it out and Dre is done, trade Jimmy, get something for him and really start over and hit the reset?
You'd be able to reset your books in a year.
Man.
Two.
No, after next season.
Yeah, that would be this upcoming season and then after the next one. Or you could... here would be four guys up for and this is a great one from the 415. It would be the Hustle Westbrook Award. Not Russell Westbrook Award.
Thank you.
I love it.
Damn.
I love it.
Damn.
Bobby Portis. If he's not, if he doesn't get suspended, relax. He plays hard when he's not suspended.
Got to play 65 games. Got to qualify.
Bam Adebayo. He could win that award. Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon plays hard. See, now Michael Porter Jr. wouldn't get the award.
Right.
Yeah, I do have Caruso in there.
Hey, man. Yeah.
Anybody on the Thunder after watching last night would be eligible for that award.
Maybe Lou Dort.
Now, the torture chamber is what really was bothering Ant. That dude is strong, Steiny.
See, now this is a super chat you could read, Steiny.
What do we got?
Let me see.
Oh, that's a great one.
Our guy, Jimmy Moe.
This is
Jimmy
great.
M. Who wins the 95-7 The Games Hustle Westbrook Award?
I'm nice.
Now, it's not when you're here. It's what you do when you're here.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, the side hustles don't count. That's the one thing. Side hustles don't count.
I was thinking, what verbiage would I use to talk about the stuff outside of here? Side hustle.
You have to...
contract work.
You have to do all your work in here.
Yeah, I'm giving it to Dibs. Both Joes could get it in the morning.
Oh,
I guess Willard could get you. All you guys get it from me.
It wouldn't be one of the hosts.
Wow. Look at Evan.
Of which you're one.
It would be probably like Lucas.
Oh, give me a break.
It's here at 12.
It's not about... It's not about cosmetics and synthetics.
Dude, he's here from like 8 to 8.
The boss is here at like 5 or 6. I'm going to give it to the boss.
Of course you are.
Now, what's that insinuating?
Means
we got a meeting coming up in 2 days.
Yeah, it means why don't you put an apple on his desk as long as you're at it.
Oh, God. I don't like those people. Has an apple really worked? I wouldn't know.
I don't, Pat's in Foster City. Hey, Pat, how are you?
Good. Hey, thanks for taking the call. Yeah,
sure.
Great question about hardest working guy. And, I guess when I first heard you say that, the guy came to my mind in the NBA, there's a lot of others, was Allen Iverson.
Yeah.
That was the guy I thought that was always like 110% every game. Seemed like he brought it all the time. But the other thing, the other reason I was calling, I thought it was a great article in the Chronicle today by Sam Gordon. And in terms of the Warrior needs and priorities. That was very well written, and he talked about a lot of players, or not a lot, but a few that the Warriors could go after. And I was curious to know what your guys' take is, because it seems like everybody thinks that, and I agree, that they need a big and they also need a guard that can play kind of two-way. And I'm wondering, with limited resources, should they put more money and effort into trying to really upgrade a guard, the two-way guard, or should they put that money into the center position? They need both.
Yeah.
But, if they're going to, where do you put that? Because one thing I hadn't even thought about was bringing back Melton, which I guess is an unrestricted free agent. And they started so well with him, and he's such a good two-way player. I thought that seemed to be really creative, and I kind of like the idea of bringing back a Bogut lookalike in Lopez, even though he's old, for a year or two. I think he could play some defense and a smart player, and it could give you 25 minutes of good basketball. But I appreciate your guys' take on that.
No, appreciate the call. What do you think about that, Gil?
Melton, he hurt us so much, Donnie, because it looked like it was going to be a good pick and it was going to work. But just an older guy with the injury history, I'm kind of out on, and I'd like somebody longer and stronger than Melton, if I could get. And Lopez, if he's on the block and I'm turning around to shoot, he can block it. But Steiny, he's a cone on defense when you get him out in space. And I think that has gone a long way for Milwaukee to fall off defensively. So he wouldn't be ideal for me. But both of those spots need some attention.
Our main man Carter put some free agents on the board. James Harden. I thought he just signed something.
He's not going anywhere.
LeBron.
He's not.
Why don't you just get LeBron up? LeBron, I don't know.
There was some news earlier today from Shams Charania that LeBron is expected to opt in.
Oh, really?
To his $52.9 million extension.
Well, he always opts out.
Oh, well.
This is probably the first time he's opted in a while, right?
Likely to opt into his $53 million player option.
50.
All right.
M's.
Evan, thanks for bringing up Shams Charania, because people might not want to know what we're talking about. And Shams Charania of ESPN had this to say over the weekend about free agency, which starts in early July. But take a listen to what he said he expects this offseason in the NBA.
This is the most, I think, anticipation team executives have had over an offseason. I think this is going to be the craziest offseason I don't want to say all time. We just came off a trade deadline. I think it was the craziest of all time. I think this offseason might be the most craziest ever. What you have right now is you have the parity in the league.
Sucks.
It's so thin right now. Like, as far as the thin line of what you can win a championship, or you might be falling into the lottery. And I think the ability to go out there and improve your team and get there to championship level, I think that's on the minds of everyone around the league. So how can you elevate your team?
Did somebody say something about English?
Well, because...
Right, he said most craziest.
Yeah. There was also a slip at the beginning.
Yeah, I heard
really
it.
What you meant to say, Shams, was this will be the craziest offseason of all time.
Man, I'm looking at the list. It's not LeBron, Fred VanVleet, Kyrie, Hart, Middleton, Randall, Collins, Brook Lopez, Capella. What if the Warriors somehow could get Capella with just not getting Giannis? I mean, man, a guy that can rebound, alter shots, block them.
Ooh. I just don't think Capella's a difference maker.
Well, he hasn't been, because he hadn't been playing beautiful basketball. But for him to Malcolm Brogdon, Steiny, Miles Turner, Tim Hardaway Jr., why would Shams say that? Because to me, it was, and Giannis is not a free agent, but there's going to be movement with him. I really think he's out.
I think so.
And that's why I think he said, this is going to be the biggest offseason in a while.
Miles Turner's an interesting name.
But why would Indiana say night-night to him?
Because
they're on the verge of maybe going to the finals.
They gotta pay people. Like, they have a lot of guys to pay.
Steven Adams? I mean, if anybody should be high on Adams right now, you think it would be the Warrior fans, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't. What do they need? What are the Warriors?
They need
more,
size.
They need size more than a legitimate wing.
Well, you need both, but I think you need a size.
Yeah, I think they need a point guard.
What about Pods? Or are you saying he's not overexposed? You need to take some minutes away from him? Because he would get my Westbrook award. I was thinking about that. He would get it.
I don't think he's good enough at point guard. I'd like to have him be the third guard.
All
right. Coming off the bench. But
does that make him untouchable?
Who?
If you're thinking, we've heard allegedly that Pods is untouchable, but I got to believe if that was a way, he was in the deal to get Giannis, they're not even blinking their eye. But for you to say, I would like him to be the third guard, but the ownership is saying he's untouchable, there's a gap there.
Pods is not untouchable. How can Pods be untouchable? I mean, seriously. I think
this is crazy.
Yeah, I think
hey, we got some sound from him coming up.
From who?
Jay Williams.
Well, you know what? I'll tease that for the other side.
Because I just wonder what's going on and if it's an issue.
Hey, by the way, we never got around to something last week.
The list is probably from here to Europe, but what's on it?
You wanted to give some kind of grand statement on the plight of sports right now.
And I did in that old rant that I went on Evan wasn't here for, where I talked about everything that, but we got 154 hitters in Major League Baseball, batting fourth or fifth. Our standards we don't care about anything anymore.
I thought that was mostly about life. I didn't know.
I intertwined the two.
I didn't know you were talking about
But I'm here
sports.
for you. And that's what life's about.
Couple other things.
Andre Drummond. He's a free agent.
I mean, is that where we're at?
I would go pick him up from there. If you want rebounds and size, you can't get Will Chamberlain's tiny. I'm just saying it wouldn't cost your arm and a leg. I'd go pick him up from SFO.
A real GM will go pick up Dwight Howard.
That's my L of the year. Oh, my. That's not me, people. That's somebody that called in. Dwight about to go to the Hall of Fame.
Andre Drummond. Yeah, he was hurt half the year. 7.3 points, 7.8 rebounds.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I think they need a guard more than anything else.
And they need what might be going out the window is out the other direction in regard to what happens with, I said I wasn't going to say his name today, Kuminga. They need a guy just built just like that to come in, and it'll be just kind of crazy if he goes elsewhere.
Let me ask Evan this.
Yeah.
Why do you think
what? Sorry.
Whoa. Little trouble in paradise. Whoa. I think he meant you have a host.
Respectively.
Yeah.
Why? Well, I know how you feel about this. Why I'm going to. Why do you think Shams thinks it's going to be?
That was
the most active free agency in
forever.
A long time.
That was strong.
Because he's on the McAfee show and he's got to say something. I mean, seriously, this is also his first off season, or maybe it's his second off season without Woj, like where he's the primary newsbreaker. So maybe he's trying to do it up. Like, okay, is this a bigger off season than when the Nets were able to unite Durant, Harden, and Irving?
No.
Like, seriously.
I got you.
That was a massive offseason. Is this bigger than the offseason in which LeBron James went from Cleveland to Miami?
You're preaching.
Like, not even close. So to say it's the biggest offseason ever, I believe there's anticipation. I believe there's a lot of talent that's going to move. The Warriors might be able to get in on it. But to qualify it as the craziest offseason ever, like, what are we doing?
Well, I think they're probably, if
you look at the list, you are very valid in what you're saying.
I didn't get through the, Josh Giddey. I actually think Josh Giddey would be a good little find here for the Warriors.
You start playing the last month of the season.
They've got to have another ball handler.
Julius Randle, Steiny, he's a free agent.
He's got a player option at $30 million.
Oh, he ain't going nowhere.
Well, if he can get more money, why wouldn't he just opt out?
Yeah.
But hadn't he found a home? Well, you got to score more than 5 points, but
Well, he made 33 last year. He's making 30 this year. He can opt out and become a free agent. Maybe get 3 or 4 more years. That's what our very own Draymond Green did. Don't forget. He parlayed the last year of his deal into a 4-year contract.
You like Nagu?
Who?
Nikhil?
Oh, Shay's cousin.
Alexander Walker.
Man, he had a great game last night. I do like him. What's his ticket price?
Probably not that much.
I do like him.
What about Naz Reid?
There's something about him, Steiny.
Good or bad?
Both. But, man, what I would love him in a I ain't gonna front. I would love Naz Reid in a Warrior uniform.
Alexander Walker makes $4 million this year. Well, and he's a free agent.
Oh my!
So he may jump up to mid-level.
Man, come on,
mid-level type.
Man,
mid-level.
That's a
type,
steal Minnesota's getting. And I'm not just overreacting to his games. Down, he's always been a player.
He helped him this year. There's no doubt about it.
Would you take him over Pods?
That's a good question. I'm off the top of my head. I'm thinking yes, because he defends. But let me see. Yeah, probably. I'm probably taking him over Pods. What about you?
Pods can dunk. Nah, people, I keep getting hate like I know him.
He can too. Alexander Walker can also dunk.
Snotty, I was taking that out of context. I'm just telling you, what Pods does, they don't have a replacement for right now. And Alexander's a different type of player, but he wouldn't come in here and run the show. And I don't know why. Is that why Pods gets so much hate sometimes? But you and Evan did not like me giving the Russell Westbrook Award to him, and I think that's what he exemplifies. Like, every time he's out, would you be offended if he got that award? You understand how I could say Pods got the Russell Westbrook Award. That's what he is.
Not for the whole league. I wouldn't put him there.
All right.
We're just having some fun. Yeah. We're just having some fun. I think the NBA should, after he retires, come up with a Russell Westbrook Award. It'd be called the Hustle Westbrook Award.
And you know what?
You give it away each year to the player who plays the hardest in the NBA.
Yeah.
Who plays harder than anybody else in the NBA, they win the award.
And real quick, Evan, I thought you were playing, I thought you said Eric Gordon. And I was like, Snotty's trolling.
No, Aaron.
But, oh, my God, he should get, now I'm like, let me go deliver it to him. No, that's what he does.
I do have a different version of this award that I want to run by you guys on the other side.
Yeah, can't wait.
It's a slight variation, but very different answer.
I think I know where he's going to be going with that, and I think it might be a little mean-spirited.
We never gave grades for the Warriors either.
We never gave grades. We got Jay Williams sound.
Oh, God.
Jay Williams called out.
You wrote this for him, huh?
Jay Williams called out Daryl the Guru Johnson over the weekend.
Oh, man.
What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Lucky California.
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced?
Can we get to the bottom of the wives?
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What did you said something coming in about Bottle Rock?
Yeah, they had a rapper that faked like you did at the Domino. I won't bring that up again. We call it faked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Guru, you fake.
Who was it?
Flo Rida.
Oh,
he's the
boy.
rapper from Florida. So his name, F-L-O, Rida, R-I-D-A.
Yeah. So in other words,
he
Napa
canceled right the last minute.
Yeah, not Napa and Bottle Rock said, "You're not welcome in our house." Come on, what do you give me for that?
Oh, that's not bad.
I'm lost. Was
I'll
that?
give you 4.
Oh yeah, you know, you're familiar with it.
It's a good tune.
Yeah.
Imagine you got like 10 dates a year, and you just decide, I don't think I'm gonna show up for this one.
Wow. And Curry was there, I hear.
This guy,
dude, I wish I knew it.
Oh God, what the manipulation that he gets away with.
He can't go to an outside concert in Napa?
Appreciate y'all. Leave me alone this summer.
Oh, Steph, leave me alone this summer, but let me go to a concert with 42,000 people.
Is that how many?
I don't know.
Oh.
What are it? 19,000 people.
Gotcha.
And come on, Steph.
Kick your ass!
Why isn't he in the lab, Goo?
Was he with Aisha? Of course.
Yeah.
Or he could have been with teammates.
Like Jimmy Butler. Hey, I'm Jimmy Butler. I'm going to go visit my teammates. How's that going, Jimmy?
What a difference. Jimmy's in France.
Who's he with?
He's like, I think with
Jimmy's that. He's
a Latin artist. I saw Sofia Vergara was at the party.
Oh my God! No, she was not.
Whoa, hold up.
Oh boy,
Jay Balvin was the other guy.
She is just incredible.
Yeah, but back to Sophia.
Yeah, I watched the reruns, man. No, there's nothing wrong with pointing out beauty. What were you going to play? You got something?
Who's Jay Balvin?
He's a popular Latin artist. Yeah.
Okay.
Makes worldwide famous music. Also, Carter says it was his birthday. So Jimmy was invited. Like Mbappe was there and some famous European football.
That
Wait,
scenery
Jimmy
is
Butler's
incredible.
birthday?
No, he turns 36 in September, just before the season.
But have you seen this when we post on IG the scenery? Like all the James Bond movies, they're always like Italy, France, Europe.
Right.
I want to go to Italy. I know Evan's been traveling. I want to go to Italy.
I've been there a bunch.
Get some lasagna.
Yeah, they don't really have that there.
Yes,
like
they
it,
do.
like it's not like the American lasagna.
That's why I want the real thing. Yeah.
Come on.
What? I was just over, but anyway.
Over where? What are you doing?
I'm waiting for you to play the sound.
I'm waiting for Evan to talk about
my
his
new award.
Oh yeah, my bad, y'all. I'm just trying. Come on now.
Let me set it up, and then I'll give it to you.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm coming up. My idea is that after he retires, they should come up with the Russell Westbrook Award and give it to the player in the NBA who plays harder than anybody else, game in and game out.
I love this.
I respect Westbrook's effort, game in and game out. Make an award, the Russell Westbrook Award or the Hustle Westbrook Award, and it's for the guy who plays harder than anybody else. Who plays harder than anybody else in our league right now? That's who should get the award. And then Evan thought of this.
Yeah, so I don't know what player will be named after. Actually, we can take suggestions. Sorry. The Fussle Award. The Fake Hustle Award.
You guys are incredible.
So which player tries the hardest to try the hardest?
I got mine already. I'll wait for you two.
Well, the coach would be Mark Jackson.
Now,
That's
why
a good
would
one.
he catch a stray the day after Memorial Day without a job?
Because that's what the players referred to him as.
Are you kidding me?
No. Fussle. False hustle. Yeah, you don't like that, do
I'm
you?
mad.
Yeah.
I'd never heard that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So who would you give it? Who's the player? I got one.
False hustle.
and you can be good and win this award.
That's true.
Yes. Come on, Stoney. Don't be afraid.
Well, I'm looking. I didn't have anything off the top of my head. I'll tell you who could get it.
I hope you don't steal my guy.
Go ahead. You go first.
He's in New Orleans, Evan. Zion Williamson. I love you, but when I watch him play, there's a lot of, hey, I know what you're doing. There's a lot of fussle. I'm going to just say that. So, Zion, congratulations. You're a baller, but I watch you. Sometimes he won't bend down, Evan, or get in that fray to get but he'll make it look like he did. So I'm giving it to Zion.
But when I think of a player who exhibits fussle, I think of a player that checks someone 92 feet up the floor for no reason at all. Like, there's no chance in hell they're going to be able to take the ball from the player they're guarding, but they just want to appear like they try hard.
Yeah, like Kuminga.
Well,
no, Kuminga doesn't pick it.
Why did I think of Jordan Poole?
I actually thought of Jordan Poole.
When he said that, I thought of Jordan Poole.
I thought
Poole's
about
a good one.
6 guys in that division. Trae Young might be in on that too.
What did he do to you?
Who?
Trae Young. Dylan Brooks could get the real award. The hustle.
Yeah, possibly.
Like Daniel Gafford.
I like those guys.
I had Lively over Gafford, but for the real award.
What about Lively? I guess the Nico Harrison said he's grown 2 inches this offseason.
Oh, you mean like Kuminga? Remember Kuminga after year 2? He's 7 feet.
That was a thing.
Remember it was?
Oh, man. Was it true?
Clearly not. He's still listed at 6'8".
His wingspan's ever growing.
Man.
Trying to think who else. Lakers.
Oh, man. We got a winner.
Luka?
Yeah. Veggie Delight on the chat. Evan, is there any Luka? It should be named the Luka Award.
He didn't even try, though. I mean, that's where there's a bit of a thin line.
How could you be so great, but a radio host named Evan Giddings in the base says he doesn't even try, and we understand.
There's a good one here on the text line. Alvarado from the
that is a good one.
He plays hard.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, he can get
Carter
it.
was on that early.
Yeah,
nice Carter.
Crack the mic. Well, you got to throw lobs, Stoney.
Stop.
Got to work on your passing.
All right. If you haven't heard, Jay Williams works for ESPN. And where did this stem from? The MVPs?
Yeah. The last American born. Let me see, quiz you guys. Can you and Evan and Carter name the last American born? And I hate saying it because do we care? Because the game is in a good spot. Last MVP born on American soil.
The game's not necessarily in a good spot.
These games are incredible. The playoffs have been incredible.
Right. The playoffs.
And checks are cashing.
I don't think the product. I think people disagree with you, but go ahead.
Last American-born MVP in the NBA. This was a shocker to me.
I know the answer because so I'm going to sit out.
My first guess was Westbrook.
That's a great guess. What about Carter?
That would have been my guess too.
Okay, it's Harden, 17-18.
I am a system.
So, you were gone, Evan. I went on this diatribe about life and we're so divided and blah, 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 blah. As an American-born citizen, why do I look at that like that's a bad thing? What, I'm being divisive? Or is that just the world's caught up to our game? And I'm going to be honest, I don't see that changing anytime soon with a healthy Giannis, maybe a healthy Embiid, SGA, Luka. My question to you all is, why has that happened?
There's a lot of reasons.
You're number one.
The Americans are lazy. The AAU culture has stifled young talent.
Do you really believe that?
Let's take a listen.
All right.
Let's take a listen. We got the Jay Williams.
This is bad.
Jay Williams.
How much of this do you think is cancel culture and the political aspects of where we were compared to where we're going? Can we get back to a little bit more, this is what it takes, or be a little bit more in your face direct instead of I'm worried about because I hear a lot of coaches talk about they don't feel like they can coach young kids anymore because anything that they say could get used against them or get twisted if caught the wrong way.
That was the cut.
Yeah. And there was some other sound where he says, all we care about American players, Evan, is that this where Stoney brought me up, the dunk, the highlight, So, do you really? I'm just asking because I just was in Los Angeles for the AAU tournament, Stoney. Do you really think it's ruined our game? Like, I think that's somewhat of a cop out.
Well, I think you said 5 minutes ago the game's in a great place. Is it? I don't necessarily think I'd agree with that.
Well, what would make me go to the MVP and where they're from? I feel kind of dirty for that. But there is a nugget of James Harden's the last one to do it. So from a global standpoint, we don't want that all-star game divvied up that way, right?
Why?
Because the other teams would be stacked.
Well, what exactly?
Jay Williams, that wasn't all. That was some of the sound, but the stuff that hit me was these young kids can't be coached. Now, is that valid? There are no Bobby Knights anymore. You're afraid of little Johnny to tell him this or that because mom and dad might get pissed off and not spend. I don't know, but we can't ignore the last time an American-born NBA player won the MVP was 17-18.
I mean, I think what happened is the dream team came around and we exported the game, and the Europeans and Eastern Europeans and players from other countries were getting taught the right way. I mean, I know people are going to laugh, but the NBA's got this program called Basketball Without Borders, and every offseason they go to countries with coaches and players, and they try to teach the game to young players in other countries. And I think they get taught better than our play. I mean,
so that's why AAU is catching strays, and it's been this way.
AAU caught strays from Kobe Bryant. In other words, they've been catching strays for a while, the AAU programs. And there's probably something to it. Don't you think?
Yeah. Well, when you talk about fundamentals and the ha-ha and the highlights, that's at the AAU level too, but I'm just asking you, is that the sole reason that we're not American-born NBA players and I'm winning the MVP? At some point, it's got to be about talent.
Well, I just look at the league in general, and there's more and more Europeans playing in the league. And we all know it wasn't long ago, it was 20, 25 years ago, that Europeans were considered soft.
Oh, man.
And they're not anymore. Like, Jokic is not soft. Who else? Just Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's from Canada. He's not, I don't think he's very soft. But the gripe is that AAU is about promoting individuals, and do they teach the fundamentals? Not necessarily. And so the NBA has an influx of American players that haven't been taught the game the right way.
So if I ask you and Evan, I'll ask you, is that a problem?
For everybody.
Is that a problem? Do you think that's a problem we haven't had that American-born player to get an MVP since Harden?
No, I think it's just an indication of how difficult it is to succeed in the NBA, because you're not just competing with other players in your country, you're competing with the world. And so if you're asking who the best player on the planet is, that doesn't just apply to America anymore. So I wouldn't look at it as a bad thing. It's just it's really freaking hard to be the best player on the planet when you literally now have to be the best player on the planet.
Man, well said, man.
I mean, we're not the king of basketball anymore.
And I get it. We used to be.
Well, this summer.
Yeah. Talking about the Olympic team.
Yeah, I guess.
But we got a lot of guys about to age out of that. You know what I mean? When Steph and Curry hang it up.
It's not even
how
close.
we looking. No, you know what I mean. We got the Ant-Mans, Cooper Flag, hopefully.
Cooper Flag.
Kaminga. Well, he
won't play. He'll play for the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Embiid played for America.
Now, why would you do that?
That's a joke. That's an absolute.
Well, I wouldn't have been able to qualify.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and home of the Golden State Valkyries, 2-1, and the Golden State Warriors. They've been eliminated. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Wants to jump in here.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
How are you this beautiful day? All good?
Yeah, we're good, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Listen, man, this is not complicated. There's no college basketball in Europe. They don't do that. The NBA, the NCAA is an absolute disaster. They do not train people. They, and AAU is even worse. Guys like Luka, they don't mess around in college with sports. They want to be professional athletes. I mean, that guy's been playing with grown men since he was 14 years old.
Yep.
I personally like the idea of the U.S. against everybody else. It might slap us a little silly, but we got a lot of kids who are really good athletes who simply don't know how to play. I mean, no offense, Kuminga, he's, from what I can tell, a nice guy. Quick aside here on him. Does anybody know if any of the stuff going on in his home country has any effect on him, whether he has any family there or any of that stuff?
Yeah, I'm not sure, man.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I mean, there's a brutal war in Eastern Congo. Anyway, the last thing I had to say, fellas, and thanks for having me on.
Sure.
This season is too long. This is nuts. There's an easily schedulable, if that's a word, 72-game season. You play everybody in your conference 3 times. You play the other one twice. You rotate every year. You take an extra week off at the All-Star break. You never play playoff games back, with less than 2 days. And it would be great. We'd be seeing Curry. We'd be seeing Tatum. Those guys got hurt with nobody touching them. Those are fatigue injuries. And I love this sport desperately. And, since the A's left, I've watched more Valkyrie games than A's games. So I'm all about basketball. And I would just love it if the league would get a little wiser about this, because they're wrecking their own product, man. They really are. Who do you guys think's going to win? Is it OKC?
Yeah, I think OKC's winning it
Good
all.
call. You think so, Stoney?
I do, yeah. They're good. They're really good. They've
But
been
I
the
give
best
the
team in the
Pacers and the
NBA year
Knicks
in and year out.
a chance, and I give Minnesota if they could somehow. I know Evan told me in the green room. I'm snitching, Evan. You think this thing's over tomorrow night in
There's a
OKC?
surprise.
In OKC?
Yeah, you think they're going to close it out? No big deal.
Yeah, like Minnesota played so well last night and lost.
We don't think
But their
so.
2 best players
We don't
didn't
think
play
we
so
played.
well.
We think we can play better, Evan.
Who's we?
Us, the T-Wolves.
No, it's just, listen.
Can you just wear that shirt tomorrow?
You have to for the culture,
I'll
Stoney.
wear it
Not
tomorrow.
when they
Sure.
lose.
I'll wear it tomorrow. Okay.
Listen, basketball, I don't know if you and Evan know this.
If it's about basketball, I probably
It's a
do.
game of rhythm. So when you come out and you only shoot 2 times, guess what's going to happen in the 3rd and 4th quarter when the team needs your specialty? And I thought Ant-Man, he's telling you, hey, they were blitzing me. That's how you stop me. But why is Finch? I'm coming for your guys, Stoney.
Yeah.
Let's group text him. Why are you not doing the same thing to Shea, Evan? So at least the other Thunder guys got to beat us. That's all. He can't hoist up 30 shots on our home floor. And we're down 2-1.
I think Finch would be okay with 13 for 30. Turn him into a volume shooter. Still had 40. Everything's so easy for you, isn't it?
No, I'm not saying
it's
it's
easy.
a head scratcher. And it's not just me, but Evan. How do you beat a team by 42 and then come back the next night?
It's
and
called
your superstar
basketball.
player takes 2 shots.
It's called basketball.
I would have cussed him out at half. Y'all stay out of here.
You would have lost Anthony Edwards in week 2. Please.
Hey, that's what's wrong with
you
the
don't
game.
have the courage to coach superstars.
Oh, hey, Evan,
you
I would get
mollify
fired.
him. You'd mollify
I would
him.
get fired.
You would. You'd
But I'm
mollify
not
him.
mad at Ant like I am Jimmy for games 4 and 5, Evan and Stoney, only because the other guys were hit. They scored 126 points. So that's really not why they lost. They lost defensively, but this is why I question why you couldn't get a stop. Triple team your boy, SGA.
Well,
Maybe
they
you
just
get
gonna
a
throw it
stop.
to one of their
And
85,
maybe
40%
maybe
shooters.
Caruso misses.
Evan, I guess he doesn't know that they had a guy had 34 last night,
He was
too.
balling.
2 nights ago, or last night.
Yeah, he was balling.
Or
They had
Chet
another guy that
Holmgren.
had 22.
Like, I do think there's a question of how come their 3 best players were able to combine for
90-something points.
1,000 points.
Yeah, right.
And the 2 best players on the Timberwolves combined for 21.
Yeah. They defend. They deserve to win the game.
I'm giving them a swingers chance tomorrow, Stoney.
Oh, I'm sure they're thankful. I'm sure
Why you
they're real
gotta be-
thankful.
My bad.
Yeah, no.
I'm rubbing the bruise.
Our transition decision making was diabolical.
Wow, man.
Like the weirdest part about that game is they had 21 turnovers.
Yeah, that was a problem.
I swear, like only 3 of them were loose or like bad choices.
But they had what?
It's funny how you and I watch games differently.
I swear, OKC just took the ball from them.
I thought they had 47 turnovers.
Their hands are everywhere. They're handsy. Let's just say that about the Thunder.
They could not do anything against OKC.
And that's what's frustrating Randall,
Well,
man.
that's what life's about.
Yeah. They got some defense. I got to give OKC that. But I will tell you this. Knicks Pacers. I really think the Knicks got action tonight.
Okay, they might.
We got a bet. Evan wasn't here.
I know.
Can I get in on the Pacers?
Ask Goo. I have the Pacers to win the series.
After the domino tournament, I'm gonna sit this one out. I got too many wagers out there, Evan. Yeah.
This is sniffing like the no. Last series you like Boston, right? Boston to come back down 3-1.
Thanks for reminding me, bud. Yeah, I still owe you a pop.
I'm a cheap date.
I mean,
yeah.
Just one.
Well, don't act like you got wins on wins.
I got wins. I got a lot of wins. I got a lot of wins.
You said the Giants, the baseball team was going to do something.
A lot of losses, too.
What?
Did you say the Giants? You like where they're at? I thought you told Willard and I before the crossover got started.
I told Willard just to try to get on his good side.
Well, they got action, but can they
They're
keep
500.
How about the acquisition of Adamas?
He's on my fantasy team. What do you want to know about him?
What's
Watched
going
every
on?
at bat. He stinks.
No, stop.
He's not very good in this ballpark.
No, it's Snotty. It's his glove I'm worried about.
Okay.
The bat, when it heats up.
He's hitting 204.
Listen to Slim.
His OPS is 600.
Yeah, better than Patrick Bailey, though.
That's what is going on there?
He's swinging a broomstick, Goo.
You laugh, but he ain't too far off.
You know, we had Larry Bear on last week, and can I ask, and I do want to talk a little baseball.
Yeah.
And we can jump into it on the other side.
We love the sport.
Are the Giants resonating in the Bay right now? Are they resonating? I'm going to play some sound from Larry Bear from last week.
Yeah.
And
I'm fight for my sport.
The Warriors are now done, okay? The season is a third over.
Wow, man.
And the question I have is, are the Giants resonating? Because I feel like people think or thought they were, weeks back. They started 12-4. They're 19-19 since.
But still 7 games over 500.
500 since their 12-4 start.
But when you look at the standings, they're a playoff team right now. If you're into
only
that.
by one game. They're one game ahead of the Cardinals.
Ask me, are they exciting?
Are they exciting?
No.
Exactly.
But that's not what they're out to try to gain.
They are.
They're trying to make the playoffs, Donnie, and we saw it 10, 12, and 14. They never were really truly exciting with the bat. Well, it was just pitching and defense. But what I do say, Stoney, is baseball is an acquired taste, and it's hurt me that people aren't gravitating to the Giants the way I would like them to. And how many calls do we get wanting to talk about the Giants? I feel like this is bigger than the Giants. The game's dying. But then when you see Ohtani, you see Judge and O'Neal Cruz, you do wonder if the Giants could use some of that. But I guess what are you in it for? The highlights or the wins and losses? Because all in all, this Giant team is successful right now, Stoney, and they can get better.
How?
But I do wonder.
How can they get better? Seriously.
Well, you got some guys in the lineup that could hit. How do you get more exciting is my question. And do you even care about that if you're Bob Melvin and company?
The bottom line is there's no difference between this team with Buster Posey and the last 2 or 3 years with Farhan Zaidi. It's the same team, same players virtually.
Well, I'll say this to that.
It just is.
I talked to an icon over the weekend, Mark Ibanez, big Giant fan.
Mm-hmm.
He would take issue with that because I talked to him about the bat and the futility and, lack of scoring runs. He was so enamored with, Buster's going to do something.
What did he sign 2 guys?
No, at the trade deadline. So Buster has this year.
Oh, okay.
So I go, wow, I wonder how many Giant fans are looking at Buster like, not the savior. He'll get something done like Lacob did with Jimmy.
Yaz, Chapman,
Wade,
Lee, Flores, Wade, Fitzgerald, Bailey, Ramos, Matos, Webb, Duvall, Harry. It's the same team.
We'll see.
It's the same team. The Giants, this is Farhad's team still. And the two guys that Buster signed, one stinks and the other's hurt.
Well, one stinks now. That's why it's
it's a third of the way through the year.
He better be happy the Warriors went this far because nobody's on his neck yet.
See,
Adamas.
and I guess
his glove is what I'm bothered at.
Nobody's going to be on his neck.
You don't think?
That's what I'm getting at. I don't.
But why?
Because there's not enough passion for this
it's coming,
team.
Stoney. I think if he keeps
What's coming?
The Adamas, what come on. You have 32 homers last year.
Oh.
You know, I'm like, where's that at? And then the glove is the part that I was talking to Evan about, like, oh boy, you know, people around here are used to Brandon Crawford. You could take a couple steps back with the bat, but if the glove is not there and you're doing this with the bat, now that's a problem, Steiny.
Well, your idea of fans are going to go ballistic and mine are two different things. What Adames is making $182. It's the highest contract any Giants gotten. I
thought he was a slick fielding shortstop, Steiny.
He was.
What happened, 8
years ago.
Oh, no. What if Buster made a mistake?
Well, it's too early for that.
First big free agent signing.
June yet, Steiny.
All right.
Well,
let's see what happens. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny, you're wrong on this one. The pitching staff is electric. Maybe I'll take another victory lap because that's how I said this team should have, who they should have built around.
A lot of people saying the bats will come around.
888-957-9570. My question is, are the Giants resonating right now with fans? And are you excited about the way this season has started out after their 12-4 start? What's coming up on the game is not that one. Coming up today at 4 o'clock, the Valkyries. They take on the Liberty in New York, and you can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app, search Valkyries, and you know who's on the call, don't you? Gucci, Kevin Dana, and Sophia Jones. Mm-hmm.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
Get in the lab.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Come to the sign and everything you do get high on. When I bring you up, I'm going to ring you up. Oh, great tune.
This is, I should know it.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Hey, can I give a shout out?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to wish a happy birthday to 49er Frankie.
Oh, yeah, it's his birthday, Frank.
49er Frankie.
Yeah, he was at the domino tournament waiting on you. He asked the most a little bit. I was like, dude, lay off.
Also, I'll say happy birthday to Damon Cheng.
Oh, yeah.
On the YouTube chat.
He won.
He won what?
No, he's a P1.
Oh. You know how those guys will come up on your Facebook feed and like, here, be friends with this guy? Yeah,
I don't even know my feed anymore.
But you don't even know half the people.
Yeah, but that's the beautiful part about it.
Anyway, Cheng came up on my Facebook. Damon Cheng.
I'm friends with him. We talk.
Yeah, I haven't clicked yet on that.
Yeah, we're old. When you're on Facebook, Steiny,
I like the reels.
It's a wrap.
They have good reels.
IG has them too.
Do they?
You're on it. No.
Okay. What were we going to do here?
You said something about E40.
Oh,
mouth.
Oh, by the way, how'd you like Steph's hat? You like Steph's hat at Bottle Rock?
Was that the... Help me out now. I had a lot of tequila over the weekend.
Little Indiana Jones. Like?
I didn't see it, but I like it because it's Harrison Ford.
Well, he can pull it off.
And there you go.
The hat is...
When you're in shape, you can do anything.
Leaves much to be desired.
I'm looking at all the celebrities that were at Bottle Rock.
This is my alley. Give me some, Steiny.
Steph and Aisha.
So that's what's Dibs ranking when your what do they call that? Like you and Sal and all that. What's the ranking system? The tier, Evan, you're on it too.
It's tier 1, 2, and 3.
You guys have tiers to celebrities?
Yeah, Dibs has.
Dibley's got
but there's a name for
mechanism.
All right, tier 1. Okay, so they're tier 1.
So this is Bay Area power rank.
Okay, there we go.
So tier 1 would be like Sal Castaneda.
Ibanez.
Not anymore. He's retired.
So he's still...
No. No. Ibanez. Hey, Mark, you're out. You're out.
If you retire, you become greater. You're still Gary Radnich, tier 1.
Not anymore.
Oh, you never lose that.
Not anymore.
Forever.
He absolutely was tier 1.
And so is Mark.
Was.
But they're in the Hall of Fame of it.
Yes, but
you never lose it.
Not currently active.
But that's
wrong. What happened.
That is so wrong. Go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you who else is up there now. Sarah and Vinny.
Oh my God.
They
is it 27 years?
They're tier 1.
They've gotten old together.
I would say, who else is tier 1 in the Bay? Dibley's got him. I don't have the rating.
Scott Osler?
No, not any.
Well, why would you say that's our guy?
Well, because it's really...
And Killian.
It's about Q rating and being on TV is important.
Where's Bonte?
Bonte's probably tier 2. I would say tier 2.
So where are you and I?
3. I'm tier 3.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know what you
don't like the way you said.
No, I'm tier 3.
Please define tier 3.
Thank you, Evan. Bonte on tier 2, B.
Tier 1 is like Castaneda. Who are the big boys? Sarah and Vinny, I would put there.
Chewy?
Yes, I think I would put Chewy Gomez on tier 1.
Chew.
I would put, I'm trying to think of some of the...
Jasky.
No. Bonte would probably be tier 2 because he's got multiple TV gigs with the Giants. Although, when he walked away from here...
Oh, wow. No, but he stayed on the TV, though. He did the Giants.
No, he did. But
yeah.
He would be
You don't hear him every day.
Yeah, he'd be legitimate tier 2.
All right, how about Monty Poole? He's been here for a fixture. Tier 2, if not tier 1, to me.
Yeah, well, yours...
How are you tier 3? Forget me.
Because
I'm on my own tier.
I'm radio and radio only.
Well, you used to be TV.
Right, but that doesn't matter
anymore.
No, it doesn't matter.
Give me that.
Like Fitz?
Fitz.
Fitz is tier 1.
Kalina would be he on his way.
I'd say Kalina's tier 2.
All right.
But he's, he's still making an A. Fitz is tier 1 because Fitz does the Warriors and freelances like crazy. He's done the Olympics. He's got an extensive resume.
I live with these
Raymond
people.
Ritter.
I love these people.
He's not a
They're part
media
of my
guy.
family.
He don't want to be on a tier.
He's not a media guy. Steph Curry and Aisha.
Yeah,
we're at Bottle Rock.
Okay.
E40.
Yeah, but that man, 40 Fonzer. Now, why are you looking like that?
What?
Did you expect him there?
I thought he performed.
That's what I know he did.
Okay. Well, he was there.
All right.
And he brought Kevon Looney on stage.
Now that is
Looney's tier 3.
Looney's not going anywhere.
Nobody knows who he is. Now,
give me some more.
Okay.
E40.
California Governor Gavin Newsom and first partner Jennifer Siebel Newsom were there. They were there to see Justin Timberlake. Oh boy, that may be it.
Justin showed, huh?
That's it. Serena Williams was there. She likes Green Day. She's a Green Day super fan.
I can't say I've heard a song of theirs.
Oh, there she is.
I've heard of them. Green Day. Give me one.
American Idiot?
Yeah.
Hey.
You gotta keep them separated. What? You ever heard
Sorry.
that?
No, I've heard the song, just not your rendition.
Yeah. Jessica Biel. How about that?
Yeah, her and Baron Davis are friends.
Oh.
Jessica Biel. Yeah. Okay. What's that?
They got pictures?
Yeah.
Look the same?
Am I looking at free agents or, other celebrities? Flavor Flav?
Yeah, that's the one with the big clock, Public Enemy. I wrote a letter to the government. Yeah.
Ken Griffey Jr.?
We should have went out there, man. Who else?
He might have been doing photography.
That's true. Him and Randy Johnson. Big shutterbugs. Yeah.
He's also a free agent.
Ken Griffey Jr.?
Well, yeah. Giants need a bat.
Nice.
They do. All right, Goo. What are you thinking?
A bunch of stuff.
Because we didn't get to a lot of the stuff that I had on here.
All right, but before we do, because that's where we're going, down that avenue, we'll get off that exit. Careful. One guy we should be ashamed of that should have won the Russell Westbrook award, Evan, and not one of us, Jackals, mentioned his name, and he plays on the Pacers, and his name is T.J. McConnell.
That's a good one.
That dude leads it all. Evan, you can't say a bad word about him.
No.
What happened?
We made a lot of mistakes.
Dibs. What happened?
That's not Green Day. It's Offspring. Keep them separated.
I'm rubbing off on y'all. I'm rubbing off on y'all.
Oh, God. My bad.
We'll be fine.
Look, there was one thing about you, though, in here that's pretty funny.
I'll decide.
You got something wrong. Yeah, Jessica Alba is friends with Baron Davis, not Jessica Biel.
So who am I? Who am I?
Jessica Alba.
Yeah, who is Biel?
She's also an actress, and also
Jessica Biel.
Woo!
Oh, I should know her. Hold on.
Sweet.
George Kittle was there.
He was promoting something. That doesn't count.
Yeah, if you're out there. Oh, the lovely Jessica Biel.
You didn't get paid to go.
Not even sure if this guy qualifies. Kyle Juszczyk. No chance anybody recognizes him without a helmet. No chance.
Starty, stop.
Some guy from...
Draymond's working.
Yeah, Draymond is working.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, not anymore.
So TNT's over now?
No, he
No,
took Saturday. He was off the last game.
Yeah, I think his appearances are done, right? Or is he going to be back tonight?
I thought it was throughout the series, so I'm going to say, Evan, this is a guesstimate. My sales background.
I'm going to be honest. I wouldn't want Draymond as much as he's great on TV. I wouldn't want him for TNT's final broadcast.
Then you may be onto something. Maybe he's done.
Is their final broadcast Thursday?
Well, it's whenever the series ends.
The Western Conference
on TNT, at least.
Wow, think about that.
So that could be tomorrow.
Yeah. Now Barkley's talking nice about ABC and all those guys. I get it.
Jessica Biel is Justin Timberlake's wife.
Yeah, Willard just yeah.
Damn it.
See, they got married 2012.
Was Willard there?
No.
Well, he's a celeb.
What tier is he?
Okay, I got a text from Dibs. At 1:48 today, he will explain the tiers.
Okay.
And not tiers like you all cried when the Warriors were eliminated. These are tiers as in levels.
All right.
Levels.
Yeah.
And
we'll see if you make his tier 3.
Well, that's what I was the last time he explained it to me.
But working with me, people would say you fell off. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No.
But you're still out there. People wanted you at the domino tournament. Well, that kind of. I couldn't get Sal at the domino tournament. You know what I mean?
Did you ask him?
No.
What are you doing? Like you don't know him.
That's my guy.
You invite people to come to parties that you don't know.
We were at the Spears Mixer.
That was 7 years ago.
We had some heavyweights there, Evan. I posted the pic. IG.
On Domino's?
No, at the All-Star Weekend.
Oh, well.
It was myself, Spears, Sal, and I sitting next to each other. Chopping it up.
Hey, by the way,
I wonder if I make a tier.
Tier G.
Carter, why did Carter look like? I think I didn't. The way he smiled. Go ahead, Stan.
Well, it's up to Dibley. He creates the game.
Yeah, but these have been in there. Like he's got the breakdown on Twitter. When you tweet too much opposed to how many people follow you, he's got that ratio too.
Oh, like somebody saying Dwayne Kuiper, that's tier 1. Kuiper and Kruk, that's tier 1 in any league. Yeah. John Miller might be tier 2.
Miller's been doing it since I was in middle school.
But this is about your ties to the Northern California region.
All right.
And Miller's national. Miller's a little bit national.
Not anymore. He's probably more local than he is national
now. But
Ira Miller. He was that big boy. That was my guy.
Evan doesn't even know who he is.
I know. He wrote for the Chronicle.
Ira Miller?
Oh, yeah. Columnist.
Look at Evan.
No, that's not true.
What do you mean, no, it's not true?
He was not a columnist.
He's just a beat
I read
writer?
him in the Chronicle.
He was not a columnist. He was a beat writer for the 49ers. And he's in the Hall of Fame.
But his articles were in the Chronicle I read growing up.
He never wrote columns?
No.
Stop.
So
you're telling me
it's like Offspring.
Are you
got to
telling
keep them separated.
Oh, my God.
Columnists and beat writers.
Good recovery. How could he be tier 1 then?
Steiny, he wrote in the Chronicle.
Those are the
Ira
big
Miller.
boys.
I could see his picture right now like I did Scott Osler.
He was a beat writer. He covered the Niners.
But that's still, a beat writer can tell a story and you read it in the paper. Same thing.
Not a columnist.
I read him growing up, Evan.
That's fine. You read stories. You did not read columns from
by him.
Yes.
Okay. That counts. Count the bucket.
Okay, let me explain some things to you.
I kind of don't want to.
Scott Osler.
Right.
What did Scott Osler do?
Columnist.
Right.
And Killian. Monty Poole.
Columnist.
Okay.
Monty Poole.
Yeah, columnist.
No. He was, but now he covers the Warriors. Now he can write some columns, I think, in his title because it's what was I going to say? But there's a difference between a columnist and a beat writer.
I'm not arguing that.
Well,
it's just to the average Joe.
Don't talk down to me like I don't know what I'm talking about.
And I see your face, Steiny, and then you're writing on the Niners or whatever the topic is. That counts. I'm reading your literature and I'm a fan.
What? He wrote for the Chronicle. You are right about that.
Hey.
Let's let it there.
No doubt. He's a big boy.
Let's just let it there.
All right.
For now.
I can't wait for 148. The tier system.
Oh, right. Here's the other thing about the Giants I was thinking. Is it a good thing when your best attribute is the bullpen? They got a great bullpen, Goo. They got great pitching.
Okay.
But a great bullpen.
You asked me a question.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be honest. I don't care because this team is starving. They want to get back to what they did in 10 and 12 and 14. Who cares what the best part of your team is? But Steiny, you sound like the baseball version of me, but the highlights. And I'm not, who cares what it is? Right now, they're a good ball club, one of the best in baseball.
No, they're not, Goo. They're 19
You don't
and
think
19.
they're a top 8 team in the league right now? To me, they are.
Well,
No, see, you can look, but I'm doing the eye test. That's what I think they're capable of.
Right now, they're the 6th best team in
all
the
right,
NL.
I get it.
One game ahead of the
But to me, when I watch them play, like tonight, they're playing Detroit, they're never an inferior opponent. This version of the Giants
they're
this
as
year.
good as the Tigers.
Well,
I mean,
the Tigers made the playoffs last year. The Giants
they're also
didn't.
like 32 and 16.
But they're not the Dodgers. I don't look at the Tigers as the Dodgers. Are they further along? That's a whole nother story. But the bottom line is, Donnie, they got to get some more hitting. The Giants do. But the reason we brought them up is, like, this is the first time in a long time, my whole career, where I feel like we ain't been giving them a lot of touches. And I just wonder, it's bigger than the Giants. I think it's the game of baseball. Is it losing its popularity? And it scares me to even bring that up because I know you're like, Guru, I watch every night.
The issue I brought up with the bullpen is if you're a good team and your best attribute's your bullpen, that's not that's not
how you draw it up.
Yeah. 925 Steiny, are you sure Ira Miller didn't also write columns? He wrote that Sunday piece.
Dude, I just give your boy the win.
So count the bucket.
No, I didn't know why we were even reviewing it.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, Evan, thank you. My man.
Well, it's kind of what we do. Steiny throws out things inexplicably, and it's our job to correct him when he's wrong.
He was right in the difference between a columnist, all that stuff.
Thank you, Goo. Appreciate
that.
That
Wasn't about.
Appreciate
we
you
were trying to give Ira
telling
his
me what I'm right about when we talk about
now, see, this
journalism.
one I'm trying to help you
You don't even like it when we give you credit.
Yeah.
It makes
really
you uncomfortable.
Am I the only one surprised at the 2-1 Valkyrie start? Dude, Evan, they're supposed to be 0-3.
They're building a bully. By the way,
they're not.
What?
How can you say that?
They're like
After nearly 29 years at the Chronicle, sports writer and columnist Ira Miller.
I would call in, right? Steiny, I couldn't believe. I'm like, you're making me think about my childhood again. Dude, he was a heavyweight. We should. What do you think of the internet?
He wrote 4 columns at the end of his career.
Stop. Valkyries, real quick, 2-1. Beat the crap out of the Sparks.
Is anybody aware of the Valkyries, what's going on with them?
They're an expansion team, and I think they're going to be better than what a lot of people thought.
We need to get Lacob on.
Okay, and what would you ask him?
Which one?
Nice.
Joe, why did none of your top 3 draft picks make the team?
That I did not know.
Why did the top 3 draft picks not make it?
So I actually don't know if that's incredibly uncommon. Like, I think because there's only 13 teams in the league, there's really just not that many roster spots. And so if you can get a better player, like the availability of back end of roster or maybe even top end players, there's a wider pool. Like, there's a wider free agency pool in the WNBA, I think.
Yeah, that's a nugget I did not know.
Well, I think I know why.
Well, it looks like we're seeing, I know it's 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
They got some players.
Yeah, I think. I
I
think my man's trying to tank in year 1.
Well, their first pick's also like 19 and is playing overseas, so it's not like she won't be on the roster.
I think he's eyeing that number 1 pick next year,
which could be Juju, right?
I think she's 2 years away.
Oh,
she's 2 years away from being 2 years away.
Something like that, yeah.
They'll be a good player.
All right.
She's in the State Farm commercials, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it sounds like they got some right now. Like, I'm watching that Sparks game. Sparks favored, like my neighbor was telling me, something like 13 or 14, and the Valkyries just crushed them.
Valkyries are 17.5-point dogs tonight in New York.
Liberty, and they got the female KD. The Liberty dude, Stewart, Brianna.
Like, how?
She reminds me of Durant. I like her. Stewart.
They also got the Ionescu.
Yeah.
3-point champ.
Wasn't passing to Stewart a lot over the weekend. I watched the game. I was like,
I'm sorry, I didn't. What?
Ionescu wasn't passing to Stewart. I felt like she was freezing her out a little bit.
They won.
Caitlin Clark down for 2 weeks.
With the Guru.
First time she's been hurt since high school.
Wow.
I think so, yeah.
She had a game with 10 turnovers.
This year?
Just over the weekend.
So did Curry.
Jason Kidd once had 13 in a game. What's your point?
You know what?
I'm sorry, 14, I think.
You are
13 or
special
14.
because over the weekend I was driving and I thought to myself about our conversation. One of the hardest conversations is Peyton or Kidd. I'll just leave that there. We talked about it, but boy, that's a hard one. Remember, we were like, who would you want?
Who did I pick? I think I picked Peyton.
Yeah.
Very close.
Yeah.
We were having fun last week.
Evan was gone.
Yeah, he didn't.
You guys have fun when I'm gone?
Yeah. Like, who would you have, Peyton or Kidd?
I wasn't old enough to really watch either of those
I love
guys.
that answer. See, I love that answer, though. It's like Guru, Wilter, give me somebody else.
Kareem.
Yeah. Well, I saw Kareem.
Okay, Wilter Russell.
That's what I was trying to go.
Well, one could score 100, so I'll take that guy.
Where is that game on video?
They don't have it. It was at Hershey Park Arena.
Dude, I know. We don't got it.
A place that I've been to many, many times.
Still going, huh?
They call it, I think, it's got another name.
Why would you
now.
change the... Well...
Could you imagine if a player had their career game and it just wasn't available nowadays? Like if that was a legitimate excuse.
I can't, E.
Sorry, it wasn't on Link Pass. Sorry, we have technical difficulties. You'd be fired so fast.
The game I want to see, I'm being real because I love baseball so much, is when they say the Negro League All-Stars played the Major League Baseball. Like, I would have loved to watch that at the Polo Grounds or wherever the game took place.
Can somebody explain to me what success looks like for the Golden State Warriors in the next 2 years if it's all about Steph Curry's window? What if we're doing everything for Steph Curry, right? Which we are, and they've announced as much, then what does success over the next 2 years look like?
Would you have a problem if somebody called a fan and said this year constitutes success?
No.
Just by making it?
They can it can be anything the fan wants. In term I
wouldn't like that answer, but
I would call this year a success for the Warriors.
Even the way it ended, you felt like you got robbed of not seeing them beat.
I didn't think they got robbed. I thought what happened was inevitable. But now what happens next year? What's the goal next year if it's all about Steph Curry? And who else is going to be on this team? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Lucky California.
Appreciate y'all. Leave me alone this summer.
out there, everybody. Matt Simons, Darryl the Guru Johnson. You got to check out Guru's shirt today. I like it.
I'm hoping you don't. Because our swagger and style is different. So the stuff you like puts me in a different bracket. Like you and Norm, like you know what I mean? Like the same stuff. I want you to hate it.
That you're not even thinking.
You said something last segment.
You're not even thinking about what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be mean. That's all.
I don't know why you want to do that to your partner.
Because you said something last segment got to me.
Which one?
That I don't make the list.
It's not my list.
Yeah, but you had
just gear up.
Dibs, let's keep it real.
Dibs can be he can be tough on these lists. By the way, there was something that I wrote down, and I spent about 2 minutes on it, it was about 2 weeks ago, but I've been thinking of it, and you don't even know what I'm going to say.
And I love it. Give me more of it. Give me more.
Okay. I don't.
You talk into the microphone.
I feel like what I'm going to say is people are going to just be like, oh, God, whatever. But.
Well, that happens.
It's a day that ends in Y.
No doubt. You new to this?
Let me tell you what the biggest turnoff, the biggest sports cluster, the worst sports moment of the year has been so far. And it's not even close. This
is heavy.
This is everything that is wrong with a certain sport. The NBA draft lottery, I am still not over. I cannot believe. First of all, ask me if I think it's rigged.
You think it's rigged?
I don't think it's rigged.
A lot of other people do.
But I think they have implemented a system that allows crap like this to happen, and it's so bad for the league, it's not even funny.
The crap is, real quick, Sonny, this is your take, but I love it. It is rigged, and that's why it happens when nobody's looking, and then they tell us what happened. They know what they're doing, but it's crazy that Cooper Flagg got you to this. Like, this one did it for you.
No, he's got nothing to do with it. The players have nothing to do with it.
Then is it who? Tell me why this sits you over the top.
Because the worst three teams are drafting 4th, 5th, and 6th. And 3 teams above them that have no business being in the lottery in the first place, let alone having a pick this high. It's a joke. The Dallas Mavericks have the number 1 pick in the draft. Okay, the Mavericks. Yeah. They trade Luka. They acquire Anthony Davis, gets hurt. Kyrie Irving, hurt.
Yeah.
They finished 10th in the play-in. They actually are in the play-in. They won a play-in game. They were 1 win away from making the playoffs. And they have the number 1 pick in the draft. That's a joke.
Yeah, wow.
San Antonio's even worse. They're even worse. They have the 2nd pick and have no business having the 2nd pick.
But you understand.
No.
And my great mother-in-law, God rest her soul, Mary Brown, always said to me, Darryl, and I never liked it, Stoney, they're the haves and have-nots. And the NBA looked at those picks and said Dallas and the other locale is a better, San Antonio is better.
All right, so you think it's rigged?
There's no doubt in my mind.
Well, there is. Oh, you're down.
Okay. No,
you're
I'm
mine.
just.
Yeah, I don't
it's
think
rigged to when you really want to. Like Cooper Flagg was the prize in the Cracker Jack box. That was so major, they couldn't let him go to Washington. They couldn't let him go where they really needed him to go if this were the NFL, if it was about spreading it out. Dallas made that Luka trade, and now you think, well, was there a wink when they traded Luka?
I mean, do you really think
back end? I've been around America. I've been in America, our society so long, Steiny. I believe anything is a possibility. But it would explain why you're you've had enough.
Well, I'm done. I've had enough with the lottery itself and the way it's set up.
It happens when we're not watching.
Right, but my point is,
I don't like that.
Why shouldn't the worst team get the best pick?
I'm with you.
It's a joke.
I'm with you.
It's a joke. Now
like you're eating your own almost.
For fear of trying to be the worst team more than trying to be the best team?
Does anybody really think that Charlotte, Utah, and Washington were better than they actually were, but they tanked to be the last team?
I think at the end, Steiny, the last 2 or 3 months, hey, LaMelo, let's say you got a wrist injury. Let's just proceed with caution. You don't play tonight. I think that gets momentum in every locale when you're the bottom feeder. So I could be wrong.
The Charlotte Hornets won 19 games.
Damn.
The Wizards won 18. The Jazz won 17. 17, 18, 19.
That is terrible.
Then we get, 17, 18, and 19. Dallas gets the first pick. Oh, Dallas. They were 39 and 43.
That's 20 more. 21 on that.
San Antonio, 34 and 48. Wembanyama gets hurt. They just go down the tubes. They get the number 2 pick. And then the biggest joke of them all is Philadelphia. Let's reward a team that has made so many mistakes that the general manager has turned into a caricature. Daryl Morey.
Yeah.
He's made the worst. He's made among the worst moves in the NBA in the last 2 or 3 years, and they get to have the number 3 pick.
Now, I'll just say this, Donnie. If I'm wrong and it's not rigged, can you truly be mad? Well, you're mad at the system. Can you be mad at the math?
Yes.
That just math that let that system reward 3 teams that should have.
The worst team in the league. What is the? Okay. It's like I should have.
I love how the NFL does it, man. It's the greatest thing.
They just do it by order. Yeah. Worst team in the league, NBA, chances at lottery. I'll bet it's.
But what I like about this, Stoney, but while you dial that up,
the worst team. Listen to this.
Doesn't give you automatic action at it. Obviously.
No S. In fact, it's worse than that. The worst team in the NBA. You know what they have? You know what their odds are of winning the lottery?
Give it to me.
The worst team.
All right.
14%. 14%.
Yeah, that's
a joke.
Yeah. That should be around 25, 30.
So if you're the worst team in the league and the second worst and the third worst, the 3 worst teams all have a 14% chance.
So you're saying do away with it?
Yes. Absolutely do away with it.
Let's say the NBA did that.
Okay.
Cooper Flags go into one of those 3 locales.
Okay.
Let's be honest. Put the right on the table, brought to you by ATCO Pest Control. Dallas might be in the Western Conference Finals with or without Flag, but the fact that Flag could be a part of it, and he will, that's good for the game, right?
Well, okay.
What are we gonna? Am I going to be 70 years old waiting on Charlotte to get their stuff together?
Well, we had the same situation in the Bay, and the fact that it wasn't the first pick didn't matter. Steph Curry came here and was great enough to alter an organization. They were terrible. They'd made the playoffs once in 18 years before he got here.
No, don't remind us.
And here it is 15, 18 years later, and he was great enough to change the culture of an organization.
Yeah.
So,
and
who's to say if Cooper Flag is this second coming of somebody incredible that he wouldn't have been able to turn Charlotte, Utah, or Washington around?
Yeah. But we're not going to find out because he's in a team. He's on a team that, if healthy, they got some action, Stoney, with or without him.
I do think if you're going to do a lottery, like I don't dislike the idea of a lottery, but it can't involve a team that almost was a playoff team.
That they won a play-in game.
I don't think my issue is necessarily that, Cooper Flag went to a good team. It's that it's like, can we at least break it down? It's funny. Break it down into tiers. Like the top 4 teams or the 4 worst teams have an equal amount to get the first shot. And then the next tier of teams from 5 through 10 then have the best chance to get in that slot. But like the 10th worst team should come nowhere near the first pick overall. And that's happened now back-to-back years, right?
Right, yeah.
Hey, it's so awesome, Evan. And Steiny is probably all the information we need to know that the fix is in to a degree, because that's how it should be. Everything he just echoed. But the bottom line, Steiny, is the league's in a better spot because Flag is in Dallas and San Antonio will have a better player because they were just 14 games, however many they were under. So they know what they kind of, the intervention was real for like, you know what? We don't even care about you three sorry-ass teams. Just keep being you.
Right.
But we got these Nuggets or one of the stars
that's easy
in
to
Dallas, and he might be the next Luka.
But that doesn't make the league better. I don't think. Like Steph Curry, he made the league better because he went to a team like Charlotte, like Utah, and I get it. He was the 7th pick, but you have to allow for a player to be good enough to change an organization. And if Cooper Flag's that player, then it's a joke he's on Dallas. Yeah. And I don't necessarily think Cooper Flag being in Dallas makes the league better than if Cooper Flag were a hell of a player and all of a sudden you'd look at Charlotte and you'd be like, hey, Charlotte's got a little action.
Well, I was going to say, how did LaMelo Ball, and I know they're different players, but I've never seen a guy average 26, 27 points and we just scoff at it, but I guess he would be added to LaMelo. But we saw that worked out for LaMelo, Steiny. He put up numbers. They were hollow. They didn't win. And
what about Anthony Edwards?
Yeah.
I mean, if the draft were this year, Dallas would get Anthony Edwards. I mean,
yeah, that's a joke.
What are we doing?
But I guess for the sake of this conversation, you don't want to go as far as it's fixed. But my last question would be to this, Steiny, is why do you think they have it the way they have it? Because they can do some tweaks or little things that I believe were done for San Antonio and Dallas to do what they did this year. You say what to that?
Say it again.
The way that they have the system set up is because what I'm accusing the NBA to do is what they just did, where San Antonio and Dallas got 2 great players coming, you would think.
My issue is that
why not fix it the way Evan and you say?
I don't know. I don't know why.
Because I'm letting you know that they can tweak it and control it.
First of all, that's fine.
Okay.
You can believe that.
Okay.
I believe that what happened was the lottery is set up in such a way where the bottom 3 teams do not have a great enough chance to finish 1, 2, and 3 in the draft. Like, that's what we saw. We saw the worst 3 teams have a 14% chance. It's like they should have a 20 to 25% chance. And
you would think if it was fair.
So you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and now the home of the the Golden State Valkyries and Warriors. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. And the draft is upon us. I know it hasn't happened, but there's just something about, I have nothing about the Mavericks in regard to rooting interest, but to get their hearts ripped out with that Nico Harrison trade of Luka and the bounce back, this is up there with the Warriors losing the 16 finals in Game 7, and for the cologne or deodorant of that stench and that pain, you get to celebrate on the 4th of July with Kevin Durant being a part of your team. I got to feel like Maverick fan feels like that. You were crying, you hated the organization, and now all of a sudden you get the number 1 pick and you're about to replace Luka with a guy that might take care of his body better and be as good as Luka. Like, wow, that's a bounce back.
One of the fan bases that should be fuming is the Golden State Warriors fan base. Because I got news for you. Dallas and San Antonio just leapfrogged you.
Wow.
They very well may have just leapfrogged you. Because one team's sitting with Cooper Flag and another team's going to be sitting with the number 2 pick. Hell, they might be sitting with Giannis, the Spurs. So Warrior fans should be unhappy with this also.
I don't see any change in the foreseeable future either. At least nobody's talking about it.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. Hey, Antonio, how you doing?
Man, I agree with you, Steiny, about this, man. It's all messed up. It's all jacked up. And, yeah, Warrior fans like me, you know me, I pay attention to this. I'm like,
yes,
right
sir.
when I seen Dallas get number 1, then the Spurs get number 2, I said, oh, man, they're going to be better than us. Or at least right now on paper-wise. I know they still got to go out and play.
Right.
But paper-wise, I'm like, oh, man, we got to freaking go up against another freaking great player in the West now. I want him to go to Washington, go play with Jordan Poole, go have a pool party. You know, that'll be exciting to do a pool and a flag. But anyway. It's all messed up. They got to get this fixed, man. You know, it's like, imagine if, the Niners, like the Niners barely missed the playoffs. What if they would have got the number 1 pick? You know, it's like, damn, that'll be ruining somebody else's, you know what I'm saying, draft, you know, but in a different sport. But basketball, they do rig it when they have to. Just like when Derrick Rose was coming out, they want the Bulls, hometown guy, to get him, you know, or LeBron James, you know, Cleveland, he's from there. They rigged it for him. So it's like, you know, they do it when they have to. And this year they felt that they owed, Dallas Mavericks a little something because they helped, the Lakers get Luka. So his phony stuff right there, man, I don't like it one bit. They better not get no Giannis in the West unless he's with the Warriors.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard, we love you, Antonio. LeBron was kind of having some fun with this, even how Cleveland won the lottery when they drafted him. And he talked about he signed Derrick Rose. So I know that was years ago, but the King was just saying that. I forget on what outfit he was on, Steiny, but he was talking about wink, wink.
So think about it like the big free agent, like Dallas. They're kind of,
that's heavy.
They're a free agent destination. Philly, they're a free agent destination. So and a lot of the small market teams are not. So now small market teams aren't a factor in free agency, and now they're not really a factor in the draft. How are they going to get better? Like, seriously, how is Charlotte, Washington, Utah, how do you get better if the worst team doesn't have a shot at the best player?
My follow-up would be, Steiny, how long, and maybe they're in there, it might even surpass, how long have the Wizards been dysfunctional? How long is Charlotte? Since Larry Johnson and Kendall Gill.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Charlotte, for example.
Like a real true factor. Like, oh, they got something. It was the Larry Johnson, that era.
15, 16. They have not.
Who'd they have?
They have not. The Charlotte Hornets have not won a playoff series since 2001, 2002.
Wow, man. So for you to say, how are they going to get better? Just think about that stretch.
The last team that went to the playoffs had Nick Batum, Tyler Hansborough.
And they were first round.
Frank Kaminsky.
Wow.
Al Jefferson.
Ow.
Jeremy Lamb.
Georgetown. Hoya Destroya.
Marvin Williams, Michael Gilchrist. Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, Goo, you're 100% right. I'm going to bring it back because me and you are the same age, and we're both Warriors fans. It's been fixing.
Hey, Christian, you got to call back. Something funky was happening to your.
So he must what? He's 35 years old.
I'm looking at Washington now too.
Oh gosh,
Washington.
Since Arenas,
I think you'll be surprised.
I mean, they used to give the Cavs fits in the playoff. They had something you thought going back to that era. Antoine Jameson,
2021.
Yeah.
The Wizards made the playoffs.
But they were first round out.
Yeah. They had Bradley Beal.
Yeah, no Kuz.
Davis Bertans.
Yeah, the shooter.
They had Hachimura. Oh, they had your favorite player.
Oh, yeah. What's my boy? He can dance. And he's a Cowboy fan.
Was Westbrook on that team?
Westbrook was on that team.
So my guy was hurt. John Wall. Was he on that team? No.
Yeah, I don't see him
was
anywhere.
He done?
No, but you have one of your favorites was on this team. Alex Len.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'll take that L.
Alex Len.
Yeah, the big.
That's.
But Steiny, they made it, but they were just tissue paper, a dirty dish rag.
Their record was 34-38. It was the year they only played 72 games. It was the year before
But the point
COVID,
is,
I believe.
That's been decades with an S of futility.
Yeah.
And it's still going. That's what.
Did you say Al Jefferson went to Georgetown?
I thought he did.
No. I missed that.
I think he was a high school guy, right?
Yeah.
Why do I got him, Hoya?
Yeah, somebody's just saying.
No, but where'd he go?
Al Jefferson did not go to Georgetown.
They're supposed to put where he went. I'll ask Siri. Where did Al Jefferson go?
He came right out of high school.
To college.
He didn't.
Okay. Hey, I just use it once I'm on disposal.
No, honestly, I do have an idea for the show. And we have to integrate AI at some point this summer into the show.
I'm all for that.
It's out of control. Dude.
He went to Prentice High School in Prentice, Mississippi.
I didn't have him as a Moses Malone, Steiny. He had a pretty good career.
Yeah, he did. Nice little player.
Yeah.
One of the last. How about this? One of the last of the post-up big men.
Yeah, I like that.
He was a good post-up player back in the day.
Who's the lefty center from Georgetown? Othello Harrington.
He was like 6'5".
Yeah, but he was a center. Othello Harrington. He was one of the. Look at all the centers that went to Georgetown. He was one of them. Yeah, they got Zoe, Mutombo.
Well, yeah, he doesn't belong in that group.
But he's still there, and that's what he played in the league. No, you didn't like him.
No, I didn't. He wasn't very good.
AI, Evan, I'm with you. It's out of control. What's going on?
Yeah, we can have some Chat GPT stuff.
Yeah, Mike, that's all the kids use.
What's that?
The Chat GPT.
It's pretty incredible.
It is. It's scary.
Well, for example, don't you just type it into the menu bar? The question.
But if you needed a term paper written on Malcolm X, it would do it for you.
It would. Not very well, but it might do one.
Hey, by the way, something.
Give it to me.
Something hit me over the weekend, and it is
someone or something.
Something.
Oh, okay.
And it's been talked about, and we got to.
It ain't going to get us in trouble, is it?
No.
You want to save it for the other side?
I do want to save it for the other side, but it has to do with something that we cannot allow after this year. It should be a one and done.
Right.
Let's just put it that way.
The twirl.
The what?
It's out of control. It's in the WNBA. The finger twirl review.
God.
Stop it.
Oh, God.
That is the most hideous.
I agree.
Evan, we got to get rid of it.
The finger twirl needs to stay in 2025.
You know what? How about this? Every time
some people do it,
every time like Guru says, "Yeah, Al Jefferson went to Georgetown," I'll just go like that. I'll just give the twirl like that needs to be reviewed.
You didn't catch it.
No, I didn't. I didn't catch it.
We'd have too many challenges on this show.
I was too busy.
Now, see, I didn't like that part of it. Evan, right there.
You like that guy on Around the Horn?
I was PTI.
Think about it that way.
PTI.
Oh, PTI.
Yeah, but he would do it at the end.
I mean, think about it.
Like errors and omissions.
If you and I did PTI,
Willard helped us with the wife of our boy.
It would be an 8-minute show and then 22 minutes worth of corrections.
No, you ain't as bad as me. You just forget.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I got something on the other side for you. Coming up today at 4 o'clock, the Valkyries, they're 2-1. They take on the New York Liberty, and you can hear the game on Valkyries channel. That's the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. So download that Odyssey app and search for Valkyries. We'll have all the games on there or 95.7 The Game. And tonight, they play the New York Liberty in New York. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones on the call. Should be a good one from Madison Square Garden. Mm-hmm. No, that's the only way you
got yourself
can.
third, yeah.
Yeah, I'm tier 3.
Without a system. Like, we
do you
don't know
mean?
what your metric system consists of.
I know what his system consists of, but he can explain it more than I can.
Like I did Ira Miller. Just take the L. the Twitter. What were you going to say? It was so
Shut up. I'm done with you. Yeah, that's right.
Well, that's what the Yoon's saying to you after you no-showed.
Why would you promise them I'd be there? That's not a good friend.
You promised you.
Evan,
shut up.
You were in San Antonio out of nowhere. I get this text from Steiny, address, and that's it. Question mark. And I said to myself, that's him telling me, go tell him your boy's coming. Everywhere I went, can I get another margarita? Can I get a Hey, Steiny coming? And it got to 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock.
Can't do it.
And I was like, my man, I get it. You fell out. I get it. I wasn't even mad.
I know you weren't because you texted me at 4 o'clock.
Hey, they don't know this part, so don't make it worse. Nobody knows this. You ain't gotta see. That's when you're airing stuff out. You're just gonna make it worse. Just say you didn't show. I checked on you.
Guru said, "All right, I'm not going to do it."
Well, you can say what it is, but don't read how I wrote it.
You said at 4 o'clock, "Hey, we're here, but no pressure."
Oh yeah, that's my new thing, Evan. I like that. No pressure.
That means pull up.
Yeah, Evan would have pulled up.
Hey, you know where I went Saturday?
To sleep.
That was Sunday.
Okay, all right. Give me a 4.
Are you going to guess or are you just going to lay out?
The ship.
No.
I think I know.
Golfing.
No,
It's
that
in
was Sunday.
Oakland, the
yes.
Oakland
Ballers.
Oh no, you went to the game.
I went to an Oakland Ballers game.
I was thinking where you watched the game in Oakland. They got the playoff games. Oakland, not the
Athletic Club.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
All right, you went to the Baller game.
Yeah, Oakland Ballers.
Was Too Short performing? No, he did that earlier.
No. Have you ever been to an Oakland
No,
Ballers?
I have not.
Evan, you have, correct?
It's an Oakland Ballers game?
Yes.
No. I've played baseball at Raimondi Park. Like I played there growing up, but I've never been to an Oakland Ballers game.
I'm shocked. Definitely.
Wait a minute. They didn't have the stadium when you were growing up.
No, it was not very nice.
Right. It's really nice now. The stadium's nice and the area around
What time was the game?
This is the best part.
I got to be ready
This is
to go.
this is the greatest starting time for a Saturday game.
7 a.m.
4:45.
Wow.
4:45. It's perfect because you're out of there by 7.
Yeah.
And you don't have to you can't I'm going to go golfing in the morning.
I'm going,
and
man.
then and then we'll go to the game at 7. You can't make that. That's too long a day.
How'd you get there?
It's an 8-minute drive.
But I hear it's right by Bart, right?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
But you can take Bart to West Oakland and then get a shuttle for free to the stadium.
Now, is it the perfect time because it's the latest time that you're comfortable going to an event on Saturday?
A lot of stuff.
Well, I'm going to be honest here, and let me be.
We all live different lifestyles, Donnie.
Let me be sincere. It's extremely family friendly. So there are a lot of kids. And I think the 4:45 is perfect for young kids because they'll get tired on the way home.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Warriors, either too young or too old.
So I love me some baseball, and I'm so random, Evan, you know this, but Stoney, I got to ask you, when you hit it out at that facility, where's the ball go? Are there fans like old Giant Candlestick or fans, or like where the A's are playing now, there's fans out there where you hit the home run?
It's a very good question. And what I'll tell you is this. Your car could get a broken windshield.
Oh, I love it.
However, I'm pretty sure that they have a sponsorship with safety glass.
This is great.
So if it happens, you go there and they'll replace it for free or something like that.
That's sick.
It's totally cool. You can sit. You can see the Oakland skyline.
Well, that's wow.
One of the really cool parts is it's kind of a temporary stadium. I'm hoping to God they make it into a permanent stadium.
Well, why?
Well, because
why would you leave? It's so. I hear a lot. What word am I looking for?
I don't know.
Where it's just you and me, and it's the ambiance is kind of, what word am I looking for?
Intimate?
Yeah, that setting. So why would you want to leave that?
Well, because right now, for example, there's a lot of chain link fence around that obviously is going to be something else. The cool part is there are warehouses beyond the outfield fence, and the warehouses have ivy. So you look out, and it looks a little like Wrigley Field. Now, it's not in the field of play, but there's a lot of really good visuals, and I would highly recommend it.
How were the snack bars and stuff?
Excellent.
To get, man.
Excellent.
Nachos.
Yeah, beer, burgers, dogs, better food than that. I would highly recommend it.
I got to get to. So, do you know where they're at in their season? Like, is it just starting?
It's just,
halfway?
it started.
Okay, I can get there. I'm going to one.
I think we're in week 2 now.
What a name, Oakland Ballers.
And of course,
reside.
You know their nickname? I'm sorry, you know their mascot.
I don't.
They have a mascot. Evan, do you know?
A baseball.
No.
Bucky?
Scrappy.
Scrappy the baller?
The possum.
He's a possum.
Correct.
I don't like it.
From the A's.
Oh.
Remember
the
A's?
That's a thumbs up.
Yeah, so the A's had that possums would be all. Remember when one fell from the.
No, I'm just surprised because you don't like large rodents.
Either do I.
No, the kids like Scrappy.
But adults don't. Remember they had one in the playoff game where the possum was showing his face up in the. That's not cool.
No, this is a costumed person.
Yeah, I got it.
So I'm a little better with that.
All right.
Okay, so anyway, so speaking of one, cool stadium, Sacramento's got to go. The Sacramento's got to go.
The players and managers are tired.
They can't do this another year.
Yeah, you can't.
You can't. You can't.
No, they're tired of it.
Dude.
The players and the managers.
They just hosted the Yankees and the Phillies. And I couldn't stop thinking about.
I watched a bunch of those games.
This is exactly like when I grew up in Reading, Pennsylvania. Oh. We had the AA Reading Phillies. And once a year, the real Phillies would come to Reading and play an exhibition game.
Right.
And sometimes the Reading Phillies would win because the big Phillies didn't really care. And they didn't usually bring their full team. And I'm like, that's what's going on in Sacramento. It's like they're playing exhibition games. Like the Yankees come and they beat them 2 or 3, and
I got love
and it's
for
like
the city,
you're
man.
watching just an exhibition game.
Who thought it was going to be something else?
They should
Where they're doing the post game stuff. It's embarrassing.
They should play at the Baller Stadium.
Manfred should have never let them out to town, man. No. I'm serious, man. And I'm sitting there watching. Bryce Harper don't even look right at that. The whole venue is off.
That's purgatory.
And it's ghetto trying to do that there. And nothing against what they had going because it was great ambiance at that facility. But to cram Major League Baseball in there, Steiny, it's a joke.
It is.
And now the manager and players are saying, Evan, this ain't up to code. No. I love that, man. Fred, fix yourself.
I think they'd also like it if they won an 11-game win streak as opposed to an 11-game losing streak.
Well, they're not gonna.
I texted Evan the other night, and I got kind of mad at him. I go, dude, the A's are good.
Of course you did.
And ever since then, that was the kiss of death.
Yeah.
What do you mean, of course I did?
Let's see how good they are.
Not very.
Well, they're not boring. The A's are not boring.
Who's more exciting?
What's up with Rooker?
Yeah, they're last in the AL West.
What happened with him and his power?
He got paid.
Dude.
Like Adames.
Who's our guy picking him up, though? Who's got all
Soderstrom. Actually, he's cooled off. He's got 10 homers, but he had 9 first 6 weeks of the season. So
I'm impressed, Tiny.
Yeah.
You're tapped in.
He's playing fantasy baseball this year.
He does every year, but sometimes he's less involved than others. Yep.
I don't share anything.
No, you don't. By the way,
oh, God.
There was another NBA playoff game, and the team lost a 20-point lead. Can you believe it? Can you believe it wasn't over at halftime? The Knicks were down 20.
Oh, everybody at the party, they had the TV out there in the back.
Yeah.
We all thought it was like, nah.
How many times do you have to be? How many times you have to be kind of humiliated like that before you say, you know what, Steiny? Teams are blowing 20-point leads. It's not that big a deal.
Well, every
Just
shot's
tell
a
me I'm right.
three-pointer. It's just some are done differently, but nobody's surprised. Come on. I lost that one a long, long time ago. Stars and Oilers tonight, Steiny.
Stars and Oilers.
Hockey.
You really ate it.
707. And
thank you.
Ticket price is right, too, for the Ballers.
Oh, they are.
$15
Oh, come on.
ticket. Yeah. Absolutely.
And that's what life's about.
We should go. During the week.
We can.
Yeah.
The 408. Now, this is going to get me, Goo. I'm going to channel my inner Jimmy Butler.
I got one for
the 408 goes, let's keep it to Bay Area sports, guys.
Ooh.
Let me tell you something.
So that didn't include
408.
The Ballers count.
You don't tell Guru and I how to play. All right? We're like Jimmy Butler.
Man.
Don't you tell us
that is great.
How to play.
Oh, man.
If we want to take 9 shots in an elimination game, we'll take 9 shots in an elimination game.
Let's say the Knicks and your Minnesota team loses.
Mm-hmm.
Who won the trade for Cat and Randall? Or do you say it's even?
Yeah, well, the Knicks probably are further.
Who wouldn't do it again? I think both teams, if you're both in the Western Conference, Eastern, Western Conference, like, we're good here.
Yeah, I think both teams would do it again. I mean, in fairness, I think right now the Knicks probably, because the Knicks, they didn't go anywhere last year, right?
Well,
in theory, you could say the Timberwolves are at the exact same spot they were last year.
I get that.
In the Western Conference Final.
Somebody said Siri took my IQ test because I did that for Jefferson. Pretty good.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's see. I got.
You are not Matt Flake Mets. They're trying to put that up there, man. I ain't going for that.
Well, not today.
Well, Saturday. Or Sunday.
Most playoff games. Farhan's team. Oh. You're not going to like this one. And you know what? I should wait a day to do this.
What?
I like everything.
Because idiots are so biased about recency that it's not the day to bring this up.
It's all that matters.
You mean like
today.
This offseason being the craziest offseason in the history of the NBA?
Yeah, Shaz, I didn't like that.
This is so the Timberwolves game 3, the one they won. Okay?
That wasn't even a game.
The one they won.
Yeah.
They've only won one.
Goo.
Oh.
You're going to, I can't wait to say this because you're going to be bothered, but I don't care. I'm watching game 3, and I'm watching Anthony Edwards, and I'm saying to myself, you know what? He absolutely, positively has some Jordan.
Oh, there's
in him.
no. Well, you're just now welcome to the party. Like this is why you misconstrue who I am
can't stand
as a
him
fan.
right
you thought I would be Steiny. I've been there. It's incredible.
Actually, you know what? He's not even close. Come to think of it,
my boy Ron T. You met him last night. There was a play just in last night's game. He goes, he flew over everybody and glided like Jordan. Hey, it's real, but I'll tell you what, he ain't. Michael would have never been in the playoff game down 2-1 with 2 field goal attempts. I don't care if they were holding his uncle hostage. Uncle would have just been in trouble.
Michael Jordan, 1-4 in the first 5 playoff series he was involved in.
And for Ant with no shirt and his trap showing, looking like
Michael
Evan
Jordan did
sitting
not
in his
have
recliner. He like, I played the right way, and this was what I agree with him with. He go, I didn't shoot enough to have a bad. I go, you are technically right, son. He goes, I didn't shoot enough to be struggling.
Jordan didn't make 2 Eastern Conference Finals at 23.
I don't know what your point is.
That's my point.
It's a new world. Michael been playing in this slop. He would have outscored the team himself.
By the way,
first step.
I'm in the middle of a deep dive that's going to rock your world.
You can't steal that from Dibs. He's got that. That is great.
I'm in the middle.
I heard it somewhere else.
Deep dive Dibs.
That is great. Shallow in Steiny.
So I'm looking at shooting percentages. I'm looking at the playoffs.
Why?
Just how the greats have done. I'll tell you what. I think Michael Jordan had more games with single-digit field goals made and 25 or more attempts.
No, I feel like Iverson's number one or Hart number 2.
Look at some of these numbers when he's in the playoffs. It's like 9 for 25. Yes.
Well, he's playing against the Pistons, Stoney, with no help.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's right.
Like, do you think Shea had a good game last night, Stoney?
Oh, my.
Well, he did, yeah. But he was
shot it 33 times.
And made 13.
He was 13 for 30.
That's the F.
That's 40-something. That's
Stoney,
Still
stop.
30 shots.
What did the team shoot?
No,
See, we didn't ask
but that's
that.
my point. You
13. Go ahead, Ev.
No, you can still be good and have an inefficient game.
That's all we're saying. But you guys want to, when you're trying to do something to Harden or Westbrook in their prime or Allen Iverson's career, he was 13. You know what it takes to hoist 30 field goal attempts in a playoff game?
So just the way you talk about Jordan's like he never had a bad game.
Nobody ever said that. He never went to a game 7.
That's right, because he got eliminated because they had 5-game series for the most part. Why can't it just
because he's that good? And just leave it alone.
He didn't win early in his career, Goo. I'm just saying.
And then he won it every year.
No, not the year he retired.
Sorry, the years he was active.
No, he didn't win in Washington.
That doesn't count.
Of course it does.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it doesn't count. You guys are great. You guys are just
when
great.
his shorts were pulled up to his throat, I hated watching that short. Yuck. That does not exist.
Every year in his prime, Steiny, that dude won a championship.
That's all.
No, that's not true.
Steiny, he had 2 3-peats and left and came back and got another one.
Right.
That's how great he was.
Right. He never faced an opponent in the finals that had been there more than twice. Like, think about that.
Or that was better than him.
That means nothing.
It means everything. It means he had no rival.
Hall of Famers.
They had no
He
rival.
was Superman. Everybody else was trying to take his cake. They couldn't.
No, that's not
Barkley
the way.
wasn't good.
That's not the way it went down. The way it went down is
Magic.
Bird,
Steiny.
Magic.
Oh, this hurts.
The Philadelphia 76ers, the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah.
He could not get over. The Bird and Magic had the NBA on lock. Then they retired, and Michael Jordan.
You do know in 91, his first one came against Magic.
How old was Magic?
But they were favored.
No chance.
Oh, my
There's no
God.
way the Lakers were favored. They had 4 guys 40 years old.
I got to believe. Dude, they were in the finals. The Lakers were.
Just all I want to tell you is
Campbell.
All I want to tell you is he was human. All right? He was human.
When you say it like that, I'm like, you know what? But understand, people still line up to
do
wear his tennis shoes.
And
Larry Bird
the 8
said he was
millionth
God
time,
in tennis shoes.
the fact that they're buying tennis shoes right now does not mean he's a better player than he was or a worse player than he was.
What was Michael Jordan's weakness? And we'll listen.
What was his weakness?
Don't say
Atlantic City.
He was impossible to play with. He was impossible to play with for the first half of his career because he was selfish and he didn't know how to incorporate teammates.
He was playing with Quentin Daly.
That's why he called
Granville Waiters, Dave Corzine.
He called his teammates the supporting cast. That doesn't engender
6 championships.
This dude is so I know what you're doing. You're gonna try to.
I'm telling you the truth.
It's not the truth.
Mike, did he not call his teammates my supporting cast?
Now you're going Cub Scout on me.
The answer's yes.
What was his weakness on the hardwood?
The answer's yes.
He was Springsteen.
What was his weakness on the hardwood?
Wasn't a great shooter early in his career.
By the way, Steiny, they weren't favored to win all 6 finals.
And that's man.
They were.
Beat Magic.
No, they weren't. I'm looking at it right here.
They
Vegas.
weren't. So you're telling me the Bulls were not favored all 6 of their finals?
Gambling favorites. No.
Get out of here.
91, the Lakers.
They said that the Lakers were
and 98,
favored to
the
win
Jazz.
that. They had home court advantage, the Lakers.
What I'm saying, so 4 out of 6 they were favored.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that still doesn't bring it home.
So if you only won 4.
Steiny, he never went to a game 7.
Guru, he got eliminated in 3 games. He got swept.
I'm talking about in the one he won. The ones
early
he
in
won.
his career,
6
he got swept.
I got you.
Okay.
But you never watched him and having 2 field goal attempts in those games, knowing he had no help. He is everything to me on what a killer should be on the basketball court. His first step was incredible. His hands. He played offense just like he played defense. There was no weakness, Steiny.
Yeah, there was.
Hang time.
Oh, wait, I lied. Sorry, Action Network had a different article where they actually were favored in all their finals.
Thank you.
That doesn't take away from the fact he won 6, though.
It was like such a
no, but it proves my point that
you don't like Mike. We get it.
What proves my point is that Bird and if Bird doesn't exist, Magic wins 8 titles, and he's pissing on Jordan. If Magic isn't there, Bird's got 6 titles.
Well, if Michael doesn't retire, Hakeem has no rings and the Bulls have 8.
Had nobody. He did not have a rival. And you're going to say, well, that's because nobody was good as him.
The league was his rival, Steiny.
No.
The Super Friends. Barkley tried to knock him off. Kevin Johnson.
Right.
Drexler.
They had one time.
Kersey.
Right.
All those guys, they couldn't do it,
So
Magic.
he seldom faced a team. How many times did he face a team in the... I mean, I get it.
All right, but real quick. What about Reggie Miller and that Pacer team?
What about
Those were
them?
good teams. Deadly Shrimp.
Right, they were.
What about Patrick Ewing?
They were good teams. Good. Yeah, they were
Michael
good.
kept them from being great. On his way to knocking off whoever was coming from the West.
Hey, I'm not going to talk you out of it. I'm just going to tell you that Michael Jordan, how many times did he play against a team in the finals that was making their first appearance in the finals? Now, you may say, who cares? But I think that matters.
Dues, though. They paid their dues.
My point is it wasn't like the Celtics and Lakers where they played each other 3 times in the finals. Yeah. He didn't have anybody like that.
Is that his fault?
No, but it has to be taken into consideration. Because when you go to the finals for your first time, and another team's been going 2, 3, 4 times, forget it.
I'll say this.
Well, that's like devaluing the Warriors' most recent championship because the Celtics hadn't been there before.
It's not.
It's not devaluing. It's just acknowledging.
No, it is kind of.
Why did the Warriors win that series?
Because they were better.
I think experience had a lot to do with it.
Yeah, which factors into them being better.
Okay, but what I'm getting at is. That's my point.
So Magic should have won that first.
That's my point is every time Jordan went to the finals, he had a built-in advantage because they were there.
Not the first one in 91 against Magic in his experience.
Right, and they were over the hill. That team was over the hill.
Well, over the hill. They were pretty good over the hill.
He proved they were over the hill by beating them
That's
4 straight games.
That's fair. You know it's time.
But
he had no weakness on the court, Steiny. Could go right just like he could go left, play D.
I don't think he was a great teammate.
Look at how many all first team offenses and defense.
I just don't think he was a great teammate.
I'll give you that.
Okay, well, you asked me for a weakness.
Is Draymond Green a great teammate?
Sometimes.
That's Jordan Poole.
Sometimes.
That's Jordan Poole.
Well, I'm saying sometimes.
Yeah, but I don't care about that.
I know you don't.
Ask Scotty Burrell. He'll probably say he wasn't a good teammate.
Yeah,
Ask Pippen.
Exactly.
But I'm talking about on the court.
Yeah, and I'm just talking like you've mythologized him. You've mythologized him to a point, and I'm just here to tell you he was not a perfect player. He's a great player, maybe the greatest of all time.
To me.
No, he's a great player, but he missed some shots during his career. What's coming up on the game? And he never got over on Isaiah. On Bird.
He beat Isaiah and they didn't even shake his hand.
That doesn't
What happened?
That doesn't count.
Oh, you are incredible.
What's coming up on the game is brought because Isaiah got him early. Everybody got
break.
Him. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Well, we're only pushing back the crossover. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
except when my wife's in the car. Then it's music.
I am Jake Paul.
Okay, there we go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Dun, 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 dun. Hey,
that's Offspring, right?
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Dibs and Willard to 95.7 The Game studio in downtown San Francisco. And we are inside the Laughing Monk Studios.
And I'm going to show you my new shirt from Evan. Went to San Antonio.
Where'd you get? Is that like a minor league baseball team or something? What is that?
Evan? San Antonio Mission.
What is it? San Antonio what?
Yeah, the San Antonio Missions, the AA affiliate of the San Diego Padres.
I'm having it on tomorrow.
When you
Were you broadcasting or you just went as a fan?
My college teammate's their hitting coach.
Gotcha.
I love
Because
family,
I heard it
man.
earlier in the 10 o'clock hour, straight out the block, and I was like, I wonder if he's doing like a little broadcasting, or I didn't get that part of the story, and I was kind of hankering for that.
Not officially.
Oh.
You know what he's doing tomorrow?
It's called the Tease People.
Can I tell you what
Did
you're doing
interview
tomorrow?
down there?
No, he wouldn't leave us. Doing the San Jose Giants tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
day game.
Yeah.
My man.
I mean,
okay.
yeah.
Back.
Dude,
Yeah.
As a guy who's done probably 50 of their games, it's
Have you done 50?
I did a lot of TV for them with Joe Rizzo.
Wow.
There used to be a thing called Comcast Hometown Network, CHN, which was a amalgamation of all the small little mom and pop shops around the Bay Area. They put it all together, and we used to do high school sports. We did SF State. We did a lot of the lower level stuff.
I love it.
And we would do 20 games for the Stockton Ports and 20 games for the San Jose Giants. So I would work with Joe Rizzo.
What hasn't he done?
And I'd say something
Willard?
really, really funny, and Joe Rizzo would go,
No, Stoney taught me to laugh into the mic.
He'd give me the Roxy Bernstein.
Yeah. Laugh into the
Doesn't
mic,
work on
Will.
radio.
He would
Yeah,
give me the
doesn't work.
silent, no look, non-chuckle.
That is great.
It's like, Joe, we both
Help
thought
me
that was
out.
funny.
Yeah.
Help me out.
There's nothing better than doing minor league baseball. Evan, you'll have I'm sure you've done it before, but he's going to do great. It's so much fun.
Oh, yeah.
It's like one of the last sort of
Talk to me.
just mom and pop feel things that's left in the world.
And you did it
Just
where?
out-
You Idaho?
Idaho.
Wow, Will.
Angels organization in 98 and 99, 2 summers with the Boise Hawks. And just traveled with
Did you
them.
ever think to yourself, what am I doing?
No.
Or you knew
No,
I'm about
I
to be
was
in the
still-
Bay?
Yeah, I was still, no, I was in pinch me phase. I
Okay.
was like, this is incredible.
No doubt.
Like the games, first of all, it's 1,000 degrees up there in the summer, so every game's at night. So, Steiny, this life was made for you. No, it's made for you. You wake up whenever the hell you wake up and pick which golf course you want to play.
Oh, wow.
And then get to work.
Oh, he would excel.
5 o'clock at night. Call
Shout
a
out
baseball
Word.
game, get fed after the game, go home, rinse, repeat every day.
That's him.
3
Look at
days
him.
off for the whole summer. You play every single night, all summer
I know
long.
you are not going to believe
Oh,
this.
God,
but
it was so fun.
Wow.
I would not have been able to do that.
Why?
Just something about playing golf on a game night. I would.
Really?
Yeah.
You ever hear of the?
He ain't Jordan.
You ever hear? I think the course is called Apple Core. It's up in southern Washington. You ever hear of this course near Yakima, Washington? Yakima. Well, this was our favorite place to play. You would love it. The 17th hole is a island signature green, and the whole thing's an apple. It's an apple.
That's nice.
And the stem is basically the path to get to the green, right? And then the bunker is kind of like the seed in the middle of the apple.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you'd have loved it. This is a beautiful hole. Beautiful courses up there.
Sounds good. Yeah,
Ask me how my weekend. Oh, go ahead, Stoney.
No, it's just. I don't like playing
apple
golf
tree.
and then going to work.
Yeah.
I just
Apple tree.
Michael Jordan does.
There were drinks.
Yes,
I don't know.
it's
Apples-
fine.
Yeah.
I'm not
Jordan
trying
used
to like
party,
come over the top.
play 36 holes, and then go to a playoff game and give you that work.
Oh God, yeah.
So I was telling Steiny he couldn't be right.
It's so funny. Like, Jordan's he's a nice player, no doubt about it. And, I just pointed out innocently enough, like he has missed shots in his career.
I saw one once.
So, I just go to the 1997 Eastern Conference Finals.
It's the Heat.
They're playing the Heat, and I'm like, look at this series. He shot 37% from the floor in 5 games. And Goo goes, they never played Miami in the Eastern Conference Finals.
The boss said that.
I'm like, what am I looking at right now? No. Steiny, they didn't play
I
the
remember
Heat.
that, 97.
Of course you don't remember it, because he shot 37% in the series. That's why you don't remember.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jordan's whole career was defined by that. Other than the obvious,
But he says he didn't beat anybody.
No.
There was no rival.
He's the greatest. He's the greatest player of all time.
Okay,
but history has decided to erase anything that he ever lost.
Yeah, but doesn't that usually happen?
No, not really. It doesn't happen to LeBron.
Joe Montana. I forget all. I remember
He
Jim
didn't
Burke
lose
knocked
any
him
Super
out.
Bowls. He didn't lose.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying he lost trying to get there.
Exactly.
Jerry Burns, when or that young, when they came here, Chris Carter, not Anthony Carter, and beat him.
I was at that game.
Who was the quarterback then?
God.
Tommy
Montana?
Kramer.
No, I know that, but was it Younger?
Wade Wilson
for the Niners. That was on Young's ledger.
Oh, I think that was Young.
Yeah.
Dante Culpepper.
We got the people.
That's too late. But yeah, some of the greats.
That's the beauty of it.
And maybe it doesn't happen to Brady or LeBron because they've lost in the final game. But to me, losing in the finals is better than losing on your way to the finals, isn't it?
Now this is amazing.
But we don't do that.
Okay, but we do.
Jordan and Montana never lost.
Okay, I'm gonna say this.
They never lost.
Happy
but they
birthday
did.
to my buddy 49er Frankie today.
Yes.
But it's Sunday at the Domino Party. Last drop for him, Dibs.
I've heard about this.
He
Domino
said,
party.
"Why, when you talk about LeBron and his greatness, you talk about the NBA final appearances, but when you talk about Magic, Bird, and others, you talk about how many they win." And maybe you guys can answer this, but we went around the party. How many finals has Magic and Bird been to? So why do we look at him and say, oh, he went to 8 straight trips as if those are all wins, but we hone in on the others on how many did Magic actually win? So I'm saying that through the prism of, I don't think that's fair. I love LeBron, it's great, but he was in the East. But when you want to prop him up, it's not that he has more losses than wins. It's how many times he's got there. But when you talk about Magic, Jordan, Bird, or others, it's how many did they win, if not any, for like the Karl Malones of the world. Like LeBron's badge of honor is, I went to 8.
No, I see.
It's been more than that, but I went to 8 straight.
I think for every person that looks at it that way, there's 2 people who are like, how many times has he lost in the finals?
And I'm one of those.
Yeah.
All right.
See, and I think it's social media. To me, that's the answer to your question.
Wow.
That's why
it's nasty out there on social media.
Yeah. Let me just let me end it with this. When you think about the logo, who is the logo of the NBA?
LeBron James?
It's Jerry West.
Jerry West.
Oh, yeah,
Jerry West is the logo.
I thought you meant who is he?
Do you know what his record was in the finals?
I want to say one time.
One and a lot.
Yeah.
1 and every other season. I thought it was 1 and 10.
Oh, yeah.
It's 1 and pretty much every other year before all of us were born. So, and he's the logo. So for everybody who wants to look at LeBron and say, well, LeBron and, Tom Brady, well, Joe Montana's the GOAT because he never lost one. Miss me with that. LeBron went 8 straight times. Is that accurate?
Yeah, right.
He went to 8 consecutive finals. That means his teams were pretty good 8 straight years. Doesn't matter if you win every one or not to me.
Especially when they were never favored against the Warriors. They were playing a super team. And the first one was against San Antonio when he was playing with Eric Snow.
Yeah. I'd argue the only one that's sort of a negative mark.
The Dallas one.
Right. With the Heat. Yeah.
And something was going on off the court.
Where not only were you favored, correct me if I'm wrong.
You were running from the moment.
Did they go up 2-0 and then lose 4 in a row?
I'll look it up.
Look that up.
I'm still owed a lunch from that. 2011.
Wow.
Yeah.
From who?
I won't name the individual.
Oh.
Because
is he in the room?
Will he get mad? Are they?
He does not. He's not worthy of his name being mentioned.
Okay,
Steiny knows who it is, and he
one
is
of our callers.
They were up 2-1, Willard.
Is it this guy?
2-1? Yeah, 2-1.
Yes, it's exactly that guy.
Okay.
Captain Stop Sign is who it is.
Okay.
Put the stop sign up on me.
I'm gonna guess who it is.
You might not have even heard of this guy.
Nope.
I'm gonna take a playoff then.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Dibs, would you be so kind as to explain to Guru your media tiers list?
I would love to. Just to put a bow on what we talked about, it was actually Heat were up 2-1. They split the first two. The Heat won game 3 in Dallas, and then it was Dallas. And they won it in 6. So Steiny and I, a lifetime ago, we're talking about media tiers. And before I get into who goes where, think about a pyramid. This is the way the tiers work, where tier 1 is the tip of the pyramid. Tier 2 is a little bit wider. Tier 3 is wider. Tier 4 is even wider. And Evan is threatening to escape Tier 4 with this latest minor league baseball gig. And Tier 5 is, some of our various callers in Austin and San Jose, you're Tier 1 million. But
that's my bad.
Yeah. Accusing Steiny of what he's accused me of earlier today. But I don't want to get sidetracked. So Tier 1 is the top of the top.
The elite.
And he always mentions Sal Castaneda. And that's kind of where this started, because if you ever walk with Sal Castaneda on the street, you go to a bar or a restaurant or wherever, the head turns and people look at him because he's that guy in the media. And for me, classic Tier 3. Today I walked a mile from our parking garage and I walked by about 271 people, none of whom looked at me as if, oh my goodness, that's Sal Castaneda. And, you talked about Bob Fitzgerald. Yes. I even was thinking Vern Glenn on my way in.
Forgot Vern.
Vern's out there.
But can you ever retire from it? Like,
I do think that
Radnich and Abanya is still there, right? You don't lose it.
It's Tier 1 emeritus is what it is. So if Gary, for example, were to be out and about, people of a certain age, like, I don't even know if these whippersnappers would even know who it was, but people of a certain age will still look and go, oh my goodness, that is Gary Radnich, a guy who was Tier 1 when he was still doing it. And that's kind of the way it works. And so Tier 3 encompasses the majority of us who do what we do, just because that's kind of the way it works.
One medium and not a very big one.
But Willard, thank you for your Ira Miller help. You said, I knew what I grew up reading.
Wow. I could tell the whole room needed help as soon as you guys almost made me park the car. When you're like, Green Day was at Bottle Rock and Steiny starts singing Keep 'Em Separated by The Offspring.
I'm
like, I don't know.
Did you go this weekend?
I did not.
Okay,
we did not.
Pictured y'all there.
We did not go. I wish. I send my hello to everybody who looked like they had a phenomenal time out there with just about every Bay Area athlete, it seemed, was out there. But no, it did not go.
And I was thinking about the tiers with athletes as well. And this is probably more pertinent to the audience. And like Steph Curry is Tier 0, where you cannot leave your house without somebody there with you. Amazing, and like his security guard is probably his best friend because he goes with his security.
His security guard is Tier 2.
That is
amazing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a 4.
Yeah. Well,
that's an absolute 4.
Shaq actually had a Tier 1. That guy Jerome.
Yes.
No, I mean, he was like as famous as,
yes, he did.
as Shaq.
He needs a pass.
No, I mean, you're not wrong, because I saw Shaq at the playoffs a couple of years ago, and he was getting in the media elevator, and he had like 3 almost Shaq-sized people around him. So even if you wanted to be like, oh, Shaq, can I get a picture? It's like, that's not happening for you. But the athlete tier is a little different. Like George Kittle, he's Tier 1 in part because the hair and, the makeup and the physique. But even if somebody like Quentin Post is a good example. I was thinking about this on the walk over. If you see Quentin Post on the street, you probably don't know that's Quentin Post, but he's a 7-foot human being.
Right.
So automatically you're like, that guy's got to be something.
Right, but does that make him Tier 1? Tier 2?
No, probably Tier 3 because you don't know who it is.
I think George's wife is probably a bigger celebrity than Quentin Post.
She was on the dock.
Not wrong.
Claire Kittle's a bigger celebrity than Quentin Post.
But Kyle Juszczyk is a good example, and like Steiny, you took a shot at him as you always do.
I did.
But if Kyle Juszczyk were right now to walk down Kearney Street in, I don't know, one of those puffer vests that all these people wear and jeans, nobody's going to go, oh my God, that's Kyle Juszczyk. Maybe not nobody, but it'd be different than if...
How about Ayuk?
Equally anonymous, in my opinion. Yeah. Like, you would look at him and go, man, there's a very fit individual. And I was thinking about this on my walk over. About 4 years ago, we were in the old building, and I went to Starbucks. And actually 3 years ago, because you and I had just started working together. And I always play this game in my mind. It's a game that I play in my own head.
Oh.
Could I steal it? It's called Could I Steal It? And especially when I look at like a bicycle and you look at somebody who's got a nice bike and maybe they're not paying attention. And I think, could I jump on the bike and pedal fast enough away to steal this bike? So there's a guy in the Starbucks who's got a bike next to him. And I went in my own head, could I steal it? And I looked at the guy and I'm like, dude, that guy is
You're
like
in trouble.
Fit.
Yeah.
I got problems. And I looked again. I'm like, I think I know those guns. And I looked again. It's Gabe Kapler.
Obvious.
Now, look at
You have no chance to steal my bicycle.
That'd have been bad. Yeah.
We do not think that stealing bikes is a good way to go about your day.
Yeah. We were talking about
The greater point, though, is nobody else in the Starbucks was like, oh my God, that's Gabe Kapler. I knew it was Gabe
All right,
Kapler
I
because
got
of
you.
what
I'm
we
in the
do.
know. Yeah.
And so I went up to him and I said, Gabe, I'm sorry. I was about to steal your bike, but I just want to say, good luck this year. I'm Dan Dibley, Willard and Dibbs. He's like, I know your partner very well.
That's not what he said.
We're twins.
He's almost as handsome as me.
Come on.
This is that Starbucks by the old Bay Club? Or by the Bay Club?
Yeah, Levi.
Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah,
I've seen him there
Next to the
once.
food trucks.
Yeah.
That was his Starbucks.
Was there a crowd around him or no?
No. The crowd was me.
I got it.
I'm sitting there with my egg bite.
Bunch of, San Francisco millennials on their break. Nobody knew who Gabe Kapler in his black hat and denim jacket.
I got you.
Nobody knew.
Now Castaneda walks in.
No, he's the
now
man.
we got action.
I've had wine with him at a mixer, so I know. Yeah.
Wait, Kapler or Sal?
Oh, Sal.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this. Castani said, are the 2025 Giants resonating? And I wanted to get your two opinions because I think they're having a great year. But how would you answer that? Like the bullpen maybe being the best part of their team. Is that good? Well, what if you're looking at it for the wrong reasons? Like you guys make fun of me, but the highlights, obviously everybody wants an Aaron Judge, but they won 10, 12, those are years ago, 14 with pitching and defense. So I guess, Willard, is it for the click, social media, or is it about baseball?
We were just talking about this in the other room. I think that they are resonating with those who want them to resonate. That's what I think, because we'll sit here and go, oh, they're still not exciting. They are scoring. We talked about this last week. They're scoring more runs than the 2010 team did. But in 2010, this fan base was so desperate for something good to happen to its organization that we would live and die with every single play. The world was also different. This is pre-pandemic. That's 15 years ago now. And so I don't know that everybody looks at baseball the same way.
Or the life.
I don't know that they look at life the same way. I don't know that they look at the organization now with 3 rings the same way. I think it's become more of an organization, and maybe this is true in a lot of cities where, plus, by the way, now there are so many wild card teams, it's like the desperation to win the division is no longer there. So it's like, let us know in August if this might be a thing, and then we'll ramp up the sound of our voices. But I also, like, the ballpark is full on the weekends. I see Giants hats everywhere. So I think if you want to be in, you're in. And if you don't want to be in, then this hasn't grabbed you in some sort of very, like, broad entertainment kind of a way. I don't put that on the Giants, though. They're like a lot of the teams now in baseball.
But they're successful right now.
Yeah, you score 3 or 4 runs a game, you win a little bit more often than not, and that's what teams do. Like, who is exciting?
No, the Yankees.
Okay.
And I just go to Ohtani because you would think those are the only 2 teams in the league is when those 2 boppers are doing something incredible.
That's the point.
But that's not real, and maybe that's hurting. But if you're a true blue baseball fan, Willard Dibbs, you're going to get what you need and know. And I'm all over here, but I was telling Steiny, I talked to Ibanez over the weekend. We were talking about the Giants, and he was like a kid in a candy store. And when we hung up the phone, he don't even know. I said, wow, that must be a good feeling as a diehard fan. We were just talking about the offense and his faith in Buster to make a move that he thinks is going to come. And Buster's 0 undefeated right now. And I go, that has to be a hell of a feeling because Buster's in his rookie season of him thinking our power to be are going to make a move. Now, we'll see if that happens. But the feeling he had and the proudness of, no, Buster's going to take care of it. I said, I wonder how many Giant fans are feeling that way in Buster We Trust because you hadn't seen it yet.
Right, and we're going to do something a little bit later, and Mark kind of put me through a trial run of it, Farhan or not.
Farhan or not.
Like all the players and all the moves, was it Farhan or was it not?
Well,
so
Grandy texted us this morning and said, I know it's only Buster's first year, But the guys who are playing well are Farhan guys.
All right.
They're Farhan guys. It's not Adamas. It's not Verlander. They're Farhan guys. And I went, are they?
Are they really? Grandy,
are they
in your sick bed? Let me come down your road.
So we're gonna put everybody to the test.
When are you doing that?
I don't know. Maybe 3.
Okay.
When it feels like it.
Yeah,
there you go.
2:45.
That's how we've been doing it today.
We feel, you damn right you have. I told you guys earlier, I listened to most of the show today, and it sounded like a kid who just dumped all of his toy chest onto the floor.
Oh, God.
And then went through it, but I had a blast.
Yeah.
Like, you guys were everywhere.
Jessica Alba is not married to.
No, Jessica Alba is not Jessica Biel. I learned that.
Yeah.
I learned that the Offspring are not Green Day.
No.
I learned that the Valkyries are like 17-point underdogs tonight, but they're amazing.
They're 2-1.
They play them 2 games in a row. So I don't know.
baseball series.
Yeah, it's a stay and play.
In
New
York,
they play the Knicks twice, or the Liberty twice.
Yes, correct.
I don't like that. They play the Knicks.
New
They
York's
should be a
good.
17-point underdog.
I mean, honestly, do you want to fly out there another time?
No,
never. It's a stay and play.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I actually one of the greatest sub-headlines I've seen in a long time. I think it was Ann Killian who wrote this. But the
columnist.
I had her she is. Now, she's a columnist, Steiny. I'm pretty sure. But the concept was, are the Valkyries too good too soon and therefore ruining next year's draft position? I'm like, they played 3 games.
Yeah.
They played 3 basketball games.
You would think they would be 0-3.
You would think. You would think.
You know what, out of L.A. over the weekend.
Oh, yeah. 2-1, and the season win total was 8.5.
I will tell you that.
Is that true?
That's facts. Yep.
That Sparks game, like, just for people in like the sports lexicon, I had 2 children in my house be like, Dad, where is the game on TV? The Valkyries are playing the Sparks, and I had to, without my partner Dibs, I had to do a deep dive.
Yep.
I had to find that sucker. Y'all ever heard of the Ion Network?
Yeah, I have it.
And where the hell you find it? Took me about a good solid 8.5 minutes on the internet, and I'm like, kids.
$38 for the WNBA package.
I think I found it. Yeah. And we did. Yeah. And we watched them kick the Sparks' ass in the second half. It was tremendous.
No doubt.
New York or Indy tonight? I think we got a bet. I got New York coming back, but what you think? Knicks or Indy?
It's Indy. New York is coached by Tom Chocado. Tom Chocado.
Don't like it, but you're smiling.
He is awful. He grinds his players all regular season.
Wow.
And when push comes to shove in the big spots, he does not make the right decisions. He is not a great coach.
They did win Sunday, though, Dibs.
Cat went crazy.
That ain't happening.
Crazy.
And your Rick Carlisle call from earlier about fouling non-shooters when you have the lead. I don't know if you came up with it, but the fact that you brought that back around, you can speak. It's your show.
Yeah. No, I did.
Not really anymore.
I've always wondered that.
And I thought that Steve Kerr did that this year with Steven Adams, or were they just behind the entire time when they went hack a Kiwi? I thought there was a couple of times when they were up.
They were down, and then they did it to get him off the floor.
Game 4 they did
more
for sure.
than have him miss free throws, but they did it. They did it a little bit.
I think some of the games were close. I don't think they were ever ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking that because when you said that about Carlisle, I was like, man, Rick Carlisle he's a great coach.
Yeah, he is.
He's been doing it a long time.
And I forgot about his chip in the green room this morning with Dallas.
Yep. Yeah. Well, because I was listening to the Morning Joes earlier, and Bob Melvin is 3rd all-time in wins among coaches, managers who've never won the World Series.
We got to guess the top 2.
Oh, did you ever do the legal, Steiny?
Yeah.
You did? Mm-hmm. I missed that.
I know he wants to go.
Yeah, but give me the top 2.
Gene Mock. Rest in peace.
Yes.
And Buck Showalter. Yeah, Buck Showalter. And Bob Melvin is the all-time leader in postseason appearances without a World Series. He's been there 8 times.
Real quick, Sonny. When they beat the Yankees in the World Series, Arizona, wasn't that Buck or who was that? Brinley.
It was Brinley.
When
correct.
they beat the Yankees.
Yep.
Wow, man.
That was with the unit and Schilling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The blood
all right,
on the
gents.
side.
Just give me a good, solid, all right, gents, like you mean it.
I wanted the Anthony
All right,
Edwards 2
gents.
shots in the first half take, but I'll listen to this.
You know what?
Oh,
There'll be
yeah.
another player who didn't shoot a lot for you tonight.
Real quick before you go.
Who's the bigger choker, Jimmy Butler
See,
or
I didn't
Anthony
call
Edwards?
Jimmy a choke. I
Who's
just-
the-
Edwards.
Or who annoys you more for being
Edwards.
passive and doesn't want to play basketball in the big moments? Who
could've
is
lived
it?
with
Yeah.
that.
Who
man.
is
It's
it?
Edwards.
How was the condition at Sharp Park?
I thought it was wonderful.
Okay, good.
I had a great time. It could use a little more upkeep. The greens
Okay.
were pretty good.
Yep.
Layout, I mean,
The layout's is
spectacular.
classic.
It's beautiful.
It's a McKenzie. You know that.
Was it your first time?
In like 30 years.
Yeah. Alistair
30 years.
McKenzie.
Yeah,
All right,
Sharp, if
Alistair
Sharp, if Sharp
McKenzie.
had a little like love and attention.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't 12 degrees most days.
We had
It is so great.
It's great.
Crystal's in great shape too, by the way.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Shout out Wink.
Crystal
Very hilly.
Springs. Oh, God.
You play this weekend?
Oh,
Look at Will.
hey, I gotta go,
Same
guys.
hole
Seriously.
every
Oh, man.
time where everything falls apart. Everything falls
Yeah.
apart. Back nine, damn it.
Yeah.
The wind.
You got out there, though.
Yeah. with
This is
both
when he
boys.
goes, 82.
No, I'm not even going to
Probably
tell you.
85.
I'm not even going to tell you what I shot.
All right, Chance.
It's, yeah.
Yeah.
What?
It's that time.
What's-
It really is.
What time is it?
It's time for me to go on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's start this damn clam bake.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Hey, how long do you give it? How long do you give it?
I can't answer a question that's that open ended. How long do I give it?
As an
How long do I
interviewer-
give a marriage? Turns out 22 years, Mark. Back to you.
Now that's where you took it.
Well, just how long do you give it?
How long do you give it?
How long do I give my 2.5-year-old before I step in when her bad behavior?
Oh.
She gets 3 instances.
Well, actually, I bet that's a moving target.
It is.
And that's probably true with anything as far as how I'm going to re-ask that question or fill in the blank.
How long do I give it before I hit the horn on
Yeah.
somebody who sits at a green light?
Different based on your mood, right?
3 seconds.
Okay, or not. Or there might be a day, and I know maybe you've struggled through the years to find these, but what if there's a day, Dibs, where the roses just look beautiful?
Oh, yeah.
The daisies are popping and everything is just easy breezy. It's a flip-flop day. Then do you give them a little extra time?
Absolutely. And
Okay.
I'll just add this. Me and hitting the horn and middle fingers are down probably 92% this
See?
year.
That's because you have a baby daughter.
That and just you get to a point where it's like, what's the point?
Well,
yes.
Yes.
I'm down to fight, but
Okay.
it's like if I lay on the horn and go middle finger, does that make this person move any faster? It doesn't. It doesn't
not.
work.
Probably not.
So you just sit there and you mumble under your breath, a couple of expletives, and you move on.
So when you make either a big purchase or there's something you're excited about, or whether it's a sports team that makes a move, the Jimmy Butler thing is probably the best example this year. How long were you going to give it? Well, we didn't really have to even think about it because it was instantaneous, which is like almost never happens, which is why a couple months later, people were having conversations like, is this the greatest trade deadline acquisition of all time? Or at least in recent memory, because it was instantaneous. How the dividends, they were instantaneous. But it doesn't always work that way. And often it works in completely the other way. So yes, this is inspired by Willie Adames, who is struggling. And it was getting better, and then over the last week and a half, it's gotten worse again. And the OPS is disastrous, and the batting average is gross, and the defense is not making up for it. It's basically just that big smile and that clubhouse presence. That's That's what he's offering so far. But it's a 7-year deal. So you don't even need to answer it just as far as Willie. You can. And by the way, 888-957-9570. But how long do you give something before you start to make up your mind about it? How much patience are you willing to offer? How many dates before you're like, oh, okay.
3.
That's quick.
No, it's 3 dates.
Until what?
Until you either know that it's worth another investment of dates or you realize it's a wrap.
Well, you don't have to do the dates in a package. You could do them one by, you can just, year to year.
But you get to date 3, and I'm not saying that there has to be horizontal activity, but you get to date 3, and you know after 3 dates, either there's something there or what are we doing? Am I just holding on to try to get, to get Mike Breen to do play-by-play of date 4? Bang!
No, I got it. I got it. But
thought I'd bring it home.
In this particular
3 dates, Mark.
No, but are you getting impatient with Willie Adames? Or are you starting to judge Buster Posey? This is why we started, and we'll play Farhan or not.
Okay,
in a little bit, not quite yet.
Yeah,
right. We'll foreplay first.
I think Willie Adames is a not. I'm going to go ahead and
stop, Lucas.
I'm going to say he's a not.
Okay, you're right. He is not a Farhan guy. Buster made 2 signings of note, and they were Willie Adames and Justin Verlander.
Yeah.
Willie Adames and Justin Verlander. And Justin Verlander, I don't think this is a fair way to summarize his performance because it really hasn't been that bad. But the bottom line is he's hurt, and he has 0 wins. So there's that. And then there's Willie Adames, whose OPS is struggling to stay above 600. And for those of you who don't speak baseball stats, I would say you got to get to 750 to be good. You got to be over 700 to kind of be passable. Certainly as a middle-of-the-order presence.
Right.
You have to be over 700 to be passable. Now, I do think there's a conversation to be had with regard to how good of a hitter is Willie Adames actually. Sometimes this happens. A guy will change. I'll give you a great example. One just popped to mind. I was working in San Diego when the Padres signed Eric Hosmer. I don't even remember what the length of the deal was, but it outdated his career. In other words, I don't even think he made it to he's out of baseball now. I don't even think he'd played the entire contract. It was like an 8-year deal, 9-year deal, something crazy. And the Padres, at a time where they were trying to seek relevance and the Chargers were leaving town, they were trying to grab their fan base's attention. It's a city that never gets the big free agent. And so they went on this full-blown pursuit of Eric Hosmer. And they pitched to their fan base that this dude is a star. Young first baseman coming from the Royals. Giants know him well. He was the Royals' first baseman when they played him in the World Series in 2014.
8 years and 144.
This was the biggest deal in the history of ever with the Padres organization, Eric Hosmer. And then they got him. And the rest of the world looked at him and went, it is so cute that you think that's a star. This is a solid player. But Eric Hosmer is not a star. Now, I think Willie Adames, overall, better player than Eric Hosmer. But you know what the Padres were doing at that time? They weren't just paying for 25 or 30 home runs. Eric Hosmer is just like Willie Adames. He's a wonderful clubhouse presence. He's a leader. And it was an organization that needed that at the time. So I'm going to answer a couple of questions at once. Number one, if you ask, and I know a lot of people are doing this, how good are the Giants? How good are they? And my answer will be, first of all, they're pretty good. And secondly, it might be for reasons you don't realize. I will firmly debate that the reason the Giants are where they are has a lot to do with Buster Posey and Willie Adames, even though neither one of them have put up any impressive stats this year. It has a lot to do with them because there was a little bit of a culture shift that was needed in terms of how guys were feeling about themselves, their desire to be on the team, with the team, build a team, all of that stuff. But we also dove into Willie Adames. Like, go to his baseball reference page and check out who Willie Adames actually is. Were you all under the impression that he's a great hitter? Were you?
Yeah, not like great. Like, he's a good hitter.
He's good.
This year he's been bad.
Yes.
So I wouldn't say that he's a great hitter. He had a great year last year, 32 home runs and 112 driven in. That is a great year.
Yep.
He was 10th in the MVP voting, and he had an OPS of 794. To your point about on base plus slugging, he was above 750, which means he was good. And then you look at the power numbers and you go, man, he was great. Much more of a hitter-friendly park at home in Milwaukee, but I didn't think that he was going to be this bad.
Of course.
To your question, though, about how long do you give it? Well, he's got a 7-year deal, right? Willy Adames is signed for 7 seasons. So for me, you're a third of the way through year one.
He's got 6 2/3 still
You're
to go.
1/21st of the way through his deal, which is to say less than 5% of his deal. So I'm going to be a little bit more patient than that. Am I disappointed? Yeah. The thing that is troubling me more is his defense. He's not been very good.
Not been great
defensively.
No.
And, you and I talked about it when they signed him, left side of that defense. Oh, my goodness, best in baseball. And he's not been great. Maybe he's taking his hitting struggles to the field, or he's taking his fielding struggles to the plate. Something's not right with Willy Adames.
There are a lot of things not right with Willy Adames, and everybody can guess what's going on. And I think that the classic thing everybody says in this situation is, oh, he's pressing. And I'm sure that he is. But this is kind of the excuse that we give people when they're coming to a new place or they really want to impress, and we go, oh, they're pressing. And I have no doubt that he is pressing, but I also don't even know how to quantify that or judge that. This is Major League Baseball. I hope everyone's pressing. I hope all of you are like freaking out, trying to be really good. Like I would imagine, I don't know how the hell do you get to the big leagues without pressing? So I'm sure he's pressing. I do have maybe some insight from within the organization on what they would say is the problem with Willy Adames. You want to know what it is?
Tell me.
I will. I'll tell you coming up next. Plus.
Such a tease.
Plus, Farhan or not, some point here in the next half hour, because I would like to explore this idea that our fallen comrade, he's sick, he'll be back someday, but our fallen comrade Mark Grandy suggests it's the Farhan guys who are performing, not the Buster guys. Is it?
Grandy catching strays in the sick bay.
Smart guy, is it? Let's find out. I'd love to explore. All right, we're sponsored by Lucky California. That number's there for you. 888-957-9570. Javi Lopez at 3:15. It's Willard and Dibs.
Thomas hits a bouncer. That is going to be one, and the throw to first got him double play. And just like that, the side is retired.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
You know, the thing about runs is that, and this is not to say the Giants are a great hitting team. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I've got some numbers for you.
I bet you do.
Yep.
And numbers are numbers.
They are.
I'm not going to try to pull a fast one on you. Homer Willard over here is not going to tell you the Giants are a great hitting team.
Homie.
But I will point to, was that a Tim Kirkjian impersonation?
That was Marge Kirkjian.
I know. But Tim was on the show last week, and I wonder if this got lost in the shuffle of the holiday weekend and everything. Like, we are living in an age where hitting the baseball has never been harder. It's never been harder. 104 miles an hour. What the hell are you talking about? How the hell is everybody supposed to hit that? So, misery loves company, and if watching the Giants hit is miserable, then allow me to throw this out at you. And this is as simplistic. You know me. You're deep dive Dibs. I'm shallow dive Willard. Okay? This is as simplistic, thank you, as it could get. You want to hear a few teams and where they sit offensively? Listen to this.
Sure.
Listen to this. Do you know who the Giants have scored more than so far this year?
Which teams?
Let me give you a few teams and try this on for size. Did you know that they have significantly scored more than the San Diego Padres?
Wow.
And their fancy lineup.
Fancy.
Did you know that the Giants have scored more runs than the New York Mets?
Yeah.
And their high-priced 33-21 team. Did you know that they have scored more runs than the first place Seattle Mariners and the second place Houston Astros and the winning record Cleveland Guardians and the Minnesota Twins and the second place winning record Tampa Bay Rays? And they're a game under 500, but they're Willie Adames' ex-team in a hitter's park, the Milwaukee Brewers. The Giants have scored more runs than all of those teams. A lot of successful teams in baseball don't score a lot of runs. And I don't think, part of that is the Giants ballpark. Part of it is, that their lineup is not overwhelming. They're not the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Phillies. And outside of that, really nobody else is. The Cubs. Those are the only four teams that I would look at and be like, dude, they rake. That's it. There's four of them. And more than those four are going to go to the playoffs this year.
Right. Your top four in runs per game are first, and first in their division.
Absolutely. No, I would take
Cubs
that.
Are scoring 6 runs a game.
They're incredible.
That's bananas.
But does that work in the playoffs? Well, this is an age-old thing. When you have a great offensive team.
When you face really good pitching in the playoffs, it can be tough. And that's why, and I don't want to get too deep into a deep dive, but when you look at this team, it's a very good parallel to 2010. In terms of runs per game, that team was 4.3. This is 4.41 per game. 2010, 1 home run per game. This team is averaging 1 home run per game. They've hit 54 in 54. The team then, number 1 in the ERA. This team's number 3. This team's bullpen is number 1 in bullpen ERA. That team was number 2.
Yep.
So you see the parallels and how I do think that the Giants have to win is this way.
And who is running this team? That team's catcher.
Exactly.
Like, I don't think it's an accident.
It's not.
And he may sit there and go, I'm sorry if you don't like it this way, but, hello, the team is 31-23. So, I'm sorry. Is there a problem here? And maybe that's actually, maybe that's the question.
Right.
For Giants. Is there a problem here? Is there? You tell me. I'm with you. I wish they got more hits.
Sure.
But, the 31-23.
That team in 2010 wound up 92-70. This team is on pace to go 93-69 based on 54 games with 108 to go. And the parallels continue. This team defensively is not as good as that team. And I'm just looking at errors committed.
For sure.
I know that there are other great advanced metrics you can look at. And you're right about scoring runs it's tougher now than ever before. And I'm going back to 2004. MLB averaged 4.81 runs a game. This year, it's a half a run less. More guys now are throwing 100 plus all the time.
Totally.
And, there's better athletes defensively who are covering more ground. It's more difficult than ever to score runs, to manufacture runs. Not to excuse this Giants team, but this Giants team is really kind of built to be like the 2010 team was.
Yeah.
Elite pitching, phenomenal bullpen, and do enough to win 3-2.
And I hope this doesn't come off a certain way, but the Giants, if they go to the playoffs this year and make noise, that is I would say it's a little ahead of schedule. Like anytime there's a regime change, whether we can see all of the changes or not, because a lot of them are behind the scenes, you do want to, you give it time. And I think if you're a Giants fan, you could look at this team right now and you can tell they're set up to be better in a year or two than they are now. I mean, they just put Birdsong and Harrison in the rotation. There's your guy Wisenhunt, who's on the way here sometime soon. And you can sort of see, like if these guys stick and they look pretty good, this could actually really be something in 26 or 27. And if you make the playoffs this year, dude, that's gravy. And that's the assignment for Buster Posey. It was not like, dude, get the job and win the World Series this year. So I do not want to let sort of the optimism around this get lost. They're 31-23. Now, as it stands, specifically to Willy Adames, this I think was interesting. Dave Fleming was on the roast with the Joes earlier this morning. Take a listen to what he said as far as assessing Willy Adames.
And he does need to relax and have a little better game plan and approach at the plate. Because you're right. Those at-bats yesterday, as frustrating as it's been to watch him struggle, the at-bats yesterday were probably the worst he's had all year. And if you're going into an at-bat thinking, I'm going after the first pitch or I'm ready to hit on the first pitch, great. I love that approach. I think it's almost always a successful approach if you get the pitch you're looking for and get your best swing off on that pitch. I love the first pitch. It's the age of the strikeout. You got guys who have incredible stuff and strikeout stuff. Don't get to the 2-strike situation. I'm good with that. But if you go up there and you swing at the first pitch with your C- swing at a ball that's down and away and hit a little dribbler ground ball, that is not a good approach. It isn't. And he knows that. Everybody knows that. I'm not saying anything that these guys don't know themselves, but that tells you where you're just caught in between and whether it's you're trying to force the issue or whatever. That's not who he is. He's a much better player, much better hitter. He's a very smart baseball player, and we will get that version of him at some point.
Now, I agree with that entire assessment. I do just want to remind everybody, though, two things. First of all, I promised what the Giants think is the issue.
Okay.
Give you that in a sec. This is a career 245 hitter. A career 245 hitter. A career 757 OPS. Willy Adames is not a great hitter. Willy Adames is a great player because when you circle the whole thing, when he plays a premium position, he is a premium clubhouse presence, and in 2025, he's a power bat. But also, as Giants fans, you get this. Whatever his power numbers were in Milwaukee, 25 to 30 home runs, they're going to go down.
Of course.
They're going to go down here. Like this ballpark, this weather early in the season. Now, I think that goes down to what? Maybe the expectation is more like low 20s?
Yeah, 20 home runs.
Yeah, and I think that's still reachable. And if he doesn't reach it this year, but they win, it's not the end of the world. I do think he'll get there, but this has always been a strikeout per game guy. He averages more than a strikeout per game, and he is a career 245 hitter. There's plenty of room for that in today's game, but this is not – he's not Buster Posey. He's not going to win a batting title.
Right.
He's not that kind of guy.
Well, and the Giants don't have really many of those guys who are out there hitting for a high average. And that's part of the problem where you have right now in your lineup a lot of guys who are just, they're not automatic outs, but there's guys who are struggling. Patrick Bailey is, I'm sorry, not at this point in his career a major league hitter. He's an unbelievable catcher. He can win the Gold Glove and bat $190, and you probably would take that because he throws every single runner out. He's great at framing, but offensively, he is an out right now. And, you got late night Lamont. He is an out right now. And Adames, he's an out. So as you go through your lineup, you're relying too much on Wilmer Flores to do absolutely everything. He's an all-star. And, Elliot Ramos has been great again. And Jung-Hoo Lee's been solid. He's been a little bit down of late, but he's had a good.
Yeah, he looks
his
great.
first third of the year has been good.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you don't have a lot of really reliable at-bats in your lineup.
Yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee, Elliot Ramos. You keep mentioning Flores as an all-star. I don't think he's going to make the team, actually, but I know what you mean. He's playing like an all-star. The Giants' all-star right now, if we were going to do this, like right now, is Robbie Ray. That's their representative.
I think you get two when you're a team that's this good. And for me, it's Wilmer Flores
Where
as well.
do you stick him though? Like he didn't even play in the field. I don't even know.
Yeah. As an all-star, you just pinch hit him in the seventh inning. Sure. You give him the 1AB, and then you stick somebody out there to play defense for him. It's the all-star game, but is he still leading baseball in RBI?
I don't think he's still leading in RBI.
Okay.
He's up there. I'll get it for you here. Give me 2 seconds on that. Runs batted in. He is 5th.
Oh, wow.
He
Okay.
is 5 off the lead. Seiya Suzuki, former
there you go.
Giant Desire.
Almost Giant.
Former Giant Desire. Suzuki, Devers, Pete Crow Armstrong, and Aaron Judge have all moved ahead of Wilmer Flores. But 44 RBIs. He's on pace to go well over 100 RBIs, and nobody does that anymore.
Well, and Adames is on pace to have 15 home runs, which would be a bit of a disappointment, not only because of what you paid him, but even with this ballpark, you were hoping that he would be, in the 20s, somewhere in the 20 range. And I know you look at his last year in Milwaukee when he had 30 home runs, and that was a career high. You can't just slot that in and expect that, but you've expected a little bit more than what you've gotten.
The Giants, I think, would point to his leg kick, Willy Adames's leg kick. The timing has been off. And for anybody who cares about this stuff, I know in 2025, a lot of people don't. Performance-based industry, I don't care. You got to do it or not do it. It's Yoda out here. Do or do not.
There is no try.
There is no try. But if you care, and this won't surprise you because the kind of clubhouse presence he is, Willie's working his ass off. He's trying. And it just has not really made it to the games most nights as of yet. But they are working hard on the timing of that stride and that leg kick, and it's just off.
Are they trying to shorten it? Are they trying to just time it up a little bit better?
Either get the timing or stop doing it entirely. And so far, it's that, like anybody, I know we do a lot of golf references. This happened to me on the back nine yesterday. Dude, if you get a body part and the timing is in the wrong spot at the wrong time, my God, that ball will go so sideways or you're hitting ground balls, and to just be like, dude, fix it is really hard.
Were you getting into a snap hook yesterday? Or
no, I was just
topping it?
Yeah, a little bit. Little
topper.
Just out of sorts and balance. That's always kind of my thing. And I think that's Willie's thing too.
Yep.
It's a balance thing. And sometimes you almost have to find it by accident. You just have to, whoops, there it is. And then your body has the muscle memory and it locks in. But they have not been able to get the timing. He has not been able to get his timing all aligned and good to go. And they're working their butts off on it. And it just has not fully come together yet. And so, yes, combine that with new team, new ballpark, colder weather, at least this time of year, and then all of those things that people say, pressing and wants to live up to the contract and bat third and all the things that they were doing. Just add all that in together, and he hasn't hit a hot streak yet.
Yeah.
But I'm not worried about Willy Adames yet because of all of those reasons, which I think A, are explainable, and B, the biggest thing that matters, the 31-23.
If they were 23-31,
now we're having a different conversation.
Absolutely, and I'm with you. And I just wonder about some of the things you laid out there about him pressing, because I'm looking at his time in Milwaukee, because he gets traded from Tampa mid-season. He goes to Milwaukee and he hits 20 home runs in 99 games with Milwaukee when he got dealt from Tampa. So it doesn't seem like he was pressing then. Maybe it is the contract, the fact that you are the highest paid player in franchise history. You have a 7-year deal and you're making the biggest money that's ever been doled out. So maybe that's a part of how he's pressing. I'm not sure.
Dude, guilt is a huge human emotion. And I'm not saying that that's probably not the right word for it, but on some level it is. That desire to be there for the fans and be there for the teammates and just be everything that the people around you, at least in your mind, want you to be. And when you're not, it just feels awful. And only because Willie, someone on our YouTube chat just said a little while ago, he's the highest paid cheerleader in baseball. And yeah, that's all. It's kind of a fair statement right now. Nobody wants to pay $180 million for a clubhouse presence. Nobody wants to do that. And I understand that, and so does he. And so I do think that might not be the perfect word for it, but it's pretty close. There's almost it looks like a guy who feels guilty because he has not been able to live up to what the people around him want him to be, at least not yet. And that builds on itself, right? That can just snowball so fast. So, we talked to him once. I've not been in his presence too much. I don't know what his answer to that would be. Hey, do you feel like you're pressing? I don't know what his answer to that would be. But it does look like that. I mean, you know that about Willie. Willie wants to get this right. And he hasn't yet. And but my patience is definitely going to go longer than 50 some odd games. And to the point we just mentioned, it's definitely going to be extended by the fact that they're winning most of their games.
Right. So for me, that's where it completely exists, is the fact that you are 31-23. So you're winning. And the other thing about Willy Adames is he's going to play every day. He's not going to miss a game.
There's no backup.
Knock on wood. Well, not only is there no backup, but this is what he does. He played in 161 last year, and he was mad that he missed the one game. He was forced out of the one game. He's going to play every day. So it's not even a case of you know what, Willie, we're going to give you today, or we're going to give you a couple of days to get in the cage and clear your mind. This is a player who plays. And so he's going to have to go out there and work through it on the field. But for me, the overarching feeling is you're 31-23.
Yep.
So you could look at a lot of things that aren't as good as they probably should be. Patrick Bailey can't hit. Lamont Wade probably needs to be replaced. And a couple other things that have not been great, but you're 31-23.
That's crazy.
So it's crazy.
Right. Think about that. I think that needs to be almost what you're saying right there. Needs to kind of be the final takeaway, if you will. If we had said to you before the year, first base will be a black hole, catcher will be defense only, and your major acquisition up the middle will be wholly disappointing.
Yeah, he'll hit 205.
And you're 31-23.
How many no-hitters have you thrown would be the follow-up.
Right? So it's a fun question for Giants fans is, how y'all think they're doing it? How do you think they're doing it? How are they winning with all of these factors being what they are? Nobody is overwhelming at the plate, even the ones who are playing well, Ramos and Jung-Hoo. The starting rotation has already replaced 2/5. I get that we can be like bullpen. Bullpen's amazing.
Yeah.
And that's true. You win a lot of 3-2 baseball
Number
games.
one in baseball in bullpen ERA.
How the hell are you 31-23? And I would argue a lot of what we don't see has to be a part of it. I think that the Giants' collective view of self is so much better this year than what it was in the last 3 years when a lot of guys were pissed off about what their role was, or felt like they had been told something, and then there was a bait and switch, and so they didn't want this and they didn't want that. There's none of that anymore. And I think you can see that stuff in the standings.
Well, you can see it when you look at the fact that they have 6 walk-off wins. We're a third of the way through the year. They've won 31 games. 6 of them have been obviously at home, but walk-offs. And they've only been walked off once, I think, the other way. So actually twice they've been walked off. But you're playing a lot of close games, and when you have a very good bullpen, you can win a lot of these close games, and they have. And even beyond that, you talked about Robbie Ray as their all-star if they get one. Yeah, He's been virtually unbeatable. Logan Webb quietly as your ace just goes out there and goes 6 2/3 every start and usually doesn't get lit up only maybe once this whole year.
Yep.
So your starting rotation's been solid. Your bullpen, especially with the lead, has been phenomenal. And that's how you go about it.
Let me give you an update, and let's lay the land for everybody. So, yeah, at 3 o'clock, we'll do Farhan or not.
Okay.
Okay, Javi Lopez at 3:15. A little bit later on in the show, TJ Houshmandzadeh had some big statements about Brock Purdy, and we want to talk about what would constitute success of the Brock Purdy deal, because he essentially said, hey, if they don't win the Super Bowl, this is a bad deal. And, oh, by the way, TJ Houshmandzadeh at 4:15. Okay? TJ will join us at 4:15. And then, thank you, I want to get into the art of a potential. I know it's pie in the sky, but everyone wants to talk about a Giannis deal. I did my version of a deep dive.
I like it. NBA trade machine?
I called somebody else and had them do a deep dive for me.
Perfect.
Okay? Right? It's kind of like when stuff needs to get fixed around the house. I'm like, I can call somebody I got numbers for days.
Dude.
Okay, so that's all coming up. But real quick, let's go to Richie in Queens. Hey, Richie, what's up, man? Thanks for calling.
Hey guys, always good talking to you guys. Yeah, you touched on it. Adames a 245 hitter. The good side in Chapman too, a 245 hitter. Well, maybe they got to just pick it up because they really do. And you guys touched it on. Adames reminds me a little bit of when Lindor came here, because Lindor was a great cheerleader when he got here, and people got fed up with him. And I think he will turn it around. And Stanley, you mentioned Bailey. Bailey's horrendous. I don't know. I guess we'll live with him at 190, but. I mean, Bailey's, like you said, is an automatic out. Wade is atrocious. All of a sudden, Yaz is in a funk. And the reason they're winning, guys, if I to interject one way, and by the way, Rodriguez will be an all-star. Yep. Mark that down.
Yep, he probably
will be.
will
Robbie Ray and Rodriguez out of the bullpen. Absolutely. The guy's unhittable. But their bullpen has kept them in the games, and up until 3 or 4 games ago, they were number 3 with runners in scoring position, batting average. Amazing. Because we're hitting 231 and we're hitting like 290 with runners in scoring position.
Timing is everything.
They held. Yeah, and they won those games late after scoring 2 runs, giving up 3, and then coming back. And the bullpen shutting teams down for incredible. The bullpen, Duvall, I knocked him initially. He's been phenomenal. I think he's going to be the closer, guys. I think they're going to move Walker back.
Well, we'll
leave
see.
Rogers 8.
By the way, hey, Richie, can I ask you a question? You can set us up for Farhan or not. I'll let you do one, and then I'm not going to tell you the answer yet. Camilo Doval, Farhan or not?
What am I saying now? What is he?
Is he a Farhan signing or acquisition or not?
No,
Okay. All right. You guess no. Richie, we got to run. Thank you very much. Farhan or not? Like, are all the Farhan guys playing well? Is that what's happening? Is it? We'll do that coming up. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Crystal Geyser, Alpine, Springwater, Willard, and Dibbs. Richie, can I ask you a question? You can set us up for Farhan or not. I'll let you do one, and then I'm not going to tell you the answer yet. Camilo Doval, Farhan or not?
What am I saying now? What is he?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Might have put him on the spot just a little bit. Poor guy's out there with a phone to his ear in New York. He's like, what? What are you talking about?
Right.
We're talking about Farhan or not. So earlier today, Mark Grandy, who is still alive, we're told.
Sources.
These texts could be coming from anywhere.
I did text him earlier offline, just he and I, just to say, dude.
Yeah,
I mean,
but do you know it's actually him who has his phone right now? It could be anybody with a sports take in the Bay Area.
His tone was just snarky enough to where I thought, you know what? It's Grandy. It's the Grandy man.
Do Grandy impersonations.
Yep.
But anyway, he's still alive, and he said, "Look, I don't want to be unfair. It's only Buster's first year, but." Those are Farhan people who are doing good. Those are Farhan people. Everyone, and I think the statement was something along these lines, everybody who's doing well on this team is a Farhan guy. And I said, is that true? So I did my version of a deep dive. This is about as deep as I'll go because I don't like the deep end. That's your end.
Yep.
I like to be able to walk when I'm in the pool. This one, I had to be on my tippy toes. So I've basically got everyone who matters, like apologies to people like Christian Kost. He just showed up and he doesn't play a ton. But like all of the people who are really having an imprint on this Giants roster and who acquired them. Was it Farhan? Was it post-Farhan? Or was it pre-Farhan?
Oh.
Okay?
Okay.
So, you want to play Farhan or not?
Let's play Farhan or not.
Farhan or not. I'm going to start basically with the guys who are doing really well. Okay. Elliot Ramos, Farhan or not?
I'm going to say not.
That is correct. That is a pre-Farhan. Elliot Ramos.
Even though he's only 23, he was drafted probably 13 years ago.
Correct. Correct. He was 12.
Something.
He was 12, and he looked great in his Little League uniform. All right, let's do the one that Richie was just really tripped up on. Camilo Doval, Farhan or not?
Farhan.
No. That is not a Farhan acquisition. Pre-Farhan acquisition. Camilo was 4 years old when they signed him.
Yep.
Okay. How about Hayden Birdsong, Farhan or not?
Farhan.
That is correct. That is a Farhan draft pick.
Okay. Yep.
Hayden Birdsong.
Yep.
All right.
I like the player. I like the pick.
Robbie Ray, Farhan or not?
Farhan.
That is correct.
Was that last year or the year before that?
Yeah, that guy traded what's his nuts? He traded him to Seattle for
not rough.
No, the guy with the really long last name. It was Haniger and the pitcher who the Dodgers used to hit 40 home. Not DeSclafani. DeSclafani.
Not restaurant quality.
No. If you got DiVincenzo and DeSclafani both on the menu, order the DiVincenzo.
Yes.
It's better.
With the side salad.
Thank you. All right. So, yeah, that's how he got Robbie Ray for those two dudes.
Yep.
Yeah. Exactly. Tyler Rogers, Farhan or not?
Not.
That is correct. Yep. That is a pre-Farhan acquisition.
Yep.
All right. Eric Miller, Farhan or not?
I've never heard of him. Farhan.
That is correct.
He's a reliever. I'm just playing.
Yeah, Farhan traded for him.
Of course he did.
Yeah, Farhan traded.
That's what he does.
Logan Webb, Farhan or not?
Farhan. That's a not?
Yeah, that is a pre-Farhan draft pick. Okay. Logan Webb. Yeah. Logan Webb went through a hell of a lot in the minor leagues.
Yeah, and he's older than I think, too.
Remember, like, steroid suspensions and things that were, like, way back in the day.
I didn't remember that.
Yeah, Logan's been on a ride, man.
Okay.
You know, he's a Raider fan, so they I
like the way you tied those two things together.
They misbehave sometimes. Anyway, just trying to tick people off. All right, Ryan Walker, Farhan or not?
That's a Farhan. It's a classic Farhan.
Sorry,
No?
that is not a Farhan acquisition. No.
I'm running
sorry.
cold right now. Thank you. It's
Okay.
true that I'm running cold.
All right, let's go with Landon Roop. Landon Roop, Farhan or not?
I mean, that's a Farhan to me.
That is correct. That is a
Who
draft
else is
pick.
going to find Landon Roop?
Landon Roop.
Yeah.
All right. Mike Yastrzemski.
Farhan. He rule fived him.
plucked
No, he
that
didn't rule
sucker
five
from
him. He
from the Baltimore Orioles. He
yeah.
plucked him.
Yeah.
He plucked him.
He
Okay.
Orb three'd him. That's what it was.
I got a couple easy ones. You want a couple bunnies?
Sure.
Give you some bunnies here. Jung-Hoo Lee.
That's a Farhan.
There you go. Lamont Wade.
Oh, that's a great Farhan. One of his all-time Farhans.
I don't know if Farhan wants that one right now. Wilmer Flores.
That's a Farhan.
Casey Schmidt. What about Casey Schmidt?
That ball got Schmidt on.
That's right.
That's a Farhan.
That is a Farhan draft pick.
Man.
You're running hot again.
Yeah.
But how about this? Try this one on for size. Tyler Fitzgerald, second baseman for the San Francisco Giants. Tyler Fitzgerald.
Ty Fitzgerald.
Farhan or not?
That's a not.
I'm sorry, that is a Farhan.
You led me
Farhan,
to it. He totally
Farhan,
duped me. That was on me.
Fourth round draft pick. Tyler Fitzgerald. Okay. How about Kyle Harrison? Kyle Harrison. Farhan or not?
That's a Farhan.
That is accurate. Good job. All right. Couple more for you. Luis Matos. Farhan or not?
That's a not.
No, give him the dig. That is not a Farhan. You are correct.
Okay.
You are correct.
That was pre-Farhan, yeah.
One more.
Okay.
One more. And Richie just brought up his name earlier, so this is kind of, this is the big finale. You ready for this now? Okay. Because he might be an all-star this year. Randy Rodriguez. Farhan or not?
That's a Farhan.
That is not a Farhan. That is not a Farhan. I'm sorry.
Not a Farhan.
That predates Farhan Zaidi. Some of these guys who are like brand new and young, they drafted them when they were like teenagers. And so, no, that goes actually, and if memory serves, Nick, because now I'm doing it from memory, I do think that Randy might have been plucked like in early 2018, and then Farhan was hired in late 2018. So it was close, but he is not a Farhan.
Okay.
So
I was waiting for the Adames and the Verlander for layups. Those were not Farhans.
No.
I was hoping for a couple of freebies. Thank you.
Willie Adames.
Right.
Farhan or not?
No, God,
not
yeah.
a Farhan, no. And Justin Verlander was not a Farhan either. But anyway, so what is the big takeaway? Other than that was fun. I think the takeaway is there's a little bit of a mixed bag, but don't give Farhan credit for the Camilo Duvals and the Randy Rodriguez's and the Elliot Ramoses of the world, even though it might feel like those were his guys. But you certainly can give him some credit for some things. Jung-Hoo Lee is going to be a player. That's a player, and they've got him now for 5 more years. The Robbie Ray trade was absolutely brilliant. Landon Roop looks like that's got staying power. Kyle Harrison's figured himself out.
Yep.
Hayden Birdsong's on the come. And Whisenhunt, like some of these pitchers that may be the rotation here for the next handful of years, those are Farhan's fingerprints.
Right.
So, there's a little something to it.
There is, and you also, I do think you have to look at any organization and give credit for development. And Steph Curry with the Warriors is a good example. That was a Larry Riley when Larry Riley was the GM, and they drafted Steph Curry, and then Larry was gone, and he developed, and you had Jerry West come in, you had Bob Myers, and you had so many other figures who were at the helm. And so it's not only about who finds a player, but it's also how that player develops. And right now, all those names you're listing off there who are Farhan guys, a lot of them did develop while he was here.
No doubt. But then again, here would be kind of my overall umbrella view of the idea that's being put out there. I know it's early for Buster, but boy, his 2 big free agent signings have not really measured up so far. A lot of the Farhan guys are playing. Listen, I firmly believe that there are multiple reasons why the Giants are 31-23. And if you want to say it's the bullpen, you can do that. But I'm going to say that Buster Posey and Willy Adames are a major part of why this team is 31-23. And it's all the things that we fans don't really get to see. I kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier. I if you want to call it vibe, if you want to call it morale, what have you, you can do that. I just think that the San Francisco Giants, the last handful of years, suffered from having a number of players in the clubhouse at any given time who were worried about two things. One, their role was not what they thought they were told it was going to be. And two, who is the guy with the locker next to me? Because it was changing every single day. Up and back in Sacramento and blah, blah, blah. Remember, Hayden Birdsong had that incredible outing in Colorado.
Yep.
Broke a rookie record and woke up in San Jose. It's like, what the hell are you doing to these kids? Right? So I think, don't forget that kind of stuff in terms of why the Giants are winning some of these close games in the end. I think it's a big deal.
It's a huge deal, and ultimately all of sports comes down to human beings. And when you've got 5 or 6 guys who know they're going to play every day and you have the reliability of a set lineup, that's going to translate to a lot more chemistry and cohesiveness, because ultimately it's not just numbers on a page, it's human beings. And if you feel good about your role, you're more likely to perform better.
Brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Springwater. Javi Lopez joins us next. TJ Hushmanzada in an hour. Wait till you hear what he said about Brock Purdy. That's all coming up on Willard and Dibs.
I mean, it's a good question. That's a good question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
So good.
And we're about to ask more questions. I don't know if any of them are going to be great. We'll try.
If we get one from our next guest, University of Virginia graduate, that's got to count for more.
Well, but
smart guy.
But he can hear you now, so now it's cheating.
He's not listening to me.
You just asked for one. You're not allowed to do that.
I didn't ask for one. I'm just saying it'd be a validation sensation to get it from somebody who is that well educated.
I'm calling a technical foul if it happens. But anyway, we'll see what happens. We'll also see what happens with the Valkyries, which is coming up here in 40 minutes. New York Liberty, you can hear the game on the Valkyries dedicated channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app, search Valkyries. Kevin, Dana, Sophia Jones have the call. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line and ask some questions of the great Javi Lopez, former Giant, current analyst, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Javi, what's going on?
What's happening, fellas? Good to be back with y'all.
Well, it's great to have you. I want to know, since you put on 5 different uniforms in your career, when you join a new team, did you press, and what does that mean? Like, how did that manifest itself in your performance?
I would say the pressing came more than anything. It came at the trade deadline. When I got traded, I pressed to impress with the Red Sox when I got traded over there in 2006, and then when I got traded to the Giants in 2010. Now, joining a new club, if you put $148 or $182 million in my back pocket, I might stress a little bit as well. But I did not have those kind of contracts to deal with, and I'm assuming that's what you're talking about.
It is. Like, do you see that with Willy Adames when you watch right now?
I do. I feel like just watching him, he's in between. And I think when I say he's in between, it's, he might be sitting off speed and he's getting nothing but fastballs. So then that next at bat, he's like, all right, I'm going to sit heater, and he gets nothing but off speeds. And I think that he's just getting caught off balance a little bit. And he's trying to I shouldn't say trying to do too much. I think he's just trying to find a groove that he was in such a nice one last year, and he's just trying to find his way. And, the Giants need it, but when you talk to a lot of hitters, at least when I did in my career, they break the season down into 200 at-bat tranches, and I think that's kind of where you look at it is like for him, he's in his new set of 200 at-bats, and I think that's how he's got to kind of focus in. Forget about what's happened the last couple months and just kind of focus on where you're at now and how you're going to get incrementally better.
Is this something that can become contagious for the other guys in the lineup? Because it feels like, when one bat goes cold, other bats start to go cold. Are hitting slumps contagious?
I don't think they are, to be honest with you. I think what maybe you draw that from, and I can sense that at times, I guess, is like when your big dogs aren't getting hits, then you're like, wait a second. So now I got to try to step up and try to do a little bit too much. And I think that's where you might kind of get into that spot. But if you kind of stay with your focus and your plan, ultimately, that's once you go up to the plate and you have your game plan and you try to execute it, you can't do anything else, right? I mean, the pitcher executes a great pitch and you know it's coming and you take a great swing and it hits a line drive to somebody. I mean, that's all you can do. So I think a lot of guys might feel that, maybe younger guys, I shouldn't say a lot of the veteran guys, but the younger guys, when your big dogs aren't out there consistently on base or driving in runs, that sometimes you feel like you got to step up, and that's when it can get a little bit troublesome for ball clubs.
Javi, you're 47. I'm 50. Dibbs over here is 50-something. Nobody really knows. But anyway, point is, when we grew up, a 95-mile-an-hour fastball was a big deal. And now that's like on the bottom end of the fastball spectrum, and some guys are hitting 105, but the mound is still in the same spot. The point I'm getting at is it seems it's way harder to hit now. So to what level should we adjust the way we sort of assess offensive players in 2025?
Yeah, that's something that I've thought about a lot. Watching, my son's 12 and I'm coaching him, and I see some kids that are throwing in the 80s. We've faced a couple kids that are already throwing 80 miles an hour at 12 years old, 50 feet. And I'm like, how are you supposed to hit that? And let alone what are you going to do when you do get hit actually by a guy like that? You might quit baseball. So it's one of those things where I do wonder what the shift is going to be. I think what you're starting to notice now is abbreviated leg kicks, even just kind of a toe tap, keeping those big, long, big kicks that you're just not seeing it as much anymore from hitters because it's just so hard to time it up when you got to cover 99 to 100, kind of like what you're talking about, even 95, like you mentioned. So it is difficult. I don't know how you would really want to. I think you still kind of got to evaluate the bat to ball skills. I think the strikeout rates are still really high, and I think the better teams that you see across the league just find a way to put the ball in play. And I think when you can do that, you put just a little bit more pressure on a defense to try to execute. So I do think that's you're moving the goalposts a little bit. I think everyone is every year to try to evaluate a hitter the right way. But I think ultimately when you want the strikeout rates to be down and you want the contact rate to be up, and then that's something you can work with. And I think, again, the results are you can't really control that, but if you can put yourself in a good position to kind of get off your A swing as many times as possible, the results will come. It's just the amount of pressure that you put in those 6 inches in between those ears that can be a little bit difficult at times.
It seems like you're describing Wilmer Flores this year. I've watched so many of his at-bats where he's just staying back on the ball and staying deep with it and just hitting it where the defense may not be currently located. Are you seeing in Wilmer a guy who's kind of doing exactly what you described about just simplifying the approach?
Yeah, definitely. I think with Wilmer, you could see it in his leg kick. He's a little bit more spread out. He's got 60-40, a little bit, 60% of that weight's on that backside, and he's just really kind of reading and reacting. And when the velocity comes in at the velocity that it does, you really just have to catch it. You kind of hear all these. It's easier said than done. It's the hardest thing to do in sports, in my opinion, is to hit a baseball, and let alone one that's breaking and things like that. So, Wilmer is able to kind of do that. He has a little bit of a kick, a little toe tap, like he rolls up on that front toe, and he just kind of gives himself as much time as possible and just tries to clip it. Now, he's having a great year, sensational year, being able to be up there in league leaders for runs batted in. But I do like the way he's been able to approach things. And Luis Matos isn't getting the reps that, he maybe thought he was going to get when spring training started and the way that was going. But when you watch him, he's got a two-strike approach. He spreads out. He tries to put the ball in play, and he's one of the harder guys to strike out in that Giants roster. So there are adjustments that are going to have to be made from every hitter, and I think that's something that you're having, not just with the Giants. Obviously, you're fine focused on them, but you look across the landscape of baseball. The teams that are able to make that adjustment and put the ball in play and put the pressure on the defense is a little bit more successful. And to that credit, you can look at the Tigers, the way they've kind of try to just put a lot of pressure on the ball club with speed and putting the ball in play and making your defenses work hard to get outs.
Former Giant and Giant analyst now, Javi Lopez, joining us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Javi, let's talk about this rotation a little bit. I really think everybody's excited about what Roop is doing, how Birdsong looks, even Harrison, who's now back in the rotation. If those three keep going the way they're going, and let's add Wisenhunt to this too, who's knocking on the door. What happens when Verlander gets healthy? What do you do?
Well, I think what it does is just give you that extra bit of rope, that safety net in case he needs an extra start, maybe a rehab starter, in case he wants to slow it down a little bit. Asking a 42-year-old to make 30-something starts a year that's a big ask. Now, that's not to say that he doesn't want it. He wants to go to the post. We have a lot of mutual friends that say that there's nobody that wants to fight more than Justin Verlander. But those guys, the young guys, are giving you that opportunity to go out there and pretty much, let them kind of establish their careers and keep that going. But it allows the saltier guy like Justin Verlander to honestly take time to get ready, to make sure when he's out there that he can go and make a stretch of 15, 16 straight starts. And that's one thing I've really liked about this rotation so far. You're a third of the way through the season, and everyone's in the double-digit starts, and that's kind of rare nowadays. I feel like guys are always coming up with something, whether it's a hammy, a little blister on the finger, whatever it might be. But to have these guys make those starts, I think it's such an important thing for the Giants. And it's torture baseball, right? When the Giants are playing right, they're winning a 3-2 ball game. It's going to be 4-3. It's always a one-run game. So, the starters are the key to it all, and it's really setting up for one of the better bullpens in all of baseball that the Giants have right now, too.
And the bullpen just gets stronger with Jordan Hicks being down there, and as he gets more assimilated to being a bullpen arm again, his velocity is going to probably get back up toward 100. What have you made so far of Jordan Hicks being back there in the bullpen?
Well, I think he's really been on the attack. He's accepted the role. Now, I haven't had a chance to actually talk to him. I'll be calling the game here in a couple weeks to kind of just check where his head's at. But I feel like he's taken the role and run with it. He's out there and he's really trying to pound the strike zone. The velocity is exactly what you talk about. I mean, you're having to hit 99 to 102, and he throws a sinker. It's a power sinker. So that ball's moving, it's diving, and he gives up hard contact, but that's normal because when you hit that ball, it's going to be a hard ground ball somewhere. So he's doing what he's supposed to do. I think it's just yet another great arm to have and another great weapon to have. And for me, it's another look in that bullpen that's just a little bit different. You got, Camilo with that little funky low 3/4 whippy sidearm kind of thing. You got Ryan Walker with the same kind of deal but he turns his whole back to you. And you got Tyler Rogers doing his thing. Like, I'm a big fan of, if you look at a clock, you want arm angles of as many hours as you can get. And I think the Giants are kind of doing that. There's a couple guys that throw at the 1 o'clock, a couple of guys that throw at the 3 o'clock. And I think that's ultimately what you want. You want to make it as difficult as you can to hit the baseball. And the Giants are doing a nice job of doing that.
Javi, you used the word torture. You joined the team in 2010. So you are a perfect guy to ask this question. When a team is struggling to score runs, what kind of pressure does that put on the pitching staff, and what is the fallout from that?
I'm not sure if there is a lot of pressure on the pitching staff in the sense that you go out and you do what you can do, right? And I think in 2010 we were treated to prime Timmy Lincecum and Matt Cain and Bumgarner and even Jonathan Sanchez at the time, Barry Zito. Like, guys were throwing the ball extremely well. You knew you were going to get 5 innings minimum from those guys, if not more. And so for a bullpen guy, you kind of slot in wherever you play the game with Bochy, and you know what was going to happen. And I think the benefit of this starting rotation right now is that they're starting to get their sea legs under them now. They're able to get deeper into a ball game. You're understanding as a bullpen when most likely you're going to end up coming into this ball game. And you got to keep the game close. That is it. And I think as the offensive goes, and that's where I think Pat Burrell hopefully is kind of trying to push a little bit of that knowledge. He was there. He was a heart of the lineup guy in 2010 where they had a meeting and they talked about, guys, we just have to find a way to score 4, find a way to score 3. Our pitching will keep us in this ball game. And I think that's what you're kind of seeing. They haven't been able to hit that stretch. They started off hot. They've lost 11 of 16 on the road. They're playing about 500 baseball. But it's in there. And I think that's the one thing you're noticing. The body language is right. Nobody's hanging their heads. And I think ultimately when you're able to step back, you see you're still in the fight here in the NL West. You haven't faced any of the big dogs yet. It's yet another difficult month with some of the teams that you're playing. But just keep your head down, keep driving. And I think that's the best part about it. Don't think too much in the big picture when you're pitching and when you're on the offensive side. Just figure out how to win that game that day.
Ryan Walker's been having a little bit of a scuffle of late. How are you feeling about the closer spot? Is it time to maybe go to Camilo Doval, or do you stick with Walker through a few more maybe rough outings?
Well, I do think that when you look at Ryan Walker, he even said it himself, which I found really interesting, that he said he's getting a little rotational. Like, sitting here on my couch, I can watch it, and I can tell you that he's getting too rotational, and he wasn't able to get his arm out and extend, and he doesn't need to overthrow the fastball. It's going to come out hot, and it's going to come out hot with movement. But sometimes when you're in that mode and the last 3 outs, I don't care what people tell you, that's the hardest thing to do in a ball game, is to close out a game, and you have to have the right mental approach for that. And I think Ryan was getting a little bit in his own head. And to be honest with you, he was executing some great pitches, and they were finding holes, and they were getting through. And all of a sudden, now you're pitching yourself into jams that you weren't used to. But I think the way that it's looked so far with Buster Posey at the helm and given the keys to Bob Melvin and his staff, they've stuck with guys and kind of just made them, trusting them that they're going to figure it out and they're going to find a way. And I think it's resonated with a lot of the guys. Like, Tyler Fitzgerald was maybe a bubble guy early in April. You're like, oh man, this guy, he had so much talent last year, but now he's really scuffling. They stick with him, and now he's one of their hotter hitters. It's just one of those things. When you don't panic and you let the guy kind of work through these things, it's there. And it's, again, nice to have a fallback. And Camilo Doval has been throwing the ball extremely well. Randy Rodriguez is out of his mind. He's got under a 1, I think, ERA. I mean, this kid's on fire, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a shot to close out a couple games. But, when you have those safety nets, I mean, that's such a great option for Bob Melvin and the rest of the staff to know that, yeah, you want to win every game. And yes, you want Ryan Walker to be that guy. But if ultimately you give him enough run and he just isn't commanding the zone the way you want him to, you can hand the ball right back to your former all-star closer in Camilo Doval. Not many teams can say that.
No doubt about it. Javi, great stuff, man. Thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate it always.
Gentlemen, anytime. I appreciate you.
Okay, there it is. Javi Lopez here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. I don't know, man. The question that keeps getting asked, Steiny and Goo asked us when we were in the crossover earlier, and I'm almost starting to get a little like shoulders up when this comes up, which is, right, the way they asked it, are they resonating? Are the Giants resonating? My way of answering it was they're resonating for the people that want them to resonate.
Yeah.
But this is a new sort of evolution of the conversation that we've been having the last few years. Everybody's like, it's not quite hit me where I want it to hit, but boy, they need somebody whose jersey I'd like. And then whether it's Jung-Hoo Lee and the way he's captured that crowd, whether it's Elliot Ramos, who threatens, ladies and gentlemen, to be the first back-to-back left field starter on opening day ever since Barry Bonds, or you got the left side of the infield now under long-term contracts. You've got Logan Webb doing what he's doing. Like, I don't think we can have this conversation anymore about, like, is there a player that we like? They've got everyday players now. And, dude, they've got a winning record. They are going stride for stride with the Los Angeles Dodgers. And we're still asking the same question? Like, I guess I'd put it this way. If you're still asking for the Giants to be exciting, I think maybe you're just not excited. Like, I don't like either the world has changed or you don't like baseball or the way the game has evolved with 104-mile-an-hour fastballs and constant strikeout. I don't know what to tell you.
Right.
But 15 years ago, what you're watching right now, this city found it wildly exciting to the tune of 1 million people at a parade. And now we're having the same. They're 31-23.
Right. They're on pace to have the same record as that team in 2010. And I laid out the numbers before about where this team is versus that team, and they're almost identical in runs per game. This team scores 1/10 of a run more per game. That's, almost a non-factor. Home runs exactly the same, ERA the same, bullpen ERA basically the same, but this team doesn't have Lincecum and Kane, and like, Javi was saying, you had elite Lincecum at that time. I do think a couple things are different. One, it is a different world now in 2025, and younger people who, if you were 12 years old in 2010 and you were all in on the Giants then, now you're 27, and are you still that much of a baseball fan? I think you're right about, like, it resonates with who wants it to resonate with them. I don't know if baseball has become less of a cultural thing where you listen to every game, you watch every game. It's more for me like, I'm going to a baseball game. Okay. And if you're a diehard fan and you watch every game, then yeah, you're watching every game. But I think the general audience is less enamored by baseball than they were even 15 years ago.
It doesn't even necessarily need to be some sort of a bad thing. Like, I'll put it this way. We're getting old enough to see this cycle. And here's the cycle I'm sort of talking about. When I was a little kid, I basically walked into an environment where Bay Area sports did not win titles. Period. Like, my dad was just like, dying for anything. But it didn't take long. On my 7th birthday, the 49ers win the Super Bowl for the first time. And this is after the catch and all of that stuff. And that was incredibly emotional. And again, I'm not speaking for the whole history of Bay Area sports, but that's my window into it. Like the Warriors were bad, and the Niners always lost to the Cowboys, and the Giants were bad. That was my window into sports. And then the Niners had the 80s. And all of a sudden, that was there. And so I grew up, once I was a teenager, sitting there just going like, my appetite for something to happen to the Giants and Warriors was way higher than it was for the 49ers because I had seen the 49ers win and then win again and then win again and then win again. And what we're starting to see now is that there are a lot of people, and a lot of them are working on our show and running around this office. Their desire for the 49ers to do something is higher because they haven't seen it. They haven't seen it, and it's been that long since the 49ers won a Super Bowl. We're now over 30 years since they've won a Super Bowl. But the Giants and Warriors have both done things within basically the last decade. And so I think there's something about that too, which is that the intensity around needing the Giants to get to the postseason and have this city on its ear, it's going to be a little muted for a while because we're just not that far removed from 3 of these.
11 years removed from the last one. And
not that long in the greater scheme of things.
It's really not. And I'm thinking about Lucas, director of sports, behind the glass today. I think he's 32. So if you go back to 2010, he was 17. And that's, peak high school years. And, 17, 19, and 21, the 3 ages he was when they won the World Series. So, yeah, he's gone from being a young adult to now being a full-grown adult, and it's only been 11 years since the last one, so there is a little bit of that lack of a hunger, so to speak, for Giants fans. But I also think about other factors that make it more challenging to be a Giants fan as opposed to when I was Lucas's age or even younger.
Like what?
It's very cost preventative, for one.
I mean, that's true for all of them, isn't it?
But yeah, I do. I think that you can. Baseball is more the sport where you have to be there. Like football, you almost don't want to go to a football game because if you're not at the game, you can go 2 screens, red zone, my laptop, fantasy.
That's fair.
Football is one where you go to the game and it's fun, but it's equally as fun, if not more fulfilling, to be at home. Baseball is the one where being there is much more of an impactful experience than watching it on TV.
You're probably right. And then, but the football thing, like those prices are absolutely insane, but maybe you could wrap your head around, like there's only 8 of these or 9 of these.
You go to 2 of them.
So like I'll go to 1 or 2 of them and it's a massive event. Like if you want to feel like you really attended Giants baseball in the offseason, you got to go, 7 or 8, 9, 10 times. So yeah, I get it. I mean, I don't know what the hell in this world isn't cost prohibitive right now.
You're right. But I think baseball is the one that gets hit the most because, we're going to go to 4 Warrior games. That's expensive, but we're going to go to 4 games. And if you really, like you said, you want to be a baseball fan, you want to go to the Giants and you want to go to a lot of games, it's, it's parking and all the rest of it. I think it's more cost prohibitive now than ever before.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Speaking of prohibitive, TJ Houshmandzadeh apparently believes that Brock Purdy's contract may end up being prohibitive. He had quite a statement earlier today on FS1. We're going to play this for you coming up next. TJ will join us in a half hour. This is one hell of a take. Wait till you hear it. TJ Houshmandzadeh on the Purdy contract is coming up next on Willard and Tibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
No, I don't have to be. I just choose to be.
Yep.
All right? So deal with it. TJ Houshmandzadeh in a half hour. You and I don't think are going to see eye to eye on this one, Dibbers. I don't think we are. You may not like the take. I don't love the take. But where we go with it may be a different space. Check this out. TJ Houshmandzadeh is going to join us here in a little bit, okay? Former NFL receiver. You all know TJ. He comes on the show quite a bit. He's Brandon Ayuk's personal coach through the years. They're boys. And so it's always interesting to kind of get his thoughts on what's going on inside the building. Well, this is on Speak for Yourself on FS1. Today, Purdy and the contract comes up. And listen to what TJ has to say about this.
I believe they did overpay for Brock Purdy. I would have given Brock Purdy $47 million a year. That would have been the most I'm giving him. We needed you last year. You went 1-6 against playoff teams when we had guys that Christian McCaffrey was out, Trent Williams was out, Ayuk got hurt, and you couldn't really get it done. I think Brock Purdy is a hell of a quarterback, but I'm not giving you money. When you show me when we need you to take over, you can't take over. We need you to carry us, you can't carry us. But at one point, they said Jalen Hurts was overpaid. Now, Jalen Hurts is underpaid. You know, win a Super Bowl with the Eagles, now you underpaid. And so if Brock Purdy takes the San Francisco 49ers to the Super Bowl and they win it, then his contract is well worth it. Until he does that, he's overpaid.
Okay, I got two questions. So essentially the takeaway is TJ says either win the Super Bowl or you're overpaid. So A, would love to get into a discussion about whether we agree or disagree with that statement. But before we even get there, can we just do a sidebar?
Sure.
Where the hell you get $47 million?
I liked it.
What the hell?
So he gets 53, and TJ says I'd have given him 47.
47.
Okay.
What is that? Like
what's the big difference? Other than $6 million a year.
Totally. Which, by the way, may or may not be wrapped into future payments or bonuses or whatever. Like I've never understood where people come up with these numbers. They're going to literally be on national TV, be like 53. I'd do 47.
Yeah.
How about 47 and a half? Like, what the hell is the difference? Are you telling me that $6 million a year, okay, what's your point? That's a player? With that $6 million, I can go change the 49ers? So that's my sidebar. Where do y'all come up with these numbers? What does that mean to you? So that's going to be the first thing I ask TJ when he's on here in less than a half hour.
And also, if you want to look at 5 years and $265 million, if you add in this upcoming year, which is going to be a $9 million cap hit, he essentially is getting $47 million a year over the course of 6 years.
That's another good point.
So he really is getting $47 million a year, and also he's not going to play through the entirety of this contract. He's either going to be not good enough. Well, there's no way.
Oh, you're talking about for this month.
He'll either be cut before the contract's over, or they will restructure it. Right. If he's not good enough, then you get cut and they eat the money. And if you are good enough, then you're going to restructure and keep him and take the money that you owe him and you put it into a bonus and you kick the can down the road. It's what the Niners always do.
I am debating whether or not to ask TJ. TJ, are there any other 49ers you feel are overpaid?
Oh, boy. Yeah. Well, I mean,
just asking questions.
He got hurt, so
I didn't say any names.
Well, he knows, and you know what you're doing, Mark.
I did not say. I wonder, are there any other 49ers you feel are overpaid?
Like who?
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's an open-ended question.
Well, when he comes back at you with who are you referring to?
I don't think he will do that.
And if he does, what will you do?
He'll laugh because he'll know exactly what the hell I'm insinuating.
Yeah.
He'll know exactly what I'm insinuating. But anyway, here's the larger thing. Here's how I'd answer it. For me, I don't think you get to be that narrow with your thought process. In other words, it's only a good contract if you win the Super Bowl. I mean, So is Josh Allen on a bad deal?
Well, the deal's not up yet. We'll see. I mean, when you get to the end of the deal.
It's already been redone, but he was already making a ton of money.
Right.
He was already making a ton.
Well, you can look at it at the end of it, and you can make that decision.
Okay. Is Lamar Jackson on a bad deal? Is Joe Burrow on a bad deal?
He got you to the Super Bowl.
Yes, he did. So did Brock Purdy.
Right.
I mean,
that to me is where the bar is. It's not, you'd like to win the Super Bowl, but if you just get there, for me, that is where the bar is set.
I'm trying to think of let's go around the league. It doesn't even have to be those elite guys. You know what I mean?
Well, you could go to Trevor Lawrence and Dak Prescott and Kyler Murray.
Okay.
Those are bad deals.
Jared Goff, does he have to win the whole banana? I don't know if y'all know this because the Lions came here this year. Do you know? And so there were a lot of Lions fans because the Niners had already been eliminated. The Lions fans just chant Jared Goff's name during the game. Nothing even needs to happen. He just walk on the field, and they chant his name. Jared Goff. Jared Goff.
He's that guy, yeah.
The whole game. They just chant his name. So that's their bar. He hadn't even been to the Super Bowl for the Lions.
Right.
Tua, did the Miami Dolphins fans dude, you better win the whole banana.
Well, it's a bad deal. Like that, you look at it.
Is it?
It's a bad deal. See, yeah. I mean, they're not.
Well, we don't know.
He can't stay healthy, and they don't win.
And you can make that argument. I guess what I'm getting at, I think if you're going to pay a quarterback, what you can ask for is annual relevance, annual shots at a crown. I don't think that you should marry large contracts to winning the Super Bowl. Almost all of the quarterbacks in the NFL have not won a Super Bowl. Almost all of them. There are very, very few. And some of the
number
ones,
is actually 34.
Right, but I'm talking
34
about
humans have ever won the Super Bowl as quarterback.
But in the league right now, what are there? Four or five? And some of them.
It's more than that if you count Joe Flacco.
Sure.
And if you count Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers.
But Aaron doesn't have a job right now.
Right.
And Russell is on very, very thin ground. They're not franchise guys anymore.
Right.
Stafford is on his way out.
You got Stafford. Well, he counts.
Yes.
Because he's got a couple more years of being a guy.
But no one's going to reboot him at north of $50 million. He's getting old.
You got Stafford and Mahomes.
And you got Patrick.
Yep.
Patrick.
Yep.
In terms of prime dudes who've done it, you have, one. Jalen Hurts now. Jalen Hurts. Okay, two. So that's what you got. So, that's all I'm saying. I'm not, of course, we're 49er fans. Of course the bar is winning a ring. That's the bar, even though they haven't done it in over 30 years. But if you're talking contractual, and by the way, how many players does this extend to? Do we only do it to quarterbacks?
Mainly, yeah.
That's it?
Well, that's how it works. You're the quarterback.
Understood, but there's a leader on the other side of the ball.
Yeah, Fred Warner, highest paid linebacker in football.
So bad deal if they don't win?
He's held to a different standard.
Why?
Because he's not the quarterback, and that's just the way it works.
I guess, but I don't really see it as it should be that way. This is not only about the quarterback. They are the most important. But I think that's what you're asking for. I am asking for my team, kind of, I guess, the Josh Allen model is what I would hope for. I don't think you can look at Josh Allen, even if he doesn't win the Super Bowl in the next 4 or 5 years, and be like, well, that was a bad contract. Dude, it's Josh Allen. He won the MVP. Lamar Jackson, I'm not going to say this deal sucked if you didn't win the Super Bowl. You're Lamar Jackson. And I'm not saying, by the way, that Brock is those guys. I'm just talking about whether or not you feel good about the deal. To me, annual relevance. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'm looking for more than that. I'm looking for a Super Bowl appearance. And if you get to the Super Bowl again and you don't win, I'm disappointed, but at least he'd be a quarterback who was able to be a part of getting his team back into the Super Bowl. Because what TJ said, put aside the $47 million part of it, but I do think that there's some merit to that, where you got to be a guy when you're making that much money, that much of the salary cap, you've got to be able to elevate those around him. And now that Brock Purdy is going to be in that neighborhood making that kind of money, his responsibility is greater to be a player who can make lesser players around him better.
Interesting, though, because I also think, like, and I know we do this. We've done it with Jalen Hurts, but, like, when the Eagles won the Super Bowl in February, I didn't walk out of there and go, damn, Jalen Hurts did that. And I would argue nobody did. I remember
he was the MVP, right, of the game?
Maybe. I don't even remember.
Yeah,
I don't even remember. But we also know that the quarterback wins the MVP. I remember what everyone was talking about coming out of the game, and it was their pass rush. That's what everyone was talking about coming out of the game. I didn't walk away from that game being like, damn, dude, Jalen Hurts went and won the Super Bowl. And I get it. I understand how we sort of view this, but that's why I would change it from winning the Super Bowl to annual relevance, because if you're relevant every year, then your quarterback is playing really well. And then a few other things are probably what's going to or not going to push you over the top to win the Super Bowl. This is a guy who's already gone to overtime of the Super Bowl, and there are many who would argue, and I know there are 1,000 plays in a game, but many would argue that if one offensive lineman had just gone the other way, the Niners might have won that game. And then we're talking about something completely different based on human beings that had nothing to do with that at all. So
maybe if his coach understood the overtime rules, they could have won the game.
You could argue that.
Yep.
Yeah, you could argue that. So, all right, we're going to go to the phones. But is that how you would sort of put a marker on whether this is a good deal or not for the Niners? Does they have to win the Super Bowl? Do they have to go to the Super Bowl? For me, it's just you have to be good every year. Like, you have to be a good football team, and you have to dance in that dance every year. And I'm willing to see the bigger picture that you're not always going to win it. You're not always going to win it. You know what I mean? Like, again, I'd look at the first. If they had paid him $50-some-odd million so far for the first 3 years, how would you feel about it?
You'd feel pretty good.
See?
Yeah.
That's
because he went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. And another NFC title game. Like, I'd feel good about that. I'd be like, that's good production for your money, even though there's no ring.
And even though last year was a disappointment, you feel less good about it after last year than you would prior to that, for sure.
Fair. That's fair. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. How about Trevor in Rohnert Park, who I think I'm going to talk to 2 days in a row. We're gonna do the thing tomorrow morning.
Nice.
We're gonna do it. Trevor, what's going on, man? Thanks for calling. Uh-oh. I hope our connection tomorrow morning is better than this one. 3, 2, 1. Trevor, try again. What you got?
Yep. All right. You got me? Can you hear me now?
Now we got you.
Better, yeah.
All right. Now it's better. Yes, Sunday Sports. I'll see you tomorrow morning for sure. Look, excited about.
It got worse. Yeah. Pick up Trevor and see if he can drive somewhere down the street. We can talk to him a little bit more.
It's a good effort.
Yeah.
Real good effort.
Anyway, go ahead.
He was going to talk about offensive line woes or offensive line issues. And yeah, that's part of it, where you can pay a quarterback $53 million a year. And if you don't have a good offensive line and you can't run the ball, well, you're probably going to be screwed. Unless you have Lamar Jackson, somebody who can really make plays and do it on his own, and you don't have that. So
yeah, I mean, like, text line just sends in. What do you think of this? 925, dude. So first of all, I get it. You're mad, dude. If you make more money, you have more responsibility. That's kind of how life works for most people. At what point did any of us skirt responsibility for Brock Purdy? I don't think anyone did that. I know I didn't do that. I said the bar for the 49ers is always they're going to be measured by Super Bowls. That's not, I don't care what the hell the quarterback is making. And oh, by the way, I didn't say, yeah, he doesn't need to do anything. They need to be good every single year. They need to be good. But to literally mark a $50-some-odd million contract and say it only works if they win a ring. So in other words, if 5 years from now, the 49ers have gone to 4 NFC title games and 2 Super Bowls, but they didn't win a ring, you're going to come to me and be like, boy, they screwed that contract up. shouldn't have kept him.
No, not at all.
No, you're not going to say that. That's what I'm getting at.
If they win one Super Bowl and don't make the playoffs in any of the other 5 years, I would still look at that and say it was a successful contract. If they, let's say this year, they go out and they win the Super Bowl, and then for the next 5 years, he isn't very good. They aren't very good, and they struggle and they fall on their face. For me, it still is a successful contract because you would have gotten there and gotten it done, even though you wouldn't have the consistent, sustained success is what you're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. I just like that. To me, again, and I know maybe it's splitting hairs or whatnot, but the bottom line for me is that you're like, I don't think there's a comp for this concept that TJ's putting out there. There's not a comp for that around the league. Nobody else is looking at their star quarterback who's making a lot of money and the team is good most years, if not all, winning divisions, making playoff appearances, and saying, "Yeah, I don't like this. We made a mistake." Lions fans are not saying.
Well, the Cowboys are Cowboys fans, and they're consistently good. I mean, they're consistently a good team. They make the playoffs most years, and then they fizzle out. And he's making huge money.
Okay,
the biggest money.
Right. So that's part of it. Like, he's making the most money. Brock's not.
No, but he's up there in that league.
Right. But okay, so let's go through all of those other people that are north of $50 million. And I don't even know if there are Jags fans, but they don't even ask the team to be good. And I don't hear a drumbeat around Trevor Lawrence. Tua is making up there. I don't really see a whole lot going on there. I already mentioned about Jared Goff. Who else is up north of $50 million? Buffalo loves Josh Allen. The Charger fans love Justin Herbert. He's north of $50 million.
Well, they actually made the playoffs this past year, which was kind of a nice change.
Right. But has he ever won a playoff game?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's still 0-2, I think, in the playoffs. And then, there's Burrow, there's Lamar. Nobody in these fan bases is like, boy, we got the wrong guy. We did the wrong thing by paying that
I think
player.
the Jaguars are, like you said, if there is a fan base, and the Cowboys, all you have to do is ask Guru what he thinks about Dak Prescott. And I think that the Cowboys look at that and think that was a mistake. Kyler Murray's not quite making 50, I don't think, but that's another franchise that...
Like 46, 47, I think.
That is a bad contract. That one was also a mistake. So, and again, these are organizations that are mostly broken. If you talk about Arizona and Jacksonville... Those are franchises that are poorly run.
Well, right, but I wouldn't say that in general based on all the other names we just threw out there. Again, I wonder how many people look at it this way. Dude, it's kind of an opportunity to want to pay your quarterback that much money.
Absolutely.
Do you know how many franchises would freaking love to be able to even think about having a quarterback that somebody wants to give $50 million to? The Bears pray that in 2 years they want to give Caleb Williams $60 million. They're praying for that. But most organizations are just bouncing around not really having the guy. And some of them sign people and they know damn well that's not the guy. The Raiders are not under the impression that in a couple of years, Geno Smith's going to be worth $58 a year. They're just I don't know, let's just hang out for another year or two and see if we can win some games and something cool will happen. I don't know. It's kind of what the Seahawks did in bringing in Sam Darnold, who goes to the playoffs and the Vikings let him walk out the door. I mean, look through the lens from a different angle. Dude, this is a great opportunity when a team has a QB that has earned that and that they want to give that money to. And it's not preventative of other players.
No, especially as the cap continues to go up. We had David Lombardi on last week, and he was talking about that very part of it where the cap continues to go up and all these international games and all the revenue that keeps coming into the league. So even though you're paying $53 million average annual value for Brock Purdy, by the time you get 3 and 4 years into the deal, it's going to be a smaller percentage of the overall cap because the cap's going to continue to grow.
888-957-9570. Let's keep going on the phone. Let's go to David in Concord. Hi, David. Thanks for calling.
Yeah. Hey, guys. Hope you're doing great. I want to get into Brock Purdy's contract a little bit. over the weekend, Dieter Kurtenbach of the Bay Area News Group wrote a good piece breaking down the contract, but I want to hear it from you guys if you understand it. Why is this such a team-friendly contract?
I mean, we can answer that well, first of all, that's an opinion. So I don't, but I do feel, I don't know if I would call it such a team-friendly contract, but here's what I would say. First of all, as Dibbs already pointed out, when you average this out over the life of the deal, because of this year, the extension actually doesn't fully kick in. You're actually getting Brock Purdy at less than $50 million per season. Secondarily, you've already watched the 49ers still completely be able to maneuver for other players. Kittle gets an extension, Warner gets an extension, and the 49ers, as they stand currently, this is a moving target, but as they stand currently for this season, are, I think, second in the entire NFL in terms of money under the cap, which means two things. A, they have maneuverability to get more players this year if they need, and B, that money rolls over into future years if they don't use it. So they still have a ton of flexibility. And the last way I'd answer it is very simple. Brock Purdy took money that's less than some players he's better than. And not everybody does that. Some players won't do that. Josh Allen did it this year. Brock Purdy did it this year. He absolutely could have looked at the Niners and said, I'm not taking less than Trevor Lawrence. Why would I do that? But he did.
Yep.
So that's team friendly.
Well, and the real biggest piece of it being team friendly to me is the fact that a lot of the money guaranteed is in the first 3 years. So you get 3 years in, and that will give the Niners the flexibility that they want in the later years of the contract because you pay out the majority of the guarantees up front. The signing bonus is $40 million, and that's spread out over 5 years. But beyond that, after you get 3 years into the deal with most of the guaranteed money already being paid, the Niners will have two choices. Either continue to ride this contract, which will be going up and up and up, or you rip the contract up, you give them a new contract with new guaranteed money, and you keep kicking that can down the road. But having a lot of money up front for the first 3 years gives them the flexibility to make the decision they want to make down the road.
Yep, and I will continue. I know people have a hard time with this. I'll continue to give Brock Purdy credit for this. I know people are like, this is not a selfless act. He's making $53 million a year. Yes, that's very true. Simple fact is he played it in a way that not everybody would have played it. If they did truly, according to reports, ask for $65 million a year to start these negotiations, the Niners were like, we're not doing that, and they whittled it all the way down. And if this is as far as the Niners would go, at least right now, in the month of May, Brock Purdy and his agent absolutely could have said, well, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And then this gets drawn out, and it becomes dramatic, and it becomes divisive, and all the things that Brandon Ayuk and Nick Bosa and everybody else over the last few off seasons has allowed this to be. And so now you get a kumbaya offseason, which I think the 49ers sorely, sorely needed.
Definitely. And not only kumbaya, but they're down there today. And you've got everybody out there for phase 3 of the OTAs. And so you don't have to worry about all the distractions and all the off-field crap, if I may. I know kids are probably in their car coming home from school. I apologize for the harsh language, but that's what you had to deal with the last couple of years. This year, you don't have it. You just had to make sure that George Kittle came back from Bottle Rock in one piece.
And I'm told that he did.
Yep.
TJ Houshmandzadeh earlier today said the Purdy deal is an overpay unless they win the whole banana. TJ will join us to talk that out a little further coming up next. We're sponsored by Safeway, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's Cheryl Bosa and Nick Bosa. Did you hear the news about Joey Bosa?
He got hurt, I think, right?
He's already hurt.
How bad?
Bad enough that they're holding him out all the way till training camp.
Yeah.
You're going to miss the summer. It's a full pulled hammy, I think. And that was the thing. That was the worry when it came to Joey Bosa. I know the 49ers were a hot conversation with regard to Joey Bosa this offseason. Speaking of hot conversation, that's what our next guest does.
I love this guest.
That's why we bring him on, because we love him, and he'll say the damn thing. And he did today on Speak on FS1, essentially saying the Niners overpaid Brock Purdy unless he wins the whole thing. So joining us now, River Island's guest line, none other than TJ Houshmandzadeh. TJ, what's going on, man? How are you?
Man, I'm good. How y'all doing?
We're doing just fine, man. Now, I would love to hear you expand on this a little bit, because obviously there are a bunch of quarterbacks around the league who have major contracts, and their teams are not worried about that contract at all, and they have not even been to a Super Bowl like a Josh Allen, like a Lamar Jackson. So why does Brock Purdy have to win the whole banana to basically justify this deal?
So let me say this.
Okay.
I actually think Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. If you go back 2 years ago, I believe I was the first one saying Brock Purdy is a top 12, 15 quarterback. I was the first one on television saying that. Nobody else was saying that. Once I started saying it, people started to follow suit. Go look it up. Pull up the receipts. But when you look at the 49ers, Josh Allen is not playing with a Trent Williams, a George Kittle, a Ayuk, a Debo, a Christian McCaffrey, a Fred Warner, a Bosa, a Hufanga. When has Josh Allen ever had that? When has Lamar Jackson ever had that? These Pro Bowlers and all pros, everybody that I just named. And so last year, those guys were hurt. Not all of them, but some of them, the majority of them. 1-6 against playoff teams. But when those guys are playing well, Brock Purdy is playing well. And so is Brock Purdy the reason, or is everybody else the reason? And last year kind of showed me against the playoff teams, he wasn't able to get it done. And I still think he's a good quarterback. I'm just not giving him what they gave him. I'm happy for him. Generational wealth for all the Purdys from years to come, unless somebody messes it up. But I'm not giving him that contract.
You mentioned on TV today that you'd give him $47 million a year, but not 53. How did you discover 47 as the number? And what really is the difference between? I know $6 million is the difference. I'm kind of a math guy, but what's the difference in your mind over 53 a year versus 47?
I just think this is what happens when you. Everybody on the team feels like their role is important, especially when you're a really good player. When you start giving players a contract that the other guys in the locker room, and it's meaning you're good players, feel they don't deserve, they'll never say anything, but that can become a problem because for Trent, he had to hold out for his. Bosa had to hold out for his. Ayuk had to hold out for his. And then Purdy didn't have to hold out. You just gave it to him, and probably more than you needed to. And so 47, it was just something where I looked at the quarterback. Jalen Hurts was underpaid. I mean, overpaid at one point. He's underpaid now. And so when Jalen Hurts signed his contract, a lot of people was like, what? They overpaid for him. Had just gone to the Super Bowl. They lost. Now he's won a Super Bowl. I believe he's underpaid. I just feel like this year is going to be so much pressure on Brock Purdy. One, because of the contract. Two, Debo will no longer be there, obviously. Ayuk is coming off an injury. Hufanga isn't there. Greenlaw isn't there. will Kittle, McCaffrey, Trent Williams, how many games will they miss, amongst those three? Because those are the three best offensive players on the football team, at least in my opinion. McCaffrey, Kittle, and Trent Williams are the three best offensive football players on that team. If they've missed time, can Brock Purdy get it done? He showed me last year he couldn't.
TJ Houshmandzadeh, speak for yourself on FS1, and obviously a former receiving great himself, joining us here on Willard and Dibs. TJ, does this only apply in your mind to quarterbacks? Because you mentioned it can become a problem in the locker room if someone is making a contract number that they don't deserve. And you, I'm not coming out of left field with this. There are a healthy number of people around this team right now who might feel that way about Brandon and the contract that he got.
100% it applies for everybody. This isn't just a quarterback thing. It's everybody on the team. If you are making more money than what you are producing, there's somewhat of a resentment, and nobody will ever say it. You ask them a question, and they're going to be politically correct. And then when you talk so much each other, boy, can you believe Buddy making all this money and he ain't doing bleep, bleep, bleep? You talk about that amongst yourself. And we would say it to the player, like, boy, you robbing them. You robbing the bank without a mask. Or you stealing money. Like, we would say that to the guy in the locker room and laugh about it. And so, again, I hate when this comes up because it makes it seem as if I don't think Brock Purdy can play. I do. I just feel like you overpaid when you didn't have to, or at least when you shouldn't have. Because I could have sworn they said early in the offseason, did they not? They're going to go about a different way of how they do contracts. San Francisco 49ers said that. Did they mean they're not going to force guys to hold out? Or what did that mean? Didn't they say that, though, Jed York and John Lynch?
I mean, I don't know if they said it necessarily in those words. Jed York did say last year that they knew Brock Purdy was going to ask for something that no one's ever gotten before. Like, I'm interested that you've twice stated that you think that they didn't have to give this number. And I'm looking at a guy who took less than Trevor Lawrence and less than Tua. Like, do you honestly think they could have gone even lower?
Okay, and I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay.
Because a lot of people will say he's played better than Tua and Trevor Lawrence. And he has. But people got to understand, they got to realize, and don't act like what I'm about to say isn't the truth. Trevor Lawrence was the first pick of the draft. They're going to pay him. You just show you can play a little bit, they're going to pay you. Tua was a top 10 pick. All's in the same boat. You just show you can play a little bit, they're going to pay you. Purdy was like me. We got to get it out the mud. We starting at the bottom, and we got to work our way to the top. Everything that you do is what I'm saying. Is it because of everybody else? He was the last pick of the draft. Man, his team around him is so good. That's why he's doing what he's doing. They signed those contracts and they received those contracts because where they were drafted. Purdy is always going to be questioned. Purdy isn't an overachiever. He is not an overachiever. He's just playing better than anybody thought he would play. And he was misevaluated. That's all. He was misevaluated, but those guys received those contracts because of where they were drafted. And if anybody in the NFL says that's not true, they're lying. How many first rounders get second contracts or that the fifth year option picked up and you like, damn, Buddy ain't been doing nothing. But it's, he was drafted in the first round for a reason. And so, again, I'm happy that Purdy got the money. But if I'm the general manager, I'm holding firm.
And part of that is also, people who draft these players, they don't want to admit that they're wrong, right? And so You draft a guy, and even if he maybe isn't worth the contract that you're going to give him, you go ahead and pick up the fifth-year option and you give him that fresh money, because if you don't, that's a reflection on you, and then it comes across like you failed in the first place.
100%. The general manager, your first-round picks, your second-round picks, your third-round picks, when they are signed to second contracts, you're looked at as you're doing a hell of a job drafting and developing, identifying talent at the college level, get them into your program, and they're fitting exactly the way you thought they would fit. And so if you're in the personnel department, you're in the front office, you're the general manager, that makes you look good. And so that's why I believe those guys sign contracts. To me, it's much harder to find a Brock Purdy. It's much harder to find a Hufanga late in the draft, and they turn out to be really good players. So John Lynch is doing his job. Again, I was singing Purdy's praises before many people were. I just feel like you can field a better team when your quarterback is making a little less. Now, these quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, those guys are the standard. Am I missing one?
No, probably not.
Those guys are the standard. Then it's everybody else. It's those four. And then everybody else. And so what they make should never be brought to me in the conversation with what other guys make. Now, we know Dak Prescott is the highest paid quarterback in the league, but those four should be in the league of their own when it comes to pay, because their play has demonstrated that.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that, TJ, but you also know there's a timing mechanism to this, which is just like there's a recency to contracts, and guys tend to surpass one another. Like, Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, I mean, they do make more than Brock Purdy.
But it's only the quarterback position where, I'm next, so I got to be the highest paid. Only the quarterback position.
Well,
every other position.
I can make the case that your position has been a little bit like that, TJ.
What position?
Wide receiver.
Is that true?
Oh, I mean, don't you think?
Well, Justin Jefferson this year, right?
Don't you think guys like that position over the last...
Justin Jefferson, when he signed his contract, was universal the first or second best receiver in the league.
No doubt. But there is...
And Jamar Chase, when he signed his contract, was universal first or second best in the league. What I'm saying is, when Ayuk signed his contract, why didn't he just go from where he went to number one? The quarterbacks, they always jump near the top. Regardless if you're one of the top quarterbacks or not, you jump near the top.
Well, but
if not the top.
Well, but that didn't happen with Brock. So I guess that I think that's actually kind of where you and I, at least, I don't want to speak for anyone else, but that's where we disagree, because I would be all with you if he had jumped Dak or if he had jumped Joe Burrow. But he didn't. He slotted in below those guys.
As he should. But what I'm saying is the 49ers have done such a great job of drafting guys. Are we certain that it's not the guys around Purdy? Are we certain? Because last year, McCaffrey was out. Kittle missed some games. Trent Williams missed quite a few games. BA missed a lot of the season. Did he play how he had played in previous years?
He did not play nearly as well, but TJ, but you also know that if you really want to look at what happened to the Niners last year, dude, their defense was way worse than their offense. And
of course their defense was worse, because they have always had a top defense.
Right.
They've always been top 10.
No, they were flat bad, TJ. I mean, if you go to the numbers, they were bad.
They were outside the top 20.
Yes, they were in a lot of the metrics. Yes, they were.
Defensively?
Yes. I mean, if you're looking at the overall, but if you look at their ability to, for instance, stop the run, they were outside the top
overall
20.
Defensively, the Bengals were bad defensively.
Yes, they were.
That's a bad defense.
That's a bad defense. And they missed the playoffs as well.
And this is the thing, though. I'm such a believer in Robert Saleh. The Jets were dumb to fire him. I'll stand on that hill forever. The Niners are going to be better. He's just that good of a defensive coach. He's that good. They're going to be better defensively. They're not going to have the miscommunications and the big plays and people just running. He's going to stop the run, and they're going to be able to rush the passer. But I just feel like, again, if you're going to crack the top 10 in quarterback pay, you have to be one of those dudes. And, yeah, Trevor Lawrence hasn't done that yet. Yeah, Tua's had some flashes. It's just now staying healthy. But those guys, where they were drafted, it kind of helps them out in what they received on their second contract. I just would have 47 would have been my max. If you make $47 million a year, you're still rich as hell.
More right.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I mean, that's true at 30, though, too, TJ.
Sure.
I mean, you know what I mean?
I mean, even 14.
Right. Like, and TJ, what about this? Because I don't want to split hairs, but your statement was it's an overpay unless he wins the whole thing. What if the next handful of years are just similar to what it's been, which is like constant, contention toward the end? Would you still consider it bad if they just don't break through, but they're right there?
No, I would consider it bad. No. I would not consider it bad. I would just be like, should have gave him 47. But I like Shanahan as a coach. Like, I don't think, dude, Jimmy Garoppolo took the 49ers to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo did.
Yeah.
So it goes like a Shanahan coach team, they're going to be very creative. They're going to win games. Now you got your boy back with you running the defense. They're going to be better. And so you say, what's the difference in 47 and 53 over a 3-year deal? That's $18, $20 million. That's another player that can really help us.
Yeah, theoretically.
That's another player. And that's all I'm saying is sometimes you got to stick firm because if I can get him at this number, I can go get another starter with the money that we're saving. They didn't do that. And they'll be fine because Shanahan has shown he can draft and develop guys. Now, he got to get back to doing that because he's kind of hit a little rough patch lately. But draft, develop, and pay your guys. Losing Greenlaw is going to be a big deal, even though he had been hurt. But when he's on the field, that defense is different.
Yeah, and now yeah. I was going to ask you about Brandon.
Fred Warner, that's going. We don't know. Can Juwan Jennings, can Pearsall, can one of them be the lead dog? You would assume we have Pearsall to be that. But can they? We don't know. It's unknown. When all the attention is on you, can you be that? Or will now the lead dog be George Kittle in the passing game? And so Shanahan is smart. If they can't be that, it's going to be Kittle and McCaffrey. And then if it is McCaffrey, are you going to be putting too much on his plate? And so it's a happy medium. You have to balance. To me, that's the wild card is the receiver room. How is it going to be? Because I don't believe BA will start the season healthy and playing in game week 1. How is that receiver room going to be? Who's going to be the number one option, whether it's Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, or whomever else? And if it isn't in the receiver room, then we know it's going to be George Kittle. How does that work?
TJ, have you talked to Brandon? Is that kind of what you're getting as far as how his rehab is coming?
No. Me and Brandon talked. It was during combine training, real briefly, because I don't know. I've never had that injury. I've never been through that, so I can't give you no advice on, bro, do this, do. I've never been through that. And so, no, we haven't talked about when you coming back or anything at all. We were just talking, real brief conversation. I was training guys, quick little FaceTime, and that was it.
How are his mentals through all this when you talk to him?
Oh, I would think he's fine, man. You know, anybody, when you have an injury like that, you've never suffered that type of injury, it's human nature to be down on yourself. And then you got to get right back on the horse because time waits for no man. You either going to get with it or you're going to get left. And once you get over feeling sorry for yourself, you just do what we know how to do best. That's put your head down and go to work.
TJ, really appreciate you coming on, man. It's a good conversation.
Hey, man, y'all take care, man. Tell Purdy I still like him, man. I just, that's TJ the business man.
We'll let him know. We'll let him know. OTA started today, so we'll let him know. Thank you, my man.
All right, fellas.
All right, there he is. That's TJ Houshmandzadeh joining us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. There's a lot to chew on there.
Yep.
There's a lot to chew on there. But again, to me, and this is maybe a flaw in the way that I think, but if you're willing to pay a guy 47, you're probably willing to pay a guy 53.
Yeah.
And I don't have the insight on how these negotiations went in order to say definitively what TJ said, which is that you could have gone lower. Like that was kind of the insinuation. The Niners could have gotten him for less. I don't know. I really don't. Like the way these things go, I looked at 53 and went, dude, nice job. Nice job. Because he could have, there is a way for him to have twisted the 49ers' arms for more. He could have.
Yeah. I mean, there's also a way that they could have gone and played hardball.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a number of different ways it could have gone. It seemed clear to me that neither side wanted that to be the way that it went, which is why he signed in mid-May. They could have just said, well, no deal, and you can play on the final year of your contract, and then we'll franchise you a couple times, and he could say, well, I'm not showing up then, and both sides could have done a lot of things that would have been damaging to the team and to the season, and instead, 53. And I just was fascinated by the $47 million average annual part of it. Like, if he signed for 47, would TJ then be thinking, all right, you don't have to win the Super Bowl because you're only making 47, but at 53, now you got to go out and win the whole thing.
I think that whole, like, you have to do this or you have to do that. I mean, I could argue it both ways. I could argue that it exists no matter what. Even if he was still making $1 million. If people believe that you're good, if they believe that the 49ers are good, and you're good enough to maneuver your way through the season, then they're gonna expect you to win. I mean, 2 seasons ago, the 49ers were favored going into the Super Bowl. And people were angry when they didn't win it.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like, it's because he makes $53 million. He made one. He made one. And we walked out of that game, many of us going, dude, you should have won. You should have won that football game. And maybe he wasn't the main person that people were pointing at, but he's on the list. He was not bad in that game. He wasn't great in that game either. McCaffrey fumbled, Shanahan decisions, whatever, overtime, all of that, I think came before Brock. But people were disappointed. They still are. So, number of things to weigh in on. And you can absolutely do it right now. 888-957-9570. What to you constitutes success off of that deal? Do they have to win the whole thing for you to think that it's going to be worth it? We can take your phone calls on that. Plus, the art of any potential Giannis deal. Somebody called Steiny and Goo earlier today, and this is what got me going on it. Someone called and said, Giannis is going to call Steph and go, well, wait a minute. Wait, Jimmy won't be there? And Draymond won't be there? And Kuminga won't be there? Why would I come there? And I thought to myself, you just sent over $100 million out the door. You're not going to have to give that up to get Giannis. And so I did a little digging.
Okay. And I'm excited to hear this deal.
Did a little digging. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs.
Brock Purdy the reason, or is everybody else the reason?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Look, it's kind of the same old story. I get annoyed by this. It's my problem, so whatever. If you get annoyed by it, great. If you don't, you don't. Whatever. I just think it's funny in the NFL that there is even a concept that exists of anyone only being good because of what's happening around them. I think that's a weird thing to think. That's me.
Well, I think it's weird to think that it wouldn't be the other way around. Like, what player on a really bad team in football goes out there and is just awesome?
Right. Like, I thought that statement you just heard, it's kind of disrespectful to the Ravens. It is. Oh, does Lamar Jackson have any good players around him? Crap tons.
Yeah.
Like, you don't think there are any good Mark Andrews is not a great tight end the same way Brock Purdy has George Kittle? He not good. Mark Andrews is not good.
Derrick Henry.
Is Brock Purdy the reason, or is everybody else the reason?
Derrick Henry, good little running back?
The answer's neither. Neither is my answer. Or both. Like how? But you can't have the tweener. There's no such thing as a quarterback who just goes for a ride. That doesn't exist. And
it's rare.
And there's no such thing as a quarterback that goes, all right, these other 52 people, they suck, but watch this. Like, doesn't exist.
Yeah, Trent Dilfer went on a bit of a ride when they won the Super Bowl in Baltimore.
Yeah,
but that's like one of one.
But Shannon Sharp did what on the sideline? He yelled Trent Dilfer for president because whoever, and I can't even remember who it was who started the year as the Ravens quarterback, couldn't get it done. It was going the wrong way. You have to at least be able to hold this thing together. You have to be able to make some good throws. You have to be able to function out there. Is it easier for some than others? I mean, the Ravens, for example, the Dilfer year you're talking about, they were barely even asked to go out there and score. Their defense was so electric. Okay, but the Niners don't have that. Even the Niners defense that was really good a couple years ago, it wasn't that good. It wasn't Baltimore Ravens Ray Lewis level good, in my opinion. And, he mentioned the Buffalo Bills. So, so James Cook's that's not a good running back. He's not. All of the Daltons are not good tight ends.
Right.
You know what I mean? The Bills, they spent a lot of money at the start of the year, at least on their defense. I don't know. They went out and drafted a bunch of wide receivers, and then they traded for Amari Cooper. And prior to that, they had Stephon Diggs. These aren't good players. So I'm willing to split the difference with you. I've never sat here and said that Brock Purdy is any of those quarterbacks. But I don't think it exists. The idea that someone can play quarterback in the NFL and just have a really good player at every other position, and therefore that's what makes the whole thing go. I just don't think that exists.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. And the answer is Tony Banks was the quarterback for the first 8 games.
Tony Banks.
5-3 as a starter, and then Dilfer goes 7-1. And in those games, just looking at, they won 13-7. They've got a 24-3, a 21-3 in the playoffs. They basically were not expected to score. Just go out there, don't throw a pick six, and do what you can to get us into field goal range a couple of times, and we'll do the rest. Yeah. It's not to diminish Trent Dilfer, Bay Area guy, who is a Super Bowl champ, but that's one of the rare times where the quarterback was not asked to do an extraordinary amount.
I mean, he brought up Tua. He goes, Tua has shown flashes. Wait a minute. Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle? We're not doing that there. I mean, I don't know. With the way it actually looks now, it's funny because we would go, Purdy's got this all-star team around him, and I get it. 2 years ago, Christian McCaffrey was like offensive player of the year level.
Right.
But when you look at Purdy's, quote, wide receiver core right now, goes through a little bit of a different lens, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Right? Like all of a sudden, when it went into that year and you're like, and he's got Debo, and he's got Brandon, and then last year you're like, whoa. Right?
Well, he had 3rd and Juwan a couple of years ago, too.
Well,
and now he's your one.
And he almost was a 1,000-yard receiver. It's funny the way people look at it. They go, oh, Debo and Brandon went out and the whole thing cratered. No, actually it didn't. It didn't. The analytics will tell you it didn't. I'm not here to say that he played as well last year. He clearly didn't. But the offense absolutely still functioned, and with receivers who we didn't think, I'll raise my hand, I didn't think Juwan Jennings could go out there and look like that, but then suddenly he did. So with basically nothing from Brandon and a very, very off year from Deebo Samuel, there's no questioning which was the worst side of the ball last year, and it was unequivocally the defense. You cannot argue otherwise. So that's all. I just, the whole thing is always shared. Brock absolutely shares in the disappointment from last year, but if you want to go back to the year before, you don't get to be like, well, yeah, Brock just hopped on the back of a buggy and Christian McCaffrey took the 49ers to the Super Bowl. That does not work that way. He had a top 15
year in terms of quarterback rating all time, the Brock Purdy season, and he was the front runner for MVP until Christmas when he had a bad game against Baltimore and he did not win the MVP. I think he wound up 5th, right, in the voting.
He did.
He was top 5 in the MVP voting, but this year coming up is a year where he's going to have to, it looks like, play better in the offense and do more in an offense where you're not going to have Brandon Ayuk likely until, I don't know, October at the earliest, and you don't have Deebo. He's gone. You've got a young wide receiver core, and now Juwan Jennings is going to probably be wide receiver 1 unless you make some other additions. You get McCaffrey back, and TJ Houshmandzadeh was saying, yeah, George Kittle probably is going to be your 1 in the passing game, but Brock Purdy's going to have to do a lot with a lesser cast of characters this year.
Check this out. Like, these are back-to-back texts on our text line right now. One of them, 510, I think this is a great point, because he says now Jalen Hurts is underpaid. He goes, Jalen Hurts has A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley.
Right.
Doesn't even bring up their tight end situation, which is also
and Dallas Goedert,
way above average. And he goes, but somehow Jalen Hurts is underpaid? And he's doing it by himself, right? Very next text is about the Bills, 707. Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox were on milk cartons. James Cook is nowhere near a McCaffrey, Deebo, or Kittle, or a BA. Now, here's where I'd argue back on that. Go back to last year and take it from someone who had James Cook on a fantasy team. James Cook last year was absolutely better than a McCaffrey, a Deebo, or a BA. Because McCaffrey barely played last year.
Yeah.
Deebo wildly disappointing. BA also totally missing. James Cook has an unbelievable year. And guess what happens? Josh Allen wins the MVP. And we go, wow, Josh is doing it all by himself. Look, the bottom line is all roads lead to the same thing. And TJ admitted it. If you really listen closely to the conversation, we're still having the same draftism conversation.
Exactly.
He said it out loud. He goes, Trevor Lawrence got paid because of where he got picked. And so did Tua, and that's the way it works. Fine, then let's accept it and just admit that we all suffer from draftism, and then we go from there.
Well, that's why I was asking him about, GMs who do this because they don't want to be proven that the draft pick was a mistake. So, and I know regimes change a lot before you actually get a chance to ink a guy to his second contract, but you draft a guy with number 1 overall, and he's good. Trevor Lawrence has been good. Last year he was not good, but he's gone to the playoffs, and he's been a good enough quarterback, and he checks the boxes, 6'6", and number 1 overall. So, yeah, it's easy to go out and give him a deal that resets the market. And Brock Purdy is, TJ's right, I think. He's going to suffer from the draftism until he goes out there and does something special, like win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, so, Gio, if Brock would just do something special.
Well, he has one more thing to do, win the Super Bowl.
I know.
I mean, he's been to the Super Bowl, and even that is not enough. In some corners, I was looking at Pro Football Focus today, and they did their top 32 quarterback rankings, and they did it by tier, and Brock Purdy's in, I think, tier 3A, and he's ranked number 11. Geno Smith is ranked number 10.
Okay.
And this was one person who used a lot of the PFF rankings, but also put in some of his own personal judgments and opinions into the piece as well. And he's got Brock Purdy at 11. And I could look at that and go, 11, I'd probably have him a little bit higher, but, and TJ even said it, like the top 4 guys, pretty ironclad. And then, the next 4, depending on how you feel, like Matthew Stafford's a guy who came in ahead of him. And he's done more in his career. He is getting a little bit older. Jared Goff was slightly ahead of him. And, you start to get into a spot where you could put Brock Purdy 7, 6, 7, 8. I don't know if you'd put him much lower than 12, but it's just, as you see these rankings, and I won't even go to the ringer, Steven Ruiz, who had him at 19 or 20.
He realized very early on that he could get invited on every radio show in America and get a ton of clicks if he just kept doing that to Brock every week. Every week. It was like, oh, he had a good game. So he went up from 24 to 23. He's still behind people who have not even played a game yet. But hey, let's do this because I get all sorts of attention. So I think we all get that. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're going to go to the phones. I got the Giannis thing. And by the way, before we leave today, I got something that is kind of non-sports but I need help with it.
Okay.
And there's not a human being listening to the show that won't relate to this. It's about grades. It's about the grades that we get in school.
Okay.
Okay. And I have two different situations, and I need to handle both of them before I go to bed tonight. So
grades that you have to give.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because not like all of us got grades.
Right.
But very few of us then get the opportunity to be the one giving the grades.
Yeah.
Well, no, but we always, right? Like you're always ticked. You're like, this teacher, right? Like, put it this way. If you got in a class, like the metrics laid it all the way out, and you got an 89.8 in the class.
Yeah.
Did you get an A- or did you get a B+?
B+.
Okay.
I'm from the old school. From the old school.
More on that in just a sec. More on that. But let's go out to the phones. Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon, guys, and thanks for taking my phone call. Hey, I got no problem with the money. That's the going rate, like I said before in the call. And, it's kind of like tires in your car. It's going to, if you need a set of 4, depending on your make and model, it's going to run you at least $1,000+. And even if you don't like it, you can't do away with that because you can't run on rims only. But my problem is the things that I need Brock to improve on, I don't think it's ever going to happen. Like, how do we feel when they're facing a playoff game in the rain? Those hands are never going to grow bigger. And also, what do we do if we need just one shot and it's 50, 60 yards away and we need a Hail Mary?
Jonathan, is it
throw it 60 yards?
Is it unfair when you say what happens if they have to play a playoff game in the rain? And the first thing that goes through my head is they already did. And they won. And in fact, they were down with 3 minutes to go and he got the ball in his hands. And it took the team around the field and they got a touchdown. What, like, can I not say that, Jonathan?
You know what? I think I'm too much into the last year, so I can't remember that. But I will rewatch so I could have my memory back all with the that good times because it's just last year. It's kind of like it's just hovering. Like the things we've seen with brothers. Like, bro, don't tell me this is you. Please be better next year. Go Niners.
Yeah, no, fair enough, Jonathan. And I put that on everybody. That to me was an everybody thing, and it's kind of my point. I don't think that the quarterback drags his team to being good, and I don't think that the quarterback gets dragged to being good, and that goes for being bad too. You know what I mean? Like if you're bad, then the quarterback, you're part of the bad. But like it's a little too all or nothing for me to do that. I will freely admit it's the most important position in sports, but I'm not going to do again, my favorite way of looking at this is to look backwards instead of forwards, right?
Okay.
Would you feel good about the quarterback position if you had been paying $53 million a year for what you've already gotten for the last 3 years?
I'd feel okay.
I'd feel good.
After last year, I would be a little bit troubled.
Less.
Because that was not a $53 million performance that he or they put out. 2 years ago, yeah. As I mentioned, he had one of the 15 best quarterback rating seasons, and you went to the Super Bowl. And the year before that, you went to the conference championship game, and he had his arm ripped off. So if it was a three years into a 6-year deal, and that was the first 3 years, I would say 2 birdies and a bogey?
Yeah.
So you're one under in golf parlance.
Right.
And that was damn near an eagle when you went to the Super Bowl.
Right, yeah.
You almost chipped in, but it lipped out and you had a tap in birdie.
But you're not feeling buyer's remorse.
No.
You're not like, oh, God, what are we doing?
No, but you're looking at this year as a year where, all right, Brock, this is year 4 of this big contract. I'm looking for you to get back and the team to get back to where you were. And now that it's the first year of his big deal, whatever he's already done in the past, that's in the past. Now this is the big money era for Brock Purdy. You got to go out there and prove it.
Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. Hi, Bobby. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Listen, I don't think Brock really cares, but, I mean, he is in a kind of a no-win situation in terms of fan expectations. I mean, the difference between Brock and I guess all these other quarterbacks that you named, these middling quarterbacks that are made more, is that those franchises have no record of sustained success. So they feel like their only hope is to placate a Lawrence. You know, he caught lightning in a bottle, right? That last playoff game against the Chargers, 2 years ago, skyrocketed him, right? And then the Cheetah basically made him $50 million a year. So those firms, or excuse me, those franchises, whatever teams, have no sustained record of success. So the fans just feel like, hey, man, we gotta hold on to this guy because it's the best chance we're gonna get. But the fact is, with the Niners, they've had a sustained record of success, and they've already gone to the Super Bowl with what some would consider a very middling quarterback, which would be Garoppolo. So I mean, he can't win because they're gonna, if they don't do well, they're gonna blame Brock Purdy, and we're never gonna know how bad this team could be if Brock wasn't there, because obviously he signed this extension. Look, and I don't feel bad for Brock. He doesn't feel bad. If he wants extra guacamole on his sandwich, he can afford it now, right? So I think we're good there. But I just feel like he's in a no-win situation, and I don't really think it is really, what did you call it, draftism? I don't think it's that anymore. I think it's just the fact that the Niners have been so good, and you had it so good with this guy that made $1 million. You just feel like, hey, I used to get something for $1 million, and now I don't. You know, I used to buy eggs for $2 a dozen, and let's say something catastrophic happens, and it's $30 a dozen. Well, the fact is I probably am still going to buy eggs. I'm not going to be happy about it, and I'm going to think, man, these eggs aren't any better than the eggs I had when I bought them for $2. So he just can't win, and I just hope the fan base comes around to appreciating that he actually is a very talented quarterback. Clearly he's a top 10 quarterback, and if they want to blame him for the personnel struggles or the other people around him, there's nothing he can do, and that's just a burden he has to face being the franchise quarterback.
Bobby, thank you. I think in this conversation, by the way, you can dismiss draftism. I think it's undismissible. I think it's literally the thing that all of this whole conversation orbits around. That like it is the thing around which all of this orbits. It's like it is the baseline for why someone like Brock Purdy becomes a controversial figure, and Tua, for example, or Trevor Lawrence doesn't even really get discussed. And I know that they're in markets and with brands that are not as big as the 49ers, but the 7th round draft pick thing is unmistakable and unescapable as far as the baseline for the conversation and why we do it. Why people can literally have an opinion that's all the way over here, like, ooh, he's really good, and all the way over here, oh, he's a product of his environment, he sucks. And normal thinking, smart people are all coming to the party with those opinions, seemingly on a week-by-week basis throughout his career right now. But to me, and it's funny that we just had TJ on to talk about this, the end card, the mic drop in this, when he says, dude, if things go on bad around you, but if you're a highly paid quarterback, you need to rise up, grab everybody, and take them with you. Well, TJ brought up the Bengals defense this year. They're very, very bad. That's correct. Okay, so Joe Burrow, with everything going on around you, at $58 million a year and the number one overall pick in the draft, well, you'll still grab that team and bring them to the playoffs by yourself. Right?
Not quite. They went 9-8.
Yes.
And
they went
he
9-8.
Led the league in touchdowns, and
He's
he led
phenomenal.
the league in yards and
He's phenomenal.
yards per game. And so,
but that's the point.
Yeah,
Why didn't they?
that's my point about all
Still
this.
didn't go to the playoffs, even though he played phenomenal. You still didn't go.
And the teams that did go to the playoffs, you can't just look at the quarterback and say, well, that was the guy. And even think about Kansas City. And not a lot of us can name every player on the Kansas City Chiefs offense, but they have a good offense. They have a great coach, and they have the best quarterback in football. Does that mean that Mahomes is doing it solely by himself? Of course not. They've got Andy Reid. They've got a lot of talent around him. They've got a really good offensive line. Don't tell the Eagles defense that, because they went right through them in the Super Bowl. But it's always going to be complimentary football. And the Chiefs' offense is still good in part because their defense is really good.
Right.
Which puts them in a position. And the Cincinnati example is a good one. Joe Burrow had an amazing year. He's got 2, if not 3, of the best receivers in football. They score a bunch of points. They went 9-8.
Yeah.
Because their defense is terrible.
And Mahomes did not have a great statistical year. So explain this to me. One goes to the Super Bowl on a bad year. The other one has a great year and doesn't even make the playoffs. And they're 2 of the top 4 quarterbacks we always talk about. So, I don't know. I mean, maybe this is a little bit more of a team sport than we like to talk about.
Right.
Just maybe. Jay in Oakland is next up. We're going to get to the Giannis thing here in a little bit. Hey, Jay, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I'm about to head to the range. I need some tips. I know you guys are a straight shooter, so I need some tips.
Let's see. I mean, how experienced are you, Jay? Just keep your head down.
Got it. Playing for about a year and a half.
Yeah.
You know, good days and bad days is what I'm experiencing.
Keep your head down and release the hounds, man. Follow through. Finish that swing.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
Hey, I want to just add a quick comment about the whole Brock thing. I kind of feel bad for Brock. I mean, happy that he got paid. I think it's definitely worthwhile. Or I think it's definitely he's definitely worthy of it. But I feel like we're going to judge him on a different scale, how you guys kind of mentioned, and you know, he wet the bed 1 or 2 games, and then we're going to look at him completely different just because of the amount of money he's making. And you just ask any rational Cowboys fan, do they have buyer's remorse with Dak? And I hope this doesn't turn into a whole Dak situation again.
Well, that's yeah, Jay. Thanks,
Jay.
I don't know about. I don't even know about the possibility of it turning into a Dak situation. I'm not an expert on the Cowboys cap, but I can tell you what it feels like the way they've played it. And I don't know why this doesn't get talked about more. When people talk about contract, oh gosh, you're not going to have any room for anybody else. Here's the tale of the tape. The Niners did their deal with Purdy. And within the same month, they re-upped Fred Warner, they re-upped George Kittle, and sit here today with number 2 in cap space in the whole NFL for this year. That's the tale of the tape. So what the hell's the problem? Meantime, the Cowboys signed Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb and seemingly can't afford rice cakes. Like, I don't know that to be true, but they didn't sign anyone last year. They signed no one. They had no running game. And I don't even know what they're planning to do with Micah Parsons. So, I mean, that's the team that seemingly handcuffed themselves. The Niners don't seem to have handcuffed themselves at all.
It's because of the structure of the deal. And it's 3 years where most of the guaranteed money will be given to Brock Purdy. And after that, you can go ahead and make the move if you want to move off of Brock Purdy or restructure the contract. Just looking at Dak's deal, 4 years, $240 million, $60 million per, and $129 was fully guaranteed at signing. His cap hit this year is $50.5. Next year, this is according to SpotTrack, $74 million cap hit. $74 million.
Good Lord.
The base will be $40 million. The signing bonus, the proration, the restructure. The year after that, it's only $68 million. So if you look at like what you're trying to do, according to this, next year, it'll be a 24% of their cap will be Dak.
Damn.
And that's, assuming that the cap doesn't go up, but that gives you a ballpark of Dak's going to be 1/4 of your cap. One guy, one quarterback.
I mean, if we listen to TJ, who says that guys who are overpaid and their production doesn't match their dollar amount, they straight make fun of them and they say it right to their face. I wonder what all the Cowboys are saying directly to Dak's face. He got that huge deal and then missed most of the season. And he will come back this year, and God bless him with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. Let's see it. But, boy, the division got a hell of a lot tougher. The Eagles righted themselves, and now Jaden Daniels is playing for the rival Commanders. So good luck, dude. Good luck.
Yeah. With
that situation.
And the cap hits, if they wanted to do something different, are astronomical for Dak Prescott. So they're kind of stuck. So for Brock, it's a lot of money, but the way you're able to do it and structure it cash-wise, it's after 3 years. You could get out from underneath it if you wanted to.
Let's go to Bob in the city. Hi, Bob. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Hey, Bob.
I love it. How you doing? Hey, so anyway, it's the same old sad story. All these guys are against Brock because they don't look at his tape. Just look at his tape. When he got into the preseason, he marched the team down the field. First time, boom. And you know why? Because he's a 4-year college quarterback. He's ahead. He was ahead of a lot of guys that come out of college, just based on his experience alone. Then, not that it was his fault or anything, but all these other guys got injured, and when he was put in, he succeeded. So he's a winner. And whatever these guys are talking about, I don't understand. I love Manzada, but I just think he's wrong. That's it.
Yeah, Bob, I think I think you and I agree. I think Dibbs agrees. I think it's one of the reasons we had him on, because we wanted to talk it out a little bit. I know who would win this poll if we threw this up on our platforms and said, with this new deal, which 49ers money is more out of whack? Brock Purdy or Brandon Ayuk? I know what 49er fans would vote for on that one. There's no question.
Yeah. A little unfair because Ayuk is out with 2 torn ligaments in his knee.
Well, I mean, welcome to football.
That's right. That's right.
You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a little unfair to be like, nope, no, 2 NFC title game appearances in 3 years as the last pick in the draft. That doesn't warrant $53 million. You have to win the Super Bowl or else this is a bad deal. I think that's unfair.
Just the idea that where he was drafted affects how much he should then command. I know it's the reality on the other end where you get a top guy, a first-round guy, and those guys are going to get paid, but just because Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant doesn't mean that you shouldn't reward him for what he's done and also have expectations to where it doesn't matter where you were drafted anymore. You don't go to the line of scrimmage and get a break because you were Mr. Irrelevant. You're the quarterback of the 49ers. Go out there and make things happen and win the game. At that point, draftism doesn't apply.
Let's go to Clay in Burlingame. Hi, Clay. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. Always enjoyed the show.
Thank you.
I want to make a comment on Brock Purdy's contract. I don't really think it's the player's fault if a team is willing to pay them that amount. I always look at it as day-to-day value is what somebody's willing to pay for it. The 49ers wanted to pay him that money, and you guys may be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if there's any other team who was showing interest in him that might pull under the rug from the Niners. And if we're bidding against ourselves and they think that his body work is worth that much money, then it's on the team. And then also just to mention Dak Prescott's contract, I don't think anyone from Texas or any Cowboys fan agrees that he's worth that money. So I don't know if it would have been possible that they offered Brock, say, in the $40 million range, and maybe that's not even in the conversation. But again, it's up to the team. And then also with regard to the draftism, I had to check. There are a few quarterbacks that were never drafted that played well in the league and are in the Hall of Fame, right? So Kurt Warner, Warren Moon,
sure.
To a lesser extent, Jeff Garcia, right? Tony Romo, even though he didn't really win anything. But then Yeah, Mr. Irrelevant is still, last pick of the draft. There are some players who never got picked, and they had a strong career in the NFL. So that shouldn't even be a factor anymore, I don't think.
Right, but somehow, Clay, it still is, and that's kind of the point. Like, I think, you bring up Kurt Warner's name, and that he went through the same stuff. The difference with Kurt is, like, he won the Super Bowl in his first year of relevance. So we never had that angst of, who is this guy that the Rams are turning their team over to, and whether or not should they go all in on him. It was like from the moment Kurt Warner arrived, they went out, they won the Super Bowl, and that was it. That was it. Like, you didn't have to debate whether or not you wanted to keep Kurt Warner or anything like that, because he was a Super Bowl champ from the moment that he walked onto the scene. But I can also tell you, and maybe this had to do with his stature, like his physical stature. He walked into obviously a great team, had an unbelievable receiving core, Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt and all of this, the great Marshall Faulk, greatest show on turf. I don't remember people looking at Kurt Warner and going, he's just being dragged to this Super Bowl. That's not what happened. People looked at him and went, wow, what an incredible story. This guy's really good. We missed him. We missed on him. He was bagging groceries.
Yeah.
And we missed on him.
Everyone missed on him. And it was, like you're saying, a byproduct of a good coach and an even better system. Mike Martz was an offensive coordinator who was great. And you mentioned the greatest show on turf. And so Kurt Warner didn't have to carry a team that had multiple Hall of Famers, one of the best running backs ever, and especially at the peak of his game and the rest of it. So Kurt Warner just went out there and was good. And then he was really good. But you're right. He didn't have to go out there and do it and do it again and do it again. And then he got the big contract and all of the controversy and all of the hype around whether or not he could go out there and be that guy. Also, there wasn't nearly the level of scrutiny that there is now. This was 1999.
Sure.
So 26 years ago, the internet was just at its nascent stage, and there was limited sports talk radio, and you had a newspaper and the rest of it. So now the cycle of commentary and of everything scrutiny happens a lot more and so much faster.
No doubt. Similar to the NBA trade machine, if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Did you heat that thing up?
Well, I did, but only in a sort of mythical, conceptual sort of way, because obviously if the Warriors are going to do anything this offseason, it seems like a sign and trade with Jonathan Kuminga might be kind of high on the list in terms of major financial maneuvers that they could make. So I'm driving around listening to Signing Go earlier today, and somebody calls in, and he goes, let's walk through the process. We know that players talk to each other. So Giannis calls Steph and goes, I'd love to play with you. And remember, the Giannis thing, the whole backdrop of is that Giannis needs to tell the Bucks, I want to go to the Warriors. Not I want to be traded. I want to go play with Steph. And he goes, all right, let's role play. Giannis calls Steph, says, I want to play with you. Steph says, great. This is going to be amazing. We're going to be really good next year. He goes, yeah, especially with you, me, and Jimmy Butler. And Steph goes, oh, no. No, Jimmy won't be here anymore. Oh, well, that's all right. We'll still have a major championship presence and a defensive anchor in Draymond Green. And Steph goes, oh, no. No, Draymond won't be here. And he goes, oh, well, that's all right. You know who I really like? I really like this young up-and-coming kid that you have, the 22-year-old who flies, Jonathan Kuminga. Steph goes, oh, yeah, about that. He's not going to be here either.
Oh, he's gone too.
And I'm like, I almost called the show. I'm like, how much money do you think Giannis makes? Jimmy Butler and Giannis make the exact same amount, just the two of them. You're putting Draymond's 25 in.
Yep.
In theory, Jonathan's a sign and trade worth, I don't know what.
25.
Okay, 20. So we're now over $100 million in outgoing contracts. So let's start with that ain't legal. But secondly, it inspired me. I'm like, I'm going to send a message to people don't know this. Willard and Dibbs have we have a silent capologist partner. And so I said, I'm going to send him a message to find out how this would actually work. And so before I read what he said, what is your initial reaction to the idea of if the Warriors were going to go get Giannis, would Jimmy Butler be involved or not?
Jimmy Butler, to me, would most likely be involved unless the Bucks are really smitten with Jonathan Kuminga. Because you could do, Draymond makes 25.9. If you sign Kuminga to a sign and trade for, let's just say, 25.1, which brings us to 51 million, you could throw in some filler to make it work money-wise with Giannis. So they would get Draymond, they would get Kuminga, they would get a throw-in player, and also 2 or 3 first-round picks.
Okay.
That's the way I would see the Bucks saying, okay, we'll take 3 firsts and a couple of pick swaps and Kuminga, who we like, Draymond, who we like Draymond, but he's a declining player, and we'll take your filler, and we'll do that trade. Okay.
What if just for fun, what if I threw this at you? No, not Draymond either. Not Draymond either. He also stays.
Okay.
Bucks don't want 35-plus-year-old players at all. Okay?
Right. That at least would be a tradable asset to another team. I mean, if we're talking about a multi-team trade, but I'm listening.
Okay. So what if the Bucks said, no, all we want is picks and youth. That's it. And the Warriors say, all right, well, we need to give you one thing just for money purposes. Because let's say if Jonathan in a sign and trade, that's 25 or 30 right there. Giannis is 54. So you got to get up over 54. Well, Moses Moody now is going to make about 12 or 13.
Yep, 11 and a half. I'm with you.
Okay, so let's get Moses in there, and we're up in the neighborhood of $40 million. We need about $14 more million. Brandon Podziemski makes 3 or 4. So let's go ahead and put Brandon Podziemski in there, and let's see, do we have another player in there that's making somewhere in the neighborhood of
I'm looking at it right now.
Almost $10 million, maybe $8 or $9 million.
My name's Buddy.
Buttered, Healed, and the draft capital. So, in theory, Giannis comes and none of Steph, Jimmy, or Draymond go. And what I wanted to know was, is that possible? Because what I hear constantly under the new CBA is, well, you can't do 3 huge contracts and have any maneuverability at all.
Yet Phoenix did this year. And I don't know how much maneuverability they actually had. Probably not much.
Not much, and obviously their season went completely awry. But I asked, and here is essentially the answer. Could the Warriors do Giannis as an acquisition without giving up Steph, without giving up Jimmy, and without giving up Draymond? And could you put all 4 of them together? And would that be attractive to Giannis Antetokounmpo? And the answer as to whether or not you can do it, yeah, you sure can. Here's basically how it will work. It'd be very, very similar to what the Warriors in the end had to do in the acquiring of Kevin Durant. There would probably have to be a renouncing of this or that contract. But the bottom line is this. You would automatically, if you aggregate contracts, what the Warriors would be doing, it'd be an aggregation sensation. You send that out to get Giannis, and it would lock you in as a second apron hard cap team. I know these words confuse everybody, us too, so who cares? Here's the bottom line. Your salary cap would be hard at 207.8. Well, I added up Giannis and Jimmy and Steph and Draymond, and it would leave about $15 million to go fill out the rest of your roster. So you would have to be basically a bunch of young minimum players. Maybe you still get the mid-level. I have no idea. Go get yourself a DeAnthony Melton or something like that. Is that interesting to people? Like if Giannis said, I want to go to the Warriors, would you give up not just Kuminga, everything young? All of them. everybody out the door and make the whole team these big four players. Steph, Jimmy, Giannis, and Draymond. And then just put a bunch of whatever around them to fill out the roster. Go get a vet min 7-footer and stick him out there or whatever you want to do. Does that sound viable? And then just make these last 2 years what they are. And then in 2 years, you start over with a bunch of cap space and Giannis.
Yeah. I mean, you start over with Giannis, and that's assuming that Steph Curry is no longer going to be on the team. And that assumes that, Draymond will be done and all the rest of it, Jimmy Butler too. But it's interesting. I don't know if it necessarily makes you good enough to be a viable threat. And I'm looking at the roster, and you have Guy, you have a team option. He's making 2.2. Quentin Post would make 1.9. So these are the guys you'd be looking at. Pat Spencer is making $438,000. He would need a new deal. You could pay him a small pittance. Kevin Knox, another guy who's making nothing. Maybe you bring back Kevon and GP2 on veteran minimums type deals. And so, you're very top heavy, one of the most top heavy teams in NBA history. And when you get into that second apron, there's a lot of things that you can no longer do. And if you're in there 2 years in a row, then you start losing draft picks and the rest of it. So the idea of, when they're gone, you reload, you probably won't have any picks.
Oh, no.
At that point.
No. You wouldn't have, no picks.
So you're looking at a 2-year journey to see if this could work. It'd be pretty damn exciting.
Oh, it's wildly irresponsible, but it's a ton of fun. It's a ton of fun. It's a trip to the Caribbean when you don't have a job.
Yeah, it's like
wildly,
a bender to Vegas when you're down to your last $20 and you don't have your rent check.
Right.
But the heck with it, we're going anyway.
I love what you just said. You got $100 left. You're down on your luck. You don't know how you're going to make the bills. And you go, well, I could just go put this 100 and bet it on black. See if I could turn it into 200. That's exactly what it would be.
Yeah.
But it'd be fun.
It would be fun. I mean, it's definitely an approach. And I think if you're Milwaukee and you're looking at this, a couple things would have to be in place. One, Giannis says, trade me to Golden State. That's the only place I want to go. But if you're Milwaukee, you got to really like Jonathan Kuminga. He's got to be something that you are really excited by.
Right.
And I know you're getting picks, but no matter where you trade Giannis, that team's going to have to give you multiple picks.
Absolutely. But remember, the premise to this whole thing is that Giannis tells the Bucks, Golden State.
Yeah.
You don't get to talk to anybody else. I will go nowhere else. Golden State. So, yes, I think that this is all fairyland.
It is big time.
But I have no idea what he's going to say. Maybe he will. He has flirted with Steph Curry before.
Right.
I have no idea what he's going to say. Yeah. I do think he's going to ask for a trade.
I do too. It seems like now more than ever before, he's done his time there. And even if he were to leave, even if he were to come out and say, I want Milwaukee to trade me, I think you're looking at very minimal backlash. He stayed in Milwaukee.
Oh, totally agree.
He won a title in Milwaukee. Yes. Like even Dame, when he left Portland. Okay, Dame, you were here for 12, 13 years? You did your bid. I get that. You want to go somewhere else? Personally, I would not have hard feelings, and he didn't win a title. Giannis did.
Yep.
So how's a Bucks fan going to look at Giannis and say, well,
no, it's going to be fine. And then, the other teams that people say, oh, these are the teams who could win a bidding war. I personally don't think Giannis is going to be interested in that. San Antonio and Houston, everything I've heard is that Giannis has an eye for the big city and the big market. And if you've spent your entire career in Wisconsin, I get it. I get it. As an NBA player, I would want to test some other things. And by the way, I don't know if that's a check mark in the favor of San Francisco or not. I mean, obviously we're a big market. We're a very, very big market, but we are not New York. We are not the Knicks, and we are not the Lakers. And would those things interest him more? I don't know. I obviously don't know. But the premise is, he says, send me to Golden State. The other deal that would work is if you just send Jimmy Butler for him and a bunch of picks. That would work too. You can do that. I don't know if that would interest Milwaukee, but that's money that they get out of early and get a bunch of draft capital. So maybe.
Yeah, for me, it comes down to how they feel about Jonathan Kuminga, because no matter what happens with a Giannis trade, there's going to be many, many picks involved, first-round picks and pick swaps. And if you're Milwaukee and you're going to do this, you're doing it for two reasons. One, Giannis says, I don't want to be here anymore. But the second reason is you need to do the rebuild. And if you're going to do the rebuild and you look at the NBA playoffs and you look at the Oklahoma City Thunder and you go, wow, they did that. They traded Paul George for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and a bucket of picks. And they had all the picks and they used them wisely. They traded some. And so OKC 4 or 5 years later, you're now the best team in basketball. So if you're Milwaukee, that's really the only way you can go about it is to do it that way.
Somebody brought this up the other day, that if the Pacers play the Thunder in the NBA Finals, it's kind of the Paul George trade bowl. It's like both of these teams were built off of trading Paul George.
Wow.
That's how they were built. So the Warriors should have gotten him this offseason and then traded him. And then they could have gone to the NBA Finals too. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Well, somebody brought this up.
Hey, Rich, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
All right,
sorry, man. I'm just in traffic.
Let's
I'm
ride.
in traffic, man.
Yeah, all good.
All right. So this is the problem I have with your take, is that you're giving up all these young guys to get Giannis, and the 4 is only going to give you maybe 2 seasons after that. All right? So it's like, if you don't make anything happen in those 2 seasons, Draymond's probably going to be gone. I don't know if they can re-sign Butler. And it's like you gave up all that youth, and the big 4, they're aging out. So if they do age out and you don't have no youth, now that's going to be a problem. And I can tell you right now, Mike Dunleavy ain't stupid. He ain't going to give all that up for those aging guys and think, oh, you know what, this is going to be a great move because this is going to bring me a title between now and the next 2 seasons. Nah, Dunleavy's looking at the long-term effect of that deal. And if I'm Dunleavy and I'm looking at that deal, I'm thinking, no, I'm not touching that. I got great youth here, and I got to look at what's going to happen after Steph and Draymond are gone. Okay? So, no, I don't do that deal unless I can get something that shows that acquiring him is going to bring something that's going to keep the capital high for us to compete in the next 3 to 4 years. Thanks, guys.
All right, Rich, thank you. Again, this was, by the way, this was not my proposal or my take. This was presenting whether or not this was possible. I called it wildly irresponsible.
Right.
However,
downright reckless.
Yeah, but let me also say this based on what Rich just said. Mike Dunleavy is thinking about what happens after Steph. Oh, no, he's not. No, he's not.
Well, and even if he is, this kind of a call would be from the corner office, so to speak. This would come from somebody who, I don't know, maybe owns the team. Because if Mike Dunleavy is thinking about the 5 and 10 year future of the organization, that's great, and he should. But at the same time, if the big boss comes down and says, you know what, I am fascinated by this Giannis thing, make it happen.
Make it happen.
Rumor has it Giannis will only come here. So, Mike, figure out how to do it without getting rid of Jimmy, Draymond, or Steph.
Yeah, I mean, again, like all of it is
it's a pipe dream.
It's almost as ridiculous as it sounds, and we understand that. And I'm not saying that Mike Dunleavy is going to be irresponsible, and I'm not saying that he doesn't at times think about 3 or 4 years down the road. My point is the Warriors have made it crystal clear what they're focused on, and what they're focused on is the remainder of Steph Curry's career. They have said it out loud, and they've acted on it. I mean, that's what Jimmy Butler was. Jimmy Butler was not a move for 3 or 4 years from now. Jimmy Butler was a move for right here, right now, Steph Curry, get him a wingman and see what they can do.
And it worked. It worked until Steph got hurt. They had an amazing record in the regular year. Then you go on the road and you win in 7 against the 2 seed, and you win the first game and Steph gets hurt. So making that move, which was a bold move, it didn't deter you from maybe making another bold move. It only emboldened you and probably gave you more belief that, you could do something like that again. And if you could keep Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph and add in Giannis, and granted your players 5 through 15 on your team, they'd all be making peanuts, and, they probably wouldn't be that good based on what you're going to have to pay for these people.
They would absolutely probably not be very good. On certain nights they would. Then one person would get hurt, and then you'd be like, oh, God, now we need 30 minutes out of Knox. Yeah.
Beekman, you got to start. Seriously.
No joke.
Yeah.
No joke. All right. We got some more people who want to weigh in on this. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Safeway. And yes, I also need your morale for teachers help. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, I'm about to head to the range. I need some tips. I know you guys are a straight shooter, so I need some tips.
Let's see. I mean, how experienced are you, Jay? Just keep your head down.
Got it. Playing for about a year and a half. You know, good days and bad days is what I'm experiencing.
Keep your head down and release the hounds, man. Follow through. Finish that swing.
Got it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, it literally sounded like he was writing it down.
Got it.
Yeah, got it.
Release the hounds. All right.
Sure.
Right?
Yep. That's big Todd energy there. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. I do. This is I do. I have a I guess call it a moral problem. Maybe.
All right.
I do, but
like everybody's gonna be fine. It's all good.
Yeah.
But 2 students, I got to turn some grades in today, and 2 students who are both good students. Okay. I find the drip for teacher talk to really be rough. You know what teachers get paid, for God's sakes, Lucas.
There's so much power. Also, bragging about having a second job. Come on.
And he loves the drip. It's just, it's what Lucas likes to do.
And a 4th and a 5th. Anyway, point is, 2 good students. Like they're good students. They're engaged, strong work.
To each other?
It's an online class.
Gotcha.
But I mean, actually, one of them I had in an in-person class in a prior year. So like I know her, good student. Like they turn their stuff in, they're engaged, they're here. And the math suggests that they have received like an 89.8 or an 89.9. The website calibration wants to give them a B+.
Okay.
What should I do?
Well, a couple follow-up questions. One,
please.
The grades that they got, the quantitative measurements, are they subjective or objective? In other words, like if it's a 50-question Scantron and you get 44 of them right, that's an 88%.
Yeah.
So are these grade numbers based on your subjective opinion of their work?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much, yeah, because this class it's artistic in nature,
right,
with what they're doing. There are no tests.
Right.
There are no tests. It's just work. It's just the projects that they turn in.
So knowing that tells me that the math is not really what this is about, because the math is based on your subjectivity. Right. So if you're going to assign numerical values to something that you are judging based on your subjective opinion, for me, the 89.5 doesn't matter as much as it would if it were a class that were strictly based on right or wrong question and answers.
Okay.
Therefore, if they are good, conscientious students,
and they are,
and you feel like their work has been an accurate reflection of somebody who deserves to get an A-, then you bump them up and you give them an A-.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that.
Just based on the fact that it's already so subjective. Like the 89.5.
Totally.
It could have been a 90.1. Maybe you were in a little bit of a cross mood one time that you graded one of their projects.
I might have been tired. I do grade late at night, and I'm tired.
And also, if you're grading, let's say you're grading 16 projects in a class.
Yep.
You get to like number 11 or 12, maybe you don't have the same fresh perspective as you would have if that person was graded earlier in the night.
Okay.
So based on all the subjectivity that's going into this, if you think that these students are good, conscientious students, then they get an A-.
Okay. Super helpful. Here's the next one.
Oh, boy.
I got another quandary.
It's a quandary.
It's a quandary.
It's a quagmire.
I'm going to read this email to you. I'm going to read it to you.
From a student.
From a student.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one who didn't show up for the midterm?
No. This is a completely different class. And it's a totally different school than the one that I just asked you about.
This guy's teaching all over the state. Whoop. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Beautiful.
4 was unnecessary.
4 was unnecessary. Exactly.
Got to 3.
Okay. All right. Okay.
The email starts, good afternoon.
Okay.
And then says,
Good start.
I wanted to reach out because I believed that I had submitted my most recent assignment. But upon checking the grades, I found out that my submission did not go through. I hope you can still accept my assignment. So that's just one part of this email. So the most recent assignment, this otherwise conscientious student did not turn anything in at all. Therefore, received a 0. A 0 points.
That hurts.
Right. And that's going to kick the grade's butt, right? All right. So the student would like to know if I would like to make an exception for this absurd excuse that they are giving me. I get this a lot, by the way. Oh, yeah. I thought I turned it in. It's like, I don't turn these things in. I don't use this website other than to grade your stuff. Apparently, it must be very difficult to hit the button submit. But anyway, because I get this a lot. I thought it had turned in, but it didn't go through. So I could accept that. And sure, we could look at, based on other assignments and things like that. Is this someone who's been turning their stuff in? We could do that for sure. But here's the rest. Additionally, I would like to discuss my grade with you. I am aiming for an A in this class, as it would allow me to maintain a 4.0 GPA and qualify for a not small amount of money student athlete scholarship. I was fortunate enough to receive that scholarship last quarter. So thank you very much for your understanding and blah, 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 blah,
Okay.
Best, and then the name of the student.
Yeah.
All right.
I've got some follow-up questions.
How we
As
doing?
do I.
Question number 1, what was the amount of time that elapsed between the failed assignment being turned in and the reach out of this email?
That's a great,
because if you're truly conscientious and you hit submit and then you wake up the next day, you're going to check to make sure that got submitted. So how long ago was this assignment not turned in?
The assignment was due on, let's see. The assignment was due on Thursday, May 22nd. The email was sent on Saturday, May 24th.
Okay.
That checks out.
Yeah, and the assignment was due on the Thursday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It was at midnight.
Gotcha.
At midnight.
And this person probably has turned in most of their assignments on the day or pushing the deadline. I'm not asking for you to get that clarified now, but
I'm gonna pull up.
That to me is a part of the story, like
multi-factor authentication.
Because if you're last minute Larry, well, sometimes you're gonna get burned.
No doubt.
If you're truly conscientious, then you're gonna do it at noon and check back at 8 before you have dinner, and you're gonna be able to see, oh snap, that thing didn't go through.
Right. I'm trying to pull up right now, and I will. I would like to pull up what else this student has done with other assignments in the quarter. In other words, like, how far off are we from an A?
Yep, that was my other question.
Yeah.
What was the grade before this missing assignment?
I'm pulling that up right now.
Great question.
The
Thanks,
grade prior...
I have more, too.
Prior to this is... Okay, now, considering the 0 that this student just received...
That'll get you.
The student now has a low B. A low B. A low B, and I'm trying to see if anything else has just flat out not been turned in. Oh, there was a quiz earlier this quarter that this student did not take.
Optional?
No, we don't optional.
The Montessori.
What kind of a class do you think I'm running over here?
Take it if you want, if it makes you feel happy.
I put these things together so that you do them, not so that you think about doing them. Okay, but other than that, this student has been relatively on it and strong, like no other assignments that were not turned in.
And mostly in that A high B.
Yeah, solid. Like doing well. Like if I were to accept the assignment that they didn't turn in, the student is probably